For several consecutive days, Han Xiao and his group were waiting in the castle. Everything was calm, there was no new conflict among people in the war field, and the 8 big flute-playing boys under the domineering seat. Cough! The 8 Vanguard officials did not appear again. In addition to being unable to go to confidential areas, guests can move freely in the war field, allowing soldiers to lead the way to visit. Han Xiao occasionally goes out and visits the war fields everywhere. The ordinary soldiers at the headquarters of Heberstar are also low-level superpowers, and there are basically no ordinary people. The domineering masters are mainly martial arts systems, and big muscle bullies can be seen everywhere. The soldiers wore special iron gray color, thick armor, with a simple style, looking like a big iron lump. The armor has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and strengthening martial arts power. Han Xiao noticed that in addition to ordinary soldiers, there are some elite troops in the war field, with stronger individual quality and more special armor. Many external gears have been added, such as special long tails, wings, giant claws, etc. These external gears are all multifunctional pendants. According to the soldiers leading the way, these troops are called 1B soldiers and are one of the elite troops in the war field. The weapons and vehicles in the war field made Han Xiao even more concerned. They are very distinctive and are all exclusive weapons. Obviously, the Domineer has a mechanic unit that specializes in specializing in special equipment. The war field is willing to show its strength to guests. What is revealed is only the tip of the iceberg, and there must be something even more powerful under the water. Han Xiao couldn't help feeling the pressure. He was also developing his power. Although he rose rapidly, there is still a big gap compared to such a large force that had accumulated over the years and had strong resources. There is still a long way to go to the development of the Black Star Legion. In the past few days, new guests have arrived one after another and stayed in the castle. Although Emmys came to the party, she obviously didn't care about such things and stayed in the room to teach Hela and Aurora, and Han Xiao represented her in the outside world. When he did not visit the war field, Han Xiao was talking with these guests. The guests represented the Broken Star Rings and famous forces, which was a good opportunity to expand connections and meet other characters. Among them are the leaders of the Super Consortium, representatives of star cluster-level civilizations, and leaders of forces from all walks of life, such as intelligence organizations, arms organizations, etc. Han Xiao also met the person in charge of the Mercenary Alliance in Shattering Star Rings. The other party's attitude was very friendly and had a good conversation. The guests invited to the party all belonged to the top circle of the Broken Star Ring. Most forces have heard of Black Star. Although they do not pay too much attention, they represent Longtan after all, and the Black Star Legion has been in a lot of light recently. Han Xiao's current popularity and legend have a certain level, and most of the guests still recognize Han Xiao's entry into the circle they are in. Han Xiao has always been hiding in different galaxies, which is just the tip of the iceberg of the Broken Star Rings, with limited influence. Now, he has finally reached a higher level step by step, and has come into contact with the big and core Broken Star Rings. The guests are also divided into several levels. The lowest level are those super consortiums, and the mid-range positions are those large organizations that are independent, and Longtan is between the low end and the mid-range. The highest level is a representative sent by the 7-star cluster civilizations in the field of war, and the recognition of Han Xiao is constantly decreasing from low to high level. Most of the representatives of star cluster-level civilizations have relatively official attitudes and lack interest in Han Xiao, but the only 2 civilizations are a little more enthusiastic: Amethyst Civilization and the Krent Empire. Colton is the territory of Amethyst, and the Dragon Captain often roams in the Colton star cluster. In the eyes of the representatives of the Amethyst Civilization, Han Xiao and them are half-friendly forces. The Amethyst Civilization has a gentle style and a more friendly attitude. The senior officials of the Krent Empire were even more enthusiastic and took the initiative to come up to have a conversation, which was very meaningful to make friends, so Han Xiao naturally refused everyone. However, he was also a little puzzled. He had never contacted the cronies, so why was this guy so enthusiastic like an animal in the estrus? After a few days, Han Xiao's communication device had hundreds of contact information, all of whom were leaders in all walks of life. He ushered in a great harvest of connections, which was worthwhile. Then, I will definitely be very touched if I return to Longtan and share the contact information of these big names with Jenny. I soon arrived at the day before the party. On this day, the Overlord actually sent someone to inform Han Xiao and his party and invited them to attend a private meeting, which was located next to Heber Palace. Heber wants to meet in private? What is his purpose? Han Xiao was curious. I don't know. Emmy shook his head. I'll know when I go. She also wanted to know Herber's attitude, so she accepted the invitation to meet. The group walked into Heber Palace and came to a huge conference room. The 3 thrones floated 3 meters away from the ground, forming a 3-legged tripod. On one of the thrones, a giant 7 or 8 meters tall sat with a strong aura. As soon as he walked into the room, everyone subconsciously looked over. Herbert's sense of presence was extremely strong, and he could attract the attention of others at the first time, which was impossible to ignore. This is the first time Han Xiao has seen real person Heber with his own eyes, and the first time he thinks of the lion entrenched. What a big one. This was the first impression that Heber gave Han Xiao. Seed. Heber looked over, his eyes were calm, and his tone was calm, but he had a natural sense of oppression, as if domineering aura had been engraved in his bones, and no matter what he did, it would be emitted subconsciously. Emmy snorted coldly, his body floated in the air, and he sat on a throne, while Han Xiao and his 2 sisters stayed next to the throne. What are you asking me for? Emmers asked in a deep voice. Heber looked at the 3rd empty seat. One person is missing, let's talk about it all. After saying that, the Overlord closed his eyes, rested on his own, and hung Emmy's here. It's really a puff and squirting. Han Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Emmy snorted, but he was used to it. Heber's style is like this. He does his own way, opens and goes straight, and doesn't like to talk nonsense with kindness. After waiting for a while, the door opened again. A child wearing a broad master's robe floated in, and several tiny magic dragons surrounded him and swam well. The child had a round face and pointed ears. He looked only 6 or 7 years old. He was petite, and the red and white mage robe was draped on him, just like an exquisite and luxurious quilt. Rather than wearing a mage robe, it was better to say that the mage robe wrapped him up, and the hem of the robe almost dragged to the ground. Below the child, there were several masked men wearing pitch-black hooded robes, and they also lowered their heads when walking, which looked very mysterious. You're here too. Emmys raised his tone. I heard that something big happened this time, so I'll join the fun. The child sat on the empty throne. His voice was so tender that he seemed to be able to pinch out of water, and nodded to the 2. Emmers, Heber, I haven't seen each other for a while. Han Xiao's heart moved. This child was another super A-level, spell master, Austin, an unfathomable magician. Austin looks very young, but in fact he is a long-lived race, born with unparalleled magic affinity, and also has a series of titles: Rules Twisted, Master of Forbidden Spell Creation, Semi-Magical Entity, Amungi Dominator, etc. Han Xiao looked at the masked mage in the hooded black robe under Austin's seat. Each mage closed his hands in front of him, hid in his wide sleeves, staring at the floor with his head down, like a silent sculpture. That's the Forbidden Witch. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Spellmaster Austin's power, called the Red Robe Cultivation Society, is one of the holy places of the wizards of the Broken Star Ring. It mainly studies and discusses magic, and occasionally deals with some civilized magic investigation cases. As long as it is a magician of the Broken Star Ring, 80% of them are willing to join the Red Robe Cultivation Society. This power has a certain union nature. The Red Painting Cultivation Society is divided into peripheral members and internal members. The peripheral members are scattered and will not be forced too much. If you want to learn more profound magic, you must pass the assessment and sign a magic contract to become an internal member of the Red Painting Cultivation Society and wait for the dispatch. The internal personnel are the troops driven by Austin. The Forbidden, which is the elite of the Red Robe cultivator. Due to the different nature of forces, the scale of the armed forces is not as large as that of the warfield, but including the peripheral members, the number of people is probably far beyond that of the warfield. In addition to Emmys, Heber also invited 4 Super A-level and Broken Star rings, and 3 people gathered here. Herbert opened his eyes. There are all people here. Let's talk about the serious business. Wait, where's there another guy? Emmys asked, talking about the last one who was not present. He said he was too far away and was too lazy to come over. It's a style indeed. Austin laughed. Heber didn't want to waste time chatting, so he went straight to the topic and said slowly, I met you this time to introduce someone to you. The door on the other side opened, and a man stepped in. Everyone looked over, with curiosity in his eyes. He wanted to see what the character Heber, specially introduced to the other 2 Super A-level powerhouses, would be. This person is a human-shaped species, with a tall figure, about 2.5 meters, light red skin, short hair, and distinctive facial features, but it is roughly in line with the aesthetics of humans in the universe. He is wearing a soft robe, with a special style, and looks very complex and luxurious. I don't know what material to use. The robe is exquisitely patterned and is based on red color. This person faced 3 Super A-level players, always calm and extraordinary in character. He stood among the 3 thrones, calmly nodded to each other. Introduction. Herbert said lightly, Sway's special envoy of the Red Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Han Xiao's face did not change his expression, but his heart was filled with storm. The Red and Color Empire is one of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. The most advanced civilization actually sent a special envoy to the party of the Overlord. Has Heber already joined the 3 major cosmic civilizations online? Wait, Han Xiao suddenly realized the problem. The Broken Star Ring is nominally the territory of the Glorious Federation, but the Red Empire secretly sent special envoys to the gathering of overlords where great men gathered, which is of extraordinary significance. Han Xiao's thoughts turned rapidly, and he suddenly thought of something. His eyes slightly changed. He still remembers that the 3.0 version, Red Tide, was the background of the expansion of the Red Empire, and the various star fields were turbulent. The sign, did it appear at this time? Han Xiao took a deep breath and calmed down his mood. The gathering of the domineering masters was probably a Hongmin banquet. Emmys frowned slightly, and couldn't help but remember Aesop's prophecy before leaving. This party was indeed not simple. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Su nodded slightly, broke the deadlock, and said, It's honor to meet the 3 Super A-level powerhouses who broke the rings. We are also honored, Austin responded, then looked at Herbert, his eyes with inquiries. Introduce them to the special envoy of the Red Empire. What does this mean? What we're talking about next is the theme of this party. Let me tell you in advance. Heber spoke in a deep voice. Not long ago, the external universe explorercast by the Glorious Federation outside the Broken Star Rings sent back the report. It crossed a large section of the desolate universe and was setting a new star cluster area outside the boundary. It was a neighborless star cluster that needed to be pioneered and incorporated into the territory of the Broken Star Rings. Everyone had different expressions. No wonder all 7-star cluster-level civilizations sent representatives to attend this party. Han Xiao suddenly réalisé. Since the signing of the peace treaty, the 3 cosmic civilizations have been working hard to detect the unexplored universe in the outside world and continuously expand the areas of the known universe. Every time a new territory appears, it indicates a new battle. When all the clusters of the Broken Star Rings are divided up by the 7 cluster civilizations, the new cluster is a new cake. Each cluster civilization wants to grab one, or enjoy this cake exclusively. The Glorious Federation wants to incorporate new star clusters into the Broken Rings, and we want to define it as the starting point of the new star field. Sway's words have a deep meaning. Although he didn't say it in detail, everyone understood what he meant. The Broken Star Ring is the territory of the Glorious Federation, But the new star field is unparalleled. The Red Empire has great plans and wants more than just a star cluster. In a universe that has been explored, the center of the star field is very prosperous, and the border area is relatively chaotic and backward. However, border area, such as the Broken Star Ring, is the most intense place for open and secret struggles, because only the border can continue to explore and expand outward. So, on behalf of the Red and Serum Empire, I hope to get your help. Su revealed his purpose. Herber was silent, and he introduced the envoy of the Red Empire to the two. Obviously, the choice had been made in the field of war. So, the Glorious Federation or the Red Empire? Austin and Emeth looked at each other and murmured silently. Han Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed. This is about to make big news. 3 thrones floated. 3 super A-level seats sat upright, showing a 3-legged tripod surrounding Sui, the special envoy of the Red Empire. What can we get if we help you? After thinking for a while, Austin was the first to express his opinion. All of us are decent people, and even the envoy of the Red Empire cannot write a blank check. Just ask them to help with a super A-level offer, and don't ask for exchange conditions. You think you're a hooligan. The new territory represents an opportunity, and white paper can easily paint colors. If the newly discovered star cluster can be used as the starting point of a new star field, then the expanded area will be merged into the territory of the new star field in the future. At that time, the new star field may become a star field with the same size as the Broken Star Ring, and the potential benefits are very huge. Su talked casually, waved his palm, and the miniature communicator of his wrist projected a virtual star map, marking the location of the new area. Outside the edges of the broken rings is the unexplored universe marked as dark. Across a long deserted universe, a new bright area appeared in the dark area, which was the location of the new star cluster designated by the Glorious Federation Explorer. The Starsea area, from small to large, is roughly divided into planets, star regions, galaxies, star clusters, and finally the largest star field. The Red Empire seeks a new star cluster, not only to seize a piece of territory, but to turn it into a bridgehead for exploration outwards, defined as a new border star field, and into the territory of the Red Empire. In this way, the Red Empire can explore outwards with this starting point and continuously expand the territory of the new star field. The areas discovered later belong to the new star field, that is, to the Red Empire. The Glorious Federation controls the broken rings, and the Red Empire wants to obtain another adjacent border star field, and is unwilling to enjoy the unexplored universe in this direction exclusively. Su was explaining the stakes, and Emmers and Austin were listening. However, Han Xiao's attention was attracted by the new star cluster. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the star map of the new star cluster looked familiar. After carefully identifying it for a while, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and a shock in his heart. Damn, isn't this part of the Shining World? Shining World is the main line of the latter version, a brand new star field with trillions of stars shining together, lighting up the dark universe. The unfinished star field has extremely rich resources. Players in the entire star sea will basically accept main tasks from all over the world, gather to shine the world, to clear the wasteland, and countless ethnic groups and civilizations have moved from the known universe to shine the world. This is a major reshuffle of power, with war fires and wolves, turbulent turbulences everywhere. The new star cluster displayed by Sui is part of the Shining World in Han Xiao's memory, the tip of the iceberg. Unexpectedly, the subsequent version has begun to show its clues. Han Xiao's thoughts were full of changes. Now it's just discover small area. It will take many years to fully explore it, and it's several spans away from version 2.0. In the past, players fought for various forces and did land reclamation tasks. This time, they might have the chance to become a chess player. Just as the envoy said, the new territory is the best opportunity, and this may be an opportunity to reach a higher level. Although the Black Star Legion is not strong enough, much worse than a behemoth in the war field, Han Xiao has one of the biggest advantages, which is that he understands the general development history of the incident. To be qualified for layout, you need a stronger force. The stronger the benefits, the more it is. It is far from enough now. Fortunately, there are still several versions of time. Han Xiao couldn't help feeling a little urgency and thought secretly. The birth of the Shining World shows at least one thing. That is, the Red Empire finally succeeded, snatched a new star cluster from the hands of the Glorious Federation, and defined it as a new star field. While he was thinking, Su had already finished the conditions. To sum up, the Red Empire would secretly provide all-round support. It is very attractive to obtain the support behind a cosmic civilization. Although the Glorious Federation controls the Broken Star Ring, it has rarely contacted the forces of the Broken Star Ring and seems to be above. Austin frowned and had a serious expression, but with his tender face, he looked funny and very cute. I'm not very interested in such things. I would rather study spells at home, so I'm sorry. I want to stay neutral and can only promise you, and I won't help the Glorious Federation. After thinking for a while, Austin responded, wanting to stay out of the matter and stay neutral. I understand. Su was not surprised. They were both super A-level, and it was not easy to force them. They could win the help of neutrality and not help each other. The result was okay. He won the favor of Herbert, and after a detailed discussion, this private meeting was mainly to express his opinion on behalf of the Empire and reduce the potential helpers of the Glorious Federation. Where are you, Emmers? Heber asked. Emmers was not very interested in this kind of thing and was about to follow Austin's example and refused, but suddenly he paused and looked at Han Xiao. Hey Xing, what do you think? Han Xiao was thinking about it when he was suddenly cued and was stunned for a moment. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds and nodded. The credibility of the Red Empire can naturally be trusted. The Special Envoy said it right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which contains huge potential benefits. I personally think that the chance of the Red Empire being successful is more than 60%. Su Yi's eyes lit up, and he smiled. While muttering about when he had bribed this guy, he nodded to Han Xiao. Good vision. Han Xiao also nodded and continued, so I don't have to rush to refuse too much. This is not a bad thing. Emmer said after hearing this. He thought about it, but did not refuse directly, and change his words. I'll think about it again. Herbert and Austin's eyes changed slightly. They knew Emmys for many years. At the beginning, Emmys clearly expressed his refusal. After listening to Han Xiao's suggestion, he immediately changed his words. The importance of the Black Star in the eyes of Dragon seems to exceed their expectations. It's not just a thug, but an aide? Austin pinched his chin with a chubby little hand, looking thoughtful. That's right, with Emmer's personality, if he wants to develop power, he really needs a reliable military advisor, and Black Star seems to be quite capable. Herbert was the most direct and said, Black Star, Mazak said that he tried to recruit you, but you refused. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he nodded slowly. I rarely try a second time, but I want to ask you again in person. Herbert faced Han Xiao, stretched out his hand, and said in a solemn tone, Hey Xing, be my subordinate. Boom! Emmer's long hair floated, and his momentum filled the audience, and heavy pressure swept out. Her tone was cold. In front of me, if you want to poach me, do you still have me in your eyes? The terrifying pressure squeezed Herbert from all directions. He didn't realize it, ignored Emmys, stared at Han Xiao, and said in a deep voice, Agree or refuse? Han Xiao's motuisha. I'm so obedient, NTR shows off in front of me, and my scalp is numb, and I'm always domineering. He didn't expect that Heber would personally invite him at this time. This guy didn't care about the occasion when he was doing things. The stronger the martial artist is, the stronger the leader. Sorry, my answer is still the same. Han Xiao felt a sense of déjà vu being pursued enthusiastically, suppressing his messy mood, and shook his head helplessly. Herbert nodded, not angry at the refusal, as if he had not raised the topic and gave up. He likes talents, but he doesn't force people to seek refuge with him. The force field was still increasing, and Herbert turned to look at Emmers. Don't you take back your superpowers. Are you going to fight? Emmers was expressionless, His momentum gradually rose, faintly on the verge of explosion, and he almost threw Aesop's instructions out of the sky. Austin had no choice but to intervene so as not to really fight. He pinched his fingers and imposed a series of calm spells on Emeth. Okay, it's not the first day you've known him. Don't mess around. One more picture later, Emmy's was folded dozens of layers of buff, and his anger gradually faded. Then he snorted coldly and took back his supernatural powers. Hebert didn't care either. It wasn't the first day that he had a conflict with Emmers, so he turned around and nodded at Sue. Then, I'll leave first. Look forward to your consideration. Sue understood and handed over the contact information to Emmys, smiled, and was about to turn around and walk out of the room. Looking at the back of the special envoy, Han Xiao suddenly hesitated. Do you want to put a look in, Sue? It feels like it will be rewarding. He did not forget that today was just a private meeting before the party officially began. Heber would not introduce Sue to all the guests until the party was held tomorrow. That was the time for undercurrents to surging. The Red Empire will not take action to grab the territory in person. Once they move, the Glorious Federation will also move, and the conflict will escalate. Because the chess players are not yet in the stage of fighting each other outside the field. The Red Empire is to win over the forces of the Broken Star Rings by increasing the available chess pieces in their hands, using the Starry Sky as the chessboard, and using the chess pieces to compete for profit. Throw an observation mark, and you can see what the Red Empire has done behind the scenes, and how many forces have been thrown into the Red Empire's arms. This is precious information. However, although the observation marks were almost gone and even Emmys could not detect them, there were 2 other Super A present, and they might be discovered, and the people of the Red Empire might have special means. Well, give it a try. If you're discovered, it is not a serious problem. After all, he is not an enemy to fight for us. Han Xiao thought for a while. A gray light flashed in his eyes, and he threw an observation mark on Sue. Emmers and Heber were unaware of anything. Sue didn't respond, and left the room. The door obscured his back. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly someone was staring at him. He turned around and saw Austin staring at him. As he noticed it, Han Xiao's heart moved. Everyone has different abilities, which Emeth and Herbert cannot detect, but Austin is a magician and is very sensitive to various energy. Although the fluctuations in the void energy are very subtle, they cannot escape his perception. However, Austin did not give a reminder, but just smiled friendlily at Han Xiao, and then looked away. Han Xiao didn't know what he meant. It would be good for him if he didn't say it out. There's nothing else. I'll leave. Emmers was annoyed when she looked at Herbert and didn't want to stay here. Wait a minute. At this time, Herbert spoke. What else? Emmers frowned. I heard that you were expanding your power recently, so we can join forces. Herbert's tone slowed down. Jointly, Emmy smiled. Do you think I have a good relationship with you? You used to play the farce of Herbert's star, and I can stop pursuing it and write it off. Herbert said, then you should keep pursuing it. Emeth was too lazy to argue, left the throne, turned around, and left. Han Xiao took Hela and the others to leave the room with her. Austin laughed. Haha. Herbert, she hates you more and more. It doesn't matter. Herbert didn't care. I thought you were going to make a marriage request again. Forget it. I guess she won't agree this time. Herbert shook her head. To be honest, you all have tough personalities. If you want to get her, you have to restrain yourself. Austin spoke in a playful tone. He was relatively easygoing and had a good relationship with both of them. He knew the history of Herbert's pursuit of Emmers. I won't change because of any woman. Herbert waved his hand. He didn't have much obsession with Emmers. In the whole Broken Ring, Heber believed that only Emmers, who is also Super A, is worthy of him, and only she is qualified to be her spouse and does not involve the factors of love. If I can get Emmys, his power will have 2 Super A-level powerhouses, which is a huge improvement. Herbert disdains to deceive and is too lazy to waste time. His style has always been straightforward and does not shy away from the fact that his true goal of pursuing Emmers is just to join forces. Austin still remembers the scene of Emmers furious when Heber first proposed, and every time he thinks of him, he wants to laugh. When Han Xiao and his group walked to the palace gate, Kylo happened to be coming in, and both sides met. "It's you again." Kylo had no intention of provoking this time. He did not stick his eyes to Emmy's like he did last time. His expression was very calm, as if he only regarded a few people as passers-by. Emmy's glanced at him lightly. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't do anything in the territory of the Domineer and didn't want to pay attention to Kylo. Just as both sides were about to pass by, Han Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed Kylo's shoulder, holding him firmly like iron pliers. Kylo turned around in confusion and looked unhappy. "What are you doing?" "I remember. You said before. I'm just your substitute." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said maliciously, "Since you claim to be my senior, please give me some advice." Kylo's face changed. He thought the last provocation storm had passed, but unexpectedly, Han Xiao suddenly attacked after a few days. Emmer stopped, looking surprised. "What do you mean? You want to do it here?" "Here is Heber's star." Kylo's words threatened. "Don't worry. I just want to compete with you to see how powerful you are." Han Xiao smiled. "The subordinates of the Domineer, you shouldn't dare to fight." "I understand. This is what Emmys means." Kylo felt that he had guessed that Emmys must have been defeated and wanted to regain his face, so he instructed Black Star to challenge. If it were just a competition between cadres, Heber would not say anything. "Haha, is she so confident in this new cadre?" Kylo's face turned cold. "Okay, I accept your challenge. I hope you don't lose too quickly." The war field is his home court, and he can use countless machines. Even if the name of Black Star is very loud recently, Kylo is not afraid at all. Kylo has heard of Emmy's new cadre, and he also wants to know Han Xiao's full strength and see what kind of guy Emmys has found to replace him. Besides, he is sensitive and now represents the domineering. Since Emmys instructs Black Star to challenge, he cannot retreat. Although Heber can protect him, with a domineering personality, if he is afraid of fighting, he will be very unlucky. The most despised cowards in the field of war is that they are not war madmen, and they cannot reach the top of the domineering. Han Xiao curled his lips and suddenly said, "We are all mechanics. It's boring to just compete. Just bet on the lottery." "What are you betting?" "We're just betting. How about 5 sets of mechanical drawings? The loser must obey the winner and take out the drawings required by the winner." Han Xiao smiled very much, taking drawings as the bet. Kylo frowned. Drawings are the lifeblood of mechanics. It is common for mechanics to bet on drawings. "Okay." Kylo nodded, Han Xiao's eyes shining. He suddenly challenged Kylo for several reasons. Emmers can't take action, but he can. He just needs to be more high-profile and show his strength. This is good for improving his position in this circle and can also give Emmers a breath. In the exchange between cadres, if the domineering person intervenes, then the proportion will be reduced. Second, he has been peeking at Kylo these days, roughly determining the opponent's combat effectiveness, knowing himself and his enemy, and being able to win in 100 battles. He also found that Kylo has several good mechanical equipment. Han Xiao put forward a bet, which was to win several mechanical drawings. He won't fight if there is no benefit. The third reason is the key point. A new camp mission popped up in his panel. Emmer's anger, misintroduction, the provocation of the traitor, and the difficulties of the overlord, all of which made Emmys dissatisfied. As a member of Longtan, do you know what you need to do? Miss requirements, publicly defeat Kylo, reward 1500 W experience, Longtan camp relationship 2500, Emmys favor 30, Herbert favor 2, popularity 15, punishment of failure, Emmys favor 20, Herbert favor 5. Note, different results of this task will have different effects. In the field of war, the 30th do practical training ground. Just here, Kylo brought everyone here, stood opposite Han Xiao, and opened a long distance. From a distance, the figure turned into a small dot. Han Xiao looked around and saw that the field was wide and the edges were towering mechanical towers, connected by dozens of blue high-temperature electromagnetic light rays, looking like a science fiction baseball field that had been magnified many times. The ground is covered with iron-gray metal plates, with charred or scratched by sharp weapons left by explosions and many pits. Obviously, this actual combat field is often used for training. In my territory, you must abide by my rules. Kylo's voice came from afar. First, the combat area is limited to this site. If you cause damage outside, you will be responsible for the consequences. Second, you cannot cause serious damage to the other party, so don't worry, you will not be in danger of your life. As he said that, Kylo started the actual battlefield. The ground rumbled and vibrated, and many pits were exposed on the metal floor, one after another, and one mechanical warrior rose up to guard Kylo. When all the mechanical towers on the edge of the actual battlefield shocked, the spire emitted light, gathering directly above, forming a projection, showing a 3-minute countdown. Kylo's lips curled and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. Before the fight starts, you have 3 minutes of preparation time. Once 3 minutes arrive, the venue will be covered with protective covers. Black Star is a guest. He will definitely not carry too many combat machinery. 80% of them are placed on the spaceship. Give him 3 minutes to bring the machinery to the field. After the protective cover covers the field, Black Star will not be able to obtain support from the outside world and can only use mechanical combat on the field. Kylo himself has a continuous army, because the number 30 real battlefield itself is a facility for the trainers to release machinery from the ground to allow trainers to fight. The metal plates on the ground hide many tracks for mechanical combat soldiers, connecting to the warehouse of the Heber Star Underground Logistics Department, which means that even with protective covers, Kylo can obtain a continuous stream of reinforcements. Kylo knew very well that fighting between two mechanical superpowers would probably evolve into a war of attrition. Black Star had limited troops, but his own troops were unlimited and he was invincible. The protective cover is transparent. Just in time, you can ravage the Black Star in public. He basically foresaw the result of the battle. Black Star's machinery was exhausted and the ground was full of wreckage. Black Star himself was surrounded by his troops. He could look down at Black Star from a high place and let Black Star admit defeat by himself. Emmys wanted her subordinates to help her vent her anger and defeat her subordinates so that she could lose face. Moreover, he did not hide his home court advantage. If Black Star was cowardly, he would retreat in disgrace and cancel the challenge in shame. Emmys would be embarrassed. Anyway, I will make sure to make a profit and never lose money. Kylo showed a confident smile. On the other hand, Han Xiao was not surprised at all by Kylo's field advantage and sent a message to Resta, asking him to drive the Black Light Lurker over and put on the barracks box. Emmys was still standing next to him and whispered, "Hey Xing, are you sure?" "A little bit," Han Xiao replied casually. "Then I believe you." Emmy's tone was as gentle as a warm wind. Although Han Xiao made accusation against Kylo made her feel very sudden, it was obvious that Han Xiao was helping her vent her anger, and she was inexplicably happy. She has always had a high trust in Han Xiao, and this time was no exception. She patted Han Xiao on the shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the venue with Hela and Aurora, stepped onto the tall building next to the actual battlefield, and watched the battle from a high place. Around the actual battlefield, there were constant figures climbing up to the building to watch the battle. They were all members of the war field, with hundreds of people, all cadres or elite soldiers in the war field. Mazaks and several Vanguard officials were among them, forming different small groups and whispering. The news of Kylo's appointment with Black Star was not deliberately concealed. It spread to 10,000 times, and soon it reached the ears of many cadres, and they all came over to watch the battle curiously. The Black Star is so bold that he dares to challenge our cadres on our territory. A Vanguard official looked at the figure of the rice grains in the field and was amazed. Challenge Kylo because he is a traitor to Long Tan? It must be so. A few days ago, Emmys was shouted back by the Dominator. He was probably indignant, so he asked Black Star to take action for her. Hey, if he loses, it will be embarrassing. Someone couldn't help but look at Emmys, who was also watching the game not far away, and speculated maybe Emmys may take action in a critical moment to interrupt the battle. Kylo's combat power, tisk. Mazaks shook his head slightly. The Pioneer's view of Kylo is very complicated. On the one hand, he is a traitor. Although the domineering person is tolerant, his identity as a traitor will obviously make others unwilling to get close to Kylo. On the other hand, Kylo is a logistics company and has almost no chance to take action. Unlike their vanguard officials, they're all signs in the war field and are well known. Mazax and others do not have a clear understanding of Kylo's strength, but they only know that he is also at level A. But with the advantage of the venue, you will basically not lose. In the palace, Herbert was still chatting with Austin and exchanging feelings. At this time, Austin suddenly turned his face and said in a strange tone, "Bowsher, there seems to be something wrong with your territory." Herbert frowned, took out the communicator and pressed it a few times, and received a report from his subordinates. Black Star versus Kylo. Austin recited a spell, and the space fluctuated, and a huge mirror appeared, which showed the scene of the actual combat field in real time. "It seems that the fight is about to begin. Don't you stop it?" Austin asked. Herbert looked at the mirror, thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Since Embers has not bullied the small with the big, I don't need to stop a normal competition. What if your people lose? I can't afford to lose in the war field." Herbert's expression was as usual, and pointed to the mirror, saying, "Continue to watch, don't stop." At the same time, 3 party guests were visiting everywhere with a soldier in the war field. Lever, the representative of the Amethyst civilization, is walking side by side with the senior Krent, and is very happy that Amethyst and Krent have always had a good diplomatic relationship. Later, a leader of a super consortium followed the two, named Rossis, with a large business and investment in both star clusters. He was barely considered a friend of Lever and Krent. The 3 were discussing business issues, and suddenly a series of figures flew over from the building above, attracting the attention of the 3. "Where are those people going?" Lever asked curiously. The soldier shook his head. "I don't know. They seem to be going to the number 30 practical training ground." As soon as he finished speaking, another series of figures passed by, and then a black spacecraft quickly sailed by. The 3 of them were all knowledgeable and recognized at a glance that the spacecraft was a scatter-class spacecraft of the Glorious Federation. Among all the guests, there seemed to be only one person driving the Black Light Lurker. Longtan's Black Star. The senior Krent immediately became interested. "It seems that something has happened. Go and take a look." Lever shrugged and said that he didn't care, and Rossis had no objection. With 1.5 minutes left, the Black Light Lurker came over the field, opened his trunk, and spit out 6 barracks boxes, like 6 falling meteors, dragging their long flame tails. Han Xiao raised his hand to the sky, and the tree-shaped lightning was like bombarding the sky from the ground, hitting 6 barracks boxes, opening the box door in the air, and the compression ball fell like rain, smashing the ground with crackling sounds. Careful of the moment they landed, these compressed balls unfolded in an instant and turned into 6 mechanical legions. The mechanical Beast Guards, Overseas Artillery Corps, G1 Steel Legion, G2 Heavy Iron Cavalry, and Mini Rubik's Cube Force occupied part of the field, guarding Han Xiao in a preset formation, making him feel like he is in a sea of machinery. The elite troops, 12 Oath Guardians, were guarding Han Xiao, with their shells and armor moving from head to toe, like waves, like moving scales, and conducted an automatic inspection. Various turrets fall behind or float in midair. In addition to conventional electromagnetic turrets or radium turrets, there are also new plasma turrets and hot melt turrets. The number of troops is a bit large. Kylo is a little surprised, but he is still full of confidence. Black Star's Mechanical Legion only occupied a small training ground, but its own mechanical force had a larger number, almost half of the field, and the number was still increasing. There is a circle of mechanical transport holes on the edge of the training ground, and one standard mechanical warrior after another crawled out and surrounded the Black Star's troops. The nearly endless reinforcements are Kylo's confidence. Accumulating so much machinery, Black Star must have spent a lot of time and spent a lot of money. Malicious intention flashed in Kylo's eyes. If all his machinery is destroyed, the combat power of Black Star will decline by several levels, which will destroy his accumulation. After the formation was completed, because there would be a protective cover, Han Xiao did not use the eye of divine power and check the machinery. The countdown was only 10 seconds left. The mechanical tower at the edge of the venue was started, and the light blue barrier slowly rose, covering the venue, and all the spectators were separated outside. The dome is hundreds of meters high, and when the barrier is completely closed and becomes a protective cover, it is the end of the countdown. Countless mechanical warriors are ready to move. The style, technology, and model of Kylo's control machinery are obviously different from Han Xiao, most of which are standard cannon fodder. ZZ the two released their mechanical forces at the same time, and they were lightning and thunder. The disaster-level mechanic has the skill of mechanical force field. When performing mechanical force bonus, it has the effect of splashing, which immediately covered the entire field. After so long, I finally met a mechanic of the same level. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was the first high-level civil war. The mad ape mecha possessed, and a virtual screen popped up in front of him to display the virtual invasion screen. Kylo was not a virtual invasion genre. He put on a set of individual mechas, and then a piece of armor structure extended out and quickly turned into a heavy fortress more than 30 meters high, wrapping Kylo tightly with thick outer armor. You could tell at a glance that his defense is extremely amazing. From the gaps in the fortress, dense large caliber barrels extended out. Kylo is an armed heavy machinery school. It is large in size, high in weight, thick in armor, strong firepower, and distinctive in characteristics. This is a set of defensive heavy machinery vehicles. Kylo wants to give full play to the advantages of the war of attrition, so he put a hard turtle shell on himself. He is not Han Xiao. He doesn't have a strong look and is most afraid of being out of shape, so he adopts defensive tactics to make Han Xiao unable to touch him. The right way. Mazax and other spectators nodded one after another, not thinking that Kylo was cowardly. This was to make appropriate tactics based on the actual situation. Just as Kylo's fortress was formed, the barrier was completely closed and the countdown ended. Rumble the next moment, lasers roared and artillery fire roared. The battle broke out. Han Xiao's mechanical army collided with Kylo's mechanical army. Bang, 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 the two legions fought together, and the scene immediately became chaotic. The machinery cannot speak, fight in silence. Metal rubs against metal and bursts out with brilliant sparks. The ding-dangling sound replaced the roar or shouting of killing. One after another, the machinery was torn apart. The machinery would not make any screams. Only the electric spark sizzled. Boom! The large caliber cannon of Kylo's heavy fortress locked Han Xiao from afar and fired. He fired with one shot. The recoil force suddenly stretched and retracted. The sound of the cannon fire was like a heavy hammer hitting the steel hard, and the echo was still buzzing. A huge light cannon headed straight for Han Xiao, and the high temperature left twisted traces of the air. Just as the large caliber light cannon was about to hit Han Xiao, the watch agreement was like a peacock spreading its tail. It appeared from behind Han Xiao and flew to Han Xiao and turned into a distorted force field shield. The light cannon hit the shield without an explosion, but was slanted to all directions. Bang, 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 all light cannons were bounced away. Some flew out from afar, hitting the protective cover, and violent explosions occurred. Some landed on the ground, and violent winds blew up at different locations on the battlefield, breaking up a piece of mechanical warriors, and they were part of the troops on both sides. Han Xiao glanced at it, grabbed his palm, and the mechanical lightning hit the parts all over the ground. A disused modification pulled up his own mechanical warriors and continued to join the battle. Seeing this, Kylo stopped attacking Han Xiao anymore. He reinstalled the fortress and began to aim at Han Xiao's mechanical army and opened fire, hoping to destroy Black Star's troops as soon as possible. Is it that easy to hide in fire? Han Xiao snorted coldly. As soon as he raised his hand, the pipe of his wrist shooted a series of compressed balls, spreading in the air, turning into more than a dozen mechanical giant hands. The next second, these mechanical giant hands nano-deformed and merged into each other, turning into a Tathagata palm that was hundreds of meters in size, 3 times the size of Kylo's heavy fortress. Han Xiao waved his palm, and the Tathagata's magic palm suddenly slammed it, pressing it on the top of the heavy fortress like a ping-pong ball with one palm. Boom! The strong wind blew away the surrounding mechanical warriors. Even through the protective cover, Mazax and others watching the battle outside couldn't help but jump. The metal ground was squeezed and cracked and sunken, but the heavy fortress was shrouded by a layer of shields without much damage. In the heavy fortress, Kylo smiled coldly. This fortress is not an ordinary product, but an important combat equipment he has developed, which can withstand natural disaster-level attacks. At this moment, Kylo felt the fortress shaking violently. Tathagata's divine palm bent his finger and pulled the heavy fortress up from the ground. He swung his hand and threw the heavy fortress like throwing a softball. He flew over a long distance and hit the protective cover heavily, exploding a series of dazzling lightning. Donk! There was a loud bang. The elites in the war field who were watching the war outside the protective shield in this direction saw a large black shadow hitting quickly, and the shadow quickly magnified in sight, and were so scared that they almost slipped and fell down. The heavy fortress rolled to the ground, and the ground was shocked. However, the shield still faithfully protected the fortress, with minimal damage and amazing defense. Only Kylo, who was driving inside, fell so hard that his butt hurt. Seeing this, Mazax glanced at him and analyzed the situation of the battle. Kylo's defense is very strong. Black Star seems to be unable to break through Kylo's armor. It seems that this battle will fall into Kylo's control and will completely turn into a war of attrition. This is the fatal weakness of Black Star. This fortress has good defense and is a level A-level equipment. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Kylo's information pops up on the panel. The level is higher than that of yourself, and some attributes and skills are question marks, and there is no combat power level in health. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. He was only level 142, and the normal level of level A was higher than that of him. The heavy-armed fortress has strong defense, but it has not yet reached the point of indestructibility. However, Han Xiao did not want to confront him head-on. As a virtual mechanic, he was still a little professional invading. Without saying a word, he began to invade virtually and handed over the control of the Tathagata's divine palm to Philip. Philip, have fun with him, block his artillery fire, and don't let him kill my legion. The order has been confirmed. Start to execute Buzz. The Tathagata's divine palm slapped over again, and the propulsion tail flame suddenly erupted from the bottom of the heavy fortress. The heavy fortress suddenly took off, avoiding the attack, and moving quickly in the sky. This is still a flying fortress. Tathagata's magic palm chased the heavy fortress and played the role of 2 people in the air. Han Xiao focused on virtual invasion, and wars were flying around, and the mechanical legions of both sides fought fiercely. The 5 major legions with a brand new equipment have increased their lethality by more than a little bit. The blue-green plasma cannon exploded with steel, the hot melt cannon melted metal, and the space twisted bomb was like a small black hole. The vortex-shaped twisted deformation occurred in the places that touched it, not to mention the small thermonuclear mines, which are all cute with mushrooms. The Rubik's Cube troops form 3 sizes: a normal-size miniature Rubik's Cube robot, a half-man-tall, small integrated mechanical warrior, and a small giant-like robot, each with its own advantages, either flexible or heavy. 2 heavy-armed iron cavalry was like being unparalleled, fighting in and out of the enemy formation. Various cold melee weapons smashed countless enemies into parts all over the floor, like an eraser, and blanks were constantly drawn on the field. The performance of the Han Xiao Mechanical Legion is significantly higher than that of the standard mechanical warriors controlled by Kylo, and they are all half elites. The killing efficiency was like harvesting, and Kylo's mechanical troops fell down one after another. As soon as they fought, Han Xiao's mechanical army gained the upper hand. However, reinforcements were endless, and there were no kills. The wreckage on the ground was piled up more and more. Kylo was determined to fight for Han Xiao's family, and even did not control the troops to attack Han Xiao, but only focused on cutting off Han Xiao's wings. Even if 3 or 1 was replaced, they didn't care. Han Xiao was not without losses, and the 5 conventional legions were slowly losing their combat power. Occasionally, there are mechanical warriors approaching Han Xiao, either being shot and shattered by the watch agreement halfway, or being beaten into pieces by the swearing guardian. This kind of attributive war of mutual profit is equivalent to a bladder bureau. How long will the 2 of them fight? A vanguard officer couldn't help but say. Mazax shook his head. It will take at least a few hours. At this time, another figure jumped up, and the other pioneers looked over and were shocked. Second, you are here too. Well, the chief called me to take a look. The visitor was a tall and thin human species, tall, and was simply a clear stream in the war field of muscular men all over the ground. This person is nicknamed Hunting Blade, and there are different schools of martial arts. It is not just a violent style. He is following the path of high-aware weapons, the second place among the 8 pioneer officials, which is the second place. The 8 vanguard officials also have different levels of heights. The chief vanguard officer is the boss, the oldest and the strongest. He has always been taught by Heber. He has a level A+ strength, strong combat power, and is also a cultivator. He spends almost all his spare time in the gravity training room, which is a clear gap with others. The second vanguard is also very powerful. Both of them usually perform more dangerous tasks. The dragon is not seen at the tail. At this time, it suddenly appears, which surprised the other vanguard officials. After taking a look at the battle situation, Hunting Blade quickly analyzed and said slowly, the Black Star has the upper hand on the surface, but it is actually in a passive position. If Kylo wants to engage in a protracted battle, the Black Star must quickly resolve the battle. If Kylo cannot quickly defeat Kylo's defense, the situation will turn sharply and lose without a doubt. I think so too. Mazax nodded and paused. But the current situation is very good. Kylo has the advantage of the field, and his combat power is also very considerable. Black Star has a slim chance. Kylo is not bad. Hunting Blade nodded lightly, expressing his recognition of Kylo's strength. On the other hand, the 3 senior Kren officials also came here, climbed up the building to watch the battle, asked the melon-eating crowd next to them, and then they realized the cause and effect. The Black Star actually openly challenged their cadres in the territory of the war. He was so brave. Lever was quite surprised. He is venting his anger for Emmys. Longtan's current cadre challenging the former traitor is very meaningful. A senior Krent smiled. Lever nodded, turned his head to look at Emmers not far away, and found Emmers was staring at the battle situation without turning his eyes, with a focused look on his face. Rumble the artillery fire continued, and the battle continued. The 2 sides fought endlessly, and the situation gradually became stalemate. Suddenly, Kylo's heavy fortress suddenly accelerated and threw away the Tathagata's palm, and suddenly began to deform. The reinstallation machinery decomposed, turned into mechanical structures, and recombined. At the same time, Kylo threw out a bunch of compression balls, unfolded into new pendants, and countless parts quickly merged. In the blink of an eye, the parts all over the sky became a large humanoid mecha that was 30 or 40 meters high. Large combat mecha, giant warship breaker. The giant shipbreaker soldier is a human-shaped body with hands and feet, no head, and the top is the conical end of the torso. The appearance is black and green, and the thick armor covers the joints and key points. The body is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with a short proportion at the top and long at the bottom. The legs are equipped with thrusters and track pulleys, and the body is covered with various mounted weapons. Behind it is a pair of steel wing-like propulsion wings. It is described as down-to-earth. This thing is like an upside-down green trash can, and it has fucking hands, feet, and wings. Kylo looked down at Han Xiao coldly, then sat into the cab in the center of his torso. Bang! After the shipbreaker landed, he rolled flexibly. His huge body shocked the earth. Then he half squatted on the ground, throwing out the hot melt chain saw sword with one hand and unfolding the arm armor with the other hand, turning into a heavy alloy shield. The front and back of the shield are heavy-loaded mechanical schools, relying on various large and giant machinery to fight. This large mecha is usually called a giant mecha. Its body size is 30 or 40 meters high, comparable to some small spacecraft. With such a large body, it can be inserted into more power structures or energy cores. It has very strong performance and can fight directly in the universe, which is equivalent to a more flexible interstellar vehicle. Virtual mechanics participate in cosmic warfare through invasion, while heavy mechanics can create such giants of Gundam to compete with warships. The giant ship-breaker soldier started to collide with the alloy shield, and his big foot stomped the ground and trembled continuously. The shield hit the Tathagata's magic palm. The huge force directly slapped the Tathagata's magic palm to one side and repelled the mechanical giant hand that was twice as big as the size of the big one, then swung the hot melt chainsaw sword and swept across the battlefield. The hot incandescent light drew out a dazzling fan, sweeping out a large blank space on the battlefield. No matter how enemies and us were, countless mechanical warriors were directly shattered into parts all over the sky by heavy chainsaw swords. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the watch agreement merged into a large-caliber floating cannon. A dark blue light column, as thick as a bucket, shot out, hitting the chest and abdomen of the giant soldier who broke the ship. A light yellow shield immediately appeared, blocking this high-energy light cannon, exploding the light chips in the sky, and unable to damage the body of the shipbreaker. Even Gundam has been sacrificed. It's really a fight. Han Xiao curled his lips. He was not surprised at all. He peeped at all these days and had long seen Kylo maintain this giant mecha. The advanced transfer of mechanical department will also affect the results of drawing fusion. If you choose one branch, in addition to the other two branches, the consumption of cutting-edge knowledge potential points will become tripled. There is another limitation. That is, some drawings of the other two branches cannot be integrated. Han Xiao chose the virtual mechanic. When he was betting on drawings, he could not get some drawings in the style of heavy mechanics, such as giant mechas like the shipbreaker. Kalo was obviously not trying to deal with Han Xiao alone, but it was a cannon to kill mosquitoes. His goal is to use giant mechas to quickly clear out the Black Star's mechanical legion. Originally, he did not intend to use the trump card of the shipbreaker, but the quality of the Black Star's mechanical legion was unexpected. His cannon fodder troops died too fast, and the speed of the replenishment could hardly keep up. If the giant troops were not used, Kylo was worried that the situation would lose control. Kylo has turned defense to offense. I can feel the energy fluctuations of this giant soldier. It is very strong. Even he will take a long time to break it. Outside the protective shield, Mazax raised his tone and looked at Kylo with some admiration. Hunting nodded. That's just right. Far away in the palace, Heber watched the live broadcast and nodded lightly to express his approval. At this moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. All the mechanical warriors on the field suddenly stopped, as if someone pressed the freezing button. Kylo was shocked and was about to control the shipbreaker to move, but he found a noise coming from the control panel. The artificial intelligence did not respond at all, and the neural link manipulation failed directly. The shipbreaker stood there motionlessly, like a full-scale machinery. The battlefield where artillery fire just now suddenly became silent, and the transition was extremely abrupt. The sudden change instantly made all the viewers' expressions froze. A crisp ringtone rang out from the Mad Apes virtual invasion panel. Han Xiao clenched his fists and smiled. His voice came out, and it seemed extremely clear on the battlefield where the needle could be heard, and everyone could hear it. Okay, the foreplay is over. Han Xiao knew that Kalo had a field advantage, so he couldn't bear to fight the war of attrition. He used the mechanical legion to entangle the enemy's troops and give himself time for a virtual invasion. And now, with the support of Resta and Philip, the invasion has been completed. These standard machines are controlled by the same intelligent machine. They were beaten by Resta and lost control directly. All the mechanical troops, controlled by Kylo, were paralyzed and failed. They could not recover until the system restarted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao took a step towards the giant soldier who broke the ship. Dong 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 dong. As he advanced, rows of mechanical warriors fell down, all of which were ineffective and paralyzed. The scene was spectacular, as if the wind was blowing the wheat waves. This scene was like the people submitting to the emperor. 2 words, boom. Han Xiao was unobstructed all the way, and this was his easiest look on his face. Virtual mechanics are the best at civil war, and the old saying goes, there is no gun or cannon, and the enemy will make it for us. Kylo looked at his machinery in the cab of the shipbreaker and was completely ruined by Han Xiao. His face was extremely ugly, and he was furious and felt a strong sense of humiliation. As a mechanic, when the machine in his hand is snatched away by others, this feeling is indescribable, as if all the dignity is lost. Restart the system quickly, Kylo yelled. It's troubleshooting the problem and eliminating the virus. The expected time is unknown. The cab was whirling with the system alarm, with a harsh noise. Oh no, it's too late. Kylo finally panicked when he saw Han Xiao approaching, but he still held the last glimmer of hope. In order to seek speed, Blackstar only used the most rude method to paralyze the operation system of the shipbreaker and did not seize control of the shipbreaker, so he could still hide among the shipbreaker. As long as Han Xiao's system is restarted and he fails to break the armor of the shipbreaker before the ship breaks, he still has a chance to regain control of the scene. However, the next moment, Kylo's heart suddenly sank into the bottom of the valley. Han Xiao's mechanical legion all aimed at the shipbreaker. The endless rain of bullets covered the sky and the sun. The shipbreaker's high-energy shield only lasted for 2 seconds under the terrifying firepower. The armor on the chest and abdomen was concentrated and exploded one after another. The shipbreaker could not bear the powerful force and fell to the ground with a bang facing up. The Tathagata's magic palm disintegrated, turned into a dozen mechanical giant hands, turned into a drill bit, and a gap was drilled in the torso of the shipbreaker. In the messy wires and energy delivery pipelines, Kylo's cab was exposed. Due to the paralysis of the system, Kylo could not even escape from a bombing, and the shipbreaker became a cage to imprison himself. Looking at Han Xiao, who jumped into the cab, Kylo looked frightened and hurriedly said, "I agree." Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao's big hand directly pinched his mouth, like iron pliers, stuffing Kylo's words back into his stomach. "Go away." Brutal throw. Zong. Kylo was thrown out of the shipbreaker, rolling straight into the sky, rising rapidly for hundreds of meters and directly shot at the dome of the protective cover of the actual training ground. He does not have a strong body. Although he is at the level of natural disaster, his own resistance to attack is far inferior to that of the martial arts system. This time he hits the slightest and slightest, which directly comes with a brief stunned state of violent throwing. But before he could fall, Kylo's eyes flashed, and Han Xiao flew under him in an instant. The distance of several hundred meters is just an acceleration of the mad ape mecha, leaving behind a blue tail flame track. So sizzled. The next second, a dazzling lightning burst out from Han Xiao, illuminating Kylo's horrified expression. His arms collapsed to the limit as if he was pulling a bow, and then he hit Kylo's chest and abdomen with both fists. He pressed him on the protective dome. Boom! It was like a ball of lightning exploded out of thin air. Power explosion, genetic liberation, the budding leader character card armor-breaking combo. Han Xiao had no reservations in this attack, and the triple bonus raised the power of this attack to a terrifying level. Bang! Explosive sound waves swept through, and circular air waves burst out. The power of this punch penetrated Kylo's body and directly pressed against him to break the protective cover covering the entire field. In the sky, Kylo ascended to the sky like a rocket, breaking through the clouds and leaving behind a circle of diffuse waves. Scarlet blood was sprinkled in the air. All the spectators in the war field at the scene opened their mouths wide and looked up at Kylo, who was soaring into the sky. Mazax looked stunned. In just 10 seconds, Han Xiao collapsed the situation of the war of attrition and ended the battle directly. Too fast. So fast that he almost didn't react. Kylo flew higher and higher. Wow. Just as the other spectators were in a daze, Hunting Blade first reacted, jumped up suddenly, soared into the sky, catching up with Kylo, who was knocked out of the field, snatched him with both hands as if he was pinching a chicken, and didn't shout to Kylo that I'll come back. The two fell into the field, full of mechanical debris, raising a cloud of dust. As soon as Hunting Blade let go, Kylo leaned forward and threw himself down, supporting the ground with one hand and covering his chest with the other, coughing violently. Ahem! Kylo's mouth was covered with blood, and his face turned pale. Although he was wearing a simple single-soldier combat uniform, the punch still caused him a lot of damage. However, he has a natural disaster-level physique. Even if he is not as good as a martial artist, he will not lose his combat power in one blow. He only broke a few bones and almost exploded a lung. Although Han Xiao's punch was unreserved, he also knew that the natural disaster level that protects his body with strength was not so easy to be seriously injured. And this competition was over to the point, and it was impossible to openly kill people in the territory of the war field. It would be enough to defeat the opponent openly. Virtual invasion created fighter jets. Han Xiao has always been good at seizing opportunities and is very cautious. In order to prevent the ship from capsizing in the gutter, he did not play with Kylo, but directly knocked him out to set the victory. Kylo's injury was not too serious, and he still had the ability to continue fighting. However, he was beaten out of the field, and the operated machinery was temporarily paralyzed. Even if the system could recover its combat power after restarting, the current situation was obviously that he had been blatantly defeated by Black Star. The battle has ended, ending with his failure. Kylo looked unwilling, covered his chest, and coughed a few more times, staring at Han Xiao, who also landed on the ground not far away. Oh, it's so dangerous. I almost lost. Han Xiao put away the mad ape, showed his face, and shook his head. Fart, you're obviously at ease. Many viewers yelled in their hearts. Han Xiao glanced at the virtual invasion interface. There was not much time left. The other party's artificial intelligence was about to restart, so he glanced around and said, "You lost. So many people watched. You wouldn't be able to blame him." Kylo noticed that the spectators' eyes were all on him, and he couldn't help gritting his teeth. His mentality collapsed. He had a huge field advantage, but was easily defeated by Black Star. This guy's combat power was really too strong. The difference in identity between the two sides increased the impact of his defeat. Black Star is a current cadre of Long Tan, but he is a traitor in the eyes of others. Now the traitor is defeated by Long Tan's people, which is simply a popular drama among the people. Not to mention that he provoked Emmys a few days ago, but today he was beaten up by Black Star. He had all kinds of thoughts, and Kylo felt a gloomy on his face. Kylo subconsciously looked in Emmy's direction, but found that Emmy's did not look at him as the loser, but kept staring at Black Star, which made him feel even more uncomfortable and angry. At the viewing seat, outside the venue, Emmers let out a light smile. Just when the Black Star thunder hit Kylo with a blow, she felt that the suffocation she had suffered in the past few days was wiped out. With Han Xiao's fist, she vented her heart, and her mood was immediately sunny. For a moment, Emmys only felt that Han Xiao would like him no matter how he looked at him, and kept staring at him. As for Kylo, who had always been worrying, Emmers didn't want to see it anymore. The traitor's status in her eyes became insignificant, and she had already let go of the traitor in her heart. I have a better person, Emmeth murmured. Dragon Zodiac really found a powerful guy. Not far away, Leverside. He had only met Black Star in the past few days. At this time, Han Xiao's position in his heart could not help but rise slightly. If you have the chance in the future, you may be able to outsource some sensitive tasks to Black Star. Lever's divine expression was deep, and the idea of hiring arises. The Amethyst civilization controls Colton and the Black Star Legion's headquarters is also in Colton, with a natural foundation for cooperation. Rossis rubbed the tentacles of his chin, and his face was quiet and thought to himself, I heard that the Norios Consortium has invested in the Black Star Legion, which does have potential, and, it seems worth investing. After socializing a few days ago, he also knew Black Star. Because the guests at the party were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, he did not express any special ideas about Han Xiao at that time, and only then did he have the intention to invest. The senior Krent narrowed his eyes. A strange look flashed, and suddenly spoke. The Black Star defeated the Overlord in the war field. I wonder what Heber will do? The other two looked at each other. Not far away, Mazax and his pioneer officers were also thinking about this issue. Will Your Excellency the Domineer intervene? Someone frowned. Mazax shook his head and said nothing. This is a competition. It shouldn't. Kylo's defeat was a foregone conclusion. The Vanguard officials were used to fighting, and they were not surprised or shocked by the result. They were only surprised by the combat effectiveness shown by Black Star. Many pioneers were happy when they saw the hunting and were eager to try it out and wanted to fight Han Xiao. The issue they are most concerned about now is Herber's attitude. Meanwhile, in the palace, your man lost. Austin teased. I have eyes. Herber frowned slightly and waved his hand. Don't look. Turn it off. Hey, don't you respond? No need. Herber was not angry. Since it was a fair duel and Black Star won openly, that was his ability. Upon hearing this, Austin had to end the broadcast, and the two no longer paid attention to the matter. The Overlord did not intervene, and no one here thought that Heber didn't know about this. Seeing this, he understood that Heber had acquiesced the result of the battle. In the war field, Kylo was believed to be respected by the strong, and others felt embarrassed. Many spectators shook their heads and turned to leave. Mazax and others looked disappointed, glared at Kylo, and then disappeared from the spot. Kylo knew the overall situation was settled. His face looked ugly, and he had nothing to say. Don't forget our bet. Han Xiao reminded with kindness. What drawings do you want? Kylo gritted his teeth. The Domineer must know the bet. If he denies it, he will discredit the war field. He had no choice but to bear the pain of giving up and fulfill Han Xiao's request. I think about it. I want these two before your mechanical fortress and the giant mecha. Han Xiao smiled. Okay. Kylo's face twitched, his heart bleeding. Then, Han Xiao reported 3 other drawing requirements. He had peeked at Kylo's weapons warehouse and had a lot of things he liked, but Kylo did not use them all in the battle, so it was hard for Han Xiao to directly specify them. As a virtual mechanic, although it is impossible to integrate some exclusive machinery for transfer, the knowledge in the mechanical department is the same. If you get the drawings, he can learn directly. After all, when betting on drawings, there are dozens of drawings possible in a combination of knowledge. The transfer only makes some of the drawings unable to be integrated. But if you have the drawings first, as long as the knowledge meets the drawing requirements, you can create the machinery for the drawings. I will hand over the drawings to you tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me betraying the debt. I still have his credit. Kylo looked aggrieved. He left this sentence and was too lazy to clean up the venue. He slipped away in shame and didn't even dare to look at Emeth again. Han Xiao didn't care and looked at the panel and reminded. Emmer's anger is completed. You have gained 1500 W experience, popularity plus 15 Longtan camp relationship plus 2500 Emmer's favorable plus 30. The current relationship is friendly friends, Herber favorable plus 2. The current relationship is frozen. At this time, Emmys fell beside Han Xiao, smiling. It's a good fight. You can't watch you be bullied. Han Xiao beat him up and found a reason to explain his behavior. I know. Emmys seemed to smile, and suddenly felt a little emotional in his heart. Since she became a super A level, she hasn't experienced the feeling of being protected for a long time, and she didn't expect that she would feel this way again today. I was obviously much better than Black Star, but in the end he actually helped me vent my anger. Emmers laughed in her heart. Aurora raised her head, looked at Han Xiao, then looked at Emmys, pulled the corner of Hyla's clothes, and whispered, Sister, what are you doing? Hyla looked at her without squinting, and her tone was indifferent. No, nothing. Aurora shrank his neck. After reclaiming his own machinery and putting it into the black light lurker, Han Xiao and his group returned to the room. This challenge did not cause any investigation afterwards, but after being spread by the spectators, all the guests at the party soon learned about the battle between Han Xiao and Kalo. Black Star fought for Emmys in the war field and openly defeated Long Tan's former trader in other people's territory, and the Overlord actually acquiesced. This was Black Star who found the place for Dragon Constellation, and many people looked at it. The appointment ended and the day passed calmly. The next day, the formal party finally began. Everyone waited for a few days for today's official gathering. All the guests were dressed neatly and gathered in the Palace Hall of Heber, which had been decorated as a banquet venue, with all kinds of novel and precious food and wine, and musicians were on standby. Not only the hall, but half of the palace is a venue for gatherings, all of which have been arranged, and guests can visit at will. There are also many private small rooms upstairs, which are provided for guests who want to communicate in private. The goal of this party is to invite people from the top forces of the Broken Star Ring to come here to discuss various topics, expand connections, and exchange information, and outline the development prospects of the Broken Star Ring, etc. The role is similar to that of the Broken Star Ring, but it is more serious, pragmatic, and high-end. The guests were talking to each other. Emmy stood aside and ignored anyone, and Hela and Aurora were brought by her, and they didn't know what to say on such occasions, and Sua's sex didn't say a word. Han Xiao was socializing around him. From time to time, someone came to chat with him with a very enthusiastic attitude. While dealing with the guests, he observed others and silently collected information. Before waiting for a long time, the initiator of the party, Heber, finally appeared, and the venue suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped to talk, looked at Heber in unison, waiting for him to speak. I'm very happy that I've seen so many familiar faces again this time. Heber looked around and said slowly, I hope this time will be as good as ever, so the banquet will begin. The musician began to perform, and the party officially began. The guests present all dispersed in groups of 3 or 3, finding a more private place to discuss business. Heber took several guests up the stairs, and not far away, the senior Krent also pulled several people upstairs from the other side. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao couldn't help but squint his eyes and thought, the Overlord and the Krents are allies, and he has secretly defected to the Red Empire. Perhaps the Krents have also become friends of the Red Empire, and it is earlier than the Overlords. After all, if the Red Empire wants to win over the forces of the Broken Star Ring, the most preferred choice should be the Star Cluster level civilization. The Krents were first attracted, and then recommended the Allies' war field. The Overlord introduced the special envoy to the Dragon and the Curse Master. It is very likely that the Krents asked him to come forward to communicate with the super A-level strong people. Han Xiao's thoughts flew around. So in the 7 major star cluster civilizations of the Broken Star Ring, the Krent Empire may have defected to the Red Empire. In terms of the plot of the previous life, the main line of the 3.0 version, Red Tide, is that the expansion of the Red Empire caused turmoil in all star fields, and the Broken Star Rings are no exception. However, a lot of chaos is not caused directly by the Red Empire, but the forces in each star field are causing trouble. The players didn't know the inside story at that time, and now Han Xiao connected the two. Perhaps the forces in Red Tide were instructed by the Red Empire, which mobilized the whole body and deliberately made the interstellar pattern chaotic. Herbert did not recommend Sue to all the guests. It should be that the Red Empire doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Maybe he will only interview representatives of some powerful forces in private, just like yesterday's Super A-level meeting. The storm has begun to brew. Han Xiao shook his head. According to his calculations, the influence of the Red Empire action will not appear in version 2.0 for the time being. The biggest possibility is that it will gradually occur in the more than 10 years of the 2.0 version update, and then evolve into 3.0 Red Tide. It is still in the early stage of version 2.0. In addition to the players of Hylon, players from other novice planets are still playing with Mudba. There are still a few years before the version update. During this period, the possibility of major events is very low. The original main line of the player of Sea Blue Star is the battle between Dark Star and Ghidorah, and Dark Star has collapsed. His own Black Star army has become the new main line for the player, and the plot has become a semi-free exploration mode, so players will basically not encounter too many major events in 2.0. This is the best time to develop the camp. Technician Han was thinking, and Rozos came over. Hey Xing, I want to talk to you about some things. His Excellency Rosis, what suggestions do you have? Han Xiao came to his senses, smiled slightly, and nodded. Rozos habitually rubbed his chin with his little tentacles and said, I want to invest in Longtan and your Black Star army. Maybe we should discuss the terms of cooperation carefully. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he was lucky, and another one came to give him money. After looking back, Emmys did not object and instructed Han Xiao to deal with it. Han Xiao pulled Rozos aside, and the two talked about the details. Not long after, the two quickly finalized the investment plan, which was similar to the terms of the Norios Consortium. Both the consortium provided resources for Longtan and the Black Star Legion for a long time in exchange for other returns. Investing in armed forces has always been an important investment in large consortiums, and Rosis is no exception. He determined the details and walked away with satisfaction. The formal contract and money will be sent over after the party, and Han Xiao was quite happy. As a result, the Black Star Army will have an additional funder, which is very helpful for the development of the camp. Norios Consortium and Rozos Consortium are currently the financial backers of the Black Star Legion. Black Star. At this time, someone next to him called him. Han Xiao turned around and looked over. The person who spoke was Austin. He brought a group of followers to the Forbidden Witches to him. Your Magister, what are you asking me for? Facing the Super A level, Han Xiao's eyes were quite solemn. Austin didn't say anything, smiled faintly, spread his palms, and a deep blue light lit up in the palm of his palm, turning into a vortex. Soon, the light disappeared, and a small gray ball appeared in his palm. Han Xiao looked closely and saw that the ball was not a physical body. It was actually a gray mist that's surging continuously, but it was bound and compressed by some kind of force, maintaining the shape of the ball. Han Xiao was a little confused and couldn't tell the purpose of Austin. Austin played with the gray fog ball and slowly said, Once my spiritual body traveled to a secondary plane at the phantom level and encountered a powerful and weird Void Lord. It almost eroded my spiritual body and was eventually defeated by me. This is the essence core left by the Void Lord after the dissipation. I want to give it to you. Han Xiao was stunned. The core essence of the Great Lord of the Void is an extremely rare thing, and almost only magicians can collect this material. Traveling to secondary planes is abilities that only high-level magicians have, and they can often get all kinds of strange props. Regarding profiteering, in terms of production capacity, magicians and mechanics are respected in the 5 superpower systems, and when collecting materials, magicians may be stronger than mechanics. Mechanics are in bankruptcy all year round, while magicians are on the contrary. A profession, enchant, that can burn blue bars and make money at zero cost is simply a public enemy of the people. Dog mages are not for nothing. Han Xiao knew very well that he was either traitor or robbery when he was fine. What does Austin suddenly give a gift? He won't be like Heber, right? Heber takes the railway line. Could it be that Austin takes the tactful route? Why give it to me? Because I think you probably need it more than I do. Austin blinked. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. By the way, when I applied observation marks to Sue yesterday, I was discovered by Austin. Could it be this reason? You're not a magician, but you can use the energy of the void. It seems that you've been eroded by the void genes. Most of the species eroded by the void eventually become monsters, but you control it and turn it into your own ability. You're lucky. Since this is the case, the essence core of the Void Lord can enhance this ability and allow you to gain stronger power. Austin confirmed Han Xiao's guess. Austin didn't know that Han Xiao had a player panel. In his opinion, Black Star could use void energy, but was simply eroded by void genes. Long Tanfu Island just buried the skeletons of the Void Dragon clan. So he thought he had guessed what happened. So he wanted to help Emers' cadres. Anyway, it was just a small task for him. Han Xiao had no choice but to cough, agree with Austin's statement, and pondered secretly. I'm already a Void race. The essence core of Void Maharaja can enhance the strength of Void genes and improve its attributes. Moreover, when the next race sublimation, I have the opportunity to cross the next stage of the evolution chain and directly enter a later stage, with stronger Void species options appearing. It is indeed very useful. It is a good thing, and it is rare at the level of price but no market. What I need to pay? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Although he was moved, he knew that he would not receive any reward without merit. Austin has huge resources, and the core essence of the Void Maharaja is just a drop in the bucket, but he doesn't think Austin needs to give it to him. Even though Austin is a cadre who helps Emmys for her sake, Han Xiao is unwilling to accept a strange and super A-level kindness rashly. My relationship with Austin has not reached the point where I can accept gifts with peace of mind. This is for you, you don't need it, Austin seemed to have thought of something, and said halfway, and suddenly changed his words. Maybe one day in the future, I need your help, so I will treat it as a reward paid in advance. It sounds good, as long as it does not violate my position and principles. Of course. Han Xiao nodded, took over the core of the Great Lord of Void, and looked at it. The essence of the Great Lord of the Void. The core of the high-quality Void life contains high-quality Void energy, which is very precious. Many magicians will shout high prices for it. You can also hand it over to certain special characters to trigger tasks, and you can even eat it, as long as you are not afraid of having a stomachache. Oh, I mean being eroded by the Void. Han Xiao put the thing in his pocket and then nodded to Austin to thank him. Austin smiled slightly. His face looked cute, and said slowly, Heber is indifferent. Emmys doesn't care. I know your potential better than them. Maybe one day, you will leave the dragon and set up your own door. This starfield has not had a new legend for too long. I will keep observing you. Don't let me down. Before Han Xiao answered, Austin turned around and walked away with the Forbidden Witch. Han Xiao's face was strange. Austin has no airs and a kind attitude, which gives him a good impression. However, what he said in the end made him feel inexplicably facing the elders. During the party, the big guys present had their own serious matters to talk about, and the guests were very excited. Occasionally, someone asked Han Xiao to talk about some topics, but not frequently. Except for Rossis and Austin, the others who came to chat were basically chatting, and Han Xiao was also happy to be idle. When no one was chatting, Han Xiao and Emers and the other two enjoyed food, wine, and chatted and laughed. As time passed, the party gradually came to an end. Everyone basically got the information or cooperation agreement they wanted. Han Xiao also overheard some information that was not classified but ordinary people could not know. After all the people present were big names, and the information they disclosed was of considerable value. In a private room upstairs, Su, the special envoy of the Red Empire, has privately made an appointment with one big shot after another. We will consider your request. After saying that, a Star Group civilization representative opposite, Su stood up and saluted respectfully, then left the bright reception room, where Su was the only one left. Su shook her head slightly, picked up the wine glass on the table, and took a sip. The spicy amber wine entered her mouth, as if a line of fire was passing down her throat. He met more than a dozen people representing the top forces of the Broken Star Ring. Each of them showed great awe. This was due to his identity, but when it comes to specific issues, everyone was vague. However, seeking to the Red Empire is a major decision and requires long-term consideration. Su understands this. The Broken Star Ring is the territory of the Glorious Federation, but the Star Cluster-level civilization is not a subordinate of the Glorious Federation and has no loyalty at all. Civilizations are independent and just recognize the jurisdiction of the Glorious Federation. Each civilization has its own ambitions and wants to expand, and the new star field is an opportunity. At present, Only Krent has firmly surrendered to us for the 7-star cluster-level civilizations of the Broken Star Ring. According to the current trend, it should be able to win over some star cluster-level civilizations in the end. In addition, some large forces, including the war field, the pawns in their hands are barely enough. The expansion ambition of the Red Empire is not only responsible for the Broken Star Ring. Other star fields also have imperial envoys and a layout of the entire Star Sea. The new area outside the Broken Star Ring is just one of the things the Red Empire seeks. It will take at least several years to complete the initial layout. At the end of the party, everyone settled the matter and gathered spontaneously in the hall. Herbert appeared again, made a summary speech, announcing that the party ended. The atmosphere of this rally seemed to be relaxed, but in fact, it was undercurrent. I don't know how many major events that could affect countless people were determined in private. These were all determined by big names in a few words. From the checks and balances between various relationships, we can often see the operating laws of the interstellar world and the essence of power. The right to speak is closely related to the number of resources controlled. Han Xiao also gained a lot. Not only did he learn about the inside story of the Red Empire's action, but he was mentally prepared for the next version update. But he also expanded a large number of connections and officially entered the circle of top forces. Although I rely mainly on Long Tan's identity and am still a marginal person, this is a good start. If I rely solely on my current strength and power, I have no chance to attend this party. And it is more important to obtain the qualification to access the circle, and my status will eventually improve gradually. If we quantify our connections, Han Xiao's connection ability has increased dozens of times during this party. In the past, he was mostly from galaxy-level civilization and mercenary industry figures. Now, he has the contact information of top forces in various industries of the Broken Star Ring. If he encounters difficulties in the future, he can get more comprehensive and powerful help. The nickname of Black Star Network Group is even more worthy. This time I also saw 2 other super A-level powerhouses in the Broken Star Ring and unexpectedly joined Austin. Everyone said goodbye to Herbert and dispersed in groups of 3 or 3. Han Xiao and his group walked out of the palace and saw Kylo, who was waiting outside the hall with a smelly face. Black Star, this is the drawing you want. Kylo looked ugly and threw Han Xiao a new communicator, which stored the information of 5 drawings. After a brief look, she made sure the drawings were fine. Han Xiao nodded and walked past directly, not wanting to communicate with Kylo. Emmers looked straight and walked past Kylo, leaving Kylo alone in place, feeling completely ignored. At this time, a shadow obscured his vision. Kylo looked up and saw Herbert standing beside him, looking down at him. "Your Excellency, the Domineer." Kylo's face turned pale and hesitated. "Sorry, I lost this time." Herbert said lightly, "Will you lose next time?" In a simple sentence. His tone did not mean to pursue the mistake. Kylo was excited, as if he was inspired, and replied loudly, "Absolutely not. This is my subordinate." Herbert nodded slowly, turned around, and walked away, leaving behind a majestic back. Han Xiao and his group did not intend to stay on Heber Star, so they went straight to the airport dock, took the Blacklight Lurker, left the war field directly, and embarked on the road to return. Emmys guided the 2 sisters to practice. Han Xiao asked Resta to control the spacecraft, and he came to the practice room to examine the 5 drawings that Kylo lost to him. Among them is the heavy fortress used during the competition. The official name is Flying War Fortress, which has amazing defense and also serves as a flight vehicle. There's also the Shipbreaker Giant Armor, which can replace the spacecraft as a cosmic combat weapon. Its mobility, armor value, destructive power, melee long-range functions, etc. are very considerable, quite comprehensive, and is Han Xiao's first giant armor drawing. Heavy-mounted mechanics make heavy machinery, and the basic properties of machinery are often stronger. These 2 things can be used directly as A-level combat equipment. The other 3 are also important drawings of Kylo. The first one is a 6 or 7 meter high-end medium armor, with multiple drivers, excellent performance, good at frontal attacks, and suitable for selling to guilds. The second model is an anti-gravity electromagnetic levitation motorcycle vehicle, which comes with an ecological shield to resist cosmic radiation and can sail in the interstellar world. Han Xiao has a mad ape mecha, but it is not available. However, the characteristic of this interstellar motorcycle is that it is handsome and cool, and it can become an advanced product of nuclear magnetic-powered flight backpack. Of course, Han Xiao also needs to improve the drawings and add self-destruction function. The third model is a large-caliber ship-based turret, which belongs to the pendant drawings of the spacecraft. Most of the ship-based weapons are heavy-loaded guns, and their power is naturally far greater than that of portable weapons. For 5 types of drawings, the preset knowledge is mainly armed, and the highest is only involved in high-end knowledge. After reading the spoils, Han Xiao took out the essence core of the Great Lord of Void and looked at it carefully. This small ball condensed by gray mist has a special touch when held in your hand. It seems to be absent, as if it can be squeezed away in one hand, but once you use force, you will feel a repulsive force full of elasticity. The core of the Void Lord can strengthen the Void Gene, just like the Void Dragon Marrow, but the effect is stronger. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In the class chain of Void species, Void Masters belong to the top level, mostly exist in secondary planes in the eyes of magicians, or hide in the Void Vision, and rarely interferes with reality. The Great Lord of the Void can be regarded as a high-dimensional life. Similar existences are magic entities, which condense void energy to shape the body, project reality, and change in all kinds of changes. Even in the starry sea where the race is blooming, it is a rare and strange life. It is not the first time he has used similar items. It is very beneficial to him to swallow the core of the Void Maharaja. It is very beneficial to him. He usually uses species gene props, but the same species are very adaptable and the chance of side effects is very small. He opened his mouth and swallowed the gray fog ball in one mouthful. A tremor of extreme cold burst out from his mouth, sweeping across his body in an instant, as if even his soul was frozen. Han Xiao's perception of the body has already reached the microscopic level. The cells slowly strengthened under the erosion of this high-purity void energy, and their own gene chains changed again. You use the core of the Void Maharaja. The fusion progress is 38%, 61%, 100%. Fused. Fitness, perfect. Attributes permanently increased. Strength 8, Agility 12, Endurance 10, Intelligence 10, Mystery 15, Charm 8. Your expertise, intermediate strong life, is slightly enhanced. The cold faded quickly, and Han Xiao breathed out, and after seeing the panel prompts clearly, his eyes lit up. The attribute bonus is considerable. The total attribute has been increased by 63 points. What is even more surprising is that intermediate strong life has a clear prompt. This specialty has been with him for a long time and provides a large amount of health. When the feat was upgraded last time, Han Xiao guessed that he would have to use more genetic props without side effects to continue to strengthen this specialty. The core of the Void Lore confirmed his idea. Although the effect of intermediate strong expert has not changed and has not been upgraded yet, since there's a prompt, it means that this idea is correct. Han Xiao decided to treat collecting rare materials from void species as a new task. Han Xiao first sent Emmys and the other 2 back to Longtan, and the return journey was calm. When he returned to Longtan, the Blacklight Lurker stopped at the dock. Emmys and the other 2 walked down the gangway and looked back at Han Xiao next to the cabin door. Han Xiao turned his head to look at Hela and the others and smiled and said, "You should follow the dragon boat to practice well and be alone as soon as possible. I'm still waiting for you to help me." Aurora raised her little hand and looked serious. "I will definitely work hard." Hela opened her mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. She suddenly realized that the 2 were going to separate again, and they would start a new life in the unfamiliar long-term practice. Maybe he would never see Han Xiao again for a long time. Hyla couldn't help but think of the scene of her often looking up at the starry sky when she stayed on the sea blue star, and her mood became complicated. Hela knew that she didn't understand Han Xiao, and the chances of getting along were actually very limited, and she had been together for too long. When the words came to her mouth, She hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Be careful." "I know, let's go." Han Xiao waved his hand. The hatch door closed, covering his figure. The next moment, the spacecraft took off and disappeared from afar. Emmers turned toward the two sisters, curled her smile, and said lightly, "Next, you will start formal practice. I will be very strict." "I can't ask for it." Hela took a deep breath, his expression awesome. Far away from the Dragon Tan, the black light lurker enters the jump mode and flies towards Sunil's star. I went to the Soul Star group to attend the Overlord's party, and it took a lot of time to go back and forth. During this period, the Black Star group has been maintaining its business. The players have not had any major problems for the time being, and everything is as usual. Not long ago, Melos heard news that after several months of work by 200,000 players, the Sunils finally made breakthrough progress, eradicating a large number of sage stone veins, and the intensity of the spiritual undercurrent decreased significantly. According to this trend, the threat of misfortune can be completely eliminated and the Sunil people can be saved from the fire and fire. However, as they gradually dig into the underground veins, they discovered some strange phenomena, and Melos asked him to support himself. The inside story learned at the Dominator's gathering gave Han Xiao a great sense of urgency. He wanted to speed up the development of the Black Star Army, so he decided to go to Sunil Star in person to completely solve the difficulties of the Sunil people and conduct field inspections to prepare for the establishment of a third subbase. In addition, I can also harvest the experience of 200,000 players, collect 3 billion experience, and upgrade to level 145, reaching the standard transfer. Sunil Star. The sky is as blue as gems, and the white clouds are like strands of floating ribbons. The breeze is coming, and the mist passes through the dense forest. The green trees sway like waves. The freshness of nature has not been buried yet. Green is a good color, and looking down at the surface through the porthole, Han Xiao couldn't help feeling relaxed and happy. The black light lurker slowly landed in the military camp outside Morihara City. Melos had long been waiting here with Sunil senior management. In the distance were a large number of Sunil's armored soldiers patrolling. As soon as Han Xiao walked down the gangway, Melos rushed up and gave him a warm hug. "Black Star, you are finally here." Han Xiao patted Melos on the shoulder and asked him to let go. Melos looked excited and recommended Sunil's senior management to Han Xiao one by one. The two sides shook hands with each other, and Sunil's senior management was in awe. Black Star's position in the interstellar world is far more than the entire Sunil clan, and Black Star took the initiative to help them solve the hidden dangers of the planet. They were unforgettable for this kind of kindness. After an introduction, everyone talked about the serious matter. Han Xiao asked, "How is the situation now?" "Great." Melos looked excited. In the past few months, he knew the role played by the Black Star Legion, which greatly improved the situation of the Sunil people. As he said that, Melos turned on the communicator, called out Sunil Star's three-dimensional map projection, and explained carefully. The threat of the Sunil people comes from the wild beasts on the planet. The cause of the tragic stone veins buried everywhere on this planet. The quantitative change results in qualitative changes, and the mineral veins form a spiritual undercurrent, which stimulates the wild beasts to go crazy on the spiritual level. Therefore, the first goal of the Sunil people is to clear out the strange stone veins of this planet. However, due to the danger in the wild, the exploration is extremely difficult. The Sunils only control a very small area and cannot afford the cost of expanding the territory, which will sacrifice many young soldiers. The Black Star Legion played its role in this regard. With the help of spacecraft and vehicles, thousands of shallow, sarcastic stone veins were discovered in a few months. The closer you are to the mine veins, the more obvious the spiritual undercurrents are, and there are almost no wild beasts entrenched nearby, so players can easily mine the mine veins and destroy all the wicked stones. According to the calculations of Sunil's scientific research department, the intensity of the planet's undercurrent has dropped significantly, and the interval of misfortunes is likely to extend to more than 10 years, which has increased by 2 or 3 times, which means Sunil's situation is no longer urgent, and he has more time to recuperate and has achieved remarkable results. This achievement was announced to the entire clan, and the entire clan burst out with unprecedented vitality and saw hope. The situation of the tribe has improved significantly, and all Sunil warriors are very excited. Among them, Melas was the most excited. The tribe was his hometown. The Black Star Army was Sunil's benefactor. He was a hero in contact with both sides. On the one hand, he was excited about his original decision, and on the other hand, he was grateful for Black Star's help. Of course, this result is far from enough. Since the problem is to be solved, the Sunils naturally hope to be more thorough. After hearing this, Han Xiao asked, "What difficulties did you encounter in clearing the mine veins?" As soon as this said, everyone's faces became unfavorable. Melas said in a deep voice, "We guessed various situations at the beginning, but we didn't expect that the resistance would be so serious." Han Xiao became curious immediately. When he heard this tone, it seemed that 200,000 players could not solve this difficulty. By the way, where have the mercenaries gone? Why didn't I see them? Han Xiao looked around and found that he did not see a single mercenary. Most of them are still exploring and fighting outside. In the wild, we have built many operation camps so that the mercenaries can get supplies outside without having to return to Morihara City. Now only a few mercenaries stay in Morihara City to recuperate. Melas explained. So that's the case, this is normal. Han Xiao nodded, his mind changed slightly. It seemed that he had to find a reason to call the players in the wild back so that he could harvest his own experience. Putting this idea aside for the time being, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, "What difficulties did you encounter?" That's right, shallow ore veins are easy to clear, but there are also massive ore veins underground, which may be several times the number of shallow ore veins. It is more difficult to mine, requiring larger tools and more manpower, but this is not the main problem. Melas sighed and projected a picture of several strange beasts, but the appearance has some insect characteristics. This is Han Xiao. As we dig deeper, we arrived at a completely different rock formation. We suddenly discovered traces of some strange monsters. It was initially confirmed that they were an ancient underground beast. They had never come to the surface. There were huge groups of people living under the ground of Sunil Star. The number of monsters just had over 100 million in the underground world we had not explored. I don't know how many more. Melas' tone was heavy. Maybe they're the real masters of this planet. Han Xiao suddenly realized. The original mother star of the Sunil people was destroyed and later moved to the current Sunil star. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a guest who occupied the magpie's nest. Due to the limited ethnic resources, the Sunils did not explore the underground. Until today, they discovered that there was still a huge ethnic group underground on the planet, and these monsters were the indigenous people of this planet. If it weren't for the Black Star Army, the Sunils would have not discovered the planet they live in, and there were still huge hidden dangers. For some reason, these monsters will build nests around the underground stone veins to indirectly protect the ore veins. They are very xenophobic, and they are hard and quick to move. They will secrete corrosive mucus on the surface. They are probably the same size as wild wolves. Dozens of underground detection teams have been wiped out. The underground is the home court of monsters. We cannot use them, so it is difficult to fight. Protect the Gayu stone mineral. Han Xiao pondered. Most underground creatures are close to radiation minerals and even feed on them. However, the Gayu stone mineral veins do not have energy radiation, but will stimulate the beasts to go crazy. Logically speaking, wild beasts will try to stay away from the Gayu stone mineral veins as much as possible. But this underground monster actually built a nest around Gayu stone? For a moment, a word popped up in Han Xiao's mind. Mutations. Their ethnic group may have lasted for thousands of years, and organisms will adapt to the environment and change. Over the long period of time, they have genetic mutations. Think about it. The disaster will stimulate wild beasts around the world to go crazy. However, you have never encountered such monsters, which means they have never left the ground madly, which means they're used to the undercurrent of the mind, immune to this stimulation, and have extremely strong spiritual resistance. Han Xiao ponderit. The Sunils were guests who moved to this planet later, and the Stone of the Stone has existed for countless years. During these countless years, they are completely unclear how much impact the Stone of the planet has had on the beasts. Melas nodded. That's it. We call these underground monsters underground aliens. So, you summon me, which means... Han Xiao had a guess. A senior Sunil executive said respectfully and seriously, His Excellency Blackstar, we want to ask for your help. We must kill all underground aliens and completely control Sunil. Only by killing these underground monsters can we completely solve the dilemma. Moreover, there are countless resources underground. Only by eliminating underground aliens can we mine with peace of mind. If we want to completely eradicate the evil, only by destroying underground mineral veins, then underground aliens spreading underground on the planet will be the biggest resistance. Moreover, underground resources will inevitably be exploited in the future. The underground aliens are undoubtedly the resistance to the development of underground aliens. In terms of population alone, underground aliens are probably hundreds or thousands of times that of the Sunil people. The Sunil people do not want to coexist with such a large number of species. It turns out that's the case. Thinking of the natural beauty that he looked down upon when he landed, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh and looked at Melas. What do you think? I mean that too. Melas looked firm. Okay, Han Xiao said slowly. I hope you understand that the nature of this incident has changed. This is a war hiring. I will summon more spaceships and mercenaries. Great! Everyone was overjoyed. In order to ensure the transportation of personnel and materials, I need to build a sub-base on Sunil Star immediately. Do you have any objections? No. Everyone shook their heads. After establishing a consensus, Han Xiao walked aside and called Philip. Help me contact the Norios Consortium and the Rosos Consortium. I will build the third base on Sunil Star in the Gadon Galaxy. I will help me list the material list and send it to these two groups to borrow their channels. Summon the 200,000 mercenaries from Sunil Star. All the members come to Sunyuan City to gather. They need to build the base. Also, I will issue a Legion recruitment, and the place Sunil Star is the recruitment target, and all the Black Star mercenaries are recruited. After accepting a series of orders, Philip responded. The command has been confirmed. Han Xiao did not stop and released a new mission directly to all players through the faction panel. League Expansion, third base. At the same time, Sunil Hoshi was a camp outside the wilderness. Sunil's soldiers patrol the periphery. In the camp, many players set up stalls, and some players gathered people to form teams. There are many players stationed in each camp, and there are mission points and exploration points near the camp. Players stay in the camp for supplies, which naturally forms an ecosystem unique to players. Feng Yu sat in the corner with the symbol of repair on her head. She was setting up a stall to repair equipment, and business was endless. She chose to follow the crowd and come to Sunil Star. As a casual player, she doesn't like fighting and killing very much. She always thinks that mechanics are the most suitable profession for her. In version 1.0, she followed Black Star for a long time and accumulated a lot of benefits. Her ability to maintain and manufacture equipment is obviously more outstanding than that of many players of the same profession, and she's among the best. Although the 2.0 version itself has not received special treatment from Black Star again, Feng Yue's business has always been very good with its leading advantage. Other players are more willing to repair and purchase equipment from her, allowing her to earn a lot of money, have more resources to improve her own strength, and form a virtuous cycle. However, Feng Yue rarely fights. She enjoys the plot more than PK. The Sunil's employment is very pleasing to her. It makes her very happy to save this group in danger and gain the gratitude of the Sunils. There are many plots like Feng Yue to players. For these players, the interests are put second, and they want a good story more. Han Xiao formulated a business strategy for the Black Star Legion to lay eggs by borrowing chickens and allowing players to experience different plots by hiring. Sunil is an example. turning their stories into Legion deeds. At this moment, Fengyue found that the players on the street stopped at the same time and opened the panel. Seeing this, she knew something big happened and hurriedly checked the panel. The task of building the third base issued by Han Xiao immediately caught his eye. "Hey, has Black Star come to Sunil too? Strange. Can you build a third base before the mission of Sunil's rescue operation be completed?" "Don't worry. He can build a new base. This is a good thing." The players talked a lot, left in groups, heading to Morihara Castle, and the camp suddenly became empty. Most players have already substituted themselves into the Black Star Army. Their players' role in expanding the camp is credited with their players. They think that their performance in Sunil has made the camp grow, and they immediately feel honored. Every time the camp develops, players can develop a sense of business fulfillment, and Han Xiao's means of shaping a sense of belonging are very effective. Fengyue closed the stall and headed towards Morihara City. In addition to the mission, she also had another goal, which was to find Black Star to learn some better drawings. She has accumulated a lot of experience in the past few months. Not only her, but also the mechanical players who stayed at Sunil Star were looking forward to learning new drawings from Han Xiao. The site of the third base is not far from Morihara Castle. After receiving the construction mission, the 200,000 players and mercenaries who were staying in the wild returned all the way. A spacecraft picked up the car and quickly assembled. Outside Morihara City, 200,000 players were crowded with darkness, vast, dense, and noisy, with all their eyes focused on Han Xiao. Han Xiao once again borrowed the Dragon Pole's horn's sturdy outfit and sat on a mechanical throne and floated in the air. It's not that he wanted to cheer up. There are so many players, and if he didn't go to heaven, he wouldn't be able to see him at all. There was a period of time when he had not had close contact with players. Han Xiao roughly observed that the 200,000 players who had been in Sunil Star for several months had significantly changed their dress and could be roughly divided into 3 types of people. The first type was wearing heavy armor, mostly Sunil soldier armor, and some were wearing worker bee armor. It is worth mentioning that the Sunil series armor of these players are all Legion products. The Sunil people obviously knew that Han Xiao had secretly learned their drawings, but even if he knew, it would be useless. The second type of player does not wear armor, which only accounts for about 1/10 of the total. The Han technician doesn't know whether they are poor or poor. Even if it is a martial arts or superpowers, buying a set of armor is beneficial and harmless. Even the pioneers in the war field have to wear special armor. However, although this kind of player does not have armor, he also has some mechanical equipment on his body, such as firearms, melee mechanical weapons, shield generators, and other equipment. The third type of players also does not use armor. They wear nuclear magnetic powered flight backpacks, and you can tell at a glance that they are artistic. In general, all players are using the products of the Black Star Army. The equipment has been iterated and has been completely renewed. Now, these players look a bit like a space marine, but in Han Xiao's eyes, it is more like a green leak land. Sunil Star is an NPC resource area. It allows 200,000 players to grow here for several months and accumulate a large amount of resources. Each leek grows well, rich in nutrition, and is green and green. Seeing everyone looking at him, Han Xiao coughed and made a serious expression, saying in a deep voice, "Due to your work results, the Sunil's plight has been alleviated, but there are new obstacles in this mission and we need more help. Therefore, the original plan is ahead of schedule. We will build a third base on this planet as a stronghold. Philip has sent the specific location to your communicators. Building a new base requires everyone's help," Han Xiao said roughly, and the players had no objection. He followed him to the reserve base to select the location and began to clear the trees and level the terrain. Legislature Expansion Third Base is a series of camp tasks, which includes a lot of construction work that needs to be completed by players. Each subtask rewards experience and camp contribution. Players are extremely enthusiastic, not only because of the reward, but also because they have participated in the project of building the base and personally contribute to the growth of the camp. The establishment of the third base is also a benefit for themselves. The new stronghold represents the Legion that will store a lot of supplies in the third base. At that time, players will not need to pre-order the faction products, but will directly pick up the goods at the third base. Moreover, since the employment mission has to be returned to the base to receive it, in addition to the Kim Star base and the Sea Blue Star base, players have an additional place to receive employment or stay. This is the new stronghold of the Black Star Army in the vast universe. Han Xiao informed the interstellar engineering team that he had worked together for a long time, that he would arrive at Sinil Star soon. But the engineering team only built buildings, and the specific facilities needed to be improved by their own people. Collecting 200,000 players can significantly speed up the construction of the third base. The Norios Consortium and the Rosos Consortium both provided some help and reclaimed a large number of materials through the consortium channels. Han Xiao made a rough calculation. The two financial backers save him about 600,000 inars. This time he was planning to invest 2.7 million inars to build a third base. Now the total assets in the account are close to 50 million inars, and he can easily bear the expenses. Thinking that a year and a half ago, he had only borrowed 3 to 4 million yuan and spent more than half a year to build the number 1 base. In less than 2 years, his assets increased by more than 10 times, and his development speed was very considerable. The player is efficient. Not long after, a large piece of flat open space was added in the forest. Since the ordered construction materials have not been transported, the player cannot start construction for the time being after leveling the terrain. Dozens of warships on standby at Sinil Star were moved here, forming a temporary camp where players gathered here, and Han Xiao also stayed here. Taking advantage of this opportunity, players came to Han Xiao one after another. They wanted to learn skills, but they were basically in the mechanical department. They haven't seen the mechanical department instructor in a few months. They are now suffering from a long drought. This move was exactly what Han Xiao wanted, so he planned it early, not selling knowledge of drawings this time. He has a specialty from the academic associate profession, research theory. The effect of this feat is to add 1 point of intelligence for every 3 skills, and currently provide about 300 points of intelligence bonus, which means that Han Xiao now has nearly 1,000 drawing skills in total, which consumes his countless experience, which is an astronomical number for players. Selling some low-level drawings has little impact on him. Han Xiao released dozens of low-level mechanical drawings in one breath. Players have basically reached level 70 or above. At this level, low-level drawings are no longer rare. Players can integrate them by themselves, but due to the diverse knowledge combinations, each mechanical player is always unable to integrate the required drawings, and the drawings they know are different. He directly sells various drawings to indirectly help players escape the bottomless pit of gambling drawings. Seeing the dazzling array of drawings, many mechanical players' eyes shone brightly. After working at Sinil Star for several months, this group of players is not lacking in experience. Although the drawings given by Han Xiao are not technically high, they cover all aspects, including guns, explosive bombs, military soldiers, shields, mechas, energy, vehicles, etc. The betting on drawings is very lucky. There are also no 1 in 1,000 mechanical players, so every player can find drawings that are useful to them and supplement their own shortcomings. Han Xiao is not worried that mechanical players will affect the sales of the Black Star Legion after learning drawings. In terms of cost, players will definitely not be able to compare with the mass production line and cannot achieve the characteristics of high-quality and low-price products in the Legion. Moreover, Han Xiao does not sell the drawings of the camp products, and he sells similar machinery that is half a grade lower. In fact, Han Xiao's development plan also has a plan to join the materials industry and resell raw materials to players and make another profit. While expanding the Black Star Army business, it also facilitates players, allowing them to purchase the required raw materials directly from the faction store without having to collect them everywhere. Among the 200,000, there are 50,000 or 60,000 players in the mechanical system. They are very happy to learn the drawings, and most of them learn more than one. Han Xiao's experience reserves quickly became richer, quickly broke through the billion mark, and were still growing rapidly. At this time, the players also discovered that in addition to the low-level drawings, there was also a high-level drawing that made them excited. Void Dragon Mecha. This is a god-level drawing. Damn it, this is fierce. The mechanical player was overjoyed. He looked at the price and required 600,000 INRs. Many people showed a look of pain, but the awesome parameters of the Void Dragon Mecha drawing were like a sexy girl in exposed clothes, constantly signaling the player to face me. In the eyes of players, the attributes of the Void Dragon Mecha undoubtedly fall into the category of divine equipment. Some players with payment ability hesitated for a while and gritted their teeth to learn. Seeing this, Han Xiao showed a subtle smile. Although this drawing is advanced, he has a mad ape and can no longer use the Void Dragon, and it is just sold to players. The manufacturing of Virtual Dragon Mecha is extremely difficult, and players can barely succeed in building it at level 90 or above. Moreover, the core material is the Void Dragon Bone. This is what Han Xiao values most. Even if a player really creates it, it cannot be copied. What want a mass production? Okay, just ask Emeth for her dragon tank. You should be able to experience a way of dying that is more important than Mount Tai. Within 1 or 2 versions, the probability of players creating it is extremely slim. If you buy it back, you can only enjoy the pleasure of it. Want to get started? It doesn't exist. From the player's perspective, the mecha drawing that best suits their current situation is actually the Tungsha that Han Xiao has long eliminated. With the current capabilities of mechanical players, it is feasible to create Tungsha, and the cost is within the controllable range. Once the Tungsha drawings are sold, this individual mecha will quickly become popular among the player group, and the average combat power of the players will be greatly improved. But because of this, Han Xiao does not sell Tungsha. If the player is in place in one step, how can you use Sunil series armor to cut leaks in turn? Therefore, the technician Han chose to teach the drawings of the Virtual Dragon Mecha and drew a big pie for the player. There is no difference between a person without a dream and a salted fish, and dream can just make a circle of benefits. However, he didn't want to cheat the player too badly. At least the price of the Void Dragon Mecha drawings is far lower than its own value. Logically speaking, a mecha drawing of this level can even be called a high price of more than 100,000 INRs if placed in the Interstellar. In this wave of harvest, Han Xiao's experience soared again, easily exceeding 3 billion yuan, and he couldn't help but smile at the harvest. Feng Yu also learned the drawings of the Void Dragon, quickly browsed the materials, and murmured, Void Dragon Bone. Hey, it seems a bit familiar. Isn't this a specialty of Longtan? As a player who followed Han Xiao in version 1.0, Feng Yu personally went to Longtan. She was the first person with clues among all the mechanical players present. It lasted for a while, and at night, the mechanical players dispersed and returned with a full load. Han Xiao's experience reserves reached 9.4 billion. The average selling price of low-level drawings is about 40,000, and there are about 50,000 or 60,000 mechanical players. Each time, more than one drawing is purchased, thousands of people have bought the Void Dragon Mecha. In total, they have harvested about 9 billion experience. This wave is fat enough. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. Some in-use drawings have gained a lot of experience, which is quite cost-effective. After enough experience, Han Xiao did not delay. He returned to the spacecraft's practice room, opened the panel, invested 3 billion experience, and advanced to 3 levels in a row. Virtual Mechanic improved to LV20 Max, Strength 350, Agility 3, Endurance 3, Intelligence 6. You get 6 free attribute points. You get 1 potential point. The main occupation level reaches the upper limit, and you can continue to upgrade after completing the transfer requirement. Registration requirements. Intelligence is greater than 1300. Mechanical affinity is greater than 580%, excluding active skill bonus. Randomly reaches the attribute requirement. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Ordinary players have a lot of extra points, and it is often difficult to meet the requirements for transferring positions, and they will be forced to study a secondary career. But for Han Xiao, this kind of job transfer requirement is the simplest. The main occupation job transfer requirement is mostly related to the characteristics of the profession itself. For example, the core attributes such as intelligence and mechanical affinity, Han Xiao has always exceeded the normal standards of the level. Intelligence attributes. He threw all the free attribute points he just obtained, and the basic value reached 1536 points, which has exceeded the transfer requirement. In addition, 10% of the natural disaster level bonus and more than 300 points bonus from research theory. The actual intelligence value is close to 2,000 points. The basic mechanical affinity, combined with expertise and passive skills, is 686%, which also exceeds the transfer requirements. This means that Han Xiao does not need to learn a new deputy position, and his own attributes have met the transfer standards. Wow, I've been lucky recently. Han Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. Could it be that the effect of touching Ferdinand is constant? Since he met the requirements, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly invested in his experience, and was promoted to another level to complete the transfer. A tingling sensation in the brain produces many new insights. The transfer requirement has been completed. You have obtained a new profession, Star Sea Mechanic LV1, Strength 180, Strength 1. Agility 3, Endurance 3, Intelligence 8. You have obtained 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have understood the skills Master Level Mechanical Affinity. You understand the skills Super Fast Virtual Invasion. You understand the skills Quantum Network Matrix. You have obtained expertise Summary of Mechanical Theory. Your expertise Virtual Technology Specialization has enhanced the effect. Your skill Intelligent Defense Strengthening has the effect of strengthening. Your skill Intrusion Operation Enhancement has the effect of strengthening. Shanghai Mechanic has entered the advanced stage of the mechanical department. At this level, it can be called a master. The upper limit of this stage has been increased by level 5, and the maximum level is 25. According to Han Xiao's memory, in his previous life, most mechanical players entered the A level in the Shanghai Mechanic stage. The new profession is called Star Sea Mechanic. The machinery created is more powerful, and its application range gradually transitions from small scenes to the ranks of interstellar wars, making it more advanced. In terms of specific enhancement, it is to create more powerful mechanical weapons. For example, Kylo is the Star Sea Mechanic, and the Shipbreaker Giant Soldier is the drawing he studied during the Star Sea Mechanic stage, and finally, it was cheaper for Han Xiao. From the perspective of players, this part of the reinforcement is reflected in the fusion of drawings. Changing to Star Sea Mechanic is a prerequisite for drawings at a higher stage, and previous knowledge combinations will unlock more drawings. In terms of skills, Star Sea Mechanic will strengthen the tendency of specialization in the previous stage of selection, greatly enhancing Han Xiao's virtual technology, strengthening the relevant skills and expertise, and also obtaining 2 new virtual technology skills. Super Fast Virtual Intrusion. As the name suggests, it greatly accelerates the intrusion speed at the cost of shortening the permission retention time. Quantum Network Matrix is a core skill with 2 effects. The first is the surge in invasion range. Range is an important attribute of virtual technology. Face-to-face intrusion and invasion through a whole galaxy are obviously completely different realms. Quantum networks are everywhere. The level of virtual technology determines the degree to which a mechanic uses quantum networks. Han Xiao's range has increased significantly, but there is still a big gap from the terrifying range of the galaxy level. Mechanical country. Only a super A-level mechanic like Manison has this terrible range, cross-galaxy, and even cross-cluster invasion strikes. The second effect of this skill is the virtual invasion version of sputtering. For example, the target of invasion is 2 independent intelligences, but the 2 exchange data and information in real time. Then, if one of the intelligences is invaded, the effect of indirect invasion is produced through the information interaction between the 2 parties, which is similar to the mechanism of computer spreading viruses. It is equivalent to the AoE-type virtual invasion attack, but the difficulty of determining indirect invasion will be higher. As for Master-level mechanical affinity, it goes without saying that if you upgrade to the maximum level, you'll get a 75% mechanical affinity effect, practical skills. The last, Summary of Mechanical Theory, is a specialty. This ability is like mechanical analysis and understanding. It is one of the core skills of the mechanical system. The effect is to convert intelligence into mechanical affinity, with a conversion ratio of 30 points of intelligence equals 2.2% mechanical affinity. As the main profession continues to increase, the increase in strength of the core attributes of the profession is becoming more and more significant. So Han Xiao is fully smart. Level 146. Han Xiao thought for a while, but did not continue to upgrade. He filled the new skills he had and saved the remaining billions of experience. Transferring a job is a watershed, so it will significantly increase combat effectiveness, but the next upgrade is not high. It takes a lot of experience to upgrade to level 160. The inventory in his hand is far from enough. It is better to keep the upgrade skills and get more potential points. What he lacks the most now is potential points, only single digits. With full energy and a torrential force flowing in his body, Han Xiao could feel the significant changes in his own body, and his perception became clearer. He gently stroked the compression ball, subconsciously showed the structure of the machinery in his mind, and his understanding of the machinery became deeper. After feeling it for a while, Han Xiao left the practice room with satisfaction. Only then did he see the message from Melas, inviting him to attend the pre-war meeting to discuss how to deal with the alien species under the ground. Han Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. The Sunils hired the Black Star Army to eliminate underground aliens, and they must have already had a rough plan. Rather than discussing, it was the Sunils who introduced their plans. Han Xiao came to the military barracks conference room, and through the door, he could hear the fierce debate inside. When he opened the door and walked in, everyone looked over, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. The senior officials of Sunil stood up to greet him, and Melas and Shaline were also here. Han Xiao clenched his fist and covered his mouth and coughed, asking, "How are you discussing?" "His Excellency Black Star, we are all waiting for you to make an idea." A bald senior Sunil spoke respectfully. Han Xiao thought about it, and remembered that this senior was called Ukizi, who was the right and left hand of Sunil's leader, and had a high status. "I am just an executor, only responsible for specific actions, and the general strategy is your employment requirements, which cannot be decided by me." Han Xiao waved his hand. As a mercenary, he didn't like to interfere in his affairs. "Oh, okay. Then I will talk about the strategic goal to clear underground alien species or reduce their number to a safe level, at least to allow us to safely destroy the underground silent stone veins. There are currently 3 ways to deal with them." Alkiz opened the projection and explained in detail. The first plan is to send troops into the underground and wipe out the nests of underground alien species one by one. This plan will consume a lot of manpower, and it is difficult to estimate casualties because the underground is their home court. We cannot let go and will encounter various difficulties, such as getting lost, landslides, etc., which is a bad strategy. Second, lure alien species to the surface on a large scale, and then use war weapons such as spacecraft and missiles to bomb, which has a higher killing efficiency. It can eliminate tens of millions of alien species at a time, but how to lure them out is a problem, and it is best not to use nuclear weapons. We don't want to cause too much pollution. The final solution is to capture some underground aliens alive, study their body structure, develop specialized biological and chemical weapons, and place them underground, and kill aliens on a large scale without fighting. However, the difficulty, cost, and time of development are all problems, and the uncertainty is too great. At this moment, Han Xiao's panel suddenly changed. You trigger the A-level camp mission. Clear the underground aliens. Task Introduction. Under the Earth of Sunil, there are ancient species living in the planet. They are the indigenous people of this planet, but they have become enemies that hinder Sunil's continuation. You accepted the request of Sunil people to completely solve this hidden danger. Tip. This mission is a series of tasks in the camp. You can complete the following requirements in this mission. Study sample. Capture 1 underground xenotype alive. Reward 20 W experience. Study sample 2. Capture 10 underground xenotype alive. Reward 20W experience. Study sample 3. Capture 50 underground xenotype alive. Reward 100W experience. Study sample I. Capture 10 underground xenotype alive. Reward 5W experience. Study sample V. Kill 1,000 underground xenotypes. Reward 500W experience. Mine vein destroyer. Repeat each time a spooky stone vein is destroyed. Reward 20W experience. The remaining 8 goals. Expand/recover. After the task is over, the number of goals completed will be scored and performance will be given additional rewards. New A-level mission. Han Xiao felt aroused. This should be Sunil's main plot. When the official action is done, players can also trigger it. Different planets have their own main tasks. So Han Xiao has always attached great importance to the NPC resource area, borrowing chickens to lay eggs, and making up for the plot of the Black Star Army itself. It not only has employment tasks, but also the main tasks that the plot itself comes with. The rewards are very generous and double happiness. Everyone stared at Han Xiao, and Melos interrupted. Black Star, which plan should we implement? Han Xiao came to his senses, knocked on the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and said, It's all used. Alkiz looked happy and nodded repeatedly. This is the best. We Sunil will also send troops to fight with the Black Star Legion. After discussing the details of the plan for a while, everyone's consensus was to capture some underground alien species alive and study their bodies. The faster the work, the better, and Han Xiao did not delay. After the pre-war meeting, he took Melos and Shalind onto the spaceship and headed to the entrance of one of the underground alien nests. The three of them are strong, not worried about risks, and are most efficient in their work, so Han Xiao did not take the player. If it weren't for the trouble of capturing the task alive, he would rather act alone. The spacecraft soon came to the place. It was an excavation site with many drilling machinery arranged and a huge hole with a black hole extending to the ground unfathomable. This is a mine cave that mines underground veins, but it has become the first site for discovering underground alien species. At this time, a large number of Sunil armored soldiers were stationed here to block the cave because they have limited knowledge of underground alien species. This move is to prevent underground alien species from rushing to the surface. When the spacecraft landed, Han Xiao informed the camp commander. The commander welcomed the three of them in, and the patrol soldiers threw a respectful salute. It was late at night, and the sky was pitch black, and only the camp lighting equipment around it released strong light. The three of them stood at the edge of the cave and looked down. The strong light could not penetrate the unfathomable darkness. Han Xiao was about to go down, when Melos suddenly spoke in a complicated tone. Hey Xing, do you think this matter is disgraceful? Oh, Han Xiao stopped and turned to look at Melos. Are you referring to dealing with the alien species under the ground? Yes, Melos said nervously. The emergence of underground aliens made things worse. No one expected to discover the native race of Sunil Star. Sunil is an outsider. If you want to solve the disaster, you have to deal with these underground aliens. From another perspective, this has become an invasion. Without the help of the Black Star Legion, Sunil would not be able to deal with the underground alien species and could only live with fear. But with the Black Star, Sunil would have the confidence to eradicate the opponent. By comparing the combat power of both sides, it can be expected that once the war begins, it will evolve into a unilateral massacre of underground alien species. Melos is from Sunil. He stands in Sunil's position. Even if this matter is not so glorious, he must do this for the future of the clan. But Black Star is different. Hylon Star, the hometown of Black Star, has been invaded by the Dark Star. Its situation is similar to that of the underground alien species. They are all victims of being bullied by higher-level civilizations. Will Black Star stand on the position of the underground alien species and be dissatisfied with the actions of the Sunil people? Melos was worried about this and wanted to know what Han Xiao thought. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and hesitation stared at Melos's eyes, and hesitation was seen from it, as if he cared about his next answer. Han Xiao suddenly felt a little moved. Since he became a natural disaster, his prestige in the eyes of B-level cadres has gradually increased. He has been with Melas for several years and is quite familiar with Melas' personality. Melas was decadent for many years before he began to serve the tribe. Compared to those senile warriors who suffered hardships, he seemed less decisive and had more ideas. In his previous life, Melas could die exhausted to resist the disaster, which was very heroic. Now, his experience is different from his previous life, and his mentality naturally changed. You think too much. There are not so many moral constraints in the struggle for survival. They're all different positions. I won't help. Sunil is the one who is done. Didn't you hire me just to avoid this? Han Xiao patted Melas on the shoulder. Indeed, Sunil is an outsider, and the underground aliens are innocent. They did nothing wrong, but the survival of the weak is an eternal rule. The underground aliens hinder Sunil's survival. Since you have no choice, don't sympathize with your enemies. I know, but what is the difference between us doing this and the Dark Star? Melas stopped talking. Sunil's parent star was destroyed by the invasion of the Dark Star and was also a victim, but now he is transformed into an invader like the Dark Star. This kind of character change makes Melas' mood unspeakable. Sunil is not a Dark Star. The Dark Star is destroyed for destruction, and you are continuing the race. The motives are different. This is a fighting between races for survival. Since you, Sunil, cannot move, your only goal is to eliminate natural enemies. There is only a difference between strength and weakness, no right or wrong. Don't feel too guilty. Han Xiao paused and added, if the underground aliens pay me to hire me and let me drive Sunil away, maybe I will stand on their side. You don't want me to fight your tribe away. As a chaotic neutralist and a very professional mercenary, this kind of problem is not a problem at all, and there is no intention of pointing fingers at Sunil's approach. Every corner of the universe is playing a drama of competing for survival resources every day. A large number of species are born or died every second. If one is not my race, his heart will be different. Survival is the first requirement. Melas smiled helplessly, and Han Xiao's attitude made him feel relieved. Haixing didn't hate him because of this. Stop talking. Hurry up and start. Shalind, who was standing beside him, was impatient, and his tone was cold, and he jumped directly into the hole. Seeing this, Melas sighed and jumped down. Han Xiao activated the mad ape mecha and followed closely behind. The three of them flew down for a while, and the entrance of the cave gradually disappeared. Their vision was pitch black, and there was no light source. Han Xiao turned on the night vision device. At a depth of several thousand meters from the surface, the three of them arrived at the end of the cave and stepped onto the flat ground. In front of me was a dark underground space, with complex passages and extremely twists and turns, like a beast path. There were several strange stone veins nearby, and several underground alien nests were entrenched. The Sunils dug here and officially discovered the existence of underground alien species and lost some detection teams, so they stopped digging. Only the traces of artificial excavation around the cave, and further to the distance is the world of underground alien species, which is very large. The area discovered alone is far more than Morihara Castle. I don't know how many years it took for the underground alien species to build such a spectacular underground world. The temperature of this depth is very high and rich in geothermal energy. Han Xiao turned on the life detection radar. A nest in the distance was full of dense light spots. The light spots represent underground alien species, and the number was extremely terrifying. Just one nest is home to tens of millions of underground alien species. Sunil numbered these nests, and they were going to the nearest nest number 1. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the underground world. Sunil is so big. I don't know how many nests there are still undiscovered. The scale of underground alien species is hundreds of millions, and it is the well-deserved master of this planet. The nest spreads outward with the midpoint of the veins, and the light spots around the veins are the highest density, just like the city center. After following the radar for a while, the three of them approached the periphery of the nest. Corrosive mucus on the ground and rock walls gradually appeared on the ground and rock walls. Over time, they had already turned into a thick colloidal blanket, which was very thick and tough to touch. Doo-doo. At this time, the radar suddenly warned that more than a dozen alien species were passing by in front of him. Han Xiao activated the hyperopia function to lock in these alien species. Han Xiao accelerated and approached the alien species in an instant, and his movements brought about a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen alien species were knocked to the ground. In the face of the absolute strength of the natural disaster level, there was no suspense in the battle. Melas and Shilinder followed and controlled these alien species. Their mission was to act as coolies. The underground alien body is more than 1 meter long and has some Zerg characteristics. The carapace protects muscles, with fluff in the gaps, mucus seeping outward. The head is very small, and no eyes have evolved. It has only 4 flexible tentacles. The mouthpiece is full of fangs, feeds on rocks, and has 4 muscle-needed anti-joint legs that can run and jump. It is a vertebrate, has a hard carapace tail, and the end is a shovel-shaped bone. The overall appearance is very ferocious. Catch the sample, let's go back. Melas whispered. You guys go first, I'll go deep into the nest to take a look. Han Xiao waved his hand. The two of them naturally had no objection. Han Xiao's combat power didn't need to worry about them. They obediently acted as a coolie and took more than a dozen underground alien species back the same way. Han Xiao was the only one left. He looked at the battle information just now. The attributes of underground aliens jumped into his eyes. The total level was average between 30 and 40. They were beast creatures, all with the expertise of spiritual resistance. Apart from that, there were no other highlights. The mental resistance is indeed very high and will not be affected by the Sword Stone. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Next, he needed to figure out the reason why the underground alien species lived near the Sword Stone. Activating the stealth function, Han Xiao moved at high speed deep into the nest and began to frequently encounter underground alien species. However, the hiddenness of the mad ape is naturally not something that underground alien species can detect, and the journey is smooth. The more you go to the center of the nest, the size of the underground alien species becomes larger and larger, gradually growing from a body size of more than 1 meter to 3 or 4 meters, and the carapace becomes thicker. Han Xiao suddenly found a rock wall with crooked scratches, which combined into a picture of unknown significance. He carefully identified it for a while and confirmed that this was a mural carved by the underground alien species with its tail. Is this a way of recording? The words of alien species underground. Han Xiao's heart moved. The appearance of the way of recording often means that civilization is beginning to sprout. Are the underground Xenogra transitioning from wild beasts to smart species? The thought flashed by. Han Xiao continued to move forward, and soon came to the vicious stone or vein and found that there was no trace of mining of the ore vein, as if the underground alien species had never used the vicious stone, but were just guarding the mineral vein. Do underground aliens just like the spiritual radiation of the weirdo stone? Han Xiao was a little curious, and suddenly had the idea of destroying the ore veins and tested the reaction of the underground alien species. Han Xiao lifted his hiding, released the watchmaking agreement, and bombarded this small piece of ore vein. Boom! Explosions continued, and the passage quickly shaking. The next moment, the radar showed that the underground alien species in the entire nest seemed to be crazy and gathered here frantically. The surging underground alien beasts rushed over, closing all spaces. Han Xiao was calm and set the watch protocol to a blasting attack, fired freely, and beams of light cannons shot out, exploding in the beast group. The powerful power easily teared up pieces of underground alien species. The underground alien species continued to flow, but none of them could rush to Han Xiao, and they were all broken into minced meat, piled up higher and higher. Han Xiao walked in a leisurely manner, and a huge gap in strength made the number of underground alien species meaningless. Although there is no danger, this phenomenon made Han Xiao realize a problem. Why do I cause damage to the Guyu stone mineral veins? This nest will be sexually rioted and all towards me. This phenomenon is a bit like a reaction that hits the key points of a living body. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he guessed. The whole sexual riot means that a nest has group consciousness. Perhaps the communication method of underground aliens is mental fluctuation, and the entire nest forms a group spiritual network, and the weird language stone just has spiritual radiation, which has affected the underground aliens for many years, leading to the evolution of the mental power of underground aliens. Perhaps the underground aliens are using the weird language stone to maintain the spiritual network? Therefore, is the underground alien species using the skeptic stone or veins as a tool? Is it a communication-based station? This can explain why underground aliens have to build nests near the Gyushi mining veins. Perhaps it is more appropriate to use tribe. Only one underground alien tribe is allowed to exist in an underground alien tribe. Each tribe is a closed ecosystem. Gyushi mining veins are considered the external organs of underground alien groups. How come the racial characteristics of this form are somewhat similar to the World Tree civilization? Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a slight dizziness, and the panel popped up a prompt to swim the screen like flowing water. You're under mental attack, and the level gap is too large. You are immune to this damage and are determining the negative effect. After the judgment, you are immune to the disturbance state. You actually have mental attack methods. Han Xiao was shocked and immediately checked the combat information. He found that ordinary underground aliens did not have such ability, but those elite aliens of 3 or 4 meters all have the mental disturbance skills. The level gap is too high, and Han Xiao also has the resistance of advanced mind toughness. Most of the spiritual attacks of elite aliens are invalid, but a few attacks are lucky to be judged and disturb his mind. Han Xiao became alert, and his mental attack restrained his blood-blue exchange. He stopped stopping. The mad ape instantly activated and turned into a black light, breaking out a bloody path in the beast tide, and it was like a bamboo shoot, and it was gone. Following the way back to the entrance of the cave, the natural disaster-level lethality was amazing. He killed thousands of underground aliens in just a short time. As long as Han Xiao was given enough time, it would be no difficulty to wipe out all underground aliens by his own strength. Unfortunately, the level gap is too large, and there's only 1 point of killing experience. Even if he kills tens of millions of underground aliens alone, he has only 1 million experience, which is far less than cutting leaks. However, for players, Massacre is a way to quickly upgrade. A player did this in his previous life, and in the end he was burdened with countless wanted warrants. He could use up the resurrections every day, even more than a great technician in Han. A lot of information was collected, and Han Xiao rose along the cave and flew back to the surface. He saw Melas and the others waiting for him at the edge of the cave. More than a dozen alien species captured alive were put into cages and firmly controlled. Black Star, what did you find? Melas smelled a strong smell of blood. Well, there's a lot of interesting information. Let's talk about it when you go back. The 3 of them boarded the spaceship and returned to Morihara City. Sunil's scientific research department waited early and successfully handed over the underground alien species captured alive. Han Xiao told Sunil's scientific research department about his discovery, which was the sign of the emergence of civilization of underground alien species, the role of the strange stone or veins, etc. This trip easily completed several small goals of Sunil's main mission, especially the killer series of goals, and obtained millions of experience, and the mission evaluation was significantly improved. Next, the Sunil Research Department will complete the research on underground alien species, and the Interstellar Engineering team will come to build the 3rd base. After completing these 2 points, the underground alien species can be officially eliminated. Meanwhile, nest number 1. Just after Han Xiao left, the underground aliens collected all the corpses and piled them up together. The scene was extremely bloody. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would probably feel nauseous and vomit. Countless underground alien tentacles swayed wildly, as if they were having some silent communication. After a long time, all the underground alien species seemed to have reached a consensus, all gathered in the Orvane area, lowering their bodies, as if they were worshipping the Orvane, just like ancient totem worship. Immediately afterwards, all the underground alien species suddenly began to dig veins with their shovel-shaped tails, mine piles of silly stone, or piled together and protected closely. Hundreds of underground alien species wanted to swallow the Gayu, Shuan mine, but were attacked by their companions and quickly bitten to death. The underground alien species were digging very quickly and had a huge base. Not long after, the huge Orvanes were mined rapidly, and all the strange stones were dug out. Elite alien species 3 or 4 meters high moved huge silent stone or to form a huge team, protected by countless similar species in the center. Immediately afterwards, this underground alien tribe of tens of millions abandoned its original nest and began to move towards the distance. During this period, a porter ate the slut stone and was also beaten to death by a group. His companions tore open its body and dig out the undiluted slut stone from the corpse's belly and continue to transport it. This underground alien tribe began to migrate, and it was getting farther and farther away from the cave that Han Xiao and others entered. A few days later, the Interstellar Construction Brigade finally arrived in Sunil, and the players' temporary camp finally completed a gorgeous transformation at the construction site. The structural drawings of base number 3 were improved on the basis of base number 1, and the engineering team showed off their business capabilities and quickly laid foundations and built houses with advanced engineering equipment. Players came in handy. Their work enthusiasm was high. They uphold the spirit of hard work and worked hard to contribute to the expansion and construction of the Black Star Army. They cooperated with the engineering team to take a two-pronged approach, and the construction efficiency of the number 3 base was astonishingly high. More members of the Black Star Army responded to the call and gathered on Sunil Star. All cadres, such as Aroshia, Renard, Sivya, Jean-Dai, Harmon, and others were present, bringing thousands of mercenaries. The other hundreds of thousands of players operating outside are also coming one after another. So far, the number of players on Sunil Star has increased to 280,000. Sunil issued A-level missions, which made players feel extremely enthusiastic. So far, all A-level missions players have seen are the main missions, and the upcoming war between Sunil and the underground aliens is also regarded as a new main story by players. Since entering the interstellar world, players have not experienced a major event that can be called the new main plot. The Black Star Legion is the backbone in the eyes of players. Everyone believes that following the Black Star Legion is the key point to start the next stage of the plot, and the current situation confirms their ideas. Because of the Black Star Legion, Sunil's main line was created. This is the plot brought by the camp. Players can distinguish the relationship between the primary and secondary, and see the greater potential of the Black Star Legion. This means that they can trigger more main plots as the camp grows. Due to the working nature of the Black Star Legion, with Sunil, there will definitely be other main lines and a bright future. Recognizing this, countless players were extremely excited. They fantasized about the future possibilities of the camp, and couldn't help but feel a huge expectation of itchy hearts and numb bladders. Perhaps the real advantage of being born on Aqua Blue Star is to join such a good camp as the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao has been paying attention to the dynamics of the players. Group activities help improve cohesion. Mainline tasks like Sunil can make players feel more belonging. Han Xiao remembers that many large A-level mission planets are part of his plan. As long as Sunil's pilot is completed, they can bring players a main line every once in a while. In the conference room, all the cadres gathered together. This was the largest number of people in several months. All the cadres were recruited to participate in the employment and brought most of the Legion spaceships and a large amount of supplies. Han Xiao sat in the first place and projected the data on the table to explain the situation. The Sunils have achieved results in studying the physiological structure of underground aliens. Underground aliens have certain wisdom. The head tentacles are their important organs of perception outside. They release weak mind power to detect the outside world and image the brain feedback. In other words, the tentacles are their eyes. Renard interrupted and nodded slowly. Is the mind-sensing creature? Such a race has great potential. Everyone glanced at him and didn't say anything. Han Xiao continued. The communication methods of underground alien species are divided into two types. The first is tentacles, and the two alien species can communicate spiritually. The second is that if the underground alien species is near a certain amount of strange words, they can conduct wide-area spiritual connections, and at the same time communicate with all similar types in the range. The number of strange words determines the range of wide-area spiritual connections. In addition, underground alien species have a weakness, which seems to be very afraid of ultraviolet rays. Research shows that normal sunlight can burn them. This is both good news and bad news, which means that we cannot lure underground aliens to the surface. So, we currently have two countermeasures. First, we send mercenaries to the underground combat, step by step, and slowly eliminate alien species. On the other hand, we must try to make large-scale biological and chemical weapons targeting underground alien species. Yi Qing, this task will be handed over to you. Han Xiao quickly explained the situation and began to assign tasks. He had a pharmacist under his command, so he was too lazy to spend more money to ask various drug research institutes. I remembered me when I encounter a problem. I won't come to me when I'm fine. Let me tell you, now I like to save people. Don't come to me if I study poison gas or something. I want to be a good person. Yi Qing hugged his arms with both hands, turned his head to express his dissatisfaction. Han Xiao glanced at her and said, I have approved the research fund you applied for last time. Don't worry, I will definitely get the poison for you. Yi Qing changed his words instantly, without any moral integrity. Han Xiao rolled his eyes, turned to look at Fording, and changed into a smile. Fording, I want you to help detect the spiritual network of underground aliens. Help us understand the communication status of underground aliens, and try to see if it can mislead underground aliens. Because underground aliens use spiritual communication, this is where the Mind Master plays a role. So that's why you call me here. Fording looked helpless and shook his head. I refuse to help. He is not a mercenary, but a customer, and he does not want to participate in the massacre, and he is quite resistant. Okay. Han Xiao didn't force it. Anyway, he had 3 Volga brothers. He was about to turn his eyes away. Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, how are you in Qinxing now? He was still thinking about Fording's personal mission. I'm chatting with her every day, so the relationship is okay. Fording scratched his cheek, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Are you embarrassed? Is your relationship really just okay? Han Xiao's scalp was numb, and he felt that the result he had expected was gradually realizing. It's so scary. Will you see the real, divine friendship? After coughing, Han Xiao knocked on the table, returned to the original topic, and said seriously, At present, we have only found 7 nests, all built near the underground stone mineral veins. Renard, you have made some equipment to detect the spiritual radiation of the stone mineral veins on a large scale. It is best to detect it across the surface and arrange it on the spacecraft so that our spacecraft can search the world and find all the nests of all underground aliens. Renard sat upright and nodded calmly. It will definitely be worthy of the mission. At this time, Melas scratched his head and suddenly interrupted. I have a problem. Han Xiao looked over. What's wrong? Actually, I wanted to ask. Merlos pointed at Renard. Who is this person? Reinhardt has only been joining for less than a month. Except for Sivia, Aroshia, and others who are staying at base number 1. The cadres present basically do not recognize him. But if you can feel Reinhardt's powerful aura, they are probably the strongest man in the audience except Black Star. Melas asked everyone about his thoughts. I am Reinhardt, a mechanic. Because I admire the style of Lord Blackstar, I specially joined the Blackstar Legion and asked him for knowledge. Lord Blackstar is now my teacher, and Sivia is my senior sister. I am a logistics director of the Black Star Legion. I am very happy to work with you." Reinhardt's tone was stern. "Senior sister?" Everyone was shocked and stared at Sawia in unison, almost engraving the words of suspicion on their faces. Sivia shivered all over, shrank her neck, and became furious. "I've said it hundreds of times, don't call me that." With this small episode, everyone met Renard and accepted this colleague. After the talk, Han Xiao stood up and said, "Let's work." 2 days later, the sun shines brightly. In the military camp near the cave, a large number of players gathered here, and there was also a Sunil armored legion, fully armed and ready to go. Today is the day of formal action. Because the underground alien species feared ultraviolet rays, they abandoned the countermeasures to lead snakes out of the hole. It takes time to develop poisons and detect more nests. All they can do is to attack the ground. Unlike the serious and silent atmosphere of Sunil's troops, the players are ready to try. So many people act together. It's such a big scene. The bigger the scene, the more interesting it is. The main mission officially began, and most players came. Basically all of them were warriors. This was a racial war, and they personally participated in the war scene of hundreds of thousands of people. Many people were excited. Most people don't care about the racial status of underground aliens. They only care about the mission requirements. Just tell them where to go, who to kill, and how much rewards they will be. The commander-in-chief of hundreds of thousands of players and Sunil's troops was Melas. He was standing in the front at this time. Behind him were Shalind and Sunil's warriors, and next to him were some of the Black Star cadres, including the 3 brothers Aroshia, Jindai, Harman, and Volga. Han Xiao did not act together. He was supervising the construction progress of base number 3, strictly guarding and preventing the engineering team from cutting corners. In order to allow the huge troops to enter the underground, Sunil has broadened the diameter of the cave in the past few days, and the black hole is like the big mouth of an abyss. Melas turned around to face everyone, spoke, and used his martial arts power. His voice turned into a surging sound wave, which spread to the entire army with a strong and powerful force. "Sunil's soldiers, our tribe has suffered too much. The last enemy is underground. Only by removing them can we end all this and let Sunil move toward a bright future. So, my compatriots, fight with all our might." Sunil's soldiers' breathing became heavy. Everyone who was willing to become a soldier had long decided to sacrifice their lives for the tribe. Now he finally saw hope. Everyone was in high spirits of fighting, and the underground alien species suddenly became an irreconcilable enemy in their eyes. "Set out." Melas walked into the cave first, and a huge army followed him and entered the cave in a mighty way. The long march failed to erase Sunil's high morale. Many players were also influenced by this atmosphere and felt that they were saving Sunil, and they all felt a sense of pride. Finally, the vanguard arrived underground and quickly took out various lighting equipment to light up the dark underground world. Unexpectedly, the troops did not continue to advance, but stayed around the cave and began to build a camp. Because the underground world is too big, there are several nests nearby, which cannot be eliminated overnight. So the tactic is to take steps to build camps in the underground world as bridgeheads and supply points, giving mercenaries and Sunil soldiers a place to cultivate. After sorting out the team, Melas turned on the life detection radar and just took a look. He was shocked. All the life signals they discovered last time were gone. And this time their target was nest number 1, but now the target is gone. Melas looked surprised. He thought the radar was broken. Melas suddenly became alert. They didn't know enough about underground alien species, and abnormalities often represent danger. At this time, large troops from the rear entered one after another. Melas quickly ordered to stand by on site and handed over the work of building the camp to the main troops. He personally led the vanguard troops to the number 1 nest. As he went deeper, Melas became more and more vigilant and prepared to be attacked at any time. However, he was unobstructed and came to the depths of the nest smoothly. The underground alien species in nest number 1 seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Where did they go? Melas was puzzled and did not stop moving forward. He soon arrived at the location of the Gayu stone mining vein. Seeing the situation of the ore veins clearly, everyone was stunned. The ore veins were actually empty, and the mining traces were obviously left by the underground alien species, as if all the weird stones were dug out. Melas hurriedly asked someone to investigate the situation of the entire nest. Not long after, he finally came to the conclusion that the underground aliens of this tribe left the nest with the wicked stone. Why is this happening? The other nests have obviously not changed, but the nest we explored last time disappeared. Melas suddenly widened his eyes and suddenly realized that it was because of their appearance that the underground alien species took the initiative to migrate. The wisdom of the underground alien species exceeded his imagination. Moreover, there are tens of millions of underground alien species. They've all been removed in just a few days. The efficiency of this race is so terrifying. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other. They came with high fighting spirit, but found that the enemy had disappeared. It felt like a punch hitting cotton, and their hearts were empty and full of a sense of gap. Melas hesitated for a moment and said, "Camp first. The situation here is beyond expectations. I will report it to the senior management first." What? The underground aliens have shown amazing wisdom. Sunil's senior ouchies received Melas' response and took a breath of fear. The weird word stone is something Sunil must destroy. They thought the underground alien species were restricted to the near-mine veins, but they did not expect that the underground alien species would take the initiative to dig out the weird word stone and migrate everywhere. Although the ore vein is gone, the weird stones produced by this ore vein still exist, and it has also increased the difficulty in disguise as the underground alien species wander around. Moreover, the potential displayed by the underground alien species has sounded the alarm in Auk's heart. In time, underground alien species will definitely grow into new intelligent races, and sooner or later, they will become new civilizations, competing with us for the survival resources of this planet. They must be killed in the budding stage. Auk's fist clenched. Run away with the weird words? What is this operation? Han Xiao also received the report, looking thoughtful. He suddenly had a bold idea. Han Xiao thought that underground aliens must build nests near the ore veins and cannot be moved, but Melas' report refreshed his impression. It turned out that underground aliens would move on their own. This concept is equivalent to finally hitting the high ground and preparing to tear off the crystal on the opposite side, but found that the opponent was carrying the crystal and slipping away. I actually fled. Could it be because of the last time I invaded their nest? Han Xiao was quite surprised and reasoned. The entire nest besieged him an invader, but he easily escaped, and many of his tribes died in battle. Although only a few thousand alien species were killed, under the connection of the wide area mind, other underground alien species seemed to be in the scene. In other words, he alone scared tens of millions of underground alien species in this tribe, leaving them with an indelible psychological shadow. It is instinct to know that fearing the strong is instinct, so the alien species in nest number 1 treats him as a natural enemy. So the whole migration and the wide area spiritual connection provides the alien species with efficient decision-making ability. It should be true. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his neck, feeling that he was guessing that the alien species had animal habits and would take the initiative to retreat when encountering dangers that they could not resist. This situation made his thinking suddenly clear. The biggest reason why Sunil attacked the underground alien species was to destroy the veins protected by the underground alien species. Now it has been confirmed that the underground alien species can actually dig the mineral veins themselves for transport. Since it can be migrated, there is room for resolution of this contradiction. As long as the underground alien species take the weird word stone to leave Sunil and replace it with an unmanned planet as a habitat, the problem will be solved. In this way, Sunil does not have to perform the act of extermination, which is the best solution for both sides. Han Xiao frowned and immediately realized the difficulties. This approach seemed very good, but in fact the feasibility was very low. to capture hundreds of millions of underground alien species one by one, to choose a livable unmanned planet, and to prepare a large number of spacecraft to be responsible for the migration, it would cost dozens of times the manpower and material resources. If it were possible to move, Sunil would have left long ago. Obviously, Sunil does not have such ability, and they do not want to abandon the home they finally built. Therefore, eliminating underground alien groups is more cost-effective and once and for all. For Sunil, protecting underground aliens is a completely waste of resources, and destruction is always the easiest. So, if migration is used instead of extermination, external forces must be intervened, such as large consortiums. Han Xiao frowned. So the question is, what is the significance of consuming a lot of resources to migrate underground alien species? Can the benefits brought by an uncivilized race be comparable to the expenses of interstellar migration? If it cannot be repaid, the value of rescue will be greatly reduced. According to the content of the employment, it is unnecessary to retain underground alien species. And now, it is confirmed that Sunil will definitely implement the idea of extermination. So this means that the power of life and death of a species depends on one's own thoughts. Then, whether to save or not. Han Xiao was a little hesitant. There was no room for reversal in the conflict between races, but now another possibility appeared. Even if Sunil realized it, he would never take the initiative to mention it. Therefore, as long as Han Xiao did not make any suggestions, the attack would continue until the underground alien species were completely eliminated. He was originally just an executor and only needed to fulfill the employer's requirements. But when he realized the new method, his role changed. He was no longer a simple mercenary, but became the only decision-maker who could determine the survival of a species, and the pressure to make a decision was moved to his head. When there is no choice, Han Xiao will not have a psychological burden. But the situation is different. The weak species cannot dominate their own life and death. He has the power to determine the survival of an entire race. After thinking for a long time, Han Xiao sighed. Melas continued to act and attack another nest. Understand. Melas hung up the communication. Han Xiao put away the communicator, called Sawiya over, and asked her to supervise the engineering team. Then he left the construction site and found Fording, who was enjoying the natural breath in the forest. In a lush forest, Fording sat cross-legged under the tree, and the invisible fluctuations of thought power caused ripples in the air. This is the manifestation of the Mind Master's spiritual power when he practiced his spiritual power. Mind power is the energy mixed with energy and mental power. There are also similar abilities to awaken in the superpower system. However, the ability of Mind Masters to be among the 5 superpower systems is to have a complete system of systematic training. As long as talented people can master mind power through training, there is no need for genetic mutations in the superpower system. What's the matter with you coming to me? Seeing Han Xiao's footsteps, Fording opened his eyes and showed a polite smile, unable to hide the distant look in his eyes. Fording was very resistant to the Black Star Army's employment and massacred an indigenous race, which touched his bottom line. Fording's attitude towards Han Xiao changed subtly. I would like to ask you for a favor. It was the last time I asked to study the wide area telepathy of underground alien species and try to communicate with them. Han Xiao spoke slowly. Didn't I refuse? My answer is the same. Fording didn't think so. He knew that this war was not wrong, but he still didn't want to be an accomplice of the massacre. Han Xiao was not surprised. Based on his understanding of Fording, this guy tended to be neutral and kind. You misunderstood. This time, it was not the reason for the last time. Han Xiao explained his idea of migrating underground alien species and smiled faintly. If we could build a bridge of communication, maybe this hypothesis could become a reality. Fording's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly stood up. Are you saying true? You know my credibility. Han Xiao smiled. Fording stared at Han Xiao, and suddenly showed a warm smile that was enough to make the girl scream, and the surroundings were stained into warm tones. I did not read you wrongly. Let's go. I will do my best to help you. The two looked at each other and smiled. When he came to invite Fording's help, it was Han Xiao who made the decision, and he chose to save the underground alien species. It's not because of his kindness, but because he advocates sustainable development. Sunil's employment was gone after it was done, and the genocide was exterminated once and for all, while the migration left behind underground alien species, which had potential benefits, which was equivalent to harvesting double portions of leeks in a vegetable field. The underground alien species is a race with great potential. It may have the opportunity to become a new NPC resource and have the value of investment. Although the initial investment is not small, Han Xiao now has squandered capital, transplanting leeks, digging a hole, burying some soil, and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mental communication avoids the problem of language barriers. If we can reach a consensus with the underground aliens and let the underground aliens voluntarily leave Sunil Star, we can actively gather together, saving a lot of energy without having to capture them one by one. However, with the level of civilization of underground aliens, they may not be able to understand the concepts of universe and planet. They have never even looked up at the starry sky, so the only way is to let underground aliens feel the threat of death like this time and dominate them with fear so that they can surrender for survival. Therefore, proper massacre is still essential. In addition, there's another reason for doing this. The epic feeling of saving a group is obviously even bigger. Players will prefer this kind of drama of playing the savior, so they have a greater sense of belonging to the Black Star Legion. Of course, regaining Fording's favorability is also a reason. Han Xiao didn't want the leaks at home to pull him out of the field and run away. Half an hour later, the underworld. The conquest forces established temporary camps, and the lighting equipment made the dark underground world as bright as daylight. Sunil's armored troops stood guard on the periphery in martial law. Melas had received the next instruction to lead the army toward the lair number 2 marked on the map. When they arrived at the edge of the nest, the vanguard soon encountered a large group of underground alien species, about 300 or 400. Damn it, this is much uglier than in the photos. Many players showed disgusting expressions, especially many female players with pale faces. The alien monster with insect characteristics underground, which is an unforgivable heresy in this era of looking at faces. This group of underground alien species also discovered the Crusade troops and came over, with their tentacles swinging, as if curious about what this group of unseen erect creatures was. Tutu, the next moment, the armored troops fired together. Sunil's armored soldier looked cold and decisively pulled the trigger of the large-caliber armor-piercing assault gun. The gunshot broke the silence underground, and the dazzling gunfire illuminated the underground. The dense rain of bullets easily tear the bodies of hundreds of underground aliens and turned into minced meat. Promote! The non-commissioned officers from various squads shouted loudly. Sunil's troops strode forward. Heavy armor stepped on the ground, and the steps were neatly, and the players on the side were watching him. Rumble at this moment. An earthquake-like sound occurred in the nest. The ground was shaking slightly, and the sound of the rushing beasts approaching quickly. Defensive formation. Stick to the position. Sunil's troops quickly changed their formation, ready to withstand the impact. Boom! A black torrent flowed out from various channels, and the number of alien species in nest number 2 also reached tens of millions continuously, and the ground was shaking continuously. At this moment, Melas finally spoke. His voice shook like thunder. Black Star Mercenary, open fire freely. Hundreds of thousands of players rushed out, and the crowd lit up with colorful light. Boom! 2 torrents collided fiercely, and the war broke out. At the same time, Han Xiao and Fording came to Sunil Research Department and borrowed more than a dozen underground alien species that were captured alive. More than a dozen underground alien species were locked up separately, without letting them contact each other. There was a small pile of weird stones in the middle, providing them with wide-area telepathy. You are an expert. I'll leave it to you. Han Xiao reached out and made a request. Fording smiled slightly. releasing his mind's power to touch the strange word stone. The underground alien uses the strange word stone as a communication base station, which is equivalent to a server. As long as the Mind Master adjusts the mental fluctuations to the frequency of the alien, he can log in to the online chat channels of more than a dozen underground aliens. After adjusting for a while, Fording's eyes lit up. It's successful. As soon as he finished speaking, Fording's expression became strange. What's wrong? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It's not the same as I imagined. Fording looked strange. Accept my spiritual link. I'll pull you in too. Han Xiao nodded, feeling that Fording tried to connect his soul without rejection. Just as he accepted it, his vision suddenly divided into two pieces. One side was the real world, and the other side entered a vast white space, which looked like no boundaries. This is the spiritual cyberspace, and he could cut off the link at any time. The underground aliens in Ferdine are both inside, and their locations are the same as those in the real world. The appearance is vague, luminescent bodies, and only the outlines of the body can be seen. Before Han Xiao could come back to his senses, more than a dozen underground alien species started to chirp through mental fluctuations. Wow, another compatriot comes. Why do you look different? It's so ugly. Han Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect that he was regarded as a tribe by the underground alien species. With the cognitive level of alien species, he probably thought that all individuals who could log into the spiritual network were the tribe. After chatting for a while, the group of underground alien species quickly diverted their attention and started chatting with each other. Why are we locked up? I don't know. And you have asked this question. Those long creatures are so strange that they actually feed us food and take our stools. Haha, I already understand, because our stools are the food of those creatures. So that's it. I understand. So if we pull more, they will feed more. What a pervert, there are even stools. Hee, I just pulled a big piece of poop, and I will definitely be full in the next meal. Wow, so awesome. What the hell is this? Han Xiao's mouth twitched when he heard it. From the perspective of the alien species underground, this conclusion is really damn reasonable. He thought that this group of underground alien species had a deep grudge, but he didn't expect that it was such a unique style. Although the style of painting is far from what I imagined, Han Xiao got a lot of information from it. Underground aliens have certain logical abilities and have a certain level of intelligence, but their cognitive abilities are still in an uncivilized stage. After trying for a while, the spiritual link established by Fording could communicate normally with the underground alien species. After getting the result, Han Xiao cut off the mental link. Communication through the sage stone is feasible. If fewer veins are used, it should be possible to communicate with a nest at the same time, Fording said. Then try finding a nest. Han Xiao nodded, and a flash of inspiration, and he had a goal. Underworld, nest número dos. The smell of blood was strong, and the plasma was filled with the eyes, and it looked like the scene after the massacre. Many players' faces turned pale. This picture was too impactful. Even if they completed many small goals of clear underground alien, everyone couldn't be happy and couldn't help but turn on the green eye protection mode. Only the Sunil soldiers looked indifferent. They were used to seeing hellish disasters and were indifferent at this time. They also suffer a reduction in their combat just now, and most of them had their armor covered with scratches. Melas led his troops to advance step by step, directly destroying the number 2 nest, killing millions of alien species. The remaining part of the alien species escaped timidly and also took away some of the strange stone veins. The logistics mining troops mined the wicked stones in the center of the nest. The troops stayed here to guard and rest to prevent the escaped aliens from coming back. By the way, they used flamethrowers to spit out raging flames and burn the underground alien corpses all over the ground. Melas was resting with the ship killing knife. He took the lead just now, like a moving meat grinder, killing tens of thousands of underground alien species. His strength was far inferior to Han Xiao, and he consumed a lot of energy, and his eyebrows and eyes were full of fatigue. After a while, a non-commissioned officer ran over and saluted. The mine vein is excavated. Commander, please instruct the next action. Back to the temporary camp, and replenish the ammunition. Although the underground alien species are not strong, they cannot hold on to the large number. It has consumed 60 to 70% of the ammunition at one time, and basically everyone is injured. If you continue to attack the next nest, casualties may rise significantly, and Melas decides to go back to the camp to rest for a few hours first. The troops set off and return to the temporary camp next to the cave. Melas suddenly saw two figures appearing next to the camp, which were Han Xiao and Fording. "Why are you here?" Melas came up with a look of surprise. Han Xiao did not answer this question, but turned his attention to the troops and asked, "How about casualties?" "There are few casualties, but—" Melas looked embarrassed. "This is the first siege. There are many underground alien nests all over the world. The casualty rate is not optimistic. Sunil's casualties will be very heavy, so we can only rely on our mercenaries to fight." The mine vein detector made by Renard has been put into use. Han Xiao dispatched dozens of spacecraft from the Legion to detect the world, which is very efficient. However, in just a few days, dozens of underground veins have been found at different locations in Sunil's star, all of which are nests. Those nests are large and small in size, with the largest population of tens of millions and the smallest population of millions. The total number of underground alien species has reached billions. When Melas thought of the huge number of enemies, he couldn't help feeling heavy. Moreover, other nests are located differently, and many places need to be redrawn holes. If there are no immortal Black Star mercenaries, it would be a dream to just Sunil's desire to exterminate the underground alien species. Only the Black Star Legion can do it. Han Xiao knew Melas's idea and briefly explained the migration plan, saying, "I came here this time to try to communicate with the alien species underground. If some alien species can be convinced and convinced each other, it can transform many enemies." Melas's eyes lit up. If he could reduce casualties while expelling the alien species underground, he was very willing to do so and asked, "Do I need to change my strategy?" "No. You continue to attack the alien species nests, but those who escaped do not need to pursue them. You must plant the seeds of fear in their hearts to facilitate persuasion." Han Xiao said slowly, "Compared to simple killing, it is naturally more efficient to pull one batch to fight one batch." After leaving the camp, Han Xiao and the others came all the way to the exterminated nest number 2 and followed the escape route to catch up with the remaining alien species that fled in a hurry. This tribe suffered heavy casualties. It was inevitable that Han Xiao and the others would fight, but it did not pose any threat to Han Xiao. He released a mechanical giant hand and smashed and killed, and Han Xiao and Fording made a way out, approaching the group of strange words that were transported by aliens, invading the spiritual network of aliens. The next moment, all the alien species that were attacking stopped at the same time. If they could express their expressions, they would have looked confused. In their cognition, only the same tribe has the ability to connect the soul. However, Han Xiao just killed a group of people, but he was not their compatriots. The current situation immediately confused this uncivilized underground alien tribe. "Who are you?" In the spiritual network, countless alien species have shocked emotions. "I am the Black Star, the messenger from among the stars." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he quickly introduced the situation, but made appropriate modifications. He threw the blame for the massacre of underground aliens to the Sunil people. Han Xiao portrayed Sunil into a character like a big devil, and he was portrayed as a friendly messenger who was willing to help underground aliens and could persuade the Sunil people to give up the massacre, claiming that they could protect them from the massacre, provided that they surrender and move out of the planet with the wicked words. In order to let the underground aliens understand the situation, Han Xiao also popularized the basic knowledge of the universe and the starry sky, and also carried out some coercion and temptation. The communication efficiency of the spiritual network is extremely high, and all members of this tribe are in a state of confusion, as if they are listening to heavenly books. What Han Xiao said is the most basic knowledge for interstellar citizens, but it overturned the worldview of alien species underground, like a myth. In their eyes, the underground is the whole world, and the universe and the planet completely surpass their cognition. Underground aliens look at enemies from the surface, and like Sunil's opinion of them, they both think that the other party is a dangerous existence. One end, the underground alien species, which seemed to be the leader of the tribe, took the initiative to initiate the exchange. "We are willing to surrender. Please don't hurt us anymore." Almost all aliens lay down and made surrender, and the scene was spectacular. The tribal leaders were very respectful and humble. The knowledge Han Xiao said seemed too shocking to them. Due to their uncivilized nature, they could not help but treat Han Xiao as a godlike figure and worshipped the original totem. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and it was much easier to convince than he had imagined. When he thought about it, he suddenly realized that the intelligence level of underground aliens was comparable to that of children, civilization had not yet been civilized, and there was no high-level emotions such as honor and shame, and the concept of hatred was also very weak. The underground alien species have not yet escaped from the habits of wild beasts. If the wild beasts are beaten, they will show their vital points to express surrender. This tribe has been slaughtered by mechas and has long been scared. Because underground alien species have almost no natural enemies, their food is rocks, no survival contradictions. They have been reproductive for many years, rarely experience struggles, and at most they rub with other nests. If you have to describe it, this species is actually very simple. I just look too ugly. It's probably because the ground is too dark and no one can see them, so it grows as soon as possible. With a communication foundation, you can have an in-depth understanding of the civilization structure of underground alien species. Han Xiao asked, and through the other party's answer, he had a comprehensive understanding of underground alien species. Underground aliens know that there are other similar nests nearby, and occasionally they fight for each other for the savage stones. From their social structure, underground aliens are currently in the tribal cultural stage of the savage period. Each tribe grows independently, and the degree of evolution of different tribes is different. Some are wiser, and some are more barbaric. The culture is sprouting and flowers are blooming. If the original trajectory is followed, it may take many years for the underground alien species to complete tribal merger, gradually become a smart civilization, and establish a city-state or kingdom. Now, with its own external force intervention, the development process may be shortened by thousands of years and no longer be wild growth. "What do we need to do?" the tribe leader asked. "Well." Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "You convince all the tribes in this area to convey my meaning. From now on, you will be my messenger. If you complete the task I assigned, go to the cave to find the visitors from the surface. They will not hurt you." "Wow, it's great. They won't attack us." The whole tribe was happy, chattering nonstop, with a sense of optimism. He gave instructions to make sure the tribe understands their mission. Han Xiao was about to leave when he suddenly realized something and asked the tribe leader, "By the way, what's your name?" "What's the name?" The tribe leader was confused. Han Xiao had no choice but to explain, "This is a title. Let others know that this title represents you. For example, I am Black Star and Black Star is me." The leader of the tribe seemed to understand. "Oh, okay, let me give you a name." Han Xiao glanced at Fording next to him and suddenly felt inspired. "You are so beautiful. Just call it Morning Star." Fording suddenly had a violent mental fluctuation, and the Morning Star in his body let out a deafening roar. "I will definitely kill you. Did you hear that? I will definitely kill you." The ugly appearance of the underground alien looked like her, but she had a name like her. Chenxing was very ambiguous, which was simply something she could not bear. Fording looked helpless. "Hey Xing, stop playing with her." "Tisk, tisk, it's worthy of being won, so I'll start protecting others." Han Xiao curled his lips and said to the leader of the tribe, "That was invalid just now. You're called Menya." "Haha, it's impossible for someone to jump out of the coffin to oppose him." "Menya," the tribe leader muttered, and suddenly became happy. "I have a name. As for your tribe?" Han Xiao touched his chin, and a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. "Just call me Menya tribe." "Wait, then isn't this guy the Menya leader?" Looking at the happy alien leader, Han Xiaofu smiled with a bad taste. The method of persuading similar people through the budding tribe is effective. There are 5 nests in this area, one of which was scared away by Han Xiao, and the Mungbung tribe surrendered. In the next few days, Melas defeated the remaining 3 nests, and then the Mungbung tribe convinced the remaining alien species of the 3 tribes to relay Han Xiao's meaning. Two-pronged approach, the efficiency is higher than simple killing, and this area is eliminated efficiently. This surprised the Sunil soldiers. Unexpectedly, the legendary Black Star actually had such an operation. The result of the action made them convinced Han Xiao and did not need to waste time chasing the escaped underground alien species. The deserters of the 3 tribes were persuaded by the budding tribe and surrendered with their respective schizophobic stone base stations, which greatly saved their energy and avoided more casualties. Hundreds of thousands of players had a fierce discussion on this. After discovering that the underground aliens had considerable wisdom, some players began to express different opinions on the act of slaughter. There were various remarks. Han Xiao's method of persuading the underground aliens to surrender made many players quite agree with it. However, such players accounted for a minority and were basically a plot stream player with a strong sense of substitution. At the beginning, only a few players discussed this topic. Most of the players were melon-eating crowds, just doing tasks. They didn't expect so many twists and turns. However, as more and more posts of discussion were discussed, more players couldn't help expressing their opinions and began to stand and were involved in the topic, and their popularity gradually increased. Most people are used to being sympathetic to the weak. After seeing the cruel massacre, many players feel unbearable. Although the underground alien species look a little disgusting, after watching it for a long time, they are actually quite handsome. What AF***CK? If you don't even have eyes and eyebrows, you will be a ghost if you can be handsome. In short, sympathy is sympathy, and players will not be lenient when doing tasks to kill monsters. However, the name of Berry Tribe made all players laugh and get to this point. These players have experienced the incident in version 1.0. The impressed organization was very impressed and couldn't help but play with memes on the forum. Mingya, Coach, I want to have a box lunch. Mingya, now, I can't hide it anymore. It's time to lift the coffin. Princes, generals, and ministers, would you rather have a seed? Shock. In fact, Mingya is the real big boss, a cosmic, mysterious organization, with a small trumpet all over the Sea of Stars, and the Sea Blue Star is just a clone of its own. This huge force has been hidden for billions of years, and what we are exposed is just the tip of its iceberg. Mingya. Discover. My small trumpet is exposed again. I realize that this is the inheritance of faith. I want to spread the seeds of revolution throughout the universe, and Mingya is immortal. The spirit will last forever. The bud of heaven is silently watching you and praised it. Continue to blow. Mingya is very satisfied. The existence of Mingya tribe has made the heavy atmosphere a lot happier. In this area, only the last escaped tribe was left without solving it. Melas led his troops to advance along the route of the escaped tribe. The surrendered underground alien species of the embryonic tribe used their special skills to open the way. Under the guidance of the radar, everyone found the newly opened underground nest of the tribe. However, there was no battle this time. The leader of the Mingya tribe contacted the leader of the escaped tribe through the strange word stone and relayed Han Xiao's meaning. The escaped tribe did not resist. When the buds outlined Han Xiao's figure, the tribe immediately recognized it. Han Xiao was the source of their escape, leaving behind a psychological shadow. This tribe was very brave. When the budding report Han Xiao, they did not hesitate too much. The tribe members reached a consensus on the spiritual network efficiently and directly pointed out to surrender. The problem was solved without fighting for the first time, and it was very relaxed. Melas felt from the bottom of his heart that Han Xiao's decision was really wise. All 5 nests in this area were cleared out. Melas led his troops to evacuate the underground, and there were more areas that needed to be handled in the same way. As for how to deal with these surrendered underground alien species, it became a problem. Melas asked Han Xiao for instructions. Han Xiao's meaning was very simple. Because there were too many underground alien species and they were unwilling to come to the surface, the cost of guarding was too high, so most alien species were temporarily left in the original area to wait. The 5 tribes lived together and arranged some surveillance instruments to monitor the actions of surrendered alien species around the clock. Then, the siege troops took some alien species, including the leader of the budding tribe, and went to other areas to continue the persuasion work. Melas tasted the sweetness of pulling batches and making batches, and there was no objection. For the next period of time, the Crusade forces have been using this strategy. All underground mineral veins of Sunil Star were finally detected by Renard. There are 127 underground heterogeneous nests, roughly divided into 41 major gathering areas. The siege troops cleared nearly half of the global alien cluster areas. After counting, the number of underground heterogeneous species persuaded to surrender reached 1.7 billion, and there was no count of the number of massacres, but only a lot of them were more. The method of persuading surrender is not to be unfavorable. The alien tribes are relatively independent, and the development status of each region is different. There are always some barbaric tribes that are even more uncivilized and do not understand the meaning at all. The budding tribes are persuading here, and there is no way to communicate normally. The way to deal with them is to kill them all. All players' main missions of Clear Underground Alien have gained a lot, and Han Xiao saw it in his eyes and felt sweet in his heart. Seeing that the players were growing well, he was not idle either. During this period, he changed his tricks to harvest the players' experience and wallets, and his experience reserves gradually approached the 10 billion mark. The experience of upgrading in the future is astronomical, and it is not okay to cut leaks without hard work. The Crusade was on the right track, and the 3rd base was finally completed. A brand new and magnificent Black Star base took root in Sunil Star. Players gave a good review one after another, and they were honored. Melas did not encounter any difficulties and did not need Han Xiao to take action himself. He had the ability to improve the equipment of base number 3. This time he was no longer alone. As the deputy, Renard helped a lot. The two worked together and soon built the military factory of base number 3. Renard's personality is too serious, which makes people feel uncomfortable in normal times. But at work, such a personality is simply perfect. Han Xiao is really satisfied with Renard's workability, and perfect mechanism plays a great role. Han Xiao has been coveting this specialty for a long time. This time he has enough time to spend time together, constantly striking indirectly and trying to trigger Renard's mission, but he has no root hair. Han Xiao has no choice but to face Renard, who is unable to get into the oil and salt. He doesn't know how to get Renard's perfect mechanism, template expertise. Han Xiao knew that some non-template rare specialties of the mechanic series, such as primary mechanical sense, precision mechanical sense, etc., and the effect is naturally far worse than perfect mechanical sense, but he also wanted to make up the numbers. After all, he is a mechanic, and it is unreasonable to have no specialty in the mechanical department. Looking at the panel series of fetish expertise, people who don't know think he is an MT and is too inappropriate. Unfortunately, the location of obtaining mechanical expertise is a bit far away. It's not in this star cluster, and Han Xiao has no time to go there now. Yiking finally achieved results. He specially developed targeted biochemical weapons to address the body structure and genes of underground alien species, which are large-scale infectious. After getting sick, underground alien species will gradually become weak. The mouth parts and carapaces will gradually peel off, and the stomach and esophageal infection will cause pus to flow and finally cannot eat. Either they will die of illness or starve to death, with a cycle of about 10 days. In the current situation, there is no need to use biochemical weapons, and the target has changed from extermination to migration. However, since there have been research results, Han Xiao still equipped Melas with a certain amount of biological and chemical weapons for him to use them carefully. At least in this way, with the means of killing alien species on a large scale, the efficiency of the attack can be improved. The day after the development of biochemical weapons, Sunil's senior manager, Han Xiao, suddenly visited the door. In the reception room of the third base, the two sat opposite each other. "This is really a spectacular base." Han Xiao spoke first, speaking with a flattering tone, but there was an envy that could not be hidden in his eyes. In just a short period of time, Black Star built an amazing base, and the indirect connections and wealth displayed makes Sunil now out of reach, and Han Xiao can't help but envy it. "It's okay." Han Xiao crossed his legs, pointed his thighs with his fingers, and said slowly, "It's normal to attack. You come to me today. Is there anything else?" Ukizi made a suggestion right away. "You are employers and have this power. Your plan is very fruitful, and many underground aliens have been concentrated. I think this is a good opportunity to use biochemical weapons, and you can directly kill all aliens at one time." Han Xiao paused and looked at Han Xiao. This guy wanted to take the opportunity to act and use the current achievements of the Black Star Legion to achieve Sunil's own goal. Han Xiao subconsciously looked away and avoided looking at each other, and then felt that he had no need to be afraid. Black Star was the mercenary they invited. As an employer, they were naturally qualified to make demands, so they muster up the courage to look at Han Xiao. "Those underground aliens have surrendered, and I will move them to another planet. Do you ask me to give up this plan and insist on extermination?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Han Xiao focused heavily. "Interestingly, I paid for the migration of underground alien species by myself, and you didn't need to bear the cost. So tell me the reason." Han Xiao was silent for a while, avoiding the reason, and said, "I think this is a very reasonable requirement. We Sunil is the employer. I hope you can perform tasks according to our wishes, and at least you can save the cost of the migration." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Indeed, the mercenaries work according to the employer's requirements, but in terms of specific implementation plans, we have the right to decide on their own. Your real need is to control Sunil Star. In my eyes, extermination of the clan is not the best plan. Although I am a mercenary, it does not mean that I want to execute all the employer's orders. I have the right to refuse all the requirements I think are improper. If you have no reason to do this, let it go." When Akizi saw Han Xiao's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth, made up his heart, and expressed his true intention. If the future troubles are not eliminated forever, the underground alien species will develop on other planets in the future and want to regain Sunil's star and attack us. What should I do? Can you ensure that this will not happen in the future if you don't kill them completely? "Hey, I really want to kill the roots." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he spread his hands and said, "Indeed, I can't guarantee whether the underground alien species are future troubles." Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "So please." At this time, Han Xiao suddenly interrupted him and smiled. "But even if they're really a future problem, they're different from their current mission. Will they fight back against Sunil in the future? Hey, what's my business?" Ukizi was stunned, and then he was about to get angry, but he thought that Han Xiao was the one he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only suppress his anger and said in a more stressed tone, "Since you are a mercenary, you must at least abide by professional ethics. How can you say such things? We hired you just to hope that you can solve our difficulties for us. Yes, isn't the Black Star Army solving the problem for you now? Otherwise, what do you think we are doing?" Han Xiao smiled and joked, "Mercenaries are not nannies. If you spend money, we will work hard. This is a transaction, but it does not mean that we must always be responsible for your future. Even if the underground alien species will counterattack, that is another thing. Not mentioning how many years have the underground aliens developed before they can have the ability to counterattack. Sunil has no obstacles. Will it not develop? If it really starts fighting in the future, you will hire me again at that time." Han Xiao hugged his arms with both hands, with an expression of, "I just don't reason. How can you do it?" Han Xiao widened his eyes and couldn't speak. There was such a shameless person. Of course, it would be impossible to force me to destroy the underground alien species. Han Xiao suddenly changed his mind. Han Xiao ignited hope again. "But," Han Xiao showed a profiteering smile and rubbed his fingers, "I have to add more money." Han Xiao's veins raised, and he clenched his fists suddenly. If he hadn't been able to provoke Black Star, he would have wanted to overturn the table now. What a damn blackheart. Since Sunil thinks that underground aliens are hidden dangers, then pay a little price to eliminate them. Han Xiao shook his finger. I would like to remind you, strictly speaking, those surrendered underground aliens are now my captives and spoils. If I want me to abandon the spoils, you must at least pay something of the same value. He was sure that Sunil would not add money, which was a polite refusal. Since the migration has been decided, it is impossible to change it to massacre, otherwise it would be equivalent to deceiving Fording. The young face raised by the goddess of luck may be discouraged and have a sharp decline in favor. Moreover, going back on one's word is not conducive to establishing the image of the Black Star Legion in the minds of players. Aoki's face turned blue and pale. He wanted to eliminate the alien species under the ground, but when he thought of paying a high extra fee, he was reluctant. Sunil's financial situation is not optimistic. It has already spent a lot of savings to hire you this time. Our tribe members have suffered hardships and can no longer have any risks. This is just a slaughter for you. Aochais did not give up. As the left and right hands of Sunil's leader, he was equivalent to a buffer belt for communication between the two sides. So although he saw Han Xiao's intention of evasion, he still pretended not to understand Han Xiao's meaning and gritted his teeth and made a big blow. Hearing this, Han Xiao lost his patience. His smile gradually disappeared. He stared at Akizi lightly. His tone increased. You are not optimistic in finances? Don't forget, if I hadn't given you a discount, you wouldn't be able to afford me. Akizi was shocked. What does the Sunil's plight have to do with me? If it weren't for Melos, would you think I would care about your life or death? Aochais was speechless. Everything at the moment was Melos's credit, and he could not deny it. Han Xiao's eyes were like a torch, and his tone was firm. Don't treat my kindness as your capital to get more and more. This is already a warning. The atmosphere became tense. You misunderstood. Ukizi hurriedly explained, looking cramped and sweating in his palms. He did not dare to have conflicts with Han Xiao. Anyway, I don't want to hear the suggestion of extermination for the second time. Han Xiao waved his hand. Zaiwia sent him out. The door opened, and Zaiwia looked expressionless. Please follow me. Hello, Haixing. You really misunderstood. Seeing Han Xiao's cold face, Alcas had to stop talking and dare not explain too much. He followed Sawia and slipped away in shame. When he arrived at the door, he turned around and said goodbye with his teeth. I'm very sorry I'm disturbing. Yes. Han Xiao waved his hand and watched Akizi leave, unable to help but curl his lips. I think so beautifully. I don't want to pay the price and want others to be evil. How can I do such a good thing? This is a private meeting. Han Xiao is not worried about affecting the relationship between the two parties. Now Sunil has something to ask for him and dare not do anything privately. But he never has hope for any politician. As long as the other party fulfills the transaction conditions, he doesn't care no matter how others think of him. Han Xiao thought about it, took out the communicator, and contacted the two financial consortiums. Halfway through the mission, it is time to start preparing for migration. Migrating 2 or 3 billion underground alien species is a big project, requiring the dispatch of a large number of spacecraft, and the power of the consortium is twice the result with half the effort. Underground World, Nest Number 77. Nest Number 77 is the largest underground alien tribe so far. Only Nest Number 77 is located in the entire cluster area, and there are no other tribes. This is the new goal of the siege troops. According to radar statistics, the population of Nest Number 77 reached 30 to 40 million. Even Melos did not dare to act rashly. He used the old method to let the Erwuzi Berry tribe negotiate and try to convince Nest Number 77. The leader of the budding tribe brought some tribesmen to the Nest Number 77 and found guards at the edge of the nest, so he stopped them. After expressing the purpose of the trip, Manya tribe connected to the spiritual network and met the leader of this tribe. I am Manya, the messenger of Black Star. I am Sursu, the leader of the Sinyan tribe. I am very happy to communicate with you. The other party answered quickly and had a friendly attitude. Mingao was happy. It's great. You have names too. It persuaded so many tribes to surrender, and this was the first tribe with a name. Sarusulu was also very happy. We guessed right, there are indeed other tribes in the world. The underground heterogeneous tribes are relatively independent, and the evolution of the Xinyan tribe far exceeds that of many similar ones. But the leader of the budding tribe did not understand the meaning, and the two sides communicated. Sarusulu introduces the history of the tribe to Mengzi. Originally, there were 4 nests in this area. Under the leadership of my ancestors, we fought fiercely with other tribes, and finally annexed the other 3 tribes and merged into the Xinyan tribe. We lived here, thrived and lived, and always believed that there were species like us in the world. Today, we finally found the same kind, which is a major discovery. Sarusulu was very excited. The leader of the budding tribe was fascinated by the first time it heard a historical story. If Han Xiao was here, he would know that the civilization level of the Xinyan tribe had reached a new level, had a concept of history, understood records, and learned inheritance. His thinking ability and emotional expression were all deviating from the habits of wild beasts and transforming into a smart species. If we follow the normal development trajectory, in time, the Xinyan tribe may have the opportunity to unify the underground alien species. It was the leader of the Mengya tribe who made a speech. He did not forget Haixing's explanation and relayed the meaning of threatening to surrender, popularizing the basic universe cognition taught by Han Xiao. However, after hearing this, Sarusulu was not afraid, but was furious. This is our home. We will never leave. The information brought by Menghua was far beyond Sarusulu's imagination. However, the Xinyan tribe had a sense of home. Faced with the massacre of enemies of the same tribe, it chose to resist. In the spiritual network, members of the Xinyan tribe all shared their hatred of the enemy, which scared Meng Yao. It did not understand why the tribe suddenly became excited, and it did not understand the concept of hatred. Black Star Messenger, thank you for your kindness, but we decided to resist to the end. Sarusulu's attitude was firm. Han Xiao's positioning has shown his role. In the concept of aliens, he is a good person to stop the evil Sunil and save aliens. Mengber is the messenger of the Black Star, and he undertakes the mission of saving the tribe. Therefore, Sarusulu did not make any difficulties and sent them away from the Xinyan tribe. Back at the temporary camp, the leader of the Mengya tribe reposted the meaning of the Xinyan tribe not surrendering. Melas had no choice but to lead his troops to attack the Xinyan tribe. The number of 30 to 40 million enemy troops was heavy in his heart, which was nearly 100 times that of the siege troops. It was another battle of siege. The Sunil soldiers and players have been repeated many times and have become numb. The difference is that the battle to attack the Xinyan tribe is even more tragic. Tututu, the scorching steel barrage penetrated the bodies of rows of underground alien species, blooming blood flowers, and countless alien species fell on the way to charge. But the alien species in the Xinyan tribe seemed endless, rushing towards them like a tide. A Sunil armored squad was in charge of this line of defense, pressing his fingers tightly on the trigger. Regardless of the barrel of the large-caliber assault gun had overheated, the ammunition box at his feet was cleared at an extremely fast speed, and the ground was covered with shells. At this moment, a wave of elites, 2 or 3 times larger than ordinary underground aliens, appeared on the defense line that this team was responsible for. Tentacles on their heads swung, and a mental fluctuation quickly crossed the distance, ignoring the protection of the armor, and directly pierced the brains of these armored soldiers. Several Sunil soldiers felt that their brains were cut into pieces, their mouths and noses were bleeding, their eyes were spinning, losing their body control, and the firepower of the defense line suddenly stopped. The result is fatal. The underground alien, acting as a pioneer, rushed into the line of defense, flooding the armored squad, leaving dazzling sparks on the armor with its tail and mouth parts. The hard armor quickly shattered, and behind this line of defense were more Sunil soldiers. Brush. At this moment, a dazzling half-moon-shaped sword light swept across, and hundreds of alien species were divided into 2 pieces by this sword. Melas quickly arrived with a 10-meter slashing sword, opening and closing, killing countless underground alien species, curbing the offensive and resolving the danger of this line of defense. The original armored squad was almost wiped out, and soon a reserve force came up to replace the original squad to defend this line of defense. Melas wiped the blood and sweat from his face. He had no time to rest. He was about to return to his original position. When he was passing through the position, he subconsciously looked at the armored squad lying on the ground. The armor was riddled with holes, and the soldiers inside were ripped open, making him look like an uninspiring person. After only one look, Melas suddenly felt that a dead soldier looked familiar and slowed down, so he carefully identified him. The soldier was covered in blood, his eyes were wide open, and he held an armored dagger in his hand, piercing a strange body, as if he had died with the enemy, but he looked childish. Melas suddenly remembered that the young soldier who died was the child of a neighbor nearby when he was still running a bar in Morihara Castle, and seemed to be named Rana. Unexpectedly, this child joined the army too. Memories emerged one after another like boiling water bubbles. Melas's face twitched. He tried to get rid of his distracting thoughts, shouted loudly, and continued to fight. The Crusade troops were defeated by underground aliens for the first time. The Xinyan tribe is too large, and its enemies are endless. Even if a large number of alien species are massacred, the Xinyan tribe did not escape like other nests. Instead, it is even more violent and fearless. The tactics of the Xinyan tribe are more varied and have played the advantage of digging. The underground is their home court. They will dig out channels from the top or bottom of the underground space and directly break into the internal forces of the siege. Under the influence of the spiritual network, the Xinyan tribe's cooperation is orderly and very difficult. The casualties of the siege troops continue to rise, and even many players died 2 or 3 times, and everyone was exhausted. Melas finally decided to retreat strategically and wanted to retreat to the temporary camp. However, the Xinyan tribe pursued and directly attacked the temporary camp. Melas led his army to resist for a while, but he could not withstand the consumption, so he had to retreat again and again, retreated back to the surface along the cave passage, and was forced out of the underground world by the Xinyan tribe. It was the scorching sun in the sky that after the Crusade troops retreated from the ground, the Xinyan tribe did not continue to pursue. The underground aliens hated the sun, and many aliens were burned by the sun, so they did not rush to the surface and retreated. The Xinyan tribe used his life to force the siege troops back, and the casualties ratio between the two sides was extremely exaggerated. Because the siege troops retreated urgently, many of their companions' bodies were left underground. Melas was in a heavy mood and asked the troops to recuperate and count the casualties. He contacted Han Xiao and reported the situation here. "You were defeated by the underground alien species?" Han Xiao looked strange. "There are too many enemies. Use combat methods to clear nest number 77 and can only slowly eat away. We have a lot of casualties." Melas gritted his teeth. "Haixing, I hope to use biochemical weapons to avoid casualties. You can do it yourself." Han Xiao shook his head and hung up the communication. Melas took a deep breath, and the corpses of the young warrior continued to appear in front of him, without hesitation. He called the officer from the logistics unit, looked at the other party's blood-stained face, and said in a deep voice, "Send people to release all biological and chemical weapons and execute them immediately." "I understand." The officer saluted without hesitation. The members of the Xinyan tribe dragged their tired bodies back to the nest, swept the battlefield, cleaned up the bodies of the same tribe, and piled up many small hills. In the spiritual network, tribes and tribes communicated continuously, and the battle just now also caused a huge impact on them. A large number of tribes died, making them afraid, angry, and hatred, but at the same time, there were cheers of victory, repelling powerful enemies and successfully defending their homes. Although the tribes suffered heavy casualties, Sarusavu was very willing to fight. The experience inherited by his ancestors told it that when the enemy should be pursued by victory and repelled once, the enemy may make a comeback. The real victory is to take over the enemy's nest, Many underground aliens collected the bodies of Sunil soldiers. An old underground aliens emerged from the crowd, and the members of the tribes around them bowed down and showed respect. This underground alien species is an alien in the tribe. It can read the memories of dead individuals. Only the entire Xinyan tribe has such ability. If Han Xiao was here, he would know that this was a naturally awakened native psychic. The tentacles on its head touched the head of Sunil's soldier one by one, and various memory fragments flashed, quickly reorganized into the information it wanted. Then, it shared memory images in the spiritual network. This is the picture of Morihara Castle in Sunil people's memory and the map of Sunil Star. The nests of surface creatures are also on the surface. What a strange nest. The enemy is on the surface. How should we find them? Members of the Xinyan tribe communicated in the spiritual network. At this moment, the thick fog of the biological and chemical weapons appeared on the edge of the nest and spread out. More than 10 days later, the siege troops took time to return to nest number 77, and Melas took people underground to investigate. The Xinyan tribe had become a dead domain, with underground alien corpses spread throughout the underground world. Even Sunil soldiers with a firm mind couldn't help but suck the purgatory scene, and many players were even more shaken and couldn't help but feel more sympathy. Melas was in a heavy mood, and he caused someone to destroy the strange stone veins of the Xinyan tribe, and then gathered the underground alien corpses and burned them all. Everyone also found the bodies of their dead comrades. After the Xinyan tribe was eliminated, the crusade went smoothly, and there were no such powerful nests as the Xinyan tribe. We continued to fight and pull out batches with remarkable results. After a long-term struggle of the siege troops outside, the last underground alien nest also surrendered, and Melas and others finally returned triumphantly. Early morning, light rain. Outside Morihara Castle, almost all Sunil people walked out of the city, with dark people crowds waiting in the rain to welcome the triumphant troops. Everyone was looking forward to it. More than a dozen spacecraft flew from the distant mountains, broke through the rain, and landed outside the city. The hatch opened, and a Sunil soldier got off the ship. He was not wearing armor, but wearing a simple military uniform. His face was unconcealed. The player was in good condition and was quite energetic. Melas walked off the spaceship, came to the front of the team, and walked towards the crowd with the siege troops. Hero! Suddenly, countless Sunil people burst into cheers like tsunamis and rushed up in a swarm. Every civilian had a feeling of excitement and gratitude on his face, and welcomed this crusade force that was fighting abroad. Melas was surrounded by countless people, and within his sight, there were countless faces full of gratitude. Everyone who looked at him had an incomparable reverence in his eyes, which made him slightly lose his mind. The Sunils already know that the Black Star Legion is willing to lend a helping hand because of Melas. In the eyes of all tribesmen, Melas has surpassed everyone and has become a well-deserved hero and an idol worshipped by every Sunil. Everyone cheered and praised the soldiers who attacked the troops, and players were also the target. To be precise, Sunil is grateful to the Black Star Legion. In the hearts of the Sunil people, Han Xiao has become a noble image like a savior, and the reputation of the Black Star Legion is unparalleled. Thank you so much. You saved Sunil. Black Star Army, you are our benefactors. Countless people surrounded the players, expressing gratitude. Many players were stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. They felt that this mission had extraordinary significance. Everyone's collective behavior changed the future of the Sunils, and they would gain so much gratitude. This sense of accomplishment has made many people have different experiences, feeling fulfilled and satisfied. This emotion has nothing to do with interests, but spiritual satisfaction. Many young soldiers gathered with their families. Facing their families who were crying with joy, these iron-blooded soldiers showed satisfied smiles on their tired faces, hugging each other and comforting their families who were crying with joy. Parents welcomed children, wives welcomed husbands, and children welcomed fathers. A warm scene continues to happen. Every day, the soldiers' families were worried, fearing that one day they would receive a notice of death. Now that everything is finally over, there will be no more disasters, and no one will die in the war. No need to despair, no need to worry about being afraid. A better tomorrow awaits them. The dark period has passed, and the Sunils have seen the dawn of the future. The days of peace and tranquility have finally arrived. Looking at the smiling faces of his compatriots, the many Sunil soldiers felt comforted. Everything they did for their families and compatriots behind them was worth it. However, not everyone is happy. A famous non-commissioned officer looked heavy and handed over the box containing the ashes of the dead soldiers to their families. Some people were disbelief, some were arguing loudly, some were crying in their arms, and some were lost in their minds when they looked at the urn. The families of these fallen soldiers formed a sharp contrast with the cheering crowd, and the drizzle became sad, and the temperature in the early morning seemed to drop a little. Rana's parents held his urn and knelt in the mud, as if they had lost their souls. Melas happened to see this scene and stepped forward to help Lana's parents up and whispered, "He is the hero of the tribe." Lana's parents looked at him, dazed, and said nothing. Seeing this, Melas knew that any comfort was futile, so he pursed his lips, turned around silently, and walked away, clenched his fists, the scene of separation from life and death. The Sunils have experienced it too many times, and fortunately, this should be the last time. Looking up, she found Han Xiao and the army cadres standing outside the crowd. Melas calmed down and walked over. It's finally over, and it's only one last step away. This mission is completed. Seeing him approaching, Han Xiao spoke. Melas stared at Han Xiao and suddenly gave a solemn gift. With a hoarse voice, "I thank you on behalf of Sunil's entire clan. No need to react so much. I just fulfill my promise to you." Han Xiao had no choice but to reach out to support Melas, but Melas insisted on his word and spoke in an extremely serious tone. "No, please listen to me." Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, let go of his hand, and let Melas keep his salute. Melas was in a state of excitement and said slowly, "Your name is enough to be remembered in Sunil's history. You are not only Sunil's benefactor, but also my benefactor. In my eyes, this is not a promise, not a transaction, nor an employment. This is a kindness that I cannot repay. His Excellency Black Star, from now on, I am willing to be your sword and follow you forever until the end of the universe." As soon as he finished speaking, many cadres were silent, staring at Melas with different expressions. Is this loyalty? Han Xiao was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay. Melas then stood up, smiled, followed the eyes of everyone, and looked at the common people with joy and sorrow. The price of peace is bloody. Jindai shook her head. I hope Sunil can remember this war. Remember what kind of atrocities we so-called heroes have done for the continuation of race. Melas sighed. Surviving in nature, every civilization will eventually become a demon, carry history, and continue moving forward. Han Xiao said casually, then looked to the side, and a group of Sunil's senior officials came over. This time, it was no longer Ouchais who came to negotiate, but Sunil's leader. Leader Sunil personally thanked him, and Han Xiao also responded. After a while of communication, Sunil leader tactfully stated that he would settle the employment remuneration only after Han Xiao moved all the underground alien species out. Han Xiao was fine. Watching a group of Sunil's senior executives leave, Sivia slapped Melas in the back and said angrily, "This group of people is really annoying. I hate politicians too." Melas did not refute. He did not do all this for politicians. At this time, Fording reminded Black Star about migration. Han Xiao was about to answer, but the communicator suddenly rang. He glanced at it and laughed immediately. It's really time to come. The next moment, everyone's eyes turned black, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering the crowd, and the area was still growing. Both Sunil and the players looked surprised and looked up. Hundreds of super-large transport spacecraft slowly landed from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The moving company I called is here. Han Xiao exhaled and laughed. He seconded a batch of large transport ships from the two consortiums, specifically used to carry underground alien species. With just a few ships, all underground alien species and sage stones can be sent to a selected unmanned planet. Anyway, underground alien species make a living by rocks, and the requirements for the environment are not so harsh, and habitat is easy to find. The migration plan has been notified to players. Seeing so many spaceships at this moment, many players were excited and whispered, "That's the migration team." It's a big scene to move a race with a population of billions of people. The underground aliens will not perish, and the Black Star did not disappoint me. Seeing that his own camp created such a big scene, players were very proud and had a sense of collective honor. At the same time, many players were very convinced of the Black Star Army's investment in relocating underground aliens. After so long battles, players have watched many tragedies and have determined that the underground aliens are absolutely weak. It is a habit to sympathize with the disadvantaged groups. When players think that the underground aliens are pitiful, they will increase their sense of identity with a migration plan in disguise, and the result will make players feel more belonging to the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao knew this very well. He had the intention of using his compassion to make this mission a camp deed that impressed the players, thereby increasing the heaviness of the camp. The effect seems to be good. Next to him, Fording smiled slightly, and he felt that this might be the best result for both sides. Looking at Han Xiao's back, Fording's thought flashed. He grew up very fast and was able to suppress Morningstar alone in his body, and his conflict with Morningstar was almost resolved, which means that he no longer needed the help of the Black Star Legion. He originally wanted to find some time to say goodbye, but at this time he felt that staying in the Black Star Army might also be a good choice. Interstellar migration is a big project. All the surrendered underground aliens took their Slenderstone base stations and were packaged and sent to the consortium transport ship. Without these Slenderstones, even if Sunil Star still has sporadic small or veins, it will no longer form a large-scale spiritual undercurrent. In other words, the misfortune has disappeared and the planet has become suitable for Sunil's survival. The Black Star Army's ability to mobilize resources made Sunil's senior management amazed, and his attitude became even more awe-inspiring. When the transportation team arrived, they no longer delayed and submitted an application for settlement employment to the Mercenary Alliance. Han Xiao received a notice of the funds being recorded, and the panel responded and settled all tasks of the incident. Sunil Rescue Operation, Large Hire. A large amount of remuneration was recorded, slightly filling the expenses of his mobilization of the transportation team, and completing the large-scale hiring mission alone, adding a brilliant result to the Black Star Legion's resume, and its credit points increased significantly. The Mercenary Alliance once again improved its evaluation of the Black Star Legion. General comment. The well-known Super-Large Legion, the Longtan Field Armed Forces, the main activity area is the Gardon Galaxy, which is the iconic mercenary organization of the Gardon Galaxy. It has hundreds of thousands of mercenaries under its command, and its strength is sea-level average. The Black Star Legion has a mixed connection in the mercenary world and has a strong capital. It has built a Legion base on Kimin Star, Aquarium Star, and Sunil Star. So far, the employment mission has maintained an extremely high completion rate, which is well received and trustworthy. The Legion Commander Black Star has nicknames such as Immortal Body and Dark Star Destroyer, and has a good relationship with some civilizations. He is also the owner of the Godora Civilization Gorge Medal. The promotion of the status of the Black Star Legion has gained a new reputation. The most happy thing is the players, and they feel a sense of satisfaction in cultivation. In addition to the formal employment, Sunil's 11 main mission, clearing underground alien, has also been settled, and the players make a fortune and smile like blooming chrysanthemums. Han Xiao did not pursue extremely high mission evaluation in this mission, and got a good. According to the mission conditions, extermination of the clan should be able to get the highest evaluation, but the mission rewards are not as good as the subsequent benefits of migrating underground alien species, so he chose the party with greater profits. Han Xiao is not sure of this task reward. Anyway, the experience players gained through this task will be converted into consumption power, and it will be done with the severance. However, the A-level mission gave him an unexpected gain, and the NPC template generated a new copy, Underground Xenotype Annihilation War. New dungeon? It's pretty good. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had accumulated a lot of dungeons in his hands. Due to the low level of the player, he did not release them all. However, as the player gradually upgraded, it would be useful sooner or later, and he would not worry about it in the future. In the next few days, Han Xiao stayed at Sunil Star for the time, being to supervise the transport team to transport underground alien species. After the employment was completed, he ended the Legion's recruitment. Some players are still on Sunil Star. Although the employment has ended, Sunil is in chaos and has many profits to be obtained. There is a third base as a transit station, which is also the headquarters of the camp. Using Sunil Star's mission to train players is the subsequent profit of the NPC resource area. Sunil's plight was lifted, and Sunil's warriors no longer needed to take risks outside. Some Sunil's mercenaries wanted to return to their hometown and no longer became mercenaries, so they asked Han Xiao to apply to leave. Everyone felt a little guilty and felt a little sorry for Black Star. Han Xiao had anticipated this situation early in the morning and prepared a compromise plan, allowing Shalind and others to stay on Sunil Star without having to go on missions. But he could train mercenaries at the third base. All Sunil warriors accepted this plan. To be fair, they also wanted to do something for Black Star to repay their kindness. It was not dangerous to stay in their hometown to train newcomers, and work was easy. Shalind and others no longer asked to leave. Finally, the last batch of transport teams set sail, and Han Xiao and others also drove the spacecraft away. On the ground, countless Sunils looked up and saw the Black Star Army leave. An unmanned planet suitable for underground alien species to live in. All the underground alien species were moved here, and Han Xiao followed the transportation team to check the status of the alien species. Since all underground alien species are integrated and no longer separated from each other as before, it has promoted their civilization development in disguise. The tribes are mixed together and live together, crossing a stage, directly completing the unity of race. From the perspective of civilization development, this is a terrifying lead. Because the budding tribe is the messenger of the Black Star, Han Xiao told them about his knowledge to all alien species. The budding tribe became the leader of billions of underground alien species. In the perception of the underground alien species in the Mungbung tribe, Black Star is almost a god who spreads the gospel and saves all of them. He is a savior-like figure. The respect for Han Xiao by the Mungbung tribe has also spread to the hearts of all underground alien species. After settling down, the underground alien species regard Han Xiao as the object of totem worship. Due to the particularity of the spiritual network, culture spreads at an incredible speed, and each alien species gives itself a name. When Han Xiao arrived, the mechas tribe was leading all underground alien species to build a huge nest. His visit was warmly welcomed by underground alien species, and the leader of the mechas tribe came out to greet him. "This is our new home." The leader of the budding tribe excitedly showed his new nest, like a child who recommended his beloved things to adults. "Very good. This planet will be your habitat in the future." Han Xiao nodded and smiled. "You are already a new civilization and should not be called underground aliens anymore." "Do you want to give us a new name?" said happily. "No, this is your own right." After a simple exchange, Han Xiao left this planet and did not interfere in the development of underground alien species. It is still the prototype stage of civilization. He is ready to allow underground alien species to evolve on its own and does not want to pull out seedlings to grow for the time being. As the spacecraft left the planet, new news suddenly popped up on the panel. "You have obtained a new legend. Galaxy Legend, Galton Galaxy Ray Savior, you saved a large-scale species, allowing them to avoid the fate of being destroyed and help them become a new civilization. This is a noble act. Your deeds will be praised by the Galton Galaxy, and many forces will be more friendly to you." Han Xiao was a little surprised, but he did not expect that there would be unexpected gains. There is more than one message. Black Spirit clans, favor plus, current relationship. Worship. Black Spirit clan? Han Xiao was stunned, and then suddenly realized that the underground aliens gave their race a formal name. Why does the Black Spirit clan sound like it is related to his nickname? However, he did not know his status in the underground aliens. He named him Black Star and called himself the Black Spirit clan, which was named as the race. Han Xiao was interested. Interesting, I don't know what type of civilization this group of underground alien species will develop into in the end. With a smile, Han Xiao disappeared into the sky in the black light lurker. The results of the migration were informed by the players. Seeing that the underground alien species began a new life, many players breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel proud of the Black Star Legion. On the forum, the Sunil incident became the hottest topic of conversation. Players enjoyed the feeling of changing the fate of a race and becoming a savior. The sense of belonging and identity for the camp has subtly increased. This deed has also become a deep memory for players, contributing to the construction of emotions. On Sunil Star, Sunil people are also very grateful to the Black Star Legion, and people come to visit the third base every day. Shalind and a group of Sunil's retired mercenaries officially established a training camp at the third base to recruit disciples and recruit Sunil people. The training camp is a channel for continuously delivering troops to the Legion. Although it is just starting now, Sunil Star has a promising prospect. As long as the Sunil people reproduce normally, there will always be a group of people yearning for the interstellar and signing up to become mercenaries. It can be said that as the Sunil people develop, the income of the third base will continue to increase, and the development of the two is positively correlated. After Sunil's trip, the Black Star Army's development in the Gadon Galaxy was on the right track and entered a virtuous cycle. The role of hundreds of thousands of players was gradually reflected and played a huge role. The remaining players who stayed on Hylon Star also completed the assessment of Base Number 2 in batches. Finally, except for the newly entered players, all the players of the Sea Blue Star entered the interstellar world and became members of the Black Star Army, with the number of mercenaries reaching the 1,000,000 mark. Such a huge scale is rare, even among large mercenary groups. The Black Star Army has been working steadily in the Gadon Galaxy, constantly expanding its business and transforming into an infrastructure maniac to add new bases. In addition to trying to monopolize the employment market of the Gadon Galaxy, Han Xiao also began to extend his tentacles to nearby galaxies. His connections provided great help to the Legion, and his rise speed surprised Ghidorah. Han Xiao occasionally performs difficult employment tasks himself, or based on his familiarity with the plot, he finds some profitable planets and turns them into new NPC resources. Every time, a large-scale employment will be carried out as the main line to cultivate players' cohesion. The power of the Black Star Army has steadily increased, and there are no external factors that hinder his development. The risks are almost negligible. Everything is carried out step by step according to Han Xiao's plan. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 years. Colton Cluster, a disputed place, the Heidega Galaxy. 6 galaxy-level civilizations, including the Ghidorah civilization, all wanted to occupy the Heidega Galaxy and station troops in the areas under their control, confronting each other with constant friction. Outside the military areas of the 6 civilizations, the Heidega Galaxy is sparsely distributed with transit station planets serving interstellar travelers. Due to the vague jurisdiction of the Heidega Galaxy, these transit stations have become cracks in the gray area, all of which are mixed with dragons and snakes. Not only are there scavengers, star pirates, wanted criminals, but even the officers of the 6 civilizations occasionally come to the transit station to enjoy themselves and do not interfere with each other. The Orange Star Transfer Station is such a gray area, and at this time, a group of players are active here. Hao Yin, Mingyue Changzhong, Shining Fried Rice, and others walked on the dirty and noisy streets. Some of the dozen people were professional players of Changkong Club, and the other was Jianshan Club players. The Crazy Knife and Angry Sword led his teammates to move with Changkong. Both sides accepted the same hidden chain mission, and the last link of the mission was at the Orange Star transfer station. Quang Dao and Hao Xiao played well, so they hit it off and the two teams walked together. 2 years have passed in the game. Due to the outstanding performance of Quang Dao in the first league, Jiangxing Club has formed a new team lineup around him with Quang Dao as the core. Most of Quang Dao's teammates are newcomers and are still in the running-in period. The second Shanghai Professional League has already begun preparations, and it has been warming up during this period. The news from the Shanghai Times revealed that there will be new changes in this competition system, and the competition will officially start after a while. All teams are preparing in full swing. More than a year ago, players from other novice planets finally entered the interstellar world. Professional players have reached the upper limit of level 90. Skills, equipment, expertise, special props, etc. are the focus of professional players' pre-match preparation stage. Kong and Jiangxing cooperate to reward hidden tasks. As the core of the team, Quang Dao is under great pressure. He wants to get good results to prove himself and not disappoint the club, so he does not miss any opportunity. Captain, the person we're looking for is hidden on this planet. How can we find him? Xie Xiaojian said to Quang Dao. Xie Xiaojian is a teammate of Quang Dao, a professional newcomer with outstanding talent. In the entire Jiangxing team, only Xie Xiaojian's skills are outstanding and can barely act as a right-hand assistant. As for other teammates, they can only be considered ordinary blue-collar workers in Quang Dao's eyes. The last link of the task is definitely difficult. The task prompts let us find clues on our own. According to experience, there will be a lot of circulating information in this gray area, and we can start from these places. Quang Dao pondered. At this time, the captain of Kong beside him spoke with a low tone. Let's talk about it after looking for clues. Let's worry about safety issues now. Hearing this, everyone looked around. Pedestrians wearing various rough combat uniforms were staring at them, with fierce and ferocious faces and malicious eyes, constantly sweeping over the exquisite combat armor and weapons on the players, as if they were robbed. In the vision of players such as Hao Xiao and Quang Dao, most of the pedestrians around represent hostile red names, while the rest are neutral yellow names, and they cannot be seen at all. Are the star pirates or the scavenger? Everyone remained calm, and they were used to fighting monsters. As a Black Star mercenary, there were countless star pirates killed in the past 2 years. The bright yellow mechanical force flashed across the body of the Mad Knife. The helmet appeared, covering the head, the armor deformed, and various structures appeared, turning into a blue and yellow individual heavy armor. The style was like a gorgeous knight heavy armor. This is a weakened version of general-level armor called Shanyue, a pink rare equipment, which is raised by the guild and has spent a lot of money to customize with Han Xiao. With the current level of the player, Shanyue is the best equipment in the peak ranks. Then he took off the long box on his back, and the mechanical force activated it. The box quickly deformed and turned into a long-handled heavy melee weapon with an axe blade and a muzzle. This is an improved version of the slash cannon, which is nearly half a human size. Others have started fighting mode one after another, with a variety of equipment, and their equipment is the most accurate purple equipment. The club guild serves professional players and uses guilds to support teams, so it is naturally impossible to lose money. The equipment level has always been the top player group, and it is normal to attract the covetousness of star pirates. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the two sides confronted each other. The star thief sneered and was about to take action. Suddenly a member's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't do it! They're all Black Star people." As soon as he finished speaking, the star thief's ferocious expressions suddenly disappeared, and his face suddenly changed color. He wanted to pounce on him in the last second, but the next moment he hurriedly retreated and hurriedly opened the distance. Then he carefully looked at the player's armor. His eyes slowly widened. The same logo is engraved in the hidden places of the player's armor and weapons. A round black circle is outlined by white edges. 4 straight rays are distributed in a cross shape, separated by a small distance from the circle, representing light, and it looks like a black star radiating light. No one of the star pirates present didn't know what this symbol represents. This is the symbol of the Black Star Legion. All the star thieves showed fear, hesitated, and did not dare to take action. At this time, a powerful sound rang from afar at the other end of the street. Oomph! It seems very lively here. Everyone turned their heads and saw several officers wearing Ghidorah's uniforms slowly coming. Their cold eyes swept across all the star pirates. In the eyes of players, Officer Ghidorah suddenly appears as the only group of friendly green celebrities in the sight. Friend of the Black Star Army, do you need help? Officer Ghidorah, led by the leader, twisted his neck and looked cold. The extremely ferocious star pirate immediately turned into a trembling little white rabbit. In the Heidegger galaxy, there is an iron rule that must not be violated. That is, no one can attack the officers of the 6 civilizations. Otherwise, the garrison would not mind sweeping the gray area. The entire Colton Star Group knew that the Black Star Legion and the Ghidorah people were in harmony. These star thieves felt very regretful and kicked the iron plate that they could not afford to offend. It was really a big trouble. Run! The star pirate gang dispersed, as if the stars were everywhere, fleeing in panic. The players seemed to be used to this scene, put away their weapons, and did not waste time chasing these small monsters. Seeing this, Officer Ghidorah did not take action. He nodded to the players, turned around, and left. The intentions of these officers were very simple. He simply came to help because he saw the people from the Black Star Army. The two camps are allies to each other, and Black Star is the winner of Ghidorah's highest honor. As a member of the Black Star Legion, they can get extra help in places where there are Ghidorah people. The Black Star connections that players teased gradually come true. 2 star pirates, one tall and one short, escaped from a long distance, turned around, and confirmed that no one was chasing them several times, and then they dared to stop and rest, holding their knees and breathing. I thought I was dead just now, but fortunately they didn't chase him. The short star thief wiped his cold sweat. The tall star pirate nodded repeatedly, looking glad that he had survived the disaster. Nowadays, in the few galaxies around the Gardon Galaxy, there is basically no force willing to provoke the Black Star Legion, except those galaxy-level civilizations. Luckily, we're just a small gang, and there is no bounty. Otherwise, it would be miserable. The short star thief's chest was undulating. We should be glad that we are not qualified to be wanted yet. The tall star pirate smiled bitterly, wondering if he should be happy about it. Among the stars, there is a saying that can be summarized as it would rather meet the dragon than the Black Star. The Black Star Legion has risen at an astonishing speed in the past 2 years. One of the reasons is that it has worked part-time as the star poacher business. All large-scale star gangs around the Gardon Galaxy are prey of the Black Star Legion. Star pirate groups have been destroyed one after another, and all warships have been seized. Conservatively estimated, at least 400 warships were stolen by the Black Star Legion. Everyone in the surrounding galaxies was in danger. In order to protect themselves, some of the big star pirate groups joined forces to assassinate the Black Star. However, they unexpectedly got ambushed. Black Star seemed to expect the enemy to be the first, and millions of mercenaries were put into battle. The scene was amazing. In the end, the star pirate group that joined forces was wiped out, and they were all killed. Although many big star pirates were captured, most of them did not know where they were hidden by the Black Star. Only a small number of people were taken out for bounty, and they all became unhealthy. They did not know how the Black Star ravaged and abused them. It is said that once the Black Star pulled the prisoners to exchange for bounty, and the staff in the office could not recognize the prisoners as wanted targets, and there were simply 2 people. After the news came out, countless star pirates were frightened and thought that the Black Star had any special hobbies for the star pirates. The Black Star was immediately more than 100 times more ferocious in their eyes. The saying, "It would rather meet the dragon than meet the Black Star," spread at that time and was strongly recognized by the majority of star pirate comrades. Embers of the Dragon is neutral, but her field armed forces are targeting star pirates and would rather fall into Ember's hands than to Black Star. So the star pirate group near the Gardon Galaxy fled one after another, and the public security of several galaxies became unprecedentedly good. Now only the meteor pirates who were small and small. I didn't expect the Black Star people to appear here. Could it be that the Black Star Legion monopolized the business of the Gardon Galaxy, and it still needs to expand to Heidega? Who knows? This is not impossible. In addition to those galaxies of galaxy, what other forces are willing to provoke the Black Star Legion? They're already the only one. The two of them gasped for a while and continued to run away. Quang Dao and Hao Ian were looking for clues at the transit station. After a few hours, they finally pieced together the clues of the last link of the mission. Everyone came to a remote waste repair station. The mission target was a disabled repairman with deep wrinkles. He broke his hands and replaced it with a mechanical arm. He was repairing a severely damaged communicator with a very ordinary appearance and temperament. However, in the information detected by the player, the repairman named Renardo is extremely dangerous and extremely fatal. He is obviously a hidden guy. Hao Ian and Quang Dao looked at each other and pushed the bright moon out. This guy's charming attribute is the highest among them and is most suitable for communicating with characters. Minghua Chang finally took out the mission props and handed them out. He asked, "Hello, we are entrusted by someone to give you this thing." They accepted a hidden mission, went for a special trip, and handed over the mission props to Ronaldo. This was a letter. When Ronaldo heard this, he raised his eyelids, glanced at everyone, put down the machinery in his hand, and said lightly, "Who are you?" "We are from the Black Star Army." "Black Star Army?" Ronaldo's eyes changed slightly. He put away his casual expression and said in a deep voice, "I have heard of you. It is said that Black Star is a very powerful mechanic. Unfortunately, if it were a year ago, my hands were still there, and I really wanted to compete with him." Quang Dao and others were shocked. Han Xiao is an A-level Superman. Since the person in front of him dares to talk about competition, he should also be A-level. This hidden task seems a bit unfathomable. Don't rush to leave first. Let me see what is written in the letter. Ronaldo lowered his head and opened the letter, which was full of secret codes. He lived in seclusion here, and for some reason, he used only the original method of letters to deliver messages. The players waited for a while. After reading the letter, Ronaldo sighed and sighed. It's really a storm. A new storm is coming. Alas, tell your employer that I have retired and will not accept any solicitation. I just want to live here quietly. No matter how vibration occurs in the Broken Star Ring, it will not affect me. The panel of the crowd prompted that the goal of the last link of the mission changed, and it became a reply to the employer. You could get a reward at that time, but this group of professional players did not leave immediately. They were very sensitive to the hidden plot. When they heard Ronaldo's words, they realized that there was information that could be digged deep. "I wonder what you mean by storm?" Minghua Chang asked. Ronaldo looked at him, as if he felt that the bright moon was finally pleasing to the eyes, and said, "Didn't you notice it? In the past 1 or 2 years, the situation of the Broken Star Ring has become increasingly undercurrents. The 7-star cluster-level civilizations have all had strange actions. This is a strange sign. The vortex is slowly taking shape. It is still in the brewing stage. When it surfaces, the entire Broken Star Ring will be swept in, and no force can stay out of the matter." Everyone was confused. Their range of activities was temporarily limited to several galaxies near Gadon. However, they did not have much experience of the surging and surging of the Broken Star Ring. After all, the scope of their main activities was not large enough. There are also some players who explore further new maps, such as going to another star cluster, but the time they spend is not proportional to the harvest. Most of the time, they can only see the scenery, which is a waste of time. The sea of stars is extremely huge, and the Broken Star Rings alone are already very large. Running out to find a task alone is a needle in a haystack. On the contrary, there are countless employment tasks to choose from in the Black Star Legion, which will definitely gain something and make clearer goals. Minghua Chang finally asked, and Ronaldo said in a deep voice, "No one knows the goals of those star cluster-level civilizations, but all the storms are not coincidental. I guess there's a transcendent force behind it guiding the changes of the Broken Star Rings." Is the transcendent force the three cosmic civilizations that only appear in the background story for the time being, or are they other guys? Everyone looked at each other and guessed in a low voice. Players don't know what happened to the domineering party, so they naturally don't know the inside story, but it doesn't prevent Quang Dao, Hao Ian, and others from vaguely feeling that this news may be related to the plot of the next version. After all, this is not the first time. In version 1.0, Black Star revealed the alienation disaster of 2.0. Everyone showed joy and learned the clues of the next version in advance, which might have a great advantage. At this moment, Ronaldo suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, you are Black Star subordinates. Please hand me something over to him." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then nodded. This was obviously a new task. Immediately afterwards, Ronaldo took out paper and pen, wrote a series of common interstellar words on the paper, and handed them to everyone. Mingyue Chang finally took it suspiciously, and the panel prompted him to get a list full of names. "What is this?" This time, Mad Dao couldn't help asking questions. "This is a list," Ronaldo said with a heavy tone, as if he had thought of some bad memories. He grabbed the broken arm, and his angry and fearful expression flashed in a flash, and he whispered, "Hunting list." "Well, why do we need to hand it over to Black Star?" "Because he is on the list too, whose hunting target is Black Star." Quang Dao's face changed, full of surprise. The expressions of others also became strange. Haixing was the leader of their camp. When they heard that someone was going to deal with him, the group felt a little bit of a common hatred for the enemy. Hao Ian's eyes flashed, and he communicated in the channel. "We may have opened a new mission line." Mingyue continued to ask and try to trigger more hidden plots. Mingyue Chang nodded. "Black Star is our team leader. We will definitely deliver this list, but we want to know more information. Can you tell us the details of this list?" Ronaldo said in a deep voice. "The characters on the list are all famous strong people from all over the world, not ordinary A-level superpowers, but basically are big figures with power or loners who are famous for their personal force. The goal of that group of people is to hunt and capture these powerful strong people. As far as I know, some of the people on the list have disappeared. Who is chasing the characters on the list?" Mingyue Chang finally asked along the way. "That seems to be a mysterious group. I don't know their origin. Let's call them the Hunter. They arrested the strong men on the list. I only met them once. At that time, I encountered 2 hunters. They were extremely powerful and might have A+ levels." Ronaldo's eyes flashed with solemn expressions, and he added, "My hands were interrupted by one of them." "So you are also the target of the hunter?" "No." Ronaldo shook his head. Mingyue Chang was stunned and looked puzzled. "Then you." At this time, Ronaldo interrupted him and explained, "I am an outsider involved, so I just broke 2 hands." After a pause, he continued, "I have a friend who is also a disaster level, and he is the target on the list. He runs an armed force in the Skywalker galaxy and has a close relationship with the Hutt civilization. A year ago, I was a guest at his headquarters. Everything was normal, but 2 hunters suddenly appeared, and they rushed into the headquarters, unstoppable. So I and my friends took action to meet the enemy, but the 2 had overwhelming combat power, and we were defeated. I used methods to steal some of the information in their communicator during the battle, and got this incomplete list. The 2 were targeted by my friend, captured him, and took him away, and I fell aside due to serious injuries. After all, I am a Class A Superman. I thought they would capture me, but they didn't look at me and left with a swagger. They seemed indifferent to non-target people." Ronaldo suddenly smiled bitterly. "It can also be said that they didn't take me seriously, so I escaped." Everyone looked surprised. The hunter's goal is to capture the strong, but a Class A-level strongman who is seriously injured and has lost his ability to counterattack is not taken away. Is he a clear goal or too high his vision? No matter what, this group of mysterious hunters seems unfathomable. This hidden plot must be not simple. Quang Dao said on the channel. Ronaldo continued. Although the hunter is mysterious, the characters on the list are missing one by one. This is unhidden. It means that the hunter is still acting constantly. Please be sure to hand over the list to Black Star. Although I don't know him, since the Black Star mercenary has helped me, I don't mind reminding your Legion commander. He also has a small plan. Behind the Black Star is the Dragon constellation, and maybe he can deal with the Hunter. If Black Star succeeds, he doesn't have to continue hiding here. The reason why he lived in seclusion was that he was afraid that one day he would be on the list of hunters. Although he had only fought once, he was already scared by the hunters. At this time, the players' panel was moving. You trigger the hidden mission mysterious hunting list. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Broken rings, a certain galaxy. A spacecraft with obvious signs of damage on the shell was moving at full speed, like a stream of light passing through the dark universe. Alarm! Alarm! Fuel reserves have dropped to the cordon and will exit the transition mode in 1 minute. Artificial intelligence issued a prompt. Damn it, those two guys will catch up. Bang! In the cockpit, Kernid was furious and punched the control panel with a heavy punch, looking anxious. He is a humanoid race with dark purple skin and natural patterns. He is wearing a specially made rune armor combat uniform, which combines mechanical technology and magic technology. The armor is covered with countless mysterious enchanted runes inside and outside, and has dozens or hundreds of magic functions. It is a practical weapon commonly used by interstellar magicians. However, at this time, this expensive rune armor was ragged, damaged everywhere, covered with blood from Kernid. Kernid is the official #1 strongest person in a galaxy-level civilization, and is also an honorary member of the Red Rogue Cultivator's Red Rogue Cultivator. He is a magician nicknamed Deep Purple Warlock. He enjoys a high reputation in the galaxy where he mainly engages in, but he is running for the death toll and has never been so embarrassed. It's all because of the two sudden enemies. He was originally enjoying paid vacations and was traveling outside, but he encountered two strange, mysterious people. He didn't say anything and started fighting directly at him. Then, Kernid was shocked to find that he was no match for these two people and was soon seriously injured. Fortunately, he had a trump card, so he finally got rid of the two of them and boarded the spaceship to escape. The two mysterious enemies were chasing each other, so he didn't dare to stop at all. The fuel was consumed rapidly, and the spacecraft gradually slowed down and finally left the transition track and returned to normal flight mode. Oops! Kernid sweated heavily and clenched his fists. As soon as he finished speaking, the buzzing sound of magic waves passed through layers of bulkheads and was captured by Kernid's keen perception, which changed his face. A circle of glowing blue rings lit up in the trunk area of the spacecraft, and then the ring quickly expanded to become a portal, and two people walked out of it. The two of them were wearing the same white coat, and there was no sign to see. The material of the clothes seemed strange, with light flowing, and countless enchanted inscriptions like tadpoles faintly flashed. Both men and women both wore special alloy masks, covering their appearance. The man's mask looked like a bird's head, and the woman's mask looked like a cat. There were more than a dozen thick, ancient books floating around the man, all in an open state, full of magical words and colorful spell lights. The energetic golden inscriptions turned into several circles surrounding the man's body. The positioning is correct. The man's tone was calm, his fingers shook, and the paper of one of the books suddenly flipped. The portal behind him blinked and narrowed into a dot, and then disappeared. He was a master of magic with profound skills. Suddenly, the bulkhead in front of the two suddenly exploded, and dozens of brilliant purple lights with curved arc erupted from the hands of Kernid in the cockpit, piercing through layers of walls and attacking the two uninvited guests. He knew the strength of the two pursuers well and took the lead in attacking. Boom! In the flash of lightning, the man changed his gesture, and all the books flipped at the same time. A circle of azure magic circle enveloped him and the woman beside him, isolating all the attacks, and all the purple arcs exploded into light, shattering in the sky, unable to shake the circle cover. Kernid quickly passed through the entrance of the cave, and the rune armor lit up, overlapping lights and shadows. Countless magical powers gathered on him, like a colorful stream of light, hitting heavily on the azure magic cover. He had already suffered, and comparing with the other party with a ranged magic was completely a shame for himself. So he switched to melee combat as soon as he met. All power was condensed by Kernit at a point, the energy was not dissipated, and the control was extremely exquisite. If an ordinary A-level Superman faced this attack, he would basically choose to avoid his edge and dare not fight head-on, but he did not have much confidence in facing two mysterious enemies. Dong the sound is like a bell hitting a bell. The blue magic cover suffered this blow and exploded directly, turning into countless energy fragments like glass slag. Effective. Kernit was overjoyed, and his confidence suddenly came back. However, the next moment he saw the bursting light illuminating the masks of both men and women. His eyes were calm and cold, as if he was indifferent to his full blow. The next moment, the fragments of the magic cover in the sky suddenly stopped, instantly merged, turning into a brilliant blue and white light column, which instantly hit Kernit, superimposing the power that was offset when he attacked the magic cover just now, which was equivalent to his own attack. Kernit's remaining offensive was interrupted, and he was directly knocked out, suppressing the pain of injury and asking in shock, "What secret technique is this?" Just one protective magic can withstand the full-strength attack of him, a veteran natural disaster level. Not only is the caster unscathed, but can also bounce back all the power. It sounds simple, but at their energy level, the more brutal and simple the magic is, the more terrifying it is. Unlike the quantitative change with layers of magic shields, this magic is powerful quality. It's created by myself. The man was concise, but Kernit widened his eyes and looked disbelief. At this moment, the woman beside her also took action, raised her right hand and clenched her fist. Cack! The metal twisted, and the entire spacecraft made a harsh, tearing sound. The next moment, the spacecraft was like a big hand that was suddenly pinched into a ball of paper, turning into an irregular sphere. Boom! A large amount of oxygen leaked, and the spacecraft's fuel silo and engine exploded one after another. Fire was everywhere. The sphere exploded directly, disintegrating instantly, and various parts collapsed. In just a few seconds, a spaceship turned into space garbage floating in the universe. A spherical magic cover protects the man and woman, allowing them to hang in the universe. Not far away, Kernit's rune armor also flashes with the light of a shield that is undecisive. The explosion of the spacecraft just now made Kernit's injury worsen again, and the rune armor was on the verge of damage. Without the spaceship, there was no way to escape, and Kernit's eyes showed despair. In a magic cover filled with oxygen, the woman waved her arm. All the metal garbage around gathered again, directly sandwiching Kernit in the center, and turned into a huge sphere again, as if every inch of the area was under huge pressure, constantly squeezing inward. The metal sphere slowly shrank, and its irregular shape gradually became round, and its density became larger and larger. At the beginning, there was still movement of resistance in the sphere, and gradually the struggle became lighter and lighter, and finally there was no sound. Deep Purple Warlock Kernit, the capture is completed. The woman spoke coldly. The man took out the communicator, opened a list, crossed out Kernit's name, and pondered, Shauna. Who will we choose for the next target? Shauna was the woman's name. She glanced at it, reached out, and clicked, and said, just him, the commander of the Black Star Legion. Well, he only joined the list a year ago, and his power was developing very fast. If it weren't for this reason, we might not have paid attention to him. By the way, this guy's a bit special, with a nickname of Immortal Body, which seems to be very difficult. If we want to deal with him, we should lead it to a suitable place and make him isolated and helpless. This requires enough preparation time. We have to bring Kernit back. It's better to change a target. No, we act separately. You send someone back. I'll deal with Black Star. Shauna said lightly. The information shows that he only entered the natural disaster field 2 or 3 years ago. Besides, he is a mechanic. I am enough to solve him alone. The man paused and smiled and said, I forgot if you don't say it. Your ability to restrain the mechanic. Okay, I'll go back to deliver the mission, and you go over and catch him. It seems that our gains are very good this time. As for the relationship between Black Star and Dragon Constellation, both of them didn't mention it, and they didn't care. Kim and Star, the headquarters of the Black Star Legion, the practical practice room, a battle is underway. Bang! The streamlined black mechanical warriors crashed away 5 blue-purple robot warriors and rushed to Renard all the way to his face, under the lasers spurted by 10 Foundation turrets. Their arms were nano-deformed and turned into 8 high-speed rotating spiral spikes, hitting Renard's shield and rubbing out fierce sparks. Renard looked serious and pulled back, leaving an electromagnetic trap on the spot, controlling the dark mechanical warriors, and at the same time releasing dazzling mechanical lightning. He used a certain skill to increase the power of the turret and bombard continuously. Kaka, in an instant, the dark mechanical warrior suddenly disintegrated, turning into several torrents of black nanoparticles, and quickly returned to a figure not far away. The nanoparticles reorganized and turned back to the humanoid mechanical warrior again, guarding the man silently. Your ability is getting stronger and stronger, and it's just around the corner to break through to the natural disaster level. The figure applauded with appreciation, and it was Han Xiao. Compared to 2 years ago, Han Xiao is still young and handsome, taller, and his aura is even more unfathomable. At this time, he is still wearing a low-key, luxurious, and connotative black trench coat, without wearing a mecha. It's all thanks to your teaching. Renard spoke seriously. You are outstanding in talent. Han Xiao waved his hand and politely blew each other. After 2 years of study, Renard gradually approached the ill-level energy level and often applied to discuss with Han Xiao. Both of them were mechanics, and there was no need for internal friction among their own people. So every time they discussed, there would be a small-scale offense and defense, testing the strength and accuracy of a single machine to control the ability. The dark mechanical warriors around Han Xiao are one of the new models of mechanical warriors he has studied in 2 years. They strengthen the ability of nano-deformation. The single body is extremely outstanding, and their performance surpasses the oath-keeping player. They are a perfect elite machinery. They belong to the echelon of natural disaster-level armed forces in Han Xiao's equipment. The model is abbreviated as Disfierce. Every time he fights with Black Star, Renard is shocked because Black Star can always come up with different powerful machinery, and every time he competes, he will test his weapons. Renard cannot imagine how many mechanical drawings Black Star knows. Even at Renard's level, it is not easy to learn drawing. If you study a new machine, it will be even more energy-consuming. However, Renard cannot guess the realm of Black Star. He can't understand why Black Star's research efficiency is so terrifying. He can create new drawings every few days. Moreover, every time he competed, Renard could feel that Han Xiao was getting easier to deal with him. Black Star was already among the natural disaster-level strongmen, but it seemed that there was no bottleneck and was always getting stronger. This made Renard extremely shocked and felt that Han Xiao was unfathomable. Renard has always claimed to be extraordinary talent and full of confidence in himself, but he was hit by Han Xiao, feeling ashamed of himself and becoming more and more humble. There are too many things on Black Star that can help him learn. Renard became more and more fanatical and wanted to use every minute to track Han Xiao and record any of his behavior. When he put away the machinery, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "How is the Legion's logistics reserve now?" When talking about work, Renard's expression was more serious and said in an orderly manner, "All kinds of resources are sufficiently stored, and the overall condition is good. Only the material reserves of bases number 17, number 21, and number 24 are in urgent need of material reserves. The scarce resources are mainly ammunition, fuel, and conventional mechanical materials. For days ago, I had already drawn resources from the 5 most recent bases. According to the itinerary, the first batch of material support is expected to arrive at the destination in 2 days." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded, letting Renard leave and stay in the room to think. Over the past 2 years, the Black Star Army has developed rapidly. As industry insiders expected, it has gradually monopolized the business of the Gadon Galaxy, established subbases in dozens of civilized planets in the Gadon Galaxy, and also built offices on the home planet of Godora. Millions of players have brought huge benefits to the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao borrowed a chicken to lay eggs, which has continuously improved the reputation of the Black Star Legion. As the business expands, more free mercenaries will be attracted to join the Black Star. Now, except for millions of cannons. The players in the Legion also have 100,000 formal mercenaries, and the students in the training camp are 3 or 4 times that of this number. With the NPC mercenaries alone, the Black Star Legion is also a well-deserved, large mercenary group. The training camp students are no longer free mercenaries who fail to meet the standards, and there are many ordinary people without foundations. Each planet in which the subbase is located has young people who yearn for a starry sky career or want to become superpowers and sign a contract to become a strong mercenary man. The positions at all levels of the Legion are also systematic and regular, with clear structures and more efficient management. Cadres have their own responsibilities. Some become regional supervisors, coordinating hundreds of mercenary squads. Some as ace mercenaries, specializing in high-difficulty hiring. Some become fleet commanders. Some are the chief instructors of the training camp. Some continue to act as mascots. And some become female secretary of the Legion commander. The position of deputy regiment commander is still empty. This position requires strong strength to convince the public. Han Xiao is the only natural disaster level in the Legion, and the deputy regiment commander must be at this level to avoid losing the price. Among all the cadres, only Renard is closest to the natural disaster level. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao has recruited hundreds of B-level superpowers, some of which are normal mercenaries who take the initiative to surrender, and some are elites he found based on his memory. Among them, there's a protagonist with a low-level halo, which supplements a wave of middle-level combat power. After monopolizing the Gadon Galaxy, Han Xiao expanded, with the Gadon Galaxy as the core, radiating to several surrounding galaxies, each seizing part of the market. A blacksmith must be strong himself. The larger the market it occupies, the greater the requirements for its own camp's ability. As a socialist youth deeply influenced by the values of infrastructure madmen, Han Xiao continuously invested the funds he earned into base construction and fleet expansion, and worked hard to build a virtuous cycle of interests. Today, the Black Star Legion has 26 organized fleets, in charge of different responsibilities such as combat, logistics transportation, and rapid support. The total number of warships has reached 1,600. Facts have proved that robbing star thieves, the benefits generated by eliminating violence and security are considerable. The number of bases has also reached 34. In addition to Norios and Rosos, 3 new funders have been added, 2 of which are serious business consortiums, and 1 is actually the Godora government. Not only does it relax strategic resources for Han Xiao, but it also takes out hot money investment, and the PY relationship between the 2 sides is closer. The influence of the camp radiates further than the sphere of influence. The Black Star Army has joined the ranks of the Colton Star Cluster's symbolic private forces. This time, Longtan's status has increased accordingly. The strength of the field armed forces has made Longtan's own deterrent no longer come from Emmers alone. But Han Xiao had already noticed the bottleneck of camp development. As a mercenary group, the Black Star Army has reached the top ranks. If you expand your business outward, your efficiency will become slower and slower, and distance is an obvious limitation. The larger the business scope, the more exponential the requirements for camp capabilities will increase. Monopolying the Gadon Galaxy is already the limit, and it is temporarily unable to monopolize the second galaxy. Another factor in the bottleneck of the camp is the nature of the camp. Mercenary group is a relatively loose organizational type. If you want to enter a higher level, you must undergo industrial transformation. You must retreat to the second line and turn the camp into a semi-private armed force, just like the nature of the war field. It is very difficult, the time is not ripe, and it is still too early to transform. but Han Xiao has a long-term vision and knows that this is the only way to upgrade the camp and is something that will be done sooner or later. The only thing I don't need to worry about is my strength. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He was level 170 at this time, and he was only promoted to more than 20 levels compared to 2 years ago. He was stuck in the transfer task after the full level of Star Sea Mechanic. But this is because Han Xiao did not focus on upgrading, and he saved most of his experience, and his experience reserve reached a terrifying astronomical figure. Even if the upgrade experience cost at this stage is extremely high, his experience reserve is enough to support him to upgrade to dozens of levels. However, Han Xiao did not do this. He has not encountered many strong enemies in the past 2 years and is not in a hurry to upgrade. So he invested a lot of experience and upgrade skills in exchange for potential points and bet on a large number of drawings at the same time. More importantly, Han Xiao considered the issue of version update. The interval of this update is about 10 years in the game. It is impossible to harvest leaks for nearly 10 years. Experience reserves are like food for winter. Prepare for the future, the more the better. This is all in the late stage of version 2.0. When the professional league is played, the version will be updated soon. Alas, 10 years. Han Xiao thought about it and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He took a breath, grabbed his hair, opened the personal attributes sex panel, browsing. Total level, 170, main occupation, mechanical system. Race, chaos observer, human form. Strength 254, agility 634, endurance 608, intelligence 1956, mystery 263, charm 105, lucky 1. Free attribute sex point, 0, potential point, 31, health, physical strength value. Strength, LV 11, LV 11 total strength bonus. Power plus 111, agility plus 158, endurance plus 174, intelligence plus 204, mystery plus 129, physical. Strength limit plus, mechanical affinity plus 142%. Energy level, a energy level bonus. Extra 10 for endurance bonus, all resistance plus 8%, the highest attribute plus 10%, the remaining attributes plus 5%, and the additional 30 free attributes points, and the additional 5 potential points. You are already a senior A-level superpower. Those who are enemies of you will experience the taste of nightmare. Compared with the development of the camp, your own strength has no bottleneck. If you encounter abnormal transfer or advanced tasks, at least there is a task settlement card. However, there is no inventory at present. As long as his experience reserves keep up, he can quickly become stronger. Han Xiao is not very worried about this. Level is not the only combat power. In the past 2 years, he has been collecting expertise everywhere. Although Renard's expertise is still unclear, Han Xiao has gone thousands of miles away and has gotten back a normal feed of the same type, junior mechanism, and finally has a mechanical expertise. Intermediate strong life also triggered several enhancement tips. Han Xiao estimated that by taking some rare creatures' genetic medicines can upgrade this expertise. Unfortunately, template expertise is very rare, and all I have obtained in the past 2 years are ordinary expertise. In addition to the changes in panel attributes, the changes in actual combat are even more obvious. Han Xiao expanded the Mechanical Legion many times, improved and strengthened the tactics of various schools, and added a variety of natural disaster-level mechanical equipment. He had a rich family background and became more comprehensive in combat mode, which was completely incomparable to 2 years ago. Han Xiao felt that he could beat himself 5 or 6 of his 2 years ago at the same time. At this time, the door suddenly opened and Sivia stood outside the door. "Teacher, I found you. A few mercenaries want to see you, saying that they have important information." 2 years ago, Sivia was still a young girl who was about to bloom. Now, she has developed better. She is tall with a bulge in front and an erect back, exquisite and erect. She is already a young and beautiful beauty, radiant and charming. Her eyes are like bright stars, clear light flows, and she is agile and lively without losing her heroic spirit. Her position is Han Xiao's secretary, and her personal potential has finally been revealed after Han Xiao's continuous development. The homework assigned by Han Xiao can make Sawiya 2 years ago frustrated, but it is easy for her now, and her growth rate is getting faster and faster. Although her potential has not been transformed into strength due to the short time of practice, she can already exert the combat power of C+ using the special mechanical suit made by Han Xiao. She can also compete for several rounds in the face of ordinary B-level Superman, and gradually gain the style of a mechanical female knight in her previous life. Han Xiao looked up and down at Ziwiya, and then spoke. "Who wants to see me?" "These people." Ziwiya took out the information. Han Xiao took a look and was slightly stunned. It was Quang Dao and Hao Yin. Han Xiao came to the office, and Ziwiya brought Quang Dao and others over, and everyone came in one after another. "Black Star," Quang Dao and others shouted unevenly, and the meat bags were also included, with an excited look on their faces. As the camp developed, the meat bun couldn't run around with Haixing. When he learned that Quang Dao and others were visiting Han Xiao, he immediately became interested. He tried everything for the program material, hugged Hao Yin's thighs, and tangled them all over the place, and forced himself to join the fun. As soon as he entered the door, the video was opened. Han Xiao's eyes swept over everyone, then frozen on Quang Dao, loaded the expression management package of camp leader, and nodded. "Long time no see, my friends." When everyone heard this, they laughed. They used to be a member of the Gao playgroup. The conversation between Haixing and them was different, and they felt that this was a special treatment. "What important information do you have to hand it over to me?" Han Xiao was curious. Players would not get up early without profit, and 80% of them accepted someone's mission. "I heard that this is a hunting list with you on it." Quang Dao explained their experiences, then took out the list and handed it to Han Xiao. "Ronaldo? I haven't heard of this name. What kind of incident is the hunter?" Han Xiao frowned and looked through the list. "It really has his own name." "Someone is eyeing me. Who will it be?" Han Xiao pondered. The only similarity between the people on the list is the natural disaster level powerful people with names in various regions of the Broken Star Ring. Some of them have their names that are well known, and he has heard of them in his previous life. If you dare to attack these people, no matter what the purpose of the hunter is, it can prove that their strength is unfathomable. Did they target me because of my fame and strength? Han Xiao thought. In the past 2 years, the Black Star Legion has risen rapidly, and Han Xiao has not had many opportunities to take action. The other party regards him as his target, and the representatives also regard him as one of the most famous figures with the Broken Star Rings. Did Ronaldo say anything else? Quang Dao shook his head. "It's gone." It seems that there is a lack of intelligence and cannot prove the authenticity of this list. I will ask Philip to collect the recent whereabouts of the members of the list. Assuming there is such a group of hunters, he has given too little information, and I don't know what this group of people is. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. There are many similar incidents of hunting strong people. In other words, natural disaster level strong people are equivalent to rare resources in the universe. If a tree attracts wind, it will always be targeted by some organizations with ulterior motives. Now, the Broken Star Ring is surging undercurrents, and the .0 version of Red Tide is happening slowly. All kinds of monsters may appear. Not only the Broken Star Ring, but the same is true for other star fields. The impact of the Red Empire's re-expansion has radiated to the entire star sea. As the saying goes, the world's general trend will be together for a long time. The 3 cosmic civilizations have finally entered a period of exhaustion of peace. Just like the 7-year itch between husband and wife, although it is not divorce yet, quarrels and fights have become daily routine. After a small mood, you can still fight at the head of the bed and get along at the end of the bed, but the turmoil caused indirectly will not disappear. In the past life, the Red Tide was a chaotic era. Many forces that were originally hidden in the dark surfaced, taking advantage of the chaos and placing the blame on the Red Empire. The situation faced by players is a chaotic era with demons dancing. Although Han Xiao is familiar with the plot in the red tide, there are more than one force attacking the strong. Some of them were exposed in their previous lives, and some have not been discovered. He could not determine the origin of the hunter just by relying on the incomplete information brought by Quang Dao and others. To put it in a small way, it may be just done by some ambitious private force. The Dark Star did the same thing in the previous life. To put it in a big way, it may be a sign of super disaster or silver revolutionary army, which is indefinitely true. However, this list at least reminds me to pay attention to safety. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although he was not sure about the identity of the enemy, he could stay alert when he knew that someone was eyeing him. According to the information, this group of mysterious hunters is very strong, crushing the ordinary natural disaster level, and is likely to have the A+ level, which puts Han Xiao a little pressure. I should find some time to complete the transfer task. I am now at level 170. The advancement to level 180 is the next racial sublimation, which greatly improves my strength. I don't have to worry about A+ superpowers. Unfortunately, the enemy has too little intelligence, so I can only passively prevent it and cannot take the initiative to attack and find the enemy. This is like a time bomb. Find time to go back to Lontan, find old man Aesop to count the divination. Han Xiao said inwardly. At this time, the Quang Dao, who had the highest favorability among the crowd, spoke again. Black Star, do you know the recent changes in the Broken Star Ring? They learned the hidden information from Ronaldo, thinking that it was related to the plot of the next version. At this time, they finally met the leader of the camp. The group thought that since Han Xiao was the mission target, they might also know some of the information. Quang Dao wants to try his best to inquire about relevant information. The recent storm? What are you referring to? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Ronaldo tells us that chaos has occurred frequently recently, saying that there is a transcendent force behind it that is fueling the fire. The crazy knife hit the side and tried it carefully. I know, the Red Empire. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The sword opened its mouth. Hao Yan's face twitched. Everyone had complicated expressions like constipation. To set it simply, although I got the answer, everyone had a strange sense of gap. They thought it was a big secret that almost no one knew, but when they asked the second person, they said it casually. It seems that the inside story of the Broken Star Ring that Ronaldo attaches great importance to but cannot be solved is just an ordinary event that does not need to be kept confidential in the mouth of Black Star. The process was too easy, and Quang Dao and others couldn't help but wonder whether this information was important or not. Only the meat buns are the most excited, and their eyes are shining. When it was version 1.0, Black Star hints at the alienation disaster of 2.0, and now Black Star hints at the information of the next version. The group felt that Han Xiao was becoming more and more unfathomable, as if he knew everything. Quang Dao first met Han Xiao, and he couldn't help but feel that he didn't understand him at all. Han Xiao's eyes turned and his tone changed. The information you gave me is indeed valuable. I have a task to you. As he said that, he quickly wrote a welfare task and issued it to the players. The reward was generous, and there was also a reward for choosing a piece of equipment for free. Quang Dao and others showed surprises and hurriedly accepted the task. Han Xiao encouraged a few words and improved his favorability by 5 points. His favorability was equivalent to product discounts, and then asked Zaiwei to send away the satisfied Quang Dao, Hao Yan, and Meat Bao. After everyone left, Han Xiao leaned back, crossed his legs, and tapped his fingers on his thighs, looking thoughtful. He has been paying attention to the players' movements. All players have left their novice planets and entered the interstellar world. His Black Star Legion is definitely the best guide camp among them. The players of the original Hylon Star were all fed to death. The second professional league is about to begin. He is also looking forward to the performance of the Chinese club this time. Most players have reached the level 90 limit and can play more professional characteristics, and their tactics are varied, which will be more exciting than the previous session. The better the performance of the Chinese team, the more attractive the camp can be. In the future, when players can travel across the star domain, their own camp can attract players from other regions to a certain extent. Han Xiao will never mind that there are too many leaks. Those backlog of genetic potions can be sold out. Han Xiao smiled and squeezed out countless star pirates. I don't know how many potions were stored in the warehouse. After watching the forum for a while, Han Xiao was about to get up and was about to go to the mechanical modification room to play with the little cuties, but Suiya suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Teacher, there is an important invitation. Invitation? The dominant civilization of the Colton Star Cluster, the Amethyst Civilization, wants to appoint you to higher Star Cluster-level civilization. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The business scope of the Black Star Legion is limited to Galaxy-level civilization, and there is no chance to contact the Star Cluster-level civilization. Although Han Xiao received contact information from an official of the Amethyst Civilization at the gathering of the Domineering Party, the employment issued by the Star Cluster-level civilization is all designated personnel, and it is not the Black Star Legion's turn. Now, he has finally received the designated employment of the Star Cluster-level civilization. The Amethyst Civilization is the controller of Colton. It seems that it is a relatively important event to invite him. The Legion resume will be greatly enhanced by completing the employment of a cluster-level civilization. A few years ago, Han Xiao did not contact the Star Cluster-level civilization because of his lack of strength, and now he is qualified. Moreover, Star Cluster-level civilization is a necessary path for personal growth. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao has almost learned high-end knowledge and needs to seek the next stage of cutting-edge knowledge. Star Cluster-level civilization is an important way to acquire cutting-edge knowledge. This is an opportunity. Han Xiao was determined and asked Philip to transfer the communication and encrypt the call channel. The picture flashed, revealing a familiar face, which was the representative of the Amethyst Civilization that he met at the meeting of the Domineering People, Lever. Black Star, I haven't seen each other for a while. Lever spoke actively, quite enthusiastically. Han Xiao contacted him for some time, and then talked about the important matter. You want to hire me? Yes, your army has a good reputation and is one of our top candidates. What is the specific task? This is an annihilation operation. The target is a fleet they disguised as travelers, and their actual origin is not simple. We are preparing to destroy this fleet and give the people behind them a warning. Lever said it vaguely, without explaining the specific details, and Han Xiao couldn't help but guess what forces the Amethyst Civilization was about to warn. When his mind moved slightly, he had a general idea. Amethyst asked mercenaries to solve this problem instead of taking action personally. Obviously, it would not be because they were incapable, but because the enemy's identity was more sensitive, which caused Amethyst to not want to use official power. Is it Krent? Han Xiaofeng whispered. Amethyst and Krent seemed to have a good relationship, but in fact they were brothers on the surface. They secretly attacked the other party. Amethyst and Krent had fought with Krent in his previous life. Lever laughed. Not answering the question, changed his mind and said to himself, the situation of breaking the rings has been turbulent recently, and those tempting and troubled forces are becoming more and more excessive. We must use thunder to rectify them. Han Xiao touched his chin, and his eyes flashed. 2 years have passed, and the influence of the red tide has gradually fermented. Many forces want to take advantage of the troubled waters, and many organizations have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and chaos is spreading. The turmoil caused by the Red Empire made the civilization of Amethyst Civilization, which remained neutral, very annoyed. The Colton Star Cluster frequently encountered strange events, and the territorial security issues became more and more serious. Amethyst finally couldn't bear it anymore and was ready to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and shock the tiger. How about Black Star? Are you willing to accept our employment? Talk about the issue of remuneration first. Of course, what do you want? Early advanced knowledge in the mechanical department. Han Xiaoyan was concise and to the point. Lever looked embarrassed when he heard this. This is probably not possible. Cutting-edge knowledge is very valuable. The people above will not agree. I can only give money. Levert paused and suddenly said, however, you are a cadre of Longtan. We respect Emmys. If there is still a chance to cooperate in the future, cutting-edge knowledge is not impossible. As expected, it was not so easy to obtain cutting-edge knowledge. Han Xiao had expected it and was not disappointed. Lever's subtext is that this employment is the Black Star Army's letter of title. If he completes it, Amethyst will have more employment tasks to find him in the future and make enough contributions. Amethyst is willing to provide cutting-edge knowledge and still have to follow the path of favorability of the camp. Cutting-edge knowledge is precious, and only at this stage can I study antimatter energy and secret energy. Han Xiao doesn't think there is any problem with Amethyst's approach. There is no free lunch in the world. He needs cutting-edge knowledge, while Amethyst needs powerful unofficial armed forces to do things for them in private. And everything is a transaction. Han Xiao pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, I can try it." "That's great." Lever smiled. "I'll send you a gathering position later. There are other participants in this hiring, and the details of the task will be sent to you." "Okay." Han Xiao had no objection. This is not the first time he has done this joint employment. The assembly location is in another galaxy in Colton, far from Gardon. Han Xiao drove Resta's body to the assembled planet. This is a numbered unmanned planet. The black light lurker came to the coordinate location. There were already many spacecraft parked on ground. The black crowd was on standby here, and they all looked up at the newcomer. The spacecraft landed steadily, and Han Xiao walked out of the cabin door and glanced casually. He saw that the life intensity of two people in the field reached the level A level. He seemed to be two leaders, but he didn't look familiar. He led a group of people, and there were two forces in total. Black Star of the Gardon Galaxy? I've heard of him. This guy is here too. He didn't bring those undead mercenaries? Everyone present stared at Han Xiao with surprise and discussion. A person from the Amethyst civilization walked out of the spaceship and came to Han Xiao and said seriously, "Welcome to you, Black Star. I am the person in charge of this operation, the fourth agency of the Secret Service, the third-level Foreign Affairs Envoy Dortle." "Hello." Han Xiao nodded and curiously said, "Where is Lever?" Dortle's face turned upright. "Your Excellency, Lever is very high. I am his subordinate, and he does not need to be responsible for this operation in person." Lever's official title in the Amethyst civilization is not low, but Han Xiao didn't know that among the collaborators of this joint operation, he was the only one who was personally invited by Lever, and the other collaborators were only contacted by Dortle. The reason why Han Xiao enjoyed this special treatment was that he had participated in the gathering of Domineers. In Lever's eyes, Black Star was a member of the upper circle, so he personally asked about this small action that did not require him to manage and expressed his importance. This time is a three-party joint operation. I will introduce you to the other two collaborators. Dortle led Han Xiao to introduce the leaders of the other two collaborative forces one by one. This is Jane, a powerful psychic, and others call him Haijun. This is Gadley, nicknamed by Zhuan. Like you, he is a mechanical department, and he is a gunman. The two looked at Han Xiao up and down, shook hands with courtesy. Jane and Gadley are well equipped, especially Gadley. The combat suits on their bodies are super nano products. Han Xiao could see at a glance that they had powerful deformation functions. This guy is a gun master, and he might transform the ace gun into a combat suit and wear it on his body. Han Xiao had never heard of the names of the two, so he asked Philip to Baidu to find that these two people were not registered mercenaries, but small private armed forces. They were only formed a few years ago and are quite small in scale. Speaking of which, the Black Star Legion has been established for a few years, but its rise speed is extremely astonishing and cannot be replicated at all. In the Sea of Stars, this type of organization is second only to the mercenary group. There are many reasons for establishment and can be divided into two major categories. One is the private army, which has its own organizational goals and does not accept employment. The second type is similar to mercenaries, but not like serious mercenaries who accept public employment. They only accept large private orders or look for a long-term partner. They do not belong to the mercenary industry and have a much higher binding force than the mercenary group. The force size is higher. This is the type of the war field. Generally speaking, as long as the organizer is rich and powerful, it is easy to pull up a private armed force. The strength of the leader is the ceiling of the private armed forces. Only armed forces established at the natural disaster level have the qualifications to dominate one side. Jane and Gadley are such forces. They mainly operate in relatively distant galaxies, and their names have not been spread to Han Xiao. Instead, they have all heard of Han Xiao's name and judged the right ones. At this time, Jane suddenly spoke with a puzzled tone. "Are you here alone?" "I'm just enough." Han Xiao smiled. Because it was a sudden task, he did not waste time summoning people. Jane and Gadley looked at each other, and a faint joy flashed in their eyes. They are emerging forces, and this joint operation is a good opportunity to contact the Amethyst civilization. In the eyes of the two, this is still a competition. They strive for long-term cooperation with the Amethyst civilization. They are competitors, so they must perform well. When they saw Black Star, their hearts were stuttering. If Black Star brought the Immortal Legion under their command, they would not have any competitiveness. But Black Star came alone, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that there was a chance to perform. After introducing it, they all got to know each other. Dordal took out the star map and explained the action steps. "We're in the 3rd star area of the 1,000-light galaxy, and the target is in the 7th star area. According to the opponent's movement trajectory, we can intercept the target in the 9th star area. We have 3 disaster-class superpowers and 44 warships. The target has 65 warships, but some of them are civilian spacecrafts used for camouflage, so the actual combat power of the enemy will be lower, while the opponent's personnel will not know. They entered the Colton cluster from the Desolate Universe belt, did not undergo identity checks, and have not stopped to replenish supplies so far." Everyone nodded. The intelligence network of the Amethyst civilization covered the entire star cluster. They just needed to go there and it was done. There were 3 disaster class here, and the strength advantage of the enemy's mere 20 warships was meaningless. "It's just a small fleet." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He thought it would be a difficult task, but it turned out that it was just a wave of miscellaneous fish. This little thing actually asked several natural disasters to take action. He felt that the main goal of the Amethyst civilization might be to screen some new private armed forces for cooperation. Ding! A new prompt pops up on the panel. "You trigger the mission." Han Xiao glanced casually and skipped the experience reward directly. The reward of more than 1 million INRs was just a small matter to himself now. The only reward that he felt valuable was the contribution of the Amethyst civilization, which was rewarded with 330 points. The more advanced the camp, the harder it is to win. However, because of Han Xiao's many Galaxy legendary titles, the current relationship between the Amethyst civilization is not the initial one, but the initial 450-point camp favor. If you want cutting-edge knowledge, winning the favorable side of the camp is the most feasible way. At this moment, Dordal suddenly remembered something. By the way, there is another thing. The Galaxy-level civilization governing the 1,000-light galaxy applied for assistance from us Amethyst. One of their top combat powers disappeared and asked us to help find it. The missing person is called Kernid, nicknamed Deep Purple Warlock. This is his appearance. If you accidentally find clues, remember to tell me. Han Xiao was stunned, feeling a little familiar. Kernid, it seems to be the name of the hunting list. A moment of emotion in his heart. Han Xiao secretly remembered this matter. 1,000-light galaxy, the 9th star area. The goal of the joint operation, disguised as a fleet of interstellar travelers, is slowly sailing in the universe. In the command room of the main ship, Captain Bright was recording the data. Voyage log K, 003015. It has been 134 days since I entered the Colton cluster. Everything is normal. The 6th intelligence collection is underway. The current reconnaissance area is the Qingguang Galaxy. Data, such as civilization development, colonial star ecology, and garrison situation have been packaged and transmitted. The next stop is ready to go to the White Top Galaxy, the core area of the Colton cluster, to explore the intelligence of the Amethyst civilization. After the navigation log is sent out, the system completely destroyed the data. Bright rubbed his eyes to relieve fatigue. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified fleet is approaching. At this moment, the room lights turned dazzling red, and the spacecraft intelligent alarm sounded, which immediately made Bright come to his senses. Before coming to the radar screen with 2 steps in 3 steps, he saw a strange fleet heading straight for them and about to enter the field of vision. Send a message to the other party, ask about the other party's identity, and say we are just interstellar travelers. Bright shouted. However, the news scent fell to the sea, and there was no response. Soon, the attacking fleet appeared and fired at Bright's fleet without saying a word, and the battle broke out. The enemy is not a star pirate. We are targeted. Bright's face darkened. He was experienced and immediately realized that there was more danger this time. Bright made a quick decision, shouting to fight back, while recording the video and sending it back to the organization so that the headquarters can know who the enemy is. The fleet that came to attack was Han Xiao and his group. Jane and Gadley commanded the fleet to fight with the enemy. Each of them shone with light, and the black light lurker was paddling. In the cockpit, Han Xiao stared at the battlefield and squinted his eyes. Although the enemy has no threat, it is a test opportunity. Test my new weapon. As he said that, Han Xiao switched to autonomous driving mode and came to the shooting port in the cabin. The mad ape mecha possessed and jumped directly into the universe. The mecha isolates the universe environment. Compared with the warship, Han Xiao's body shape is like the difference between an ant and an elephant. But the next moment, the mechanical force lightning lit up, and countless mechanical components extend from the inside of the mad ape mecha, and compressed balls are unfolding. In the blink of an eye, a giant mecha that was 30 or 40 meters tall was formed, and its size was no worse than that of a small assault ship. The huge energy fluctuations made both sides look sideways, and the color of surprise floated on their cheeks. Giant soldier, shipbreaker, 3th-generation improved version. In 2 years, Han Xiao supplemented the high in knowledge and finally launched the spacecraft drawings and learned to build warships. Based on this technology, he improved the drawings of the shipbreaker that Kylo lost to him, strengthened them twice, and updated a variety of technologies. Compared with the 1st generation, the appearance of the 3rd generation of the shipbreaker has been much beautified, from a barrel figure to a human shape with sound limbs and a head. Giant Mecha is a mechanical weapon specially used for interstellar combat. It has extremely powerful performance and also has Han Xiao's mechanical power bonus, which is very terrifying. In addition to virtual invasion, Han Xiao has more powerful interstellar combat methods. In the cockpit in the body of the 3rd generation of shipbreakers, Han Xiao completed the nerve link. The giant-like mecha was like an arm instructed, and the little mental load was not worth mentioning to the strong man of his level. Han Xiao couldn't help but miss it a little. There was no suspense in the annihilation battle. Ending with Bright's troops being completely destroyed, the battlefield of artillery fire became silent, and metal garbage floated everywhere. Han Xiao cooperated with Jane and Gadley's troops to drive 3 generations of shipbreakers to cut melons and vegetables in the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet did not have the slightest ability to fight back. He now has 2 interstellar combat methods. Virtual invasion is a sexy operation, while driving giant soldiers is simple and crude. Just a little bit of fish, so why don't you need to invade this trouble? It's the most enjoyable thing to just slash it with just one knife. Han Xiao had at least seen thousands of warships fighting each other in his previous life, and even participated in the battle in person. Compared with the artillery fire density of large-scale star warfare, this small-scale battle could not put any pressure on him. He did not feel it was difficult to control the mecha and dodge it. The performance of the 3rd generation shipbreaker is also a reason. Han Xiao spent a lot of effort to perfect the drawings of this set of giant mechas. I don't know how many functional carriers it carries. It can play the greatest role in this small star warfare. It took more than 3.5 million inars to build the 3rd generation shipbreaker, which is much more expensive than some advanced models of small warships. 2 years ago, this money could make him feel a little painful. But now, at most it means medium. The Black Star Army's ability to attract money can even beat Long Tan. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that when the account balance was checked last time, The working capital seemed to be more than 80 million yuan left, and the fixed assets were several times that of this number. Although this family foundation is far inferior to that of the commercial consortium, it is also a young and promising scholar. It is the leader of the power. Originally, Jane and Gadley's troops were the main attackers. As soon as Han Xiao joined the war, he immediately snatched their position and dominated the battle situation. They could only help Han Xiao restrain the enemy and watch the whole process. They had a deep impression of Han Xiao's style of manipulating giant soldiers. In summary, it was feng sexy, luxurious, naughty. The third generation of shipbreakers were also slightly damaged. In a short battle, a large amount of fuel was burned. Han Xiao took back the third generation of shipbreakers, returned to rest his body, and met with Jane and Gadley. The three of them left the crime scene tacitly and went to the nearest unmanned planet for rest. You guys did a good job. Dordal contacted the three of them and praised them. The reward was transferred to the public account, and Han Xiao's mission was completed, and the favorable impression of the Amethyst Civilization's camp increased slightly. Everyone should have speculation in their hearts. Yes, this is a simple test. We are preparing to select some reliable, unofficial armed forces to cooperate. You have all demonstrated their strength, and hope that we will cooperate happily in the future. Jane and Gadley were immediately happy. They thought the limelight was given by Black Star, and it was not their turn to cooperate. At this time, they were surprised. Dordal explained to several people, "You have deeply understood the chaos of the Broken Star rings in the past 2 years. The situation in the future will become more complicated and dangerous. We are secretly expanding our armed forces to seek more collaborators like you to secretly safeguard the safety of the Colton Star Cluster. I can't tell you the specific details, but I can reveal a little information. The people above are preparing to form a brand new secret force, and you are all candidates." Establish a secret force? Han Xiao immediately felt energetic. He knew which plot this was. In 3.0 Red Tide, due to the chaos of demons, grouping together became a trend. Not only the Amethyst Civilization, but many star cluster-level civilizations secretly recruited armed forces in the territory and formed a guardian-like secret institution in order to protect the territorial security. For example, the 3.0 version of the Broken Star Ring Mercenary Union Group is the product of mercenaries joining together. These combined forces are the 3.0 camp that players in previous lives could choose, and there are many options. Han Xiao remembers that the organization established by the Amethyst Civilization was codenamed Organization Number 0, which means the hidden organs and departments of the Amethyst Civilization. The members are powerful people and organizations from various galaxies of Colton. They accept the long-term employment of the Amethyst Legion, become cooperative forces, and receive resource support. In other words, Jane and Gadley will be their own teammates in the future. Han Xiao would not refuse such a good thing, and whether it is cutting-edge knowledge, it is beneficial to become a member of the Zero Agency in itself, and it is the opportunity to take the opportunity to go online with the Star Cluster-level civilization and long-term camp relationship. In his previous life, players entered version 3.0, and these joint forces had already been formed. What players saw was the result of the formation. At this time, what was placed in front of Han Xiao was the prototype stage of the early preparations of the joint forces, which was undoubtedly a better opportunity. Even without his Mao recommending himself, Amethyst Civilization fell in love with him, and his current status is inseparable from his painstaking management and the power of the players. If you can become the main force of Organization Number 0, it is equivalent to becoming famous in the Broken Star Ring. Fame and status will increase significantly, becoming a first-class force in the Colton Star Cluster. This is a shortcut to your development to a higher level. If the reward is in place, I'm happy. Han Xiao replied. Jane and Gadley also came to their senses and responded one after another, saying that they were happy to join the secret institution that the Amethyst Civilization is about to form. The remuneration will not disappoint you. The organization is still in the process of selection. When it is officially established, we will have a lot of tasks. Dordal said, The Amethyst civilization's move is equivalent to the world's recruitment. Originally, the Amethyst civilization also had some fixed cooperative forces, but in the past 2 years, Krent has been very restless. The Amethyst civilization has had a premonition that the conflict between them and the Krent Empire will intensify, and there's a high probability that a secret war will break out. The so-called secret war is that the official army keeps shouting, "Come here," but it just keeps going to war without any chance. In secret, it uses collaborators to fight each other and cut off the other's wings. This is the way to tear down under the constraints of the peace treaty. Those who fight to death are all cooperative forces. Of course, the star cluster level civilization is well aware of the principle that if a horse wants to run, it must let the horse eat grass. It is very generous in its actions and provides maximum resource support to the cooperative forces. It can be said that as long as it can survive the secret war and act as a pawn, the cooperative forces can transform and soar into the sky. Han Xiao understood the idea of the Amethyst civilization. If he wanted to develop to a higher level, it was impossible not to bear risks. Although he had a good power, it was impossible to expand. Han Xiao knew how to put his position in the right place at any time. Unless Emers becomes the collaborator of Amethyst, he will not have enough bargaining with the star cluster level civilization, and he has not reached the point of bargaining with the Amethyst civilization. Amethyst civilization will not cry and beg him to join. Instead, for himself, this is an opportunity for development and essentially a fair deal. As long as the reward is enough, he doesn't mind fighting for the Amethyst civilization. Now is not the time when he was not strong enough before. He was young and was very careful. Now that he has the strength, he can be bold and enterprising. Unlike Jane and Gadley, who looked happy, Han Xiao was already accustomed to sex and began to deduce what consequences his choice would have. Secret War. Han Xiao touched his chin. This is one of the main plots of version 3.0. If you ignore the complex interest relationship behind the tide, in fact, the theme of version 3.0 is summarized. It is random fight. All joint forces are fighting each other, and the Zero Agency will fight with many collaborators in the Krent Empire and will definitely not be able to avoid the war. As long as the Domineer doesn't take action, everything will be fine. He is not afraid of other muscles at all. He has never been afraid of opponents of the same level. At this moment, the sound of a spaceship passing suddenly came from the sky. Han Xiao stopped to communicate with the others, looked up and saw a small and exquisite single-person spacecraft that had arrived on this planet at some point. "Did you pass by chance?" Jane said. "I don't know." Gadley shook his head. The cabin door of the single spacecraft opened, and a woman in a white coat was floating in the air, wearing a silver-white cat mask on her face, looking down at the group on the ground with a quiet look. "Who are you?" Gadley asked, looking at the uninvited guest, feeling the powerful fluctuations in the woman in white. He couldn't help but feel alert. This is a natural disaster-level, powerful man. Shauna ignored him, glanced around, frozen on Han Xiao, and asked faintly, "Black Star?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not answer. He felt that the person who came was not kind. "It doesn't matter if you don't answer. You can't escape today." Shauna glanced at her and said to herself, 3 natural disasters are a bit difficult. Cockhack the next moment, Shauna took action directly. From the time she appeared to the point of taking action, the whole process was less than 10 seconds. She was simply decisive and arrogant. She reached out and grabbed the dozens of spaceships parked on the surface, half of which instantly disintegrated into metal fragments, and a violent explosion occurred. Countless fragments turned into metal storms. In just a moment, part of Jane and Gadley's subordinates turned into minced meat. Gadley was furious, and his combat suit flowed like water waves. The nanoparticles gathered into his hands and turned into an amazing giant gun. Dozens of gun barrels fired at Shauna at the same time. The explosive power was extremely strong in an instant. The light cannons fired out were extremely fierce, and all of them were integrated into his mechanical power. Dong 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 dong, a sudden fierce battle happened instantly. Shauna raised her fingers, and an invisible magnetic field cover appeared around her, with extremely strong defense. The explosion of fire covered her body, but they were all blocked by the magnetic field cover, unharmed. Then, Shauna held her 5 fingers. Bang! The giant cannon in Gadley's hand instantly faded and suddenly shattered, turning into nanoparticles all over the ground, like a pool of sand. Metal control and magnetic field control. Han Xiao's face immediately condensed. This uninvited guest was obviously coming to him. His ability was very restrained by the mechanic. He didn't know what it was. The attack came without warning. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the hunting list. No, is it so coincidental? Han Xiao was surprised. He was puzzled by how this enemy knew that he was here. If you act alone, you can reveal your intelligence. Besides the Amethyst civilization, there are only 2 teammates, Jane and Gadley. No, there's another possibility. Han Xiao suddenly remembered the fleet that had just been annihilated. Before it was eliminated, he must have sent the information back. Could it be that these hunters were related to Krent? Ho-hoo, 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 roared towards him. It was not the time to think about it now. Han Xiao was about to use the Mad Ape, but when he thought of the other party's superpowers, he frowned and had to give up the idea of using the mecha, dodge with his own nature, and jump away from afar. The metal fragments smashed out of the pit on the spot with a bang, and gravel splashed everywhere. Shauna fought against everyone alone and used all her heart. However, after a few easy fingers, she destroyed Gadley's arms. She waved her hand and directly knocked Gadley away. Jane was shocked to see this. The combat power of this uninvited guest was beyond his expectations. Han Xiao had a headache. Faced with such an opponent, the mechanical system would inevitably be restrained. Many of his methods would be resolved by the opponent's every move, and he would lose a lot of money. This is the enemy that has encountered the most capable enemy he has ever encountered so far. The metal control is the nemesis of the mechanical system. This woman's ability strength may be of a plus. If this continues, the situation will not be very good. Any profession will meet your nemesis. The superpower system is the most special. It may be restrained by the other 4 systems, or it may be restrained by the other 4 systems. Everything is because of the randomness of the awakening of superpowers. Among the 5 superpower systems, the advantages and disadvantages of superpower are also obvious. The combat power depends on their different superpowers. The professional knowledge tree is also a universal oil-like structure, which increases the strength of superpowers, control power, ability range, usage method, etc. The advantages are obvious. Superiority can shine in a single aspect, and weaknesses are also obvious. They lack abilities in other aspects, and their abilities have their own limitations. For example, teleportation. The shortcoming is naturally defensive power, such as high-speed regeneration or even immortality, and obviously has no combat power, such as prophecy. There is no need to whip the corpse. Of course, these are relatively extreme abilities, but they also show that the advantages and disadvantages of abilities are outstanding. For players, if they get a special abilities, the fun of the game will certainly increase significantly. There are countless tycoons who buy superpower gene awakening agents for Krypton gold. In addition to those European emperors, some African chiefs and tyrants kept changing their numbers to use genetic awakening agents in order to get their favorite superpowers until they succeeded. In the team battles of the professional league, reasonably allocating personnel to target opponents' abilities is also a tactical focus. The supernatural man, controlled by magnetic field metal, naturally cannot be brave in the face of martial arts and magic, but it happens to be the nemesis of the mechanical system. Han Xiao said, "It is impossible not to hurt." Although, as a mechanic, he also has the power of magnetic attributes, his ability to control magnetic fields is far worse than that of enemies who awaken the supernatural genes. The purpose of mechanical force is more to enhance machinery. Magnetic field control is just a companion ability, which at most hinders the opponent's superpowers. If you want to completely neutralize the opponent's magnetic field, you must use special machinery. Just as the fight was over, Han Xiao looked at the battle information and knew that the other party was called Shauna, and the level was actually a question mark. You should know that he is now level 170. Even if Shauna is not A+, it is not far from it. The huge difference in ability strength is difficult to make up. Restat, stay away from the battlefield first. Han Xiao dodged the impact of metal fragments and ordered at Restat that if the Blacklight Lurker was demolished, he would lose a lot. The Blacklight Lurker quickly took off the air and was about to speed up to leave the battlefield. Seeing this, Shauna didn't care. She reached out to aim at the Blacklight Lurker from afar, and she wanted to clench her fists and prepare to deal with Han Xiao's car, like crushing other spacecraft. Bang! In the next moment, a white figure hit, like a meteor, dragging the lightning-like tail flame, breaking through the sound barrier and spreading the shockwave, and hitting Shauna's magnetic field shield. The invisible magnetic field cover was concave, as if it was elastic, bounced the white figure out of the way. Shauna was not injured, but was knocked away by the reaction force for a short distance. She quickly controlled the metal on her body, allowing herself to stabilize her body in the air and look down at the white figure with expressionless expression. Han Xiao changed into a bone-white mecha, which was the virtual dragon mecha that retreated to the second line. This man's superpowers restrain me and can only take out non-metallic weapons to meet the enemy. Han Xiao said intimately, the metal content of the Void Dragon mecha is very small. Although its attributes can no longer keep up with the battles of the natural disaster level, it is at least not as restrained as the Mad Ape and can barely be used. Most of his machinery is made of alloys, and non-metallic machinery may only account for about 10% of the total. Many machinery has strict requirements on the properties of materials. High-density non-metallic materials that can replace various alloys are difficult to synthesize. Depending on the different materials, the properties of machinery will also fluctuate. Before encountering enemies controlled by metals, the cost-effectiveness of alloys is naturally the highest. If you don't use interstellar alloy materials, carbon nanotubes are a good choice, but your previous opponent is ash. Even if you want to create the targeted machinery, it will be after the battle. At this time, Han Xiao's Legion Flow and a large number of main combat machinery will naturally not be used unless he ignores the losses. In his opinion, the situation at this time was far from that point. Try her limit first. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Taking advantage of the entanglement of Shauna, Resta accelerated and successfully evacuated the battlefield, eliminating the fate of being dismantled into scrap iron. All the remaining spacecraft were crushed into pieces by Shauna, forming a metal storm and swept across. Except for Han Xiao, the three natural disasters, everyone else died and had no power to fight back. Some sea-level warriors wearing metal combat uniforms directly enjoyed the treatment of a sandstorm funeral. Swish, swish, swish. Han Xiao shuttled through the metal storm, dodging flexibly, and fired at Shauna continuously. Bunches of void sprayed could not penetrate Shauna's magnetic field cover, with amazing defense. At this moment, Jane next to him gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Drink!" His shirt shattered, revealing his muscle-knitted body. His body showed a slight vibration at high frequency, and the air around him made a vibrating sound. The vibration force was transmitted to the ground under his feet, and the cracked area on the ground quickly expanded. Immediately afterwards, Jane slapped Shauna in the air with a palm. Dong! A huge invisible vibration wave headed straight for Shauna. Wherever she passed, the air twisted and fluctuated, outlining an oval outline with an amazing momentum. Shauna frowned slightly, moved horizontally in the air, and quickly avoided. Only Jane was unrestrained in the audience. Han Xiao looked over and saw Jane naked. Her chest was shivering, and she was shaking freely. What a mouthful of hiding a big man's heart-protecting hair. At this moment, a sudden task popped up on the panel. You trigger hidden A-level chain missions. Pret. Task introduction. You are regarded as prey by a terrible organization. They will hunt you again and again until they succeed. Don't hold the hope of running away. Their background is beyond your imagination. You have no choice. Try to struggle and fight with war. Maybe you still have a glimmer of hope? First ring, repel Shauna. Reward, 3700W experience, draw a skill or expertise of Shauna. Scary organization. Interesting. Han Xiao felt moved when he saw the mission introduction. He remembered the plot of his previous life, but Shauna seemed to be unable to compete with any force in her memory. It seems that it may be a secret force that players in their previous life had never contacted. Their hunting targets were all famous A-level, and it was indeed difficult to intersect with players. The thought flashed by, and the battle was still in the middle of the battle, and the three of them besieged Shauna. Jane and Gadley are both natural disaster level, and they can cooperate with Han Xiao without words. Since there is a helper, Han Xiao naturally doesn't need to do it in vain. He assumes the responsibility of frontal combat, attacking Shauna's magnetic field cover again and again against the metal storm. Jane is the main attacker. His shock attack threatens to make Shauna dodge repeatedly. As for Gadley, he did not get close after being knocked away and ran dozens of kilometers away. The strength of the gunman is long range and crazy output from a distance. The range of dozens of kilometers is nothing to A-level gunners. The hit rate is still accurate. As long as the power does not decay, he can shoot further. His nickname, 100-turn cannon, shows his attack frequency. The continuous long-range attacks made Shauna feel uncomfortable. She was determined to target Gadley, but was restrained by Han Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. Several people fought in a melee, with natural disaster-level attacks powerful. The earth cracked and exploded continuously. The two sides were in a stalemate, and Shauna was a little annoyed. Bright, who was beaten by Han Xiao and the other two, was actually a member of an intelligence organization dependent on the war field. Behind it, he was instructed by Krent to come to Colton to reconnect intelligence. It just so happened that Shauna's power had a special relationship with Krent. After capturing Kernid, she happened to be in this area. After Bright was attacked, the intelligence organization where she was located informed nearby Shauna that it was actually for help. However, Shauna came late, but she found the traces of Black Star, so she changed her target and started directly at Black Star. In her opinion, Black Star delivered it to her door herself, so that she didn't have to go to the Gardon Galaxy to deal with him. Shauna came to deal with Haixing with a clear confidence, but she didn't expect that she would fall into a hard battle. There is no information about Jane and Gadley in Bright's intelligence, because Han Xiao manipulated the third generation of shipbreakers to quickly resolve the fleet. The two of them had no choice but to take action, but now they have become unexpected reinforcements. The game is over. Shauna didn't want to waste her time anymore, so she yelled coldly, and suddenly her hands were facing the surface, urging her superpowers with all her strength. Rumble, the earth shook violently. The next moment, a shocking scene happened. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, caves collapsed one after another. Nearly 100 giant snakes made of metal particles broke through the ground, which was more than 10 meters thick and had no end in length. The earth was suddenly full of holes. The earth dragon turns over. The next second, hundreds of giant metal snakes rose into the air and crashed into the three people. Initiate the planetary magnetic field and use the metal elements underground. It's really a terrible ability strength. Han Xiao felt difficult at the time. The magnetic field metal manipulator must need metal to exert his strength. If only those spacecraft fragments were used, Shauna's threat was not high. However, her ability strength was enough to activate the planet's magnetic field, which was equivalent to the entire planet being Shauna's arsenal. This is a well-deserved, real natural disaster. Gadley's eyes widened, and he hurriedly wanted to widen the distance, but was caught by two metal giant snakes. The metal giant snake swallowed Gadley in one bite, and then the two giant snakes merged into a metal sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters and hit the ground hard. Kakak, the sphere constantly squeezes the inside, increasing the density, trapping Gadley inside. This is a tried-and-true move by Shauna. Seeing this, Jane was very anxious and hit the ground with both fists. Obviously, he used some skill. A circle of vibration shock waves spread out. Boom! The vibration frequency triggered a chain reaction of stress, and the vibration amplitude of the Earth suddenly surged. A terrifying earthquake swept across this area, like the sky collapsed and the Earth cracked, and countless metal giant snakes were directly shattered into iron sand all over the sky. The attack was extremely moving. Further away, a huge rift appeared on the ground, as if the planet had opened its mouth. Bang! The vibration wave hit the metal sphere that trapped Gadley. The next moment, the sphere was shaken into pieces. Gadley hurriedly escaped, covered in dust. Han Xiao looked at him sideways. Jane's destructive power shocked him. The nickname, Haijun, is veritable. There's almost no weak person who can reach A-level abilities. You must know that the potential of superpowers cannot reach A-level, and personal strength will definitely not reach A-level. Bang, bang, bang. Shauna and Jane completely let go of their firepower. The battlefield continued to shift, and the area of hundreds of kilometers became messy, with countless collapses, and giant snakes traveled through, as if a disaster, with Han Xiao and Gadley sprinting. However, although the movement was amazing, Shauna was floating in the air after all, and the earthquake had almost no effect on her, and she had an absolute advantage. He glanced at Han Xiao, who was hiding everywhere, and a trace of disdain flashed in Shauna's eyes, and she shook her head. Although Black Star is the target on the list, it has almost no sense of existence and is far worse than Jane. On the contrary, Jane is more qualified to be a hunting target. Shauna was a little disappointed, and the rumors were that Black Star was very powerful, but she felt that it was just that, and it was not worthy of her name. Then I thought, it is normal for Black Star to restrain myself, but Black Star does not have the power to fight back. If these two reinforcements were not available, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Shauna frowned. As long as Jane and Gadley were dealt with, Black Star would be able to capture it. However, she had a new idea. Jane was very strong and would sooner or later become a member of the list. Sooner or later, she would just capture Black Star and Jane together here. As for the gunman, she felt that her strength was average and she had no value to capture. At this moment, Jane's defense exposed a gap. Shauna seized the opportunity keenly. The metal giant snake directly wrapped Jane and turned into a sphere. Jane kept shaking inside, trying to break the cage. However, Shauna put most of her energy on him, controlling dozens of metal giant snakes and scrambling to overlap on the sphere. The huge sphere continues to shrink, the density continues to rise, the earthquake resistance ability skyrockets, and the internal vibration amplitude is getting smaller and smaller. Jane can no longer struggle. Solved. Shauna's eyes lit up. She controlled Jane. In her opinion, the battle was over. Black Star had no strong support and could catch it at will. Shauna turned her head. Her eyes passed through the dust in the sky, stared at Han Xiao, and said lightly, "Your helper is gone. Next, it's your turn." Han Xiao suddenly stopped and opposed Shauna. Just when Shauna thought Han Xiao gave up on resisting, Han Xiao suddenly laughed. "You are right, it's me." Buzz, the next second, there were continuous roars coming from the sky. Shauna suddenly looked up. 50 stars fell from the top of her head at an incredible speed. These stars are all orbital cannons of the Eye of Divine Power, and the diameter of a bunch of energy cannons is about 7 or 8 meters. Shauna's pupils shrank suddenly. She had only had time to condense the magnetic field cover, and the next moment, 50 satellite energy cannons fell down. Boom! The deafening explosion swept across the world. The continuous wave of strong wind blows everything around. Gadley was shaken away, and the metal ball wrapped in Jane flew directly into a mountain range more than 10 kilometers away. The dazzling flames and mushroom clouds soared into the sky, and their vision was white and they could hardly see anything. Countless stones turned into ashes, and the metal giant snake melted directly into iron. This scene is like destroying the world. Even in outer space, you can see a blazing red mushroom rising from the surface of the planet. Han Xiao seemed to be paddling all the time, but in fact he was commanding Rista who was out of the battle, and putting 50 Eye of Divine Power space-based satellite cannons in the warehouse in the outer space. A round of orbital strikes was enough to destroy a city. The enemy has shown strong control skills. It is difficult for him to resist the opponent by just being able to withstand it. Only with strong firepower can the victory be established. Han Xiao put his hands on his hips and smiled. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Let's learn about the strategic support stream, and I'll endorse the rogue. Strategic support flow is known for its strong off-field firepower. Han Xiao particularly favors this rogue style of play. In 2 years, he has supplemented the number of satellite orbital guns and is always in the warehouse of the Blacklight Lurker. It can be said to be a necessary weapon for traveling at home, killing, and robbing people. The hot mushroom cloud was still expanding and rising with a shocking momentum, and a sinkhole exploded on the ground. Han Xiao did not delay, and the mecha's thruster squirted suddenly. He rushed into the explosion area first and headed straight to the bottom of the sinkhole. The battle information prompted the damage caused by this round of singular shooting. Shauna continued to strengthen the magnetic field cover, offsetting a large amount of damage. In addition, her equipment defense and personal resistance were not enough to damage her. Moreover, dozens of track strikes were hit at the same time, so the attack power was naturally not concentrated enough, wasting a lot of power. The biggest effect of this attack was to briefly reverse the situation and interrupt the situation under the control of the opponent. Han Xiao was not going to give Shauna a chance to breathe, so he immediately chased in. Shauna and her shield were bombarded into the soil, and a hemispherical magnetic field cover was exposed at the bottom of the sinkhole, which was very conspicuous in the flames and dust. Boom! At this moment, Shauna suddenly raised her head. Her mask had exploded, revealing a distorted face. A wisp of blood flowed down her forehead, her eyes full of murderous intent, as if she had expected Han Xiao to chase him. And her palm pressed on the ground, and a metal fountain spurted out from the ground below Han Xiao, grabbing Han Xiao. A-level superpowers have rich combat experience. When they were hit by orbit, Shauna guessed Han Xiao's next action. When she resisted the attack, she arranged a trap to condense metal particles into the surrounding ground in order to catch the black stars flying around like flies. However, the next moment, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Behind less than 1 meter, a gust of wind suddenly came, and her keen perception told her that there was already one more person in the magnetic field cover. Racial talent, high-level void shuttle. How did he break through the magnetic field shield? Shauna's face changed drastically. Before she could turn around, the back of her head was grabbed by a big hand wrapped in a bone-white mecha. An irresistible force burst out. With a bang, she was directly pressed into the soil face down. The next second, the gray light of void energy overflowed from the inside of the void dragon mecha, surging and gathering on the arm. Full power void spray. Boom, boom, boom. Void spray shoot can ignore cooling and continuous attacks. The price is that the energy consumption continues to increase. Han Xiao did not have any mercy and almost wiped out all the remaining energy of the void dragon mecha. When he was in the first shot, he activated the injection module in the mecha and injected a genetic drug. In the past 2 years, he has arrested countless star pirates, and the private prison has been renamed the Warm Hut of Star Pirates. He collected a large number of genetic drugs, which can adapt to any situation. The temporary character's ability given by this drug is that combos are more likely to cause dizziness. The continuous void sprays and direct contact caused this effect. Shauna entered a dizzy state. Her brain was in chaos and had no power to resist, so she could only obediently bear Han Xiao's violent attack, let him do it, and was blown away and trembled all over. After the last shot, Shauna was still in a dizzy state and could not use her abilities. Without saying a word, Han Xiao directly replaced the mad ape and entered a violent overload state of lightning and thunder. The arms were raised, and the dazzling lightning energy gathered in both fists. The next moment, his fist suddenly fell down. Bang! The spiderweb-like lightning exploded, and the bottom of the sinkhole was once again covered with cracks, and a loud bang erupted. Han Xiao gave his all in this attack. The Mad Ape's Power Blast, his own gene liberation, and the critical hit that was accidentally triggered in Shauna's dizzy state had a damage multiple of more than 10 times, and his lethality was extremely terrifying. Click! Even though the sound of the impact was deafening, Han Xiao could clearly hear the sound of a broken bone coming from Shauna under him. Han Xiao looked calm and without any means grabbed Shauna's neck, stepped on a lunge, and twisted her head suddenly, as if she was shooting a softball. She threw Shauna out with her hand. The moment she took off her hand, the air exploded in a circle of shock waves. Furious throw. Shauna flew straight out like a cannonball, instantly flying out of the area covered by the mushroom cloud. The distance was getting farther and farther away, almost disappearing from sight. However, this set of combos is not over yet. Shauna flew far away and was about to recover from her dizziness. At this time, dozens of stars lit up in the sky. The second round of tracks is in simultaneous shooting. Boom! The second mushroom cloud is rising slowly. The shock wave arrived as scheduled, and Han Xiao's legs mecha nano-deformed, turning into a foundation, firmly strengthening his body and not being lifted out. Han Xiao shook his hand, and a huge square gun appeared on his feet, like a big box, 2 meters high, with more than 20 spouts on the top of the box. This was a bomb spray gun. He carried it on one shoulder and fired in the center of the second mushroom cloud in the distance. All in one, the densely packed special grenade missiles dragged their tail flames out of the box, drew across the parabola, crossed a long distance, hit the target location, and exploded one after another violent explosion. The grenade missiles fired were all small equivalent nuclear grenades and space warping bombs, and the magazines were quickly empty. In the distance, Gadley finally rescued Jane from the metal ball. The two of them looked at this scene and swallowed. It's so cruel, it's simply ravage. The magazine was empty, and this set of combos produced tons of output, but there was still no kill prompt, proving that Shauna was still alive, a nearly A+ Superman, and her ability to resist hits was also very strong. Han Xiao replaced him with a virtual dragon again, consuming his energy to restore part of the mecha's energy. He was about to pursue the victory when Shauna's figure suddenly rushed out of the mushroom cloud, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the sky at high speed. All the metal giant snakes followed closely behind and merged together, like a lonely peak rising from the ground. She wants to escape? No. She's going to remove my satellite orbital cannon. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. He activated the sprayer and chased after him. The two of them headed straight for the outer space one after another. Damn! Shauna glanced at Han Xiao, who was chasing below, and gritted her teeth. She suffered a set of explosive combos, and the dizzy state suffered the most damage. She was seriously injured at this time. Her left arm was soft and drooping. Her arm bones had been broken into abstract artwork, and her left leg was also distorted abnormally. Her left half of her body was severely damaged by Han Xiao. She didn't know how many ribs she had left her connected, and her chest and back were so painful that she was in extremely poor condition. It has been a long time, and she has not suffered such serious injuries. At this moment, she was shocked and angry. What was shocked was the sudden burst of firepower from Black Star, and what was angry was that she was actually severely injured. If Eret is here, Shauna inevitably remembered her mage partner and secretly regretted her own actions. This time she was so proud. Although she was severely injured, Shauna was angry and had no intention of retreating. She was going to the outer space to remove all the Black Star's firepower support, so that there would be some fighting. In Han Xiao's vision, the surface of the ground shrank rapidly, and the two rushed to the sky. He controlled all the eyes of divine power to aim at Shauna, and took turns shooting, trying to block her flight speed. However, Shauna was guarded, and her flight trajectory was irregular, and she never walked straight. She also used a huge metal snake as a shield. She blocked all the orbital energy cannons or dodged. It seemed that she couldn't stop her. Han Xiao made a calm judgment. Without hesitation at all, activated the recycling system of all satellite cannons, and the Eye of Divine Power flew back to the Blacklight Lurker's warehouse one after another. He was ready to let Rista leave the battlefield with his weapons, and Shauna was helpless with the maneuverability of the Blacklight Lurker. The two finally approached the edge of the atmosphere and the dark universe environment in front of them. The Blacklight Lurker has recovered all satellite cannons and is starting to stay away from this planet. Shauna gritted her teeth and barely raised her right arm to activate her superpower. Han Xiao's high-level void shuttle had not cooled down yet, and he was about to give Shauna another void spray. Suddenly, a light cannon with a curve shot from the surface and hit Shauna accurately. This time she was unprepared and was knocked out and rolled in the sky. On the ground, Gadley was operating a super giant orbital sniper gun with both hands. This shot was made by him. As a gunsmith, he carried a gun that adapted to various situations. This giant gun was specially used for orbital sniper. Gadley is a Class A gunman. Although he was beaten up by Shauna, because of his ability restraint, he did not have any flash points. He also had to consider parameters such as rotation speed when sniping targets in outer space on the planet. However, at his level, this is a conventional operation. As long as the gun itself has sufficient performance, his sniper shooting range is extremely high. This interrupted Shauna's ability, and the Blacklight Lurker accelerated and left Shauna's ability range. Shauna barely stabilized her body, floated in the air, staring at Han Xiao, feeling that the situation became extremely difficult. With her current state, the chance of trying to catch the three natural disasters, including Black Star, was extremely slim, and Shauna immediately had the intention to retreat. There is obviously something that is not sure about. Shauna doesn't want to bet on her life. There is no need for this. Even if she fails, she will be the same next time she comes back with her companions. This failure will at most be a warning to the enemy. But in her opinion, even if He Xing was alert, it would be useless. She did not reveal any information. He Xing didn't know who was targeting him. Next time, just bring strong partners, and under the crushing combat power, whether Black Star is ready or not, it will be defeated. Thinking of this, Shauna's anger subsided. She returned to her calmness, and she suffered this loss with regret. She didn't want to get stuck anymore, and raised her hand, and the metal snake rushed straight to Han Xiao. Then she summoned a single-person spacecraft and quickly got into the cockpit. Han Xiao was entangled by the metal snake, and it was difficult to pursue him. He didn't think about chasing him. The Void Dragon mecha could not run through the spaceship, and the mad ape would be restrained again. It was indeed difficult for him to keep Shauna. The most important thing is that although Shauna is a rare enemy, Han Xiao does not want to kill Shauna here. Shauna's spacecraft quickly moved away. Before entering the jump, Han Xiao threw an observation mark on Shauna. The metal snake lost Shauna's fighting control and instantly collapsed and fell to the ground, falling like rain. Han Xiao floated in the air, looking at the streaming trajectory left by the Shauna spacecraft, and tilted his lips. It's not that easy to treat me as prey. The mysterious organization to which Shauna belongs targeted her. Even if she killed Shauna, there would be strong enemies coming to chase her in the future, and it would not cure the root cause. Currently, Han Xiao knows nothing about this mysterious organization and urgently needs intelligence. Observation marks are the excellent ability to steal intelligence. Let Shauna go. Han Xiao wants to fish for big fish with a long line. Finding out the origin and scale of this mysterious organization and finding their base is the key task. After all, there is no reason to defend against thieves for thousands of days. Han Xiao doesn't want to be worried every day and be sneak attacked at any time. This mysterious organization is an irregular time bomb. It is the most efficient way to solve hidden dangers once and for all. Although he still has to face Shauna, who restrains himself in the future, Han Xiao decided to change the center of gravity of mechanical manufacturing during this period and start to build non-metallic machinery on a large scale, as well as to create special machinery that can control magnetic fields, so as to minimize Shauna's restraint on her abilities. As long as you give the mechanical system preparation time, Any means of restraint can be created. However, this woman is really awesome. If I don't have two helpers, I will fight hard. Han Xiao excelled. If he had a single fight, he would have a blood blue conversion, and the battle would become a war of attrition. Shauna's chance of fucking her is extremely low, but relying on her flesh alone would be very uncomfortable to be beaten. Fortunately, with the helpers Jane and Gadley sharing the firepower, he did not let him fall at a disadvantage throughout the whole process. Repel Shauna and hide the A-level chain mission, Pret, popped up a prompt to complete the first ring. With more than 30 million experiences, Han Xiao did not immediately draw Shauna's ability, and Fording was not around, and he was unsure. It's better to go back to the base and then smoke. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He can't catch up with the goddess of luck after all his hardships. But Fording can make the goddess of luck spread their legs on his own initiative. People are different from others, and he is also very desperate. Han Xiao looked down from a high altitude. The ground was cracked in the battle area, like a piece of trampled biscuit, 2 huge sinkholes and undispersed explosion dust. Flying back to the ground slowly, Han Xiao put away the empty dragon and restored his original outfit. Jane and Gadley came up. Both of them were covered in dust, especially Jane, with scars on her body, and her chaotic breasts were still dancing with youth. "Hey Xing, have you killed that woman?" Jane said in an impatient tone. "No, she was taken away by her." Han Xiao shook his head. "Her target is you. Do you know who that woman is?" "I don't know. It's the first time I've been attacked by her." Han Xiao knew Shauna's name, but there was no need to tell the two of them. The two of them were very angry. They had encountered a purely undesirable disaster and were completely destroyed. The fleet they had finally saved was gone, and their vitality was greatly damaged. However, it is not enough to blame Black Star. Black Star is also confused and has no intention of cheating them. Moreover, Black Star's combat power and status are not comparable to them. The two of them can only admit that they are unlucky and are very depressed. Although Jane and Gadley were in a bad mood, they were both amazed at Shauna's combat effectiveness. The 3 natural disasters could not keep each other. If it weren't for the explosion at the critical moment of Black Star, they would probably not be able to defeat the enemy alone. The 3 of them rested after the war and communicated for a while. Dortle finally sent a message and hurriedly asked about the situation. "What's wrong with you? What happened just now?" "A strange psychic man suspected of A+ suddenly attacked me, and his origin was unknown." Han Xiao explained, and his heart moved, and asked the Amethyst civilized people to help him check it out. "No problem. We will thoroughly investigate the other party's identity. If there is a result, I will notify you." Dortle agreed seriously, and then said to the 3 people, "We are still preparing for the establishment of a joint force. There will be new trends this year. All collaborators will be summoned at that time. Please be prepared at all times." The 3 people had no objections and talked for a while before Dortle's communication ended. Han Xiao put away the communicator and looked at the 2 of them. "What are you going to do next?" The 2 of them smiled bitterly. "We're too unlucky," Gadley sighed. Jane said helplessly, "Go back to recruit people and buy warships, hoping to make up for the losses this time." Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately thought about it. Both of them were powerful A-level superpowers, and their power was severely damaged. Maybe he could try recruiting. "Actually, you can come to my Black Star army. With your strength, there is no problem with taking the position of deputy commander. I sincerely invite your franchise." Han Xiao smiled slightly and sent an invitation. The 2 were stunned, looked at each other, and looked at each other with a look of thought. After a while, they gave an answer. "Thank you for your invitation, but I have no plans to join other forces for the time being." Jane declined. "I still like to form a force myself, sorry." Gadley shook his head. "It's okay. My invitation is valid for a long time. When you're interested, you can discuss it in detail at any time." Han Xiao didn't care and was not too disappointed. The difficulty of recruiting natural disaster-level strongmen is far greater than that of recruiting B-levels. Every A-level Superman has the qualifications to dominate one side, and his strength is often proportional to his ambition. Jane and Gadley want to build their own power and become the overlord of one side, and are unwilling to fall under others. He is not surprised. After all, even if a super A-level strongman recruits natural disaster-level strongman, he may be rejected. As the high-end individual combat power of Shanghai, he is still very reserved in this regard, just like the big daughter of Huanghua. By the way, Black Star, we want to trouble you something. Jane was a little embarrassed and shook his chest and hair. If you have something to do, just say it. Han Xiao tried not to attract his eyes by Jane's sexually skinned breast hair. Our spaceship was all blown up, so... Han Xiao laughed and patted Jane on the shoulder. Don't worry, we are partners who fight side by side at least. Take my spaceship. I'll send you to the nearest port planet. Haha, please trouble you. Seeing that Black Star was so easy to talk to, Jane happily stroked his chest hair. His race uses breast hair as beauty, and carefully carries the soft and silky heart-protecting hair is synonymous with handsome men who look like Guaneri's beard. Han Xiao's forehead was full of veins, and he smiled and said, "You put on your clothes first. Don't drop the hair on my boat." Shauna's single spacecraft turned into a stream of light, shuttled through the universe. In the cockpit, Shauna gave herself a healing agent, which combined with her own restoration, made the broken bones stick together and barely resumed normal movements, and then sent a communication to her companions. Eric's projection appears on the screen. He is Shauna's fellow mages, who usually act in groups of 2. As soon as the communication was connected, Elite spoke. "Shauna, have you caught the Black Star? Hey, your face is so ugly. What happened?" "I failed." Shauna's face was as deep as water, and she briefly explained the process. You're so miserable." Not only did Eric not share the same hatred of the enemy, but instead looked gloating and laughed endlessly. Shauna's face looked ugly, and she said hatefully, "I will kill you one day sooner or later." After smiling for a while, Elliot curled her smile and said lightly, "You made a reckless mistake this time, which will make us suspicious of being exposed. We will all be low-key for a while." Shauna snorted, without saying anything, not finding reasons for her failure, but she didn't feel ashamed. If you make a mistake, it would be no big deal for her. The combat effectiveness of Black Star is underestimated. Although you did not reveal our information, it made him alert and the capture was more difficult. We'd better put him aside for the time being and deal with other targets first. Aelith said slowly. "Anyway, you go back to the headquarters to recuperate first, meet with me, and then discuss the next plan. Remember to get rid of all the eyeliners and don't expose our position. No need to emphasize." Shauna spoke in a cold tone, hung up the communication, activated the concealment device, and turned around to the direction of the base camp. She didn't know that a big eyeball was silently staring at her in the void. Saying away the teammates Jane and Gadley of Future Zero, Han Xiao kept returning to the Gardon Galaxy and stopped at the Kimonstar main base. The mercenaries nearby saw the landing spaceship and recognized that it was Han Xiao's car. They knew that the regiment commander had come back after waiting. They gave a look after a while. The Blacklight Lurker stopped directly in a Han Xiao's private hangar. He went straight to the core area of the base from the authorized dog passage, and without saying a word, he went to Fording directly. Generally speaking, Fording is training his mind power on the base rooftop. When Han Xiao came to the rooftop, he saw Fording sitting cross-legged in the air at a glance. His ripples of thought power fluctuated continuously. Fording closed his eyes and sang a song. His psychic skills were in line with the Morning Star. He used his psychic power in singing, his lips slightly opened. The song, like a heavenly sound, was like an elf in the wind, comforting fatigue and pain, and Han Xiao couldn't help but calm down. His singing can surround the entire base and have an amplification effect. Players will get a temporary frontal buff, which is the characteristic of the Golden Gate Star main base. If you come here to eat buffs, Fording is equivalent to human body broadcasting BGM. Fording carried his old sister with him, inherited all the knowledge of Morning Star. He also had extremely strong talent, and his strength grew rapidly. 2 years ago, he was able to suppress Morning Star independently, but he did not leave, but stayed in the Black Star Army to practice silently, occasionally following the mercenaries, and his life was colorful. Sometimes he would go out alone and travel to other places, but he would eventually return to the Black Star Army to rest. Han Xiao was very happy to act as his backing and just touch it. Give full marks to touch, and don't give 0 marks to touch. However, Fording's personal mission has not been completed. Since Fording fulfilled his promise and handed over the tens of millions of deposits of Morningstar to Han Xiao, his relationship with Morningstar has changed from an ambiguous period to a Cold War period. Han Xiao estimated that after they both opened their hearts and opened the door to the new world, and faced them with perverts who liked divine friendship, they could become a passionate period and allow themselves to complete their tasks. There is another person in the corner of the rooftop. Araxia sat aside and listened to the song. 2 years ago, Han Xiao shared with players the task of finding memory locations. The results in the past 2 years are amazing. The task progress has accumulated very quickly and is about to be completed. Araxia likes to listen to Fording singing, which can stimulate her to recall more memory clips. At this time, when he saw Han Xiao, Araxia's arm turned into energy and gently wrapped around Han Xiao like a ribbon, as if he was greeted. Seeing Han Xiao's footsteps, Fording stopped singing, turned around, and smiled and said, "Hey Xing, are you doing something to ask me?" "Nothing. You sing yours. I'll take my luck." Han Xiao stepped forward, touched Fording, and then turned around and left without any nostalgia. Fording touched his nose and smiled helplessly. He always felt that He Xing had some misunderstandings about him. Is he lucky? Why didn't he know? Han Xiao felt a little happy, left the rooftop, opened the panel on the way, and while the European energy had not dissipated, he hurriedly settled the first ring reward of Prey and drew one of Shauna's ability. First ring completed. You get reward. Draw ability, skill/feature of Shauna. Tip: Shauna is a special psychopath, and some of the extractable skills have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Randomly drawing. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as reward 1. Magnetic field vision. Features: you have keen insight into magnetic fields, mechanical affinity plus 12%, mechanical force bonus range plus 6%. 2. Magnetic vortex. Skill: control skill. Release a magnetic force. Pull the huge magnetic field in the outside world and have a chance to cause a confusion state to all targets in a certain area. The probability depends on the intelligence attributes and external environment. Consume 160 power and cool down 40 SXS. 3. Electromagnetic random speed star. Skill: random skill. Superimpose electromagnetic acceleration force on multiple objects. Accumulate huge kinetic energy and shoot out, causing damage to a single object. The value depends on the object's volume and electromagnetic force accumulation time. Consumes 75 power and cools for 12s. 4. Strong magnetic field shield. Skill: defensive skill. Strengthening practical combat mechanical force skills. Forming a magnetic field shield within 3 meters of one's own range. The shield value is unlimited, and maintaining the shield requires continuous consumption of energy. If the damage value exceeds the critical point within 1 second, the magnetic field shield will be broken briefly and cooled for 2.5 seconds. The critical point of breaking depends on the power consumed per second, and the maximum damage to the critical point shall not exceed. And every time the shield takes damage, it will consume extra energy. 5. Super electromagnetic induction. Expertise: your magnetic attribute power is strengthened, and the value of each layer of power bonus will change significantly. These skills are the result of adjustments. Han Xiao is not surprised, because all of Shauna's skills basically come from her own superpowers, and she cannot get the opponent's superpowers. Most of the skills that increase the strength of the magnetic field metal control ability will not have any effect on him. Fortunately, the magnetic field metal control is very suitable for the mechanical system, and after many skills are adjusted, it is also very useful for the mechanical system. After a glance, he didn't have any particularly eye-catching abilities, but there was no special trick. Han Xiao felt that this time the draw was just right. If I didn't touch Fording, I'm afraid I'll draw some tricks. It seems that Fording's luck has neutralized my bad luck. Han Xiao was in a self-anesthetic spirit in his heart. Han Xiao doesn't like the first option, magnetic field vision. He is now nearly 1,000 points of mechanical affinity, which is optional and has the lowest cost-effectiveness. Among the three skills, strong magnetic field shield is undoubtedly the most powerful. If given to the player, it could be considered half a magic skill. The disadvantage is that the power consumption is very terrifying, but for Han Xiao, this consumption is still affordable. Unfortunately, he didn't really want to use another meat shield skill. He was already so powerful that he would become a god. If he continued to be meat, he would become an immortal. Strong magnetic field shield had a conflict with the blood-blue conversion. Only when his body was damaged could he be absorbed. It turned into strength. It was not possible to hit the shield, and even Lon could not recover. Although this skill is good, he doesn't particularly need it. The other two skills have slightly second names, and the effect is pretty good. They can be used as attack methods when they are not using machinery. However, they don't use machinery too few times, so the usage level will not be very high. The last specialty, super electromagnetic induction, is very brief. Han Xiao has seen similar specialties in his previous life. The basic attributes of strengthening the strength and the value of the power bonus will soar. This specialty is relatively rare. Not only the mechanical system, but other four systems also have the expertise to strengthen the strength attributes. Shana's superpower attributes happen to be in line with the mechanical system. Magnetic properties are related to mechanical force. If you choose this, the mechanical affinity will increase significantly, at least several times the first expertise. In the future, you'll get a new level of power bonus. This expertise is still working, which is equivalent to improving your own growth potential. This is a rare advanced expertise in the mechanical department and has growth potential. TSK, I can only choose one. I really want all. Han Xiao grabbed his hair in distress. He wanted all the other four except the first option. After thinking about it, he valued more long-term potential and made a choice. You get super electromagnetic induction. Your magnetic attribute power is strengthened. Your power bonus has changed. Han Xiao opened his personal attributes, glanced at him, and immediately laughed. In each layer of strength bonus, the mechanical affinity has been significantly improved. It is currently the strength level of LV11. It originally increased the mechanical affinity by 142% in total. With this expertise, the total bonus has soared to 262%. Increased mechanical affinity by 120%. Almost doubled. It's done, it's not a loss. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The 120% extra affinity directly made his mechanical strength bonus exceed 1,000. This expertise has long-term potential to be explored, and it will become stronger and stronger as the level is. Although it is not as good as Renard's cheating out perfect mechanical feeling, it is also very good. With his own primary mechanical feeling, he finally has two mechanical expertise. This is just a bit like a mechanic. Han Xiao smiled. However, the other three skills are also good, and he was a little regretful that he couldn't choose them all. This is the first ring mission. Shana is still alive. If the rewards for each ring have the ability to draw. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but fantasize, and suddenly felt heartwarming, wishing he could meet Shana a few more times. Shana is a treasure trove of skills. He glanced at the second ring mission of Pret, but it had not been refreshed yet. It is estimated that the second ring mission will only be generated when the enemy attacks again. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the bright spot. Fortunately, I inserted my eyes into her, otherwise I wouldn't be able to prevent their surprise attack. It's really the same as the mission name. They are hunters waiting for opportunities, and I am the prey. I was targeted. If I was attacked at a critical moment in other missions, the losses would be great. These hunters are really a mess. Han Xiao was secretly grateful. On the way back, Han Xiao peeked at the conversation between Shana and Elet through the observation marks, and knew that the La Galu run was heading to the headquarters. If we could determine the location of the mysterious force's headquarters, we might be able to pull Emeth to the high ground together. If you smash the dragon tank, let alone crystals, the enemy's spring water may not exist. Patience is the basic quality of voyeurism, and it is useless to be anxious. You will gain only after a while of observing the mark. Han Xiao went to the practice room to test his new expertise for a while, then taught Suiya and Renard a lesson, and then asked Suiya to report on the affairs of the army. After handling the trivial matters, he plunged into the mechanical modification room and began to retreat. Shauna's attack gave him some pressure. If her companions all had the strength of A, this would be an unprecedented enemy. Han Xiao was preparing to go into seclusion to create a batch of non-metal machinery and create magnetic field reversal devices that could neutralize Shauna's magnetic field manipulation ability. With abundant experience reserves, Han Xiao didn't care about expenses and bet on a large number of drawings and found many useful drawings from them. With the drawings, his skills have exceeded 1,000, and the effect of his expertise has accumulated to more than 300 additional intelligence. Building non-metallic machinery is one aspect of enhancing strength, and on the other hand, Han Xiao feels it is time to improve his level. Now he is level 170 and is stuck in the transfer task of Star Sea Mechanic. If he completes the transfer, his personal strength will be greatly improved, and he can obtain important skills in the next stage of the mechanical system. The requirement for transferring jobs are very direct. Just learn cutting-edge knowledge. However, it is not low for Han Xiao. In the previous life, when the player was at this level, the version was already relatively late. He played for a long time and experienced many main plots. He had already improved the relationships of many camps and could directly exchange for cutting-edge knowledge. But Han Xiao was too advanced. Due to the version, he did not have the chance to beat the Star Cluster-level civilization camp relationship, so this simple job transfer requirement in his previous life blocked him. It's not difficult, but it's very heartbreaking. Han Xiao had long used up the accumulated random rewards, inherited the blood of the black-faced chief, and did not draw the task settlement card. The task settlement card is actually very cheap, not a rare prop. The things he draws are basically higher than the task settlement card. For example, the precious ability potential enhancement liquid. He actually drew it twice in a row. With one accumulated a long time ago, there are now 3. He always felt that after touching forwarding, he wanted to draw a task settlement card, as if he was cheating himself. Cutting-edge knowledge is a must-learn, so Han Xiao was too lazy to bet on a task settlement card. Now, he only hoped that the Amethyst civilization would quickly form the Zero mechanism. He just fucked without saying a word. In Red Tide, the most unabashed thing is camp tasks. The outer space orbit of the home star of the Amethyst civilization and the garrison satellite station, codenamed Scimitar, circles the home star. This is a newly built space station, an office of a newly established organization. The members of the organization were drawn from several agencies of the Secretary Institute, and they were all elites. At this moment, inside the Scimitar satellite station, the Supreme Chief Office, a row of foreign affairs commanders to sit upright and stare at the Supreme Chief of the institution. Lever looked through the work reports of everyone and listened to the captains explaining the situation. The short list of cooperative forces has been sorted out. A total of 173 new forces have been selected, all of which have been in contact with us, and you have the intention to cooperate with us. Please take a look. The number is too small. Lever's tone was faint, and he was very majestic in front of his subordinates. From a scope of the entire star cluster, the number is indeed not large, but the 173 candidate forces are all the results of our careful selection. All the organizations have disaster-level strongmen. This is a rigid requirement. They're distributed in various galaxies of Colton and have a high status and fame in the local area. For example, Severely's ARC organization, Skywalker's Hero Group, Ryan's New Pharaon Rebel Army. These are large-scale and are the most powerful organizations among the candidates. It's still not enough. The strength of these unofficial armed forces is far inferior to the forces united by the Krents. Lever shook his head dissatisfiedly. Colton's private power development is too chaotic, and it's a mess. Krent has a war field, and one can stand up to all our cooperative forces. Krent has helped allies expand the war field in the past 2 years and integrates about half of their private organizations in their territory. Krent wants to form a joint force with the war field as the core. Faced with such a huge thing, the cooperative forces we have found are powerless to resist. If the other party wants to start a secret war, we have no chance of winning. Indeed, the enemy has a war field. If we don't dispatch the official army, no one can stop the domineering, but the super A-level strongman will not take action easily. They represent deterrent power. We Colton are not without super A-level, and the dragon is also here. However, the dragon Emmers adheres to neutrality, and she is not our ally. Lever frowned. The Black Star Army is on the list of cooperative forces. Although it is not as good as our old cooperative forces and the most powerful candidates mentioned just now, its strength can also rank in the second echelon of the list and is at the forefront of the middle level. Their background is the Dragon Tan Armed Forces. Maybe it can use the power of Dragon Capricorn through him. I know Black Star. He is a very smart guy. Don't think about using him to get close to Emmers. Besides, Emmers may not be the opponent of the Overlord Heber. Lever shook his head. After a pause, he continued to beat his subordinates and said, Krent is still restrained at present, but it will become more and more rampant in the future. Sooner or later, the secret war will be launched. The people above speak, and the enemy cannot force out the official troops, otherwise a war may really break out. Krent wants to seize part of Colton's territory. Even if the 3 major civilizations are stop the war, the Red Empire is Krent's backer. We are at a disadvantage at the political level and may be forced to sign an unequal treaty. I am not satisfied with the current list. The significance of our organization establishment is to deal with Krent's ambition expansion. You must win over more armed forces. Understand. Also, the approval above has been issued, and the organization has a formal code name. At that time, you notify the candidates. This is the name of the organization united by all cooperative forces. What is the code name? Lever pointed to the table with a calm tone. Secret Institute. Agency number 0. P.S. I didn't sleep well yesterday. I was a little tired today. I wrote less. Sol Cluster, Krent Empire Territory, headquarters of the war field, Heber Star. In Heber's palace, messengers from Krent met with the Overlord to convey the meaning of the high-ranking officials. The Amethyst civilization destroyed the reconnaissance forces we sent to Colton. This is their warning. According to the intelligence sent back, the personnel attacking the reconnaissance forces are all private forces entrenched in the Colton cluster, proving that Amethyst is forming a joint force. And we also need to make the next step. You need my help. Yes, over the past 2 years, Krent has clearly supported you and helped you integrate many private armed forces of the Sol Cluster. The scale of the war field is many times larger than 2 years ago. We are preparing to use you as the core to form a joint force, secretly invade the Colton cluster, and launch a secret war with the Amethyst civilization. Yes, Heber said concisely. Although Emmers of the Dragon is in Colton, she is basically neutral, but the Black Star Legion under her command seems to be on the side of Amethyst. If Emmers intervenes, we hope to ask you to deal with her. I will do it if necessary. Heber shook her head. At the party, Dragon and Black Star did not explicitly reject the Red Empire's recruitment, and there was no news later. But even though Lontan had defected to the Red Empire, they were still not their own people. The interests of both sides were different. They each stood in 2 opposing star, cluster-level civilization camps. The Red Empire did not care about the chess pieces fighting each other. The more chaotic the situation, the better, so that it would be better to take advantage of the situation. Krent was willing to be a pawn, implement the purpose of the Red Empire, carry forward the spirit of, as long as you don't die, you will go to death, and has a tough backer. Krent has become more and more bold and domineering in the past 2 years, especially for a neutral civilization like Amethyst that does not rely on any of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. The Thor cluster controlled by Krent is second to last in the area of the Broken Ring and is a neighbor of Colton. Krent is ambitious, and his goal is not only to share the interests of the Shining World, but also to have an intention to get involved in the Colton Cluster. Although he maintains a good relationship with Amethyst on the surface, he secretly wants to seize several galaxies from Amethyst. Of course, it would not work in the past. However, the Red Empire was going to cause trouble, and the limiting power of the peace treaty suddenly became smaller. The strong were qualified to make rules. The balance of order between the stars and seas was indestructible to ordinary people. However, in the eyes of the three major civilizations that have experienced the exploration of wars, the order was actually very fragile, and other civilizations were just players who had to abide by their rules of the game. Even Heber thought the cronies were greedy. But this is exactly what he wants. He needs ambitious allies, not enterprising allies. The more greedy a person, the more he will rely on him. Heber stood up. His hill-like figure shrouded the Krent envoy. I understand what you Krent means. Go back and tell your boss that I will take over this war. They don't need to worry about anything. The Krent envoy nodded, showing a smile that was sure to win. Compared with the joint forces formed by the Amethyst Star Cluster temporarily, the difference between the two is like an iron fist and a loose sand. For this secret war, Krent started preparing 2 years ago. He had a mindful calculation, but was not intent. Amethyst responded hastily, and the war was at a disadvantage before it even began. The domineering Heber is just around the corner and destroying the combined forces of Amethyst. The war field is invincible and has never disappointed Krent. Shauna returned to the headquarters and was located in a very remote location. She was actually located in a deserted universe belt on the edge of the Broken Star Ring. It was uninhabited and was a real no-man's land. There are desolate universe belts in all star fields, and few people set foot in them. To summarize the characteristics, the planet is sparsely dense, poor resources, and inanimate. However, some forces that are wanted or remain mysterious occasionally choose the desolate universe belt as the address of the base camp. Shauna entered the headquarters, and her companions were waiting here. In addition to Ellet, there were 4 other people wearing different styles of masks, sitting or standing, and their momentum was unfathomable, and they all looked at Shauna. One of the short men spoke. His tone was hoarse and vague, as if the old man was about to fall into vain, and slowly said, "You failed and showed your appearance. In the next few years, you will take the place of Adrian to guard the headquarters, and he and Elite will go out to carry out the mission." Shauna looked bad, but she did not refute. This was their internal rule. In order not to be targeted, if someone missed outside, he would have to replace the candidates who were on duty outside. This organization is a secret society with very few members and is all elite. Adrian is a burly and stout male creature with orc characteristics. He heard this and took out a palm-sized metal disc and threw it to Shauna. He said in a muffled voice, "It's your turn to guard the headquarters and enjoy your boring life next." This metal disc is one of the special keys for the headquarters prison, divided into 4 parts. All captured list targets are held in the headquarters prison. Generally, 4 people guard the headquarters and 2 people go out to capture the list target. This is their regular way of action. Eric shrugged. "It seems that you can't partner with you anymore, but unfortunately, I always feel that we have a tacit understanding." Adrian pointed at himself. "I am your old partner." Eric was helpless. "Except Mr. Albert, you all partnered with me." The short old man was Albert, who was the captain of this team and had been guarding the headquarters. A light has never missed outside, only he has never been replaced, and the rotation is always his partner. Shauna and Adrian have all had experiences of partnering with him. Next, let's talk about the Black Star issue. Albert stared at Shauna and said slowly, "Because of your mistake, we are at risk of exposure. Black Star is vigilant and will take the initiative to find our whereabouts. We have 2 choices. One is to deal with it coldly, regardless of Black Star, and wait until the storm subsides before taking action. The other is to capture him as soon as possible and kill the risk of exposure. Then we keep a low profile for a while. Let him keep it for a hidden danger." I checked his information. The Dark Star organization of the Gardon Galaxy did not pay attention to Black Star at the beginning, but was finally destroyed by him. This person is very dangerous and cannot be left alone. Shauna suddenly interrupted. Albert said, "It makes sense. He is a dangerous person, a light. Adrian, your only goal in this mission is Black Star. Be sure to catch him. If you really can't catch him alive, I will allow you to get rid of him." "Okay." Alight had no choice but to nod. "Mr. Albert, I fought with Black Star and failed to force him to show his characteristics of immortal body. He should still have stronger abilities. The two of them are not safe. My ability just restrains him. Please let me act together," Shauna said in a deep voice. Albert thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he asked Shauna to hand over the key and instructed, "Okay, this time, you three will act together. Don't be reckless. Be sure to be 100% sure to take action." Shauna nodded this time. She insisted on participating in the action. It was only part of the reason to avenge her previous shame, and it was more about the matter. Although she was defeated, she remembered that the battle process was restrained by herself, and she was indeed suitable to deal with the Black Star. Krent recently has an action, and it seems that he is going to fight with the Amethyst civilization. Black Star should be involved. We have opportunities. Eric smiled slightly, and he was an A+ Superman, as well as two nearly A+ helpers, Shauna and Adrian. The opponent was only Black Star. He felt stable. At the same time, the Black Star Legion base. "Oh, I'm so scary when I dispatched 3 people to deal with me." Han Xiao took the communication between Shauna and others through the observation marks, just like watching a movie. After waiting for a long time, Han Xiao finally got valuable information from the observation mark, which shocked him. Shauna is suspected to be A+, and the other 2 should not be weaker than her. The 3 of them will deal with themselves together. Am I digging your ancestral grave? Is there such an irreconcilable sympathy? As for sending out such a luxurious lineup? However, Han Xiao was not panicked at all. After all, the problem was very big, and it was useless to panic. With my strength, the winning chances of dealing with these 3 people are very small. Even if I am very fleshy, I may not be killed, but I will probably be caught. If these 6 people have similar strengths, it can be said that they are below a level. As long as they're the ones they want to catch, there's almost no one they can't catch. Han Xiao couldn't help feeling heavy pressure when he was targeted by this group of people. This group of people arrested the strong, as if they were just obeying the orders. Han Xiao had a feeling that the 6 people he saw at this time were probably just the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious organization. However, the pressure is the pressure. Han Xiao not only does not panic, but even wants to laugh a little. Originally, the situation was that the enemy was dark and we were clear. If Shauna did not participate in the operation, he would not be able to prevent the enemy's surprise attack. However, Shauna's participation in the action has become the eye of the activity, allowing Han Xiao to monitor their movements at any time. Good teammate. This eye is worth it. Han Xiao couldn't help but be glad that this group of people was cautious. If they came here recklessly, their situation would be really troublesome. They were not afraid of scheming, but they were afraid of iron-headed kids. Well, let me think about how to receive them. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and murmured. The situation is very clear now. 3 people are moving outside, preparing to attack themselves, and the 3 people are squatting the base camp to guard their homes. There is only one I position, and one question is before Han Xiao. How can we maximize the benefits? What he thought about was how to capture all the enemies in one place and do as many as possible tasks. This hidden A-level task that can draw abilities is rare. If you are lucky, it can greatly improve your strength. There seems to be only 6 enemies, and we need to think of a way to kill them all without alerting them. Han Xiao felt. The situation is turned around and became the enemy's open and secret. This is the biggest advantage and needs to be used well. Should I deal with Shauna and the other 3 first, or to fight the enemy's base camp first? The trump cards I can use are the Black Star Army, the connections in the mercenary world, the support of Emmys, and the various forces behind the targets of that list. If the strong men captured by the enemy are locked in the base camp, I can easily convince those forces to unite against the enemy to fight the enemy. The enemy's single body is strong, and the advantage is that it has strong mobility. It will be a problem to run away. Han Xiao shook his head, feeling that he could not fight the base camp under such circumstances. No matter what, the three left behind also had the combat power of suspected A+. Even if he asked for a dragon throne, the enemy would still have time to notify his teammates. Once he was shocked, the three people who were operating outside knew that the spring water was gone and they were likely to run away in dispersion. At that time, he could at most catch Shauna and could not catch the other two. He thought about it and rejected the plan to divide the troops into two groups. The operation is more difficult and there are more uncertain factors. If the troops are divided into two groups, how to configure the combat power of both sides is a big problem. After all, the enemy is not a weak person who can be squeezed by others, so it is impossible to guarantee that he has any strange escapability. Just do this. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. To attack the base camp, at least all the enemy members must gather together so that they can catch them all in one go. If Shauna and the other two are taken down, their eyes will be gone. If they catch anyone, the other party will be worried about being exposed and may be cautious when transferring to the base camp. Once they run into the depths of the desolate universe, it will be difficult to chase after them. Han Xiao thought about it and was about to repel Shauna and the other two and let them fail again. The other party would definitely go home. Then the six people would live together. He assembled the troops early and pushed the ground in one wave. No one could escape. He could still save all the A-level powerful men who could catch the enemy. In order to keep it confidential, Han Xiao decided to wait for Shauna and the other two to come to the door. Taking the initiative to attack would reveal that he could lock their position. He felt that the characters of hunters and prey had changed, and he was like a hunter who was patiently hunting in the jungle, waiting for the prey to step into a trap. But I have to find some help first. Han Xiao opened the address book, and the names of countless leaders of the power were densely packed, and there was no sign of them. The home star of the Amethyst civilization, the Scimitar Garrison Satellite, the official office of the Zero Agency. Lever stared at the communicator attentively, frowning as if he was struggling with some difficulty, and the secretary dared not disturb him. In fact, the communicator was playing the Interstellar Entertainment program, and he was scrambling to fish at work. There's no way. The task of going out to win over private forces is the work of the four mission. Even if it is urgent to form a joint force, he can only wait for the result of the four mission. The war has not started yet, so it is useless to be anxious. At this time, the communicator suddenly popped up the communication application, interrupting the program. Lever's face remained unchanged, and he connected the call, which was Han Xiao's communication. Black Star, it's rare for you to come to me on your own initiative. I have seen your notice. How many people are there in the Zero Agency now? Not long ago, Amethyst released the names of the joint forces to all its partners, collectively known as the Zero Agency, and Han Xiao also received the news. However, this organization is still in its prototype at this time. It has not fully established its lineup. It does not know each other's list of teammates. The panel has not yet popped up the prompt for the new camp of Mechanism Number 0. Members of the Number 0 organization are temporarily confidential. When they are officially established, we will assemble all collaborators, and you will know then. In the previous life, the 3.0 joint force camps that players saw were all perfect organizations during the version update period, and this time, I have participated in it since the creation stage. Han Xiao smiled. He probably remembered what forces there were in the end of the Zero Agency, but he felt that there should be a chance to change the plot this time. I have a way to allow the Zero to recruit more powerful people. Lever's eyes lit up, and he was very interested. Let's talk about it. The Light-Run civilization, which is the ruler of the Thousand Light Galaxy. Among the many galaxy-level civilizations of the Colton Cluster, the Light-Run civilization has always been a staunch supporter of the Amethyst civilization. The civilization level is more than that of ordinary galaxy-level civilizations and maintains a covenant relationship with Amethyst. Recently, Kmaz, the head of the Land Defense Department of the Light-Rune Civilization Star System, was very upset. All this is because Kernid, the strongest man in the Light-Rune civilization, disappeared during his vacation. His superiors were furious and ordered him to find out Kernod's whereabouts. Kermes was under pressure from the superiors and naturally wanted to find Kernod. Not only that, Kernod was also his biological brother born in his mother's womb. If Kernod had not been Kernod, he would not be able to sit firmly. Various factors made Kermes more anxious than others. However, so far, no clue was found. Kmaz even applied for aid from the Amethyst civilization, but still gained nothing. He was worried that his hair was about to fall off recently. Doo-doo. At this time, the internal communication line of the office lighted up, and the secretary sent a call application. His Excellency Kermes, there's an external line that wants to apply for a call with you. Who is he? Kermes suppressed his annoyance. The secretary was responsible for screening the call application. Now he came to ask him. The guy who called was very good, and the secretary dared not make decisions by himself. He is the leader of the Black Star Army, the Black Star of the Gadon Galaxy. Oh, it turns out to be him. Kermes had heard of this person and seemed to be doing well in Ghidorah's side. He was a little confused about what Black Star was looking for him, but he couldn't neglect it. He tidied up his hair and asked the secretary to turn the communication around. The virtual screen rose, and Han Xiao's face appeared. Kermes? I'm not looking for the wrong person. It's me, Black Star. What's the matter to come to me? Han Xiao touched his chin. Some time ago, I heard from Amethyst that you were looking for a guy named Kernod. Yes. Kermes didn't know what Han Xiao was selling in the gourd, and kept his expressionless face and answered briefly. If I said, I might know his whereabouts, would you be willing to cooperate with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Kermes's expression changed suddenly. His breathing became heavy, as if he was in heat. The Star Beast organization is a special armed force, entrenched in another star cluster, and is one of the Star Cluster-level civilization allies of the Star Cluster. This organization is famous for the Broken Star Ring, and is characterized by its ability to control various dangerous interstellar beasts. They do not like to expand and remain neutral and friendly most of the time, but never sell or rent out their own beasts, and only provide them to allied Star Cluster-level civilizations. Everything comes from the superpowers of the leader Gao Billy. He has a terrifying beast affinity, can enslave all kinds of beasts, and the effect can last for a long time. It is shrouded in the halo of superpowers for a long time, and there is still a chance to stimulate the evolution and mutation of the beasts. However, during this period, the Star Beast organization was filled with miserable mist, and their leader disappeared. The deputy leader sent countless people to search for it, but chaos in the Broken Star Rings frequently occurred and confused the public. He could never find a clue and was almost worried. If the leaders are gone, they will be shut down. The Star Beast organization feels wronged. Don't they just like to keep pets? They never provoke enemies at home. Someone even attacks them. Is this a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morality? At a loss, the deputy leader received a message from Han Xiao. I am the Black Star of the Colton Star Cluster. Maybe you have heard my name, maybe not. It doesn't matter. What's important is that I may know the whereabouts of your leader. Are you interested in cooperating with me? The same scene was staged everywhere in the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao beaten him one by one according to the targets on the list, contacting the forces behind the missing strongmen. He has huge connections, and it is very simple to find the communication method of these forces. His series of calls made many forces act at the same time. As for the people on the list who have not been arrested, he can only say that he has disturbed him. While he secretly summoned his helpers, Shauna and the other two also rode a hidden spaceship to the Gadon Galaxy, the base camp of the Black Star Army. On the ship, the three were discussing tactics. Black Star may be on guard this time, and I still think we should not deal with him immediately. Aylett shook his head. He originally advocated cold treatment, but Albert said, and he could only do it. Actually, not necessarily. I didn't reveal much information. Black Star may think I was just seeking revenge. It is common for leaders of power with status like him to encounter such things. Shauna shook her head. She thought the impact of her mistake was not that great. In her opinion, Black Star must have been confused about her origin. Anyway, be careful. A light thought for a while. It is rumored that Black Star is almost immortal, and his subordinates are all undead. The war of attrition is his advantage. We need to formulate a tactic to quickly resolve the battle. Do we have to wait until he is alone before taking action? Maybe no. Black Star has experienced the last time he was attacked. We must be more careful when he is alone, and we should be surprised. How to do it? Well, I have it. He doesn't know Adrian and me. I use hidden aura and disguised appearance to sneak into their mercenaries and attack at close range. We both control him. Shauna, you take action, imprison him, and then retreat immediately. The three of us join forces to resolve the battle quickly. So, can we do it in his base? Yes, he is not prepared for this. The mercenaries in the base cannot stop us. He will not have a disaster-level helper like last time. Adrian said in a muffled voice, I understand. A thunder strike will not give him time to react. Eli's head. Shauna thought for a while and felt that it was indeed a good tactic, so she had no objection. She couldn't think of any chance that Black Star would have to escape from their palms. On the other side, the black light lurker heading to Longtan. Oh, so that's it. Han Xiao suddenly realized. Han Xiao summoned a large group of helpers, and the most important person was AI Longlegs and Mers. He rarely returned to Longtan in the past 2 years, and only occasionally communicated and chatted with Emmers. Emmers gave him high trust and allowed him to move freely outside, never doubting. The spacecraft landed at the dock. Han Xiao walked out of the cabin door, and Waysander picked up the plane outside. Every time Han Xiao came back, he would see him, very enthusiastic. Han Xiao was a little surprised after looking around, but not seeing Jenny's scenery. Why didn't Jenny come? I thought she would come and shoot me a few times. She's very busy and has no time. Waysander grinned. It seems that she is still very dedicated. Han Xiao called out. Waysander rolled his eyes. Isn't it all your dedication? After saying hello, Han Xiao headed straight to the palace. In the past 2 years, Emmer stayed in Longtan and focused on cultivating the 2 Hella sisters. They were all very happy to learn that Han Xiao was visiting. Emmers got up and left the throne, floated to Han Xiao, smiling. I haven't seen you for a while. I miss you a little. What's the matter with me? Can't you come back and see if you have nothing to do? Han Xiao smiled. But you really need your help this time. Tell me. Han Xiao explained that it was not that Emmers took action against Shauna and the other 2, so it would be difficult to put Shauna and the other 2 back. What he needed was Emmers to hold the formation while attacking the enemy's base camp to ensure 100% sure. At the same time, this is still an opportunity. He summoned many prominent forces of the Broken Star Ring to gather in a secret place. After he defeated Shauna and the other 2, he will join forces to attack the base camp of this mysterious force and rescue the strong men from various families. So many forces gather together. If Emeth presses the formation, he can temporarily command these forces in the name of Super. Han Xiao called so many forces, and just dealing with 6-level strong men was just to kill a chicken and use a sage knife. His bigger goal was to turn this matter into a sensational news and expand his influence. With so many large forces headed by Longtan, cooperation can reverse many people's impression of Longtan. Longtan will go from a neutral force that is indifferent to the world to a powerful camp that responds to one call. Even if it is a misunderstanding, it is useful. For a long time, among the 4 supers of the Broken Star Rings, Emmer's power is recognized as the weakest. It is very beneficial to refresh a wave of cognition this time. Hard power cannot be improved quickly, but influence and connections are a shortcut. The stronger Longtan, the more he can feed back himself. Moreover, after fighting side by side, if the strong men of these forces are rescued, they must accept their favors and form a good relationship with them in the name of Longtan. Although these forces have status, they will obviously give Super face. He can transform these forces into his own connections through Longtan. Han Xiao has always attached great importance to power. After all, the universe is so big, a person's power is limited. Even Super needs help. Individual combat power and force scale must be grasped, and both hands must be strong. The version update will come sooner or later, and players will disappear for about 10 years. I want to keep the faction from shrinking during this period, and even go further, and more external support is needed. After listening to Han Xiao's explanation, Emmers agreed without hesitation. She supported Han Xiao 100%, and she had been staying home for so long that she really wanted to go out to exercise her muscles and let Hela and Aurora go out to see her. Han Xiao looked to the side. Hela and Aurora had never been talking. After 2 years of training, their temperaments had changed. Emmers taught the two to develop superpowers, and Hela's aura became colder, while Aurora was the opposite, appearing warm and sunny and full of vitality. In terms of strength, Hela has made rapid progress. She is already of level strength and has a strong talent. After Emmers' development, she has not taken detours and has officially stepped into the threshold of level. Aurora is positioned as a super breast mother. Her level is not high, but her ability has become much stronger. Hela's appearance has not changed much, but his life has sublimated after advancement and has become taller and more beautiful. Aurora has not grown much in height, but her figure has become a real breast mother, and her combat uniform is full of bulging. Her superpowers give her terrifying vitality, and 3 meals a day are nutritious, and the scale is not much different than her sister. Han Xiao looked at Aurora's chest and sighed. Your training is too hard. Look, it's a good girl, she's swollen. Aurora could hear Han Xiao joking, and her face turned red. She didn't want to grow up so big, but this was a supernatural ability, and she had no choice. She shook her shoulders sorely every day. It would be great if she could take them off and put them in her pocket. Having not seen each other for 2 years, although Hela was expressionless at this time, she was actually a little excited, but when she heard this, she suddenly turned black and said nothing. She shaved Han Xiao's skin with a sharp look like a knife. As a result, of course, she couldn't make any progress and was directly ignored by Han Xiao. Han Xiao raised the issue of the Number Zero agency again, saying that he would work for the Amethyst civilization for a while. Emmers had no objection, and he was very excited about the boss, and Jenny was only full of this. Han Xiao secretly assembled his helpers. After he was ready, he found a not-so-important Black Star base and stayed here, preparing to wait for the enemy to step into the pit. This base is located in a colonial star in Godora. Many players often settle here. The choice here is the battlefield. Han Xiao has carefully considered it, and it is also to make a wave of image in front of players. Face project is very important. Now, the Black Star Legion has completed the function of guiding the camp. Han Xiao's next goal is to retain players and always use the Black Star Legion as the main camp. In the next version, the optional camps will increase sharply. Many of them are combined forces with high benefits and large-scale main lines. Players will be tempted. Han Xiao must maintain the attractiveness of the camp. As the leader of the camp, he must constantly improve the player's impression of him. After waiting for a few days, Shauna and the other two finally took action. In fact, they arrived at the Gaidon Galaxy early and were observing Han Xiao's movements. Han Xiao was also observing them, and the second ring mission popped up. The requirement is to repel the attacks of 3 people. In addition to the high experience rewards, one ability from the 3 people of Elet can also be randomly drawn. Han Xiao inferred that in this difficult series of tasks, each link may have a special reward for the ability. As long as you are lucky, you can earn a fortune. Because this is a Godora colonial star, Shauna and the other 2 didn't want to make too much noise, so they decided to use infiltration tactics to attack at close range, fight quickly, and get the Black Star, and then quickly evacuate. Elite used advanced concealment and camouflage skills. Although the base has access control, it was useless in front of the level strong man. He and Adrian easily sneaked into the base, while Shauna responded outside. The disguise technique turned the appearance of the 2 into a common mercenary image. Elite was very confident in his spells, and thought it was impossible to see through them. The 2 of them swaggered, as if they were wandering around in their back garden. However, after walking for a while, the 2 of them realized something was wrong. Wherever they passed, almost all the Black Star mercenaries would look at them in unison, with their expressions very strange, as if they were out of place. "I think the situation is wrong," Adrian whispered. "Are we discovered? Impossible. How could my spell be seen through so many people?" Alight couldn't believe it. His disguise technique is actually effective. At least the players around him cannot see any information about them, and even the names are question marks. However, the question marks between Ellet and the others were bright red. The two red enemies walked around the home, and the players were shocked, not knowing what was going on. Although Porek is a man from Darkstar, he is an undercover agent at least. Darkstar is so arrogant. Before he joined Blackstar, he was just a yellow name. However, the two of them are hostile, and the red name is simply the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of players. Bang, bang, bang. A player suddenly fired at the two of them, and the players around him followed suit, and the barrage enveloped the two of them, and a violent explosion occurred. Although they don't know what the situation is, they're all red names anyway, so they may have a task to trigger, so they will definitely lose money in a brutal way. But as the magic shield spreads out to block all attacks, we are exposed. Alight was surprised. He was puzzled. How could all of these mercenaries of level see through his seamless camouflage? At this time, Han Xiao, who had already prepared, immediately appeared, floating in the sky, looking down at the two of them, acting and pretending that he didn't know their origin. "I felt something was wrong when I was attacked last time. Sure enough, someone was going to target me, and I really waited for it. Who are you?" Alight did not answer, and shouted in a deep voice. All kinds of magic were used, and Adrian's arrogance surged. Shauna outside knew that her teammates were exposed, so she immediately took action, tear the exterior wall of the base, and prepared to siege Han Xiao together. Although she failed to infiltrate, the three almost superpowered men on her side would definitely crush Blackstar head-on and could still fight quickly. Han Xiao easily avoided the offensive and said, "Do you think I'm not prepared at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, several momentums of rushing to the sky suddenly appeared around the base, and Nagakin and two other Ghidorah-level executives rushed out of their hiding places. The forces gathered by Han Xiao were prepared to attack the enemy's base camp. At this time, his goal was to force the three of Shauna and the other two. He specially chose Ghidorah's colonization star as the battlefield, and reached an agreement with Ghidorah to ask them for help. His strength would not be too crushed, and he could naturally let the three of Shauna and the other to escape. The Blackstar Army and Ghidorah cooperated deeply, and this small requirement was just a matter of Han Xiao's call, and Nagakin was happy to help. Ellet frowned. The opponents were 4-level strongmen. The three of them were not afraid, but they could not fight quickly. This was Ghidorah's colonial star. Once they were dragged down, Ghidorah's fleet could cause them a lot of trouble. The three of them looked at each other and had a consensus. He Xing was too vigilant. He was attacked only once. Without knowing their background, he did not hesitate to make a big deal to lead the snake out of the hole. In their opinion, they were very cautious and decisive. The three of them did not doubt their whereabouts. Han Xiao pretended to be stupid and waited for the rabbit, but did not make them suspicious. They were confident that their actions were very secretive. Moreover, if He Xing knew that there were three of them together, he would not have ambushed only 3 natural disaster-level people. Han Xiao continued his performance and said in a deep voice, "You have no way to escape. No matter who you are, I will force to ask about your origin. You are too confident. If you can stop us, you can try it." Eret sneered. He doesn't take 4 natural disaster-level opponents seriously yet. Maybe Blackstar is a little more difficult to deal with. The three of them were not panicked. They were very confident in their own strength. The number of people who were ambushed by Blackstar could not keep them. They could leave as long as they wanted. The two sides fought bravely, and the aftermath of the collision of 7 natural disasters was like a rock and a shocking moment. The shock wave shattered half of the base. The surrounding streets became ragged, and many players were blown away. They are currently at the highest level of level 90, and their combat effect at this level is very small. The aftermath AoE alone swept away a small tube of blood from many people, but they had no choice but to make soy sauce. Is this the world of the strong? Boom! 7 natural disasters are fighting. Even though Han Xiao, Nagakin, and others control the power, the damage is not small. The base is seriously damaged. Han Xiao is not very distressed. Only the surface buildings are damaged, and reconstruction is very cheap. Moreover, he has now reached the class of, I have no interest in money. In order to seduce the 3 people to take the bait, he doesn't care about this small price. This is the second time he fought with Shauna. Han Xiao created a group of non-metallic mechanical warriors, mainly elites, and extremely brave under his mechanical power bonus. Shauna has difficulty in restraining him and can only fight against each other head-on. Alite and Adrian are the main force. The former is a powerful magician. Various high-level spells are splashed out like money. The magic is colorful and shining continuously, and it seems easy to be easy. Adrian is a typical muscle rod, serving as a flesh shield, entangling 3 martial artists of Nagakin with his own strength, making him rub his body. The 3 of them cooperated tacitly. Nagakin and others were beaten to the point of being beaten to the point of being beaten, and Han Xiao was manipulating the mechanical warriors to work hard attack, as if they were in a difficult position to fight with Shauna. Nagakin and his 2 colleagues are both martial artists, and their hard power is far inferior to the 3 of them on the other side. Adrian alone can restrain the 3 of them and immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the 3 of them are not interested in fighting, and they are fighting and retreating, and the battlefield quickly shifts. The Black Star has ambush and cannot fight quickly. This is Ghidorah's colonial star, stationed in the fleet. Elite and the other 2 did not want to be besieged by the garrison. They were ready to retreat as soon as possible, and they were fully confident. Because Eret knows how to teleport spells and escape first class, Black Star wants to catch them and is destined to dream. So Eret finds it particularly funny. He doesn't know where Black Star's confidence comes from. Oh. At this time, the sound of a spacecraft driving came from the sky, and a fleet of garrisons responded quickly, and hundreds of warships were rushing to support. There is no need to fight with the Ghidorah fleet. Let's go. Eret asked Adrian to block Nagakin and the other 2, then recited a spell, and a circle of energy vortexes appeared behind him, expanding into a portal. Oh no, he can teleport. Nagakin put on an exaggerated, shocked expression. Han Xiao glanced at him and couldn't help but liked his acting skills. His expression was vivid and his eyes were delicate. His acting skills were also at the A-level level. A light changed his spell, and the huge magic defense cover separated all enemies and protected himself and 2 companions inside. The magic cover blocked all the attacks and was shocked. Adrian and Shauna entered the portal and disappeared. As the 2 companions evacuated, Elite looked at Han Xiao and joked, "Haha," I said, "you are too confident and want to catch us. It's not possible to lie at this level. We want to leave. Can you stop it?" Han Xiao heard this and made his face darker, deliberately not speaking a word, increasing the power of the attack, hitting the magic cover and making a thump, pretending to be the same as the real one. In Eret's eyes, Black Star's performance was obviously annoyed and angry. He felt relieved immediately, and the depression of his failure and his actions disappeared a lot. A light narrowed his eyes and suddenly said with bad intentions, "Wait, we will come to find you again. It is impossible that someone will help you forever." After that, a light turned around and walked into the portal. Then the portal disappeared, and the 3 of them successfully evacuated, looking free to come and go. Finally, he drove away. Han Xiao relaxed his tense facial muscles and uninstalled the angry JPG emoticon package. Although the fight was short, the surrounding streets had been severely damaged, and the strength demonstrated by the enemy made Nagakin feel tremendous pressure. Black Star, what is the origin of this group of people? They are so strong. If they are eyeing you, you have to be careful. Nagakin said seriously. Don't worry, they can't run away. Next, they were waiting for them to go home. Han Xiao didn't say the second half and smiled. There are additional gains in this fight, which exposes Elet's teleportation spell. This is a magical escape skill. If you're not mentally prepared, The enemy may be run away when attacking the base camp. Now that you have intelligence, you can find a way to target it. Thinking of Ellet and the other two who thought they had successfully escaped, Han Xiao almost wanted to laugh 3 times. This wave is not a loss, it's a profit. After contacting the engineering team to repair the base and sending out a large group of players who wanted to try to trigger the mission, Han Xiao used the observation mark to peek at the movements of the 3. The portal used by Eret in a hurry was not too far away. The portal was connected to the 3-person spacecraft, which was parked in the outer space of the Colonial Star. As soon as they returned to the ship, the 3 of them activated the spacecraft to stay away from the Colonial Star and activate the hiding mode to prevent being pursued by the garrison fleet. After the escape was successful, the 3 of them had no doubt that Han Xiao wanted to let them go. They withdrew with the ability of Elrit, and there was nothing suspicious about it. They just thought that Black Star had misjudged their strength and lacked ambushing power. The ambush of Haixing was lost, and the 3 of them didn't care about it, thinking that this was a normal operation. This operation has failed. Should we continue to look for opportunities? Shauna asked. Haixing is very alert. When he encountered the first attack, he set up a trap just because of suspicion. Now that he has encountered the second attack, he is sure that we are his enemies. The degree of guarding will only be higher. He can't attack him in the short term. Aylett shook his head. After this incident, he could only ignore Haixing. He deliberately threatened before leaving, but just a fake shot, making Haixing always guard against them, be careful and frightened, and finally realize that it was a waste of effort. Alyte just wanted to disguise Han Xiao. Shauna frowned and looked annoyed, that's all. Well, I'll suggest to Albert to put Black Star on the slow-moving list, said Eret. They actually have 2 hunting lists, one for the target and the other for the delayed list. The latter are both the targets that fail for the first time, which has aroused vigilance and will not attack these people in the short term. At least a few years will be made. They will only take action again after the goal is relaxed. Black Star has become such a target now. Alyte does not want to attack Black Star within 5 years. He believes that Albert has the same idea. You said right before, we should have dealt with this matter in a cold way. Shauna snorted. She didn't expect Black Star to be so cautious. It's not too late now. Although the hostility was exposed and Haixing knew that the 3 of us were targeting him, he knew nothing about our origin, and no matter how much he investigated, it would be futile. At most, let us lie down and keep a low profile for a while. He was destined to find nothing. He wouldn't know who was targeting him. Eret smiled. And we are hiding in the dark and taking the initiative. He cannot be careful forever. Go back first. We will probably stop acting in the next few years. Many people witnessed the incident of Black Star being attacked, and the news spread. However, nowadays, there are all kinds of news every day, and major events occur frequently. Although Black Star has a considerable reputation in the Colton Star Cluster, this reputation is not enough to be seen in the entire Broken Star Ring. The news of his attack is like a drop of water blending into the sea in many news, inconspicuous, and not much attention was attracted. More than 10 days later, Han Xiao had rushed to an unmanned planet near the desolate universe. This planet that had been desolate for countless years is now extremely lively. All the forces we had contacted before gathered here, and spacecraft were parked all over the mountains on the surface. These forces all wanted to find the missing strong men, followed Han Xiao's request, and came to this planet. They originally thought that they were the only ones. However, when they came over, they were shocked, and they didn't expect Han Xiao to call so many people. Many forces here are famous for breaking the star rings. They recognize each other and communicate with each other for a moment. They all know that the reasons for everyone coming are the same. They are shocked. Are all the powerful people missing from their forces related? What clue did Han Xiao find? As soon as the spaceship approached, it was noticed by everyone. After Han Xiao landed, everyone surrounded him. These people are all senior cadres of the power. When they are outside, they are all big figures entrenched on one side. They are not seen by ordinary people, but they are crowded at this time. If Heber is here, he might think someone is imitating his domineering party. Black Star, When will we take action? Don't hide the enemy anymore. Everyone was talking nonsense. When Han Xiao contacted them, he did not say all the information, but just asked them to stand by here, and many people were dissatisfied with it. However, Emmys is also here to calm down the scene. Black Star is a cadre of dragon. Although everyone present has a great background, they dare not act rashly. The time has come. We will join forces to attack the enemy's headquarters. Your missing partners will be detained there. Han Xiao explained it. Through observation marks, he confirmed that Shana and the other two returned to the base camp. The opportunity to catch them all in one go has finally come. Now it is not as good as before. I have been entangled with the budding Dark Star for many years, because it is not strong enough. Now, the Black Star Legion is gradually rising, and he has become the #1 figure in the Broken Star Ring. His strength is very different. He is unwilling to be enemies with a group of strong enemies for a long time. Once he has the chance, he can kill him directly without leaving any hidden dangers. So many forces sent elite troops, and the joint force was enough to make any civilization or organization in the Broken Star Ring shudder. There are dozens of natural disaster-level powerful men led by the team. Forces from different regions were completely bullying against 6 enemies. The technician Honda's PY power is unparalleled, and the connections are not worthy of being a false reputation. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. For the same goal, these forces were willing to temporarily obey Han Xiao's orders. While Han Xiao was negotiating with everyone, a group of players he brought were curiously observing behind. He used the mission to let some players follow him. He did not ask them to fight during this trip. Han Xiao only needed them to act as reporters and posted the video on the forum. This is where he planned to draw impression points, so that players could see his appeal and improve their personal charm and camp charm. At the same time, Ellet and the other two returned to the secret base of the Desolate Universe Belt. Albert greeted the 3 of them and said, "I already know the situation. Don't worry about Black Star. We keep a low profile for a while. Everyone stays in the base and don't go out to act." Everyone nodded. This practice can effectively avoid risks. Only after lying dormant for a while will the hunting mission be restarted. They left the Black Star problem behind them, and this matter seemed to have come to an end in their opinion. They didn't know that a catastrophe was approaching quietly. Kernid opened his eyes slowly, and there was a transparent light curtain in front of him. Outside was a prison-like space with translucent single cells distributed, and almost every cell had a resident. He is one of them. This is the headquarters prison of Shana and others, used to detain the targets captured. All prisoners' wrists and ankles have special mechanical rings to limit the abilities of these A-level powerhouses and are embedded in their hands and feet. The mechanical rings of the wrists use nanoscale probes to connect to the prisoner's heart, brain, and other key points. The mechanical ring of the ankle is a super-energy gene suppressor, which weakens their recovery speed. He also wore a collar around his neck, engraved with powerful silence and weakness enchantments. The enchanter's strength is obviously far beyond them and can produce lasting effects. Every day, the prisoners are like kidney deficiency. In addition, they were injected with a variety of drugs to inhibit the cell production power in the body. The various methods of confinement made this group of ill-level strong men extremely weak, and their abilities were greatly suppressed. When he was imprisoned on the first day, Kernid was surprised to find that his inmates were all a group of people who were not inferior to him. Many of them were once well known, but they were all caught here. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his chin. Kernid tried to escape, but failed. So many powerful inmates did not escape, and he was no exception. And even if he escaped from prison, there were strong enemies guarding outside, which made him very desperate. After being imprisoned for many days, he had given up and could not escape by himself. He could only pray secretly that someone would come to save him. However, no one came to save those powerful inmates. He couldn't help feeling that there was little hope of getting out of trouble and was very pessimistic. But speaking of pessimism, he is far inferior to his neighbors. The single cell next to him is a male cosmic human being who always maintains a bitter face with a collapsed expression. His temperament is not only melancholy, but simply depression. His name is Loki, and he is a lone disaster-level powerful man. He heard that he has been in prison here for almost 10 years and is the oldest. The days of detention are boring, and the only pastime is that the inmates are having fun in pain and bragging each other. They're all talented and speak nicely. When the inmates are joking with their pussy and having fun, as long as Quirky speaks, he will definitely become the terminal of the atmosphere, the legendary cold-blooded monster. Everyone was once a big shot, but everyone was pessimistic when they fell to their current situation. However, in terms of pessimism, Kern had felt that compared to Quirky, they were all garbage. At this time, the prison gate opened, Albert, Shauna, and Ellette walked in, and the prisoners who were in a daze started to make a fuss. "Let me out, do you know who I am? You have provoked people you shouldn't provoke, and you will pay the price. What are your intentions?" Many people spoke angrily, and every time the guard come into patrol, they will threaten them. The three ignored it. Today is not a routine inspection of the prisoner status. Since Black Star brought them 2 defeats, Albert was cautious and decided to keep a low profile for a few years and stop acting. So now he is preparing to count the number of prisoners and transfer the group of people away. They captured these goals, definitely not for stamp collection, and naturally had other intentions. This was not the final destination for these prisoners. The 3 of them ignored each other and counted the number of people separately. Shauna quickly counted Kerned's cell. Kern had pounded the light screen barrier heavily and said angrily, "I remember you. You caught me. Wait, the light rune civilization will definitely save me." Shauna sneered softly. "Don't give up yet? Do you really think someone will come to save you?" At this time, Quirky, who was in the prison cell next to him, spoke slowly. "Don't worry. I believe no one will come save us. We are dead." Kern had suddenly lost his temper and covered his face with one hand. "Which side are you from?" Shauna was also speechless. "This guy has been locked up for almost 10 years, and I'm afraid something went wrong." After the counting was completed, the 3 of them were about to leave, and everyone was still shouting and scolding. Albert paused and turned around and spoke to everyone. "I know, you think you're big men. In fact, your status in the Broken Star Ring is not worth mentioning in my eyes. In a few days, I will freeze you and send Broken Star Ring out. You will be missing forever. Your power and family leave you, and fate is waiting for you." All the prisoners calmed down, angry and unwilling to accept it. If it was as Albert said, these strong men of Broken Star Ring were really defeated. Many people felt desperate and became anxious about the future. No one knew what the purpose of this force was. Loki sighed. "Oh, I guess we're going to use it as experimental materials to study our bodies, and when we lose our value, we will dissect all of us, disassemble our bones, muscles, and organs, soak them in containers of specimens. Maybe our names and life experiences will be posted, and they will be collected for people to visit. Look, this is the developed cerebellum of the powerful natural disaster Kerned," and so on. Everyone suddenly felt chills. Kerned looked purple and question mark. "Why don't you talk about yourself?" Albert was silent for a while, but after thinking about it, he still didn't explain and said lightly, "Anyway, enjoy the last few days of sobering. The next time you wake up, you're already in another strange star field." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a loud bang. The entire prison suddenly shook, as if the earth was shaking. Albert staggered for a moment, almost bit his tongue, and said in surprise, "What's going on?" "It seems that something is happening above," a light said in surprise. The 3 of them hurriedly left the prison and closed the door. The inmates looked at each other. "Can someone come to save us?" Everyone was suddenly energetic and ignited hope. Loki looked bitter and said slowly, "Even if the rescue comes, he may not be the enemy's opponent. They will be killed instantly, wiped out the entire army, broken the warship, and all the people inside were blown into powder. Maybe there will be your comrades, subordinates, and family members inside. Finally, they will force you to eat, first collapse your will, and then dissect your body." "Shut up." The shock continued, and Albert and the other 3 returned to the headquarters hall to meet with the other 3 companions. "What's going on?" There are enemies. Albert's face suddenly darkened, and he led several companions out of the headquarters and found that the earth was tearing apart, and a powerful force was digging out their headquarters from the ground. Two figures floated in the sky. Seeing their figures clearly, Albert and others' faces suddenly changed, and their minds were in chaos. Black Star, Dragon Throne. Emmys was releasing his superpowers, tearing the land, and pulling out the base of several people from the ground. How could he be here? Albert's eyes widened, horrified. Not long after the attack on Black Star, the other party came to the door. Their location was very secret. How did Black Star find it? Alight looked in disbelief. He didn't expect the Black Star to appear. He immediately had an idea that as soon as he came back, He Xing hit the door. Could it be that he had exposed himself in some aspects? The last time he attacked the other party, He Xing could only wait for the rabbit, but after his failure, He Xing could come to the door. Even if he didn't understand what Black Star used, the pot could only be his, and there was no other explanation. Is it also under Black Star's plan to let yourself escape? Alight's heart was shocked, and suddenly felt a sense of shame of being plotted. He recalled the scene of his escape from the ambush of Black Star. Now he only felt that he was a fool, but he didn't realize something was wrong. It was Black Star who was playing a long line to catch a big fish. Shauna was in a very bad mood. She felt that the source of all this was the failure of her first attack. If she had not acted alone, but had been patiently working with her companions, she could take down the other party in the first attack. Black Star would have long been their prisoner. Albert calmed down. He knew that Black Star was a dangerous person, but he didn't expect Black Star's thunder counterattack would be so fast, causing such a big crisis to them. Dragon is obviously the helper of Black Star. He is not sure about facing a super A level, but he is not desperate yet. Don't panic. Although the opponent is super A level, we still have a glimmer of hope. Although we are not opponents of dragons, we can at least get entangled for a while. It depends on you whether we can escape. We will give you a chance to cast spells. Albert gritted his teeth. At this moment, he couldn't control the prisoners anymore. He was in danger and could only give up the gains he had over the years. Keep yourself first, and then explain to the people above. Alight was facing a great enemy. I understand. At this moment, Han Xiao took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone come here. Buzzed the next moment. Countless streams of light cut through the sky and floated above Han Xiao's head. The dense fleet covered the sky and the sun, and countless gun barrels were aligned with the 6 people. All the disaster-level powerful men led the team arrived, closing all routes and surrounding the 6 Albert. Albert and others were stunned, their eyes full of incredible expressions. How could Black Star bring so many people? Do it. Han Xiao said nothing and called everyone to go side by side. The villain died because he talked too much, and he was not interested in talking to the enemy. After taking down all the other party, he had time to communicate well. Escape. Albert screamed shrilly. Seeing so many enemies, his last illusion was shattered, leaving only despair. Alight was sweating profusely and was about to cast the teleportation spell, but a space vortex was created. The tried-and-true portal suddenly became unstable. The mana structure was chaotic, and the unformed portal suddenly dissipated. Not far away, an A-level magician in a red robe had a blue magic light in his eyes, and the staff in his hand was shining brightly. Spell counter. At this moment, Alette, Shauna, and Albert had only one thought left in his mind. It's over. The melee is about to break out. Albert and the other 6 were trapped in a siege, not waiting for death, and fought to break through. They are very strong in their personal strength, but the number of dozens of natural disaster-level people has cleared the gap, and 6 people are in danger. Only Super A-level can deal with this situation. Although they are stronger, they are still A-level strongmen and have not reached the level of qualitative change. Boom! Dozens of natural disaster-level powerful men were fighting together. The scene was extremely hot. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of miles. The earth cracked, the earth shook, and the ground was scraped for 300 meters. Various abilities emerged one after another. The terrain changed greatly, and the magma, after the rock melted, the stone powder frozen into slag, the soil burned out of crystals, etc. According to Han Xiao's intelligence, several magical systems always stared at Ellet. Once he had any signs of casting teleportation spells, he would immediately use spell countermeasures, elemental disturbance, and other techniques to stop it. Elite was entangled with fear and anger and had nowhere to escape. He used teleportation technique not long ago to escape Han Xiao's ambush. Now he regretted it, and he was obviously targeted. Among the six, Albert was the strongest, a mind master. His surging mental fluctuations were the AoE covering the entire audience. He dragged many people with his own strength, trying to create a spell-casting opportunity for Ellet, but all failed. The manpower mobilized by Black Star far exceeded his imagination. Albert felt despair. Just dozens of natural disaster-level people were enough for them to drink. There were thousands of warships in the sky, and there were super A-level dragon thrown sweeping formations next to them. This formation was enough to challenge the regular legion of the star cluster-level civilization. He knew that Black Star was a dangerous person, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. On the spaceship, the players brought by Han Xiao were very excited, and the soy sauce was very exciting. Dozens of A-level characters beat together, and they had never seen such a shocking scene. Only the last version of the Dungeon of Dragon Boat, smashing the mothership, can compare with it. In terms of the excitement, the scene in front of them is even more beautiful. Players have a look at the surface of the battle, and they can't wait to record the video, and their bladder is so excited that they feel that this video is likely to become the most shocking video on the forum. On the way here, these players learned that it was director Han Xiao who was the one who made this scene, and the leader of the camp had a big move again, and they felt like watching the cutscenes of the plot. Han Xiao watched coldly. With so many helpers, he didn't need to participate in the battle. He had to repair the machine if he broke it. It would be a crushing situation without him taking action. He wanted to keep the second ring to settle the task reward after touching forting, but he felt that the attack base may become the third ring task, so he settled the second ring reward early and wanted to refresh the next ring task. But the third ring did not appear, and it was still unrefurbished. The attack base camp did not become a task requirement. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. The task requirement was not something he could decide. Even if this was not a task, he would still attack the base camp. The third ring did not appear, which proved that there were more long-term enemies. It was necessary to figure out the true origin of this force. Without taking advantage of Fordine's luck, the ability to draw the second ring is very average. Han Xiao finally chose Adrian's ordinary specialty, Cylinder, with the effect of Strength plus 30 and Endurance plus 20. This is already the most practical of the 5 abilities drawn, and his health increased by more than 3,000 points. Bang, bang, bang. The melee was crushed from beginning to end, and it ended after a while. The resistance of Albert and the 6 men was futile and could not escape at all. They were beaten up and caught without any accidents. After subduing 6 people, these forces sent people to the prison to find the missing senior cadres. Albert and the other 6 were covered in bruises and were taken to Han Xiao, and they all took off their masks, revealing angry and unwilling faces. There was still a shock in their eyes that had not disappeared, as if they still couldn't believe that they were so easily fallen into the hands of He Xing. He Xing turned his hand and wiped out all of them. The Thunder counterattack directly led their headquarters, which made it difficult for the 6 people to accept, and their hearts were confused. Han Xiao glanced at him and nodded. Finally, he captured all the people in one go, and no enemies fled, and his goal was achieved. Who are you? Albert remained silent and stared at Han Xiao. Don't answer? Then I'll change the question. Han Xiao took out the hunting list and said coldly, Who instructed you to capture the strong people everywhere in the Broken Star Rings? Where does this list come from? Albert was shocked and full of surprise. How could you have this list in your hand? You really think I don't know anything? I've known your existence for a long time. Who is your master behind the scenes? An unbelievable look appeared in Shauna's eyes. She thought it was her failure that caused the shock of the snake. It turned out that Black Star had known them long ago. Where did his intelligence come from? Albert remained silent, as if he had made up his mind not to betray the person behind him. Han Xiao stood with his arms around and snorted, "It's up to me. Do you think you can stop talking if you don't want to say it? I have a way to let you speak." Behind Han Xiao, there are natural disaster-level powerful people from various forces standing, staring at them. They will not let go of the people behind the scenes and will never give up. If Albert and others don't say it, they will obviously suffer a very tragic torture. These forces will try every means to dig out information from their mouths. Albert glanced at these people and spoke slowly. "Anyway, it's all dead. There's no difference between talking or not, unless you can let us survive. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate terms." Han Xiao said, "I can only guarantee that you will suffer less." "Okay, I'll tell you." Albert seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "The Krent Empire instructed us to do this." Han Xiao frowned immediately. "I want evidence. I can prove our relationship with Krent. Our intelligence comes from an intelligence organization under the war field. It keeps records. The hunting list was secretly given to us by Krent's senior management. They want to make the Broken Star Ring more chaotic, so they hire us to eliminate dissidents and capture the strong." Albert said slowly, "No, not Krent." Han Xiao frowned even more. It seemed that nothing was wrong, and everything could be linked, but the mission introduction has been reminded, and the truth must not be that simple. He felt that Krent was probably not behind this mysterious force, and there was contradiction between his approach and motivation, and Albert might deliberately blame Krent. Albert was defeated and had to reveal some information, probably because he wanted to confuse the public, cover up the real mastermind behind the scenes, use lies to replace the truth, and let Krent take the blame. As for why Krent was chosen, perhaps Krent really has something to do with this mysterious force. Or it may be because Krent is the best scapegoat for the Broken Star Ring at present. Han Xiao stared at Albert's eyes, but couldn't see anything, only a sense of calmness. He narrowed his eyes, but did not ask, and suddenly smiled. "So that's it. Krent is the mastermind behind the scenes. I believe you. That's right. I can provide any evidence you want. I hope you keep your promise and don't torture me." Albert insisted that it was Krent. The envoys from various forces next to him became extremely hostile to Krent and were furious. "Is Krent crazy? How dare he do such a thing? Does he treat us as easy to bully?" After Krent defected to the Red Empire, he became more and more domineering. Many forces knew that Krent had great ambitions and believed 7 or 8 points in the truth that Albert said. The messenger of the Amethyst civilization lit up and secretly became happy. If Krent could take the blame, whether this was the truth or not, they would be willing to believe that this would push the forces present to the opposite of Krent, and the enemy would be the allies. Albert and others obviously wanted to conceal the real mastermind behind the scenes. Han Xiao was not going to expose it, and acquiesce their guys, and Krent took the initiative. The truth can be found in private. Anyway, this group of people fall into his hands and can do whatever they want. It is best for Krent to take the blame first, so that he can indirectly increase allies and share the pressure of secret wars. If so many forces learn this truth, the news will definitely spread to the entire Broken Star Ring. At that time, Krent's reputation will be greatly affected. Rumors will become the truth after a long time, and the yellow mud will fall off, and the pot will not be taken off. Han Xiao originally wanted these forces to owe others favors and establish a cooperative relationship. At this time, it was completely unexpected that Krent took the blame, and the responsibility was not on him. At this time, the team that went to find people brought back all the prisoners detained in the prison. With the help of their companions, these unlucky guys took off all their confinements. Finally, they were no longer soft-legged shrimps. Ha! It turns out that someone is coming to save us. So many people came. Kernid and others seemed to be in a different world, looking surprised, and glanced around. Many people saw their own forces and returned one after another and chatted with their companions. Soon, they learned that it was Black Star who provided the information and saved them. Everyone came to Han Xiao one after another to thank him, with an excited look on his face and expressing his gratitude. "If it weren't for you, we would be done. Thank you. We owe you a favor. Please mention anything you need to help in the future. Haixing, you will be my brother in the future. Han Xiao responded one by one, with a friendly attitude, and prompts kept popping up on the panel. The relationship between these forces soared and directly jumped to friendly. People like Kernid who were rescued increased the most. He expressed his intention to maintain cooperation, and naturally everyone would not refuse. Without mentioning this favor, the Black Star Legion itself is a force worth making friends with, and Emmys, the dragon-headed throne, is a powerful figure. This incident has become a link for cooperation. Rescuing these unlucky guys, Han Xiao's connections have increased significantly, adding a lot of potential help. The messenger of the Amethyst civilization also got what he wanted. Some forces expressed their willingness to join the Zero Agency to help Amethyst fight against Krent and share the same hatred of the enemy. This is Han Xiao's credit. His favorability in Amethyst increased by 2,000 points, one step closer to exchanging cutting-edge knowledge. Han Xiao has another purpose. Some of the people arrested are lone natural disaster-level powerful men. After rescuing them, they have the opportunity to recruit them after increasing their favorability. After asking around, most of the alone A-level superpowers refused, saying that they had no intention of joining the power, and only one person was willing to join the Black Star Army, which made Han Xiao overjoyed. It will be no loss to be able to recruit one person. Currently, the Legion only has one A-level, and one more person is equivalent to doubled, and the level can be improved at once. This is the first A-level figure he recruited. The guy who accepted the invitation looked decadent and melancholy. It was Riki. Riki did not hesitate when accepting the invitation. He was imprisoned for 10 years and had no place to go. Han Xiao saved him. He was willing to follow Han Xiao. Anyway, he seemed to be slowly rotting and aging wherever he went, and he couldn't get excited. Han Xiao stretched out his hand and shook him warmly. Welcome to join the Black Star Army. The treatment will definitely satisfy you. We will be companions in the future. What's your name? Riki held Han Xiao's hand and sighed. I'm Riki. Don't let it go, brother. I'm too modest. Loki's expression became even more depressed. His wrinkles were as deep as a knife and axe, and there seemed to be a big word, bitter, engraved on his face. Han Xiao reacted and twitched. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Your name is pretty good. Sorry, my father feels so too. Riki sighed. Why is this man so polite? Han Xiao looked embarrassed and could hardly control the energy of complaining in his stomach. No wonder this person is pessimistic. He introduced himself to others and said that I am Riki. How can I face life with a smile? Anyone will have to be depressed, and I can't see the hope of life. It's okay, I'm used to it. Riki waved his hand, saying that he would not go to heart, and murmured, Anyway, we will eventually be decomposed into dust by microorganisms, and nothing can stay. I will disappear in the long river of history with my name, and no one will remember me again. Han Xiao had a black thread on his forehead. This person's negative energy is about to overflow. Loki is an A-level magician. He has nothing to do except study magic, as if he is a salted fish without ambitions. He accepted Han Xiao's recruitment, one because he owed Han Xiao a favor and he had no place to go, so he followed him. The other because he joined a force he could reimburse funds for studying magic without having to make money everywhere, and it was much easier. The Black Star Army has the first A-level advanced combat power. Although Loki's personality is strange, Han Xiao is still quite happy and is preparing to learn more about this new companion. However, Loki doesn't like to talk very much. When asked about his experience, he always perfunctorily went over. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao was still blank about his past experience. Do you have no friends or relatives? Han Xiao couldn't help asking. Loki sighed, with a melancholy temperament, an expression of, I have a story and you don't have a drink, and said slowly, just pretend I don't have it. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. If Riki is given a sigh of stubble and half-burned cigarettes, the style will be alive. By the way, this person and his bird look can all become A-level. Is it because of the blow that caused a major change in temperament? Or has it been so salty? If it were the latter, Han Xiao couldn't imagine Loki's talent. I won't pick up a protagonist-type character. Han Xiao raised his slap, hesitating whether to slap Quirky in the face to see his attributes. At this time, the forces present handled the matter of returning cadres, and the large army was about to set off and left. Before leaving, they said goodbye to Han Xiao. After this battle side by side, Han Xiao reached a good relationship with them, and his personal influence spread beyond the Colton cluster. Allies and collaborators are also part of the development of power. Han Xiao's goal is to let his friends spread throughout the star field, and someone will give you paper wherever he shits. Now he has taken a solid step towards this goal. Among them, the Star Beast organization was very grateful to Han Xiao for rescuing their leader Gao Billy. They did not trade with outsiders and were willing to engage in commercial cooperation with the Black Star Army at this time. In the .0 version, the Star Beast organization began to hire outsiders. Players can do camp tasks to gain favorable impressions by many genetic potions for rare creatures here, and even by pets and mounts. Although with spaceships, the only way to mounts is to increase fashionable value. Han Xiao wanted to buy some extremely rare interstellar biomaterials to upgrade the template's expertise, intermediate strong life. The core of the Void Master last time was confirmed to be feasible. Han Xiao needed rare biological materials that meet the conditions. The Star Beast organization is an expert in this regard. He agreed and said that he would complete the requirements and would notify him at that time. Among the rescued people, there were many lone heroes. Although they refused Han Xiao's recruitment, they all left their contact information and promised that if Black Star needs help in the future, they would have no choice. Han Xiao regards it as a potential support. The reputation of the A-level strongman is still reliable, and he will definitely not lose money after PS. Albert and the other 6 became Han Xiao's prisoners. After dismantling Albert and others' headquarters, Emmers also left with Han Xiao. A few days later, Director Han Xiao's large-scale operation incident spread. This time, not only was it not drowned in many news, but it also caused a huge uproar in the Broken Star Ring. Including the 7-star cluster-level civilizations, countless forces in the Broken Star Ring were shocked by the movements made by Han Xiao. Many forces from all over the world responded to Black Star and formed a force that was enough for star cluster-level civilizations to dare not underestimate them. They followed Black Star's order, which shocked countless people. When did Black Star have such a powerful appeal? Emmys also participated in the operation, which made many people think a lot. The power of Dragon has always given the impression of Broken Star Rings as neutral, weak, and salty fish. The emergence of the Black Star Legion has slightly enhanced Longtan's deterrence, but is not enough to change the inherent image of Longtan in many people's hearts. However, this time, many people misunderstood that this was Longtan's work and deliberately showed his fist, which made them very surprised. Before he knew it, Longtan had already formed an alliance with so many forces, and the 7-star cluster-level civilizations had to re-evaluate Longtan's status. As a super A-level powerhouse, Emmys has always been indifferent to the world, but has become more and more active in recent years. All this started after Black Star joined Longtan. Black Star was like a catalyst, reborn Longtan, and in just a few years, it helped Longtan rise quickly. After this incident, Longtan showed strong competitiveness, and some private organizations couldn't help but have ideas. With a camp with a super A-level position, he has a great future. With just a shout, he can attract many people to join. The news created by Han Xiao has worked. If he can attract more allies for Longtan, he will also benefit from it. This action also had another impact. The truth revealed by Albert made Krent unlucky. All the targeted forces unified the caliber and accused Krent of his behavior. In fact, most civilizations have done similar things, and everyone has a tacit understanding. But once they are exposed, they will become the target of public criticism. The Krent Empire was very uncomfortable. People were sitting at home, and the pot came from the sky. The people who ate the melons were well treated, and suddenly they were shot. The official spokesperson naturally firmly denied it, but unfortunately, it was not very useful. Of course, Krent is a powerful star cluster-level civilization after all, and all victims can condemn it at most. The potential impact is not small, and more forces are wary of Krent. At the moment of troubled times, every force is very vigilant. In fact, Albert does have a cooperative relationship with Krent, but Krent just provides them with intelligence. Albert and others are from other star fields, and Krent is not their master. After an accidental contact, Krent fell in love with their strength and decided to provide information. He really wanted to kill someone with a knife, which was not unfair to Krent. This kind of incident broke out at the critical moment of targeting Amethyst, which indirectly increased Amethyst's help, allowing the other party to gain more bargaining chips in the secret war. The Krents suffered a loss and were very angry about this. Black Star's actions made Krent more difficult and disrupted the established plan. The warfield had to fine-tune the strategy, and the wartime was delayed. The Blacklight Lurker was heading to the Gardon Galaxy. On the ship, Han Xiao drew the super-energy genes of the 6 Alberts, drew dozens of tubes of genetic medicine, made the 6 people weak, and began to interrogate them in the cell. Pret, the mission has not been completed and the 3rd ring has not been refreshed. The master behind the scenes will also be an enemy, who can summon 6 A-level strong men, and it is almost A+. The power behind it is definitely not simple. I said it was Krent who instructed us. Albert's tone was weak. Han Xiao shook his head. I didn't stop you from shaking Krent because it's in my interests, and it doesn't mean I really believe it. I know that torture may not be useful to you. Fortunately, I brought professionals. As soon as he finished speaking, Aesop walked in, and he followed Emmys to join in the fun, staying on the spaceship. His superpowers are suitable for exploring information. Even if Albert and the other 6 people don't confess, it's useless. Aesop doesn't mind helping Han Xiao this little favor. I'll leave it to you, old man. Han Xiao gave up his position. Aesop hummed, touched 6 people, closed his eyes, and used his supernatural powers. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his face looked a little wrong. Old man, have you gained anything? I didn't expect it was them. Aesop said to himself, his tone becoming solemn. Hey Xing, you really provoked an amazing guy this time. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. I didn't provoke them, but they stared at me. You are right. The big tree attracts wind. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Aesop sighed and murmured. I thought I would never have any connection with these people again. Everything that is related to them will become very troublesome. Don't keep a secret. Who are they? Have you heard of the ancients? Han Xiao's face suddenly changed, and he became serious. Of course he knew that this famous organization was a famous force even in the past life, even in his previous life, and the armed country Manison mentioned by Resta was a member of the ancients. This organization is very special, with sparse members, and is located in different star fields. It is all top figures in the Starry Sea. It basically has a long lifespan. It has lived for many years, and can be traced back to the end of the Exploration Festival, with many super A-level powerhouses. The organizational structure is loose, which can be understood as a top social circle, with a respected status in the universe, and even the 3 major civilizations should be treated politely. In a version of Super Disaster, multiple super A-level members of the Ancient Man have their own camps, and Manson is one of them. Aesop was once a member of the Ancients and later quit. Do you think the Ancients are the mastermind behind the scenes? Han Xiao was solemn. The Ancients were indeed a force he could not afford to offend. I don't know. I didn't predict the specific details. I only saw this incident was related to the Ancients in a dark way. Aesop explained. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao looked at Albert. Albert looked calm and did not perform abnormally because Aesop mentioned the Ancients, as if it had nothing to do with them, and he didn't know if it was the act. After thinking about it, Han Xiao squatted down, looked straight into Albert's eyes, and asked, Is the Ancients your real master? No. Albert frowned. I have said it was Krent more than once, whether you believe it or not. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. If it really has nothing to do with the Ancients, with your style, I think you'll be happy to let me provoke them. Albert suddenly fell silent and stopped talking. Although he said that Han Xiao was not 100% sure that the Ancients were the final enemy pointed to by Pret, and the ancients were a loose organization, which might just be the plan of one of the ancients. What a coincidence! This is the second time I have had an intersection with the ancients. First it was Araxia, now it is this group of people. Han Xiao. This was a coincidence. No matter whether it is an ancient person or not, I can't deal with them now. At least it's not possible at the moment. If you don't reach the A level, it's hard to even protect yourself. Han Xiao was in a heavy mood. The enemy had already set his sights on him. Albert and others fell. There will inevitably be new strong enemies, but he hasn't even discovered the enemy's true identity. This sense of crisis puts him under great pressure. However, worried that nothing could be changed, Han Xiao sorted out his mood. At this time, there was a problem in front of him. How to deal with these 6 prisoners. Staying at home to squeeze juice is not a good choice. They are not those veggies who are embarrassing. If they are lucky enough to get out of trouble, they will not be able to suppress them. They probably won't be able to ask too much information about the 6 people. Letting them live is a long night and dreams. A light noticed Han Xiao's murderous intent, and his body trembled. Han Xiao first went back to Longtan and sent Emmys and Aesop back, then decisively killed Albert and the other 6. On the way to Longtan, he drew a lot of genetic potions from the 6. He was not going to lock the 6 people in the happy hut of star pirates, and he didn't want to take risks, and he was never ruthless in dealing with the enemy. After killing 6 people, Han Xiao gained a lot of experience and also revealed several long-term character cards. Albert and others seemed very calm in the face of death. Only Elite was panicked and unwilling to accept it, but they never told the true identity of the latter. This did not affect Han Xiao's actions, but the loyalty of the 6 people to the Lord's envoy made him surprised and solemn. The guy who can make A+level strongman loyal must be terrible. He can only be a super-level strongman. No matter which member of the Ancient Man organization is behind the scenes, he is not able to deal with now. After killing the enemy's capable subordinates, Liangzi was formed, and Han Xiao had no other choice. The enemy took the initiative to target him, and he could not wait for death. It was inevitable that he would make enemies. The 3rd ring of Pret has not been refreshed yet. In the next wave of attacks, I don't know what kind of force the enemy will send to deal with him. The only good news is that at least the Super A level will not run to other star fields to attack, and he will not fight against the Super A level head-on, but he still feels heavy pressure in his heart. To this end, Aesop specifically does a fortune for him, vaguely predicting that the Hunter's incident came to an end, and there would be no more trouble in the short term, which made Han Xiao feel relieved. Yes, there is a long deserted universe between the star domain. Traveling across the star domain or message transmission is not easy. Albert and others are overwhelmed, and the enemy cannot deal with him for the time being. Now Han Xiao's status in Longtan is increasing day by day, and he is Emmer's best assistant. Aesop attaches great importance to him, and has mentioned many secrets to him along the way to help Han Xiao guess the enemy behind the scenes. The ancients are not one mind. Every member had their own interests and wanted to form a force to combine the influence of the members to gain a more respectful position in the universe, so as to benefit all members. They rarely act in the name of the organization in normal times. Aesop believes that the master behind Albert is just one of the ancients' members, at least much better than the entire ancients. After eliminating Albert and others, the matter came to an end. Han Xiao brought Riki back to the headquarters of the Gardon Galaxy Base No. 1. Laki is the only A-level cadre in the Black Star Army. Han Xiao introduced Laki to other cadres so that everyone could know that there was a new addition. Laki has just escaped from trouble and is quite autistic. He has not communicated with other colleagues and has become familiar with the environment. Han Xiao has not allowed Laki to hold a position for the time being. The A-level strength is enough to become the deputy leader, but Riki joined. Han Xiao felt that he needed to communicate with him in depth before he could entrust him with important responsibilities. The secret war between Krent and Amethyst will not be able to fight for a while, and it is not enough to try to break the relationship between the camp. Han Xiao has no urgent matters at hand and is idle again. It just so happened that, during the time when he was going out to cause trouble, something big attracted the attention of the players. The second professional league is about to begin. Some players uploaded dozens of exciting videos of natural disasters, showing the ability of the Black Star Network team. The new video of Meet Bao also mentioned the information of the next version. It was Han Xiao who revealed that it was related to the Red Empire. These posts gave him a wave of presence. However, in the face of the popularity of the professional league, everything has to be put aside, and he cannot steal the limelight of the professional league. Now is the late stage of version 2.0. After one version of operation, the number of players in Star C has been increasing. Although it has not yet reached the stage of explosive growth in previous lives, the number is also considerable. The first session was quite successful, and the number of followers in the second professional league increased sharply. The Star C Times has been special professional league games for several consecutive episodes, warming up the professional leagues. Han Xiao returned to the room, took out a bottle of Handsome House Happy Water, took a sip, and then opened the latest Star C Times, which was the last episode before the start of the league, and carried out the final mobilization to add the last fire to this grand event. The two hosts showed off their joking skills and got to the point, emphasizing the rules of the second league. Version 2.0 has added several novice planets, but most players have left the novice planet and officially entered the interstellar world. Therefore, the division of the competition zones is no longer based on the novice planets, and adjustments have been made. Each star field with novice planets is used as the competition zone because some novice planets are located in the same star field. Several competition zones have been merged. There were 13 divisions last season, but now it has become 9 major divisions, which means that teams in some countries will encounter teams in the divisional competition, compete for the qualification to qualify. Even if the qualifying quota is relaxed this year, the competition will be more intense. The venues in the subsegment zone are no longer novice planets, but select several unmanned planets at a very close distance in each zone and use the entire planet as the venue. Players who have entered the interstellar zone will naturally come to the arena. The competition system has not changed much, and it is still divided into 2 major schedules: team competition and individual competition. There were only 3 forms of battle last season, namely ring matches, group matches, and individual matches. This time, the 4th type was added, called survival matches. As the name suggests, it is the Battle Royale mode, which will appear in the points-based divisional regular season and international regular season, and will be used in team games and individual games at the same time. According to the introduction of Star C Times, the team survival competition is a melee between 4 teams. The only winner gets a large number of points, the second and third place gets a certain score, and the last place doesn't score. In the individual survival match, there are 16 individual match players fighting each other. In terms of schedule, the first stage is still the divisional qualifiers and the secondary league. All players can register for the qualifiers and kill the sky and the earth. The secondary league is a springboard for some clubs to prepare for the second-line teams. The two decided to play the top 40 teams and the top 64 in the individual matches, and then played a running-in preseason match, and then entered the divisional regular season. The divisional regular season adopts a round-robin battle and point system. In the end, the team's top 8 points and the individual top 16 will enter the division finals. After playing the regular season of the division, the points champions of each division will participate in the performance-oriented international star competition. There are 3 wins in 5 games in the division final, and they will compete for the championship and runner-up in the division. Due to the decrease in the division, the quota for international competitions has been relaxed. The teams in each division's semifinals and the quarterfinals of individual competitions can enter the international regular season. The gap between this international competition and the division competition has been greatly shortened, and the schedule is closer than the previous one. The international regular season is also a point system, with the most elite players in each competition. The team's top 8 points and the top 16 individual points enter the final international finals and compete for the World Championship. Han Xiao looked at the forum video and nodded secretly. The competition system is the same as his previous life, and it has become the participants. Then the program focused on introducing the seed players of China. When we arrived at the interview stage, we invited the captains of the 4 major clubs of China, as well as the Crazy Knife and Furious Sword, which ranked among the top in the international individual competition in the last session. The 2 hosts interviewed several people and asked some questions about preparation. Everyone communicated and interacted normally, and the atmosphere was relaxed. When we reached the last question, the 2 hosts asked each team about the goals of this season and their prospects. The answers from the 4 giants made countless Chinese audiences cheer up. The royal princes, generals, and ministers of the dynasty laughed lazily. This season, our dynasty has only one goal. We will win the Grand Slam of the team competition. We are bound to win the division championship and world championship. The tone of Li Gu of the temple was formal. We will try our best to win every game and give full play to our strength. We hope to win in international competitions and not let all the supporters of the temple be disappointed. The Sun Eggplant of Yuxiang Eggplant was expressionless. Last season, we missed the qualification for the international competition. This season we must avenge the previous shame and strive to become the final winner. Hao Ian of Chongkong sat upright with a serious tone. Our goal is only the world champion. The 4 major leagues issued a declaration of winning the championship, which made Chinese players feel full of confidence. The dynasty won the runner-up last time. Although his performance was not bad and he would not be criticized, Chinese players still regretted missing the championship. Because he approached the top, he became more persistent in pursuing the final victory. The declarations of the 4 giants were very encouraging. The qualification for this international competition is the semifinals. If our 4 giants take charge of the top 4 and all enter the international competition, it would be fun. This is not necessarily the case. Although the 4 giants are powerful, the other first-line teams are not bad. Jiang Yilua's Heavy Rain team and Yinran's Madman team are not easy to mess with. There are also strong teams such as Tiangong, Zhemin, and Longhu, which are also very competitive. I am optimistic about Jiangxing team. The last time the Guangdao and Fujian was the top 16 of the international individual competition. Jiangcheng took him as the core and reorganized the team. It might be a dark horse. Many viewers discussed with Video Barrage. The Crazy Knife on the show is not as domineering as the captains of the 4 giants. It's said that this is his first time leading the team, and he's tried his best to enter the international competition, and he dare not say that he won the championship. Clubs in other countries are under pressure. Aqua Blue Star is the base camp of Chinese players. They entered the Interstellar 1 or 2 years earlier than them, resulting in the average level of the Chinese team is very high. They're all strong teams that are difficult to deal with. There is no weak player. Even the French team, the last champion, dare not underestimate it and express their efforts to defend the title. Han Xiao is quite looking forward to what ranking China can get this time under his influence. In the second league in the previous life, the Dynasty and the Temple won the 3rd place in the world and the quarterfinals in the international quarterfinals respectively. This time, China's overall strength has a significant advantage. Not only equipment, skills, and experience, but professional players participated in interstellar combat early, and their operating level was also sufficiently tempered. The second league is an important stage. The first one is just a test of the waters. The second one is more publicity, and its influence is many times that of the first one. It directly led to a large number of new players in the 3.0 version, and the number of players has increased explosively. The better the record of China, the higher the exposure rate, which is also beneficial to my camp. Han Xiao thought to himself, at present, the millions of players under the Black Star Army are the earliest ancient players, and more newcomers will come in the future. The massive new players in 3.0 are the second chance to expand the size of the Legion. Without the advantage of guiding the camp, you have to compete with many camps in version 3.0, and the League is a channel to increase your attractiveness. In addition to long-term interests, every league is also a business opportunity. players make money to convert it into combat power. During the league, players' demand for equipment will briefly soar, and a massive amount of genetic potions in the warehouse will be very popular, and he is afraid that there will be insufficient inventory. Professional leagues have stimulated players' consumption needs, and players are happy to empty their wallets, which is an opportunity to make a big profit. The competition venue is several unmanned planets in the Gadon galaxy. Han Xiao is preparing to summon a fleet to sell equipment on site and become the logistics support department for all participating players. Whether it is repairing equipment, selling props, or learning skills, players can spend money on the spot. How happy they should be. Anyway, regardless of whether the players are happy or not, Han Xiao is very happy. There are 10 days left. The league is about to begin. It's time to set off. Han Xiao's eyes shining. As the opening day of a league is getting closer, almost all players gather on the competition planet. Even if they are not participants, they can participate in the event as live audiences. This is a large-scale event that everyone participates, and players who love fun will not miss it. The unmanned planet, which was regarded as a venue, became lively, with spacecraft coming and going, and the entire planet as a battlefield with a vast area. Official players and volunteer players have built many arenas and scenes to schedule. It continues the style of the previous session, allowing players to participate in the construction of the venue and enhance their sense of inclusion. Many players who choose to be viewers are idle and are willing to help. Casual players are preparing for the venue on the competition planet, while participating players take advantage of the last time to enhance themselves, strengthen their equipment, and upgrade their skills. Han Xiao brought a fleet carrying various materials in the warehouse with a flagship as the core to the competition planet. When the Black Star Legion fleet appeared, the players on the competition planet were surprised. They didn't know why the Legion fleet appeared. After the fleet arrived, it stayed in the outer space. Many players were curious and entered the flagship and found that Han Xiao was also here. Some players asked, and Han Xiao's explanation was very concise. Information shows that a large number of mercenaries from the Legion gathered on an unmanned planet for no reason, which confused me. I thought you were in some trouble, so I came to take a look. This reason was both reasonable and unexpected, and beyond many people's expectations, and many players found it very interesting. Players are already accustomed to the real feedback from NPCs. All their actions will affect the judgment of NPCs and the evolution of the Star Sea. This strong interactive feedback mechanism often makes players addicted to it. As a member of the Black Star Army, hundreds of thousands of people gather together, alarming the leader of the camp to come and inspect. This is a novel and interesting experience for players. In terms of character interaction, some players like role-playing and communicate with NPCs in the game to prevent themselves from being out of the play. Some players like to go straight and carelessly and directly confess to Han Xiao about their game. Since that's the case, I also want to see how my mercenary has grown too. It just so happens that I have nothing else to do for the time being. Han Xiao spoke the excuse of staying in a natural tone, pretending to ignore the words professional league mentioned by the players, and hinting in his words that he regarded it as a large-scale competition activity. Most players do not doubt that he is there. They did not expect that there will be NPC audiences in the professional league, which finds it even more fun. After discovering that the fleet also provides services such as supply, maintenance equipment, and procurement of potions, players were even more overjoyed. There was a supply station next to it, which made it convenient for everyone. The happiest thing is the club players. They are rich and powerful. The Black Star supply station allows them to flexibly adjust their tactics without having to go to other planets to buy equipment, saving a lot of time on the road. Han Xiao came to join in the fun at the professional league scene, so he was naturally not afraid of player suspicion. As long as he did not remind him, normal people would not think in that direction. No matter how low the player's chance of doubting NPC is, it's useless even if someone really doubts it. It's been calm after waiting for so long. If something goes wrong, it's too early. He doesn't directly intervene in the professional league and maintains the standard, so he doesn't panic at all. 3 days later, the highly anticipated second league was officially held. The qualifiers are the first stage, which is a side dish before the main meal. Countless players who play or have strong players will form teams to eliminate and fight and strive for the regular season qualifications. Because the venue is much larger, the schedule of the qualifiers has been greatly shortened compared to the first league. At the forum, the league officially released exciting collections of qualifiers for various competition areas. The topics of the second league were completely slaughtered, and posts that posted other content would be quickly browsed behind. Tens of millions of players from all countries were discussing the wealthy teams, seed players and dark horses in their respective competition areas. In China, the home teams of the four major giants all have direct tickets to the regular season teams and have not participated in the qualifiers. The most popular ones are other frontline teams, such as Heavy Rain, Mad Men, etc. The Jiangxing team with crazy swords also attracted much attention, eliminating one qualifier team after another, overcoming obstacles along the way, and being unstoppable. In terms of individual competitions, only those who have entered the international competition have the right to go straight to the regular season without having to participate in the most competitive individual qualifiers. Because the team qualifiers also have to gather all teammates, and everyone can sign up for the individual qualifiers, most players want to give it a try. The number of people enrolled is the largest, and almost everyone participates in the battle. Compared with version 1.0, players are stronger, with richer genres and combat styles, more variety of fighting, more intense and exciting, and various abilities emerge one after another, making people dazzled. Since entering the interstellar world, players have also come into contact with magic and mind power systems. Some new players, or old players who play new accounts, have chosen these two systems, and all subsegments have gathered 5 superpower professions, but the proportions are different. The proportions of professions that are only exposed to 2.0 are naturally the least. However, compared with the previous life, the situation has changed. Originally, the proportion of mechanical players was the second to last, and even came from the magic system. However, now, the number of mechanical players has become the second to last, second only to the martial arts system. The reason for this situation is that Han Xiao fooled a large number of players in 1.0 to change to the mechanical department. Another intuitive feeling of Han Xiao was that he found that the average strength of the Chinese players in this division was greater than that of his previous life. He allowed Hylon Star to enter the Interstellar 1 or 2 years earlier. Whether it was experience, money, or combat experience, the Broken Star Ring division had more advantages than his previous life. The rich resources provided strong support for the team's tactical choices. All teams that could be called a name have combat power above the level. The second league was unprecedented. The entire competition planet was a battlefield. The qualifiers in the secondary league were in full swing, and the schedule was shorter than the first one, so it was more intense. More than 10 days later, the qualifiers finally came to an end in a carnival atmosphere, and the regular season lists of each sub-district were released. The list of other sub-squad areas is not much different from their previous lives, but the regular season roster has changed significantly. The strong teams are not a big problem and have qualified like their previous lives. What has changed is some of the lower quotas, and many new teams and new players have emerged. There was a person who surprised Han Xiao a little. Feng Yu, who should have participated in the league in the third session, not only participated in this session, but even made it to the 64-man roster of the individual competition, becoming one of the dark horses. Han Xiao watched Feng Yu's qualifier video. She was mixed with Kwang Dao and Hao Yan. Her level improved rapidly. Gold would shine. She had the potential to play for her profession. Otherwise, she would not have made a fortune in her previous life. However, compared with her previous life, Feng Yu's operating level is still a certain gap. One important reason why she made it to the individual competition list was that she used the drawings she bought from Han Xiao to create a poor version of the virtual dragon mecha. It was the third league that the mechanical system began to have the advantage of the version and began to rise. Although the mechanical system is not weak, it has nothing to do with strength. Its mecha equipment that can be regarded as a magical equipment at this level is far from overwhelming first-line players, but also increases the fault tolerance rate of Fengyue during battles. As the saying goes, each generation of version and each generation of gods is still not strong in the 2.0 stage. But with Han Xiao, the great mentor, the mechanical players have avoided many detours. At least in the Broken Star Rings division, the disadvantages of the mechanical system version are not that obvious. In the individual competition list, there are nearly 10 more mechanical players than in their previous lives. In terms of teams, the mechanical system is also a tactical member that most teams need. Han Xiao made a lot of money in the qualifiers. Needless to say, almost all players used the mechanical equipment of the Black Galaxy, and genetic potions were also made considerable. The club team purchased large quantities of the product. Gene potions had good tactical effects and could become X-factors in the battle. If it weren't for the sufficient inventory, the club would probably buy his potions in stock. Taking advantage of the league's business opportunities, Han Xiao's deposit numbers broke through a small goal. The qualifiers are all involved, and the regular season is the main meal. The impact of Han Xiao's large-scale operation not long ago has not subsided, and many forces are still paying attention to the Black Star Legion's every move. A large number of Black Star mercenaries gathered on the competition planet. This abnormal trend attracted the attention of many forces, and they privately speculated on Han Xiao's purpose. Some peers in the mercenary industry learned the news and felt envious. This incident indirectly demonstrated the control of Black Star over the Legion. Most mercenary groups were not loyal. Black Star had millions of members direct troops, and they were very cohesive and were willing to obey Black Star's orders and acted unanimously without spending money. This was much more reliable than free mercenaries. Many forces believe that Black Star already has the conditions and will have the opportunity to transform from a mercenary corps into a private armed organization in the future. Because the last incident added a lot of helpers to the Zero Agency, the Black Star Legion entered the sight of more senior leaders of the Amethyst civilization and was highly valued. The faction relationship is only a few hundred points away from reaching respect. This time, the situation also attracted the attention of the Amethyst civilization. Black Star summoned more than 80% of the Black Star Legion mercenaries and gathered on an unmanned planet to fight each other. What was he doing? The office of the Zero Office, many foreign affairs envoys discussed this matter. Lever knocked on the table and smiled confidently. There is only one explanation. He Xing is practicing soldiers. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and nodded in agreement. Lever smiled, and in his opinion, it was the Black Star Army actively preparing for the secret war. What a reliable ally. Lever couldn't help but sigh. The regular season is full of exciting things, and the team and the players both played their best, fighting each other, and competition is fierce. Han Xiao's fleet stayed on the game planet. He watched the forum broadcast as a pastime, and at other times he sold various pharmaceuticals or made some machinery while he was free. In the 9 major competition areas, the Broken Star Rings division is the most fun. The Chinese team played very lively. The diversified machinery of the Black Star Legion provides various brain-opening tactics, such as the group's self-destruction tactics using nuclear-powered flight backpacks. If you dare to use this tactic, you have obviously given up treatment and become a salted fish team that knows that you can't qualify and starts to get sick. Compared with other competitions of the competitions of the Chinese teams, the competition between the Chinese teams is more suspenseful. Due to the genetic medicine sold by Han Xiao, this makes the game more uncertain. I don't know how many times it has turned against the wind. The regular season is over, and the final lists of major competition areas have been basically confirmed. What surprised Han Xiao was that the Jiangcheng team with crazy swords actually climbed to the second place in the division points, second only to the Emperor, who met the gods, killed the Buddhas, and almost completely won the victory to qualify. Quang Dao led the team for the first time and achieved such a good result. In fact, Jiangcheng is not too strong in the serious battle. However, he is like a god supported in the new competition system survival mode. He has been in the end many times and has obtained a lot of points. So in the second half of the schedule, he has successively exploded the chrysanthemums of other strong teams and has reached the second place. The 8 qualifying teams in the Broken Star Ring Division Finals are ranked by points, and the list is Dynasty, Jiangcheng, Chongkong, Temple, Heavy Rain, Fish Fragrance Eggplant, Mad Guards, 9 Gates. In terms of individual competitions, strong players such as Wang Ho Generals, Quang Dao, Hao Yan, and Li Gu all entered the top 16, and Feng Yue won the 38th place. Although she was unfortunately eliminated, her performance was remarkable and attracted a wave of fans. Although she did not achieve the 3rd league in her previous life, she became famous one earlier, and many teams wanted to sign her for trial training. The divisional regular season is over, and you will have a rest for a while before you start playing in the divisional finals. Since the schedule is closer than the previous session, you will not have a long rest. During this period, the teams and individual points champions in the 9 major competitions will participate in the International Star Competition and perform gender competitions. At the forum, Chinese players left messages, unable to wait to see the dynasty fight against strong teams from other countries again. The French Tulip Club, the last world champion, was also the champion of the division. As the runner-up of the previous session, Han Xiao had the chance to fight with the previous session again. Although it was just an exhibition match, countless Chinese players still hoped that the dynasty could avenge its previous shame, maintain the might of the regular season, and kill him. Before the International Stars Championship began, Han Xiao received good news. During this period of the Player League, the Star Beast organization finally collected the rare biological materials required by Han Xiao and sent them to Han Xiao from thousands of miles away. In the flagship hall, members of the Star Beast organization who transported the goods presented an alloy box with a respectful tone. His Excellency Black Star, the goods you want have been delivered. Leader Gao Billy pays tribute to you. Okay, thank him for me. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Han Xiao nodded, and the delivery man left, and then he came to the training room with the box. Closed the door of the training room. Han Xiao opened the box, and the cold air like white frost poured out to cover his sight. After it dissipated slightly, Han Xiao saw 10 tubes of liquid with different colors, some colorful, some transparent without color, and some flashing dark blue. These are all medicines extracted from rare interstellar creatures' body essence, and are basically related to the void species. Injection of biological drugs has the risk of mutation. The intuitive manifestation is that it will reduce the genus. The lower the degree of fit, the easier it is to cause mutation. In order to prevent risks, Han Xiao's list is basically rare creatures containing the blood of the void. He is a void species himself, and it is difficult to cause mutation. It is difficult to find the void creatures, and the Star Beast organization took a lot of effort to get them together. Han Xiao took out the injection gun and injected it into his body one by one. He would rest for a while in the middle to see the reaction, and he would inject the next injection only after confirming that it was not hindered. The first few tubes brought him some new attributes, but the effect gradually faded, and when it hit the 6th tube, it no longer added attributes. The last time the expertise was upgraded, it was only when it continued to inject after not adding attributes. After Han Xiao's last shot, the panel finally popped up a prompt that made him overjoyed. Your expertise, Intermediate Strong Life, is upgraded. Upgrade is completed, and the original feat becomes Advanced Strong Life. Advanced Strong Life. Extra Health Increased Endurance Transformation. The ratio is 1 hour 60 minutes. Resistance plus 25%, and every 40% of the health lost, all attributes temporarily plus 10%. This feat can be considered an upgrade. Han Xiao looked happy. Before the upgrade, the ratio of stamina to health was 130, and now it has become 1 hour 60 minutes. Not only that, there's also a new effect. For every 40% of the health lost, the attribute can be increased by 10%. This new effect gave him a flash of inspiration. I have 2 specialties in blood blue conversion, and my blood recovery efficiency is extremely fast. If every 40% of my blood is lost, a new effect can be triggered, which means that the longer the battle, the stronger I will become. Harmon has similar abilities, and he has seen the power with his own eyes. It's worthy of being a template specialty, and its immediate effect on improving combat effectiveness. The only problem is my blood is too thick, and it takes a long time to destroy 40% of the blood. Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at his own blood volume. Elf, hee, the health has finally exceeded 100,000 mark. Martial arts are just a chicken. Even if the vanguard in the war field beat me up, I can exhaust them to death. When the secret war starts, I can ask them to make a good wave. Han Xiao, I have become a wild horse, so why are you a mechanic? Why don't you call a muscle mechanic? The center of the universe has been explored and is the base star field of the three cosmic civilizations. It supports each other and forms a three-legged tripod. These are the three most prosperous star fields in the Sea of Stars, collectively known as the Central Star Sea. The strong are like clouds and are the power and wealth center of the universe. The Abyss of Stars is one of the three major star fields in the Central Star Sea, the core territory of the Glorious Federation. In this star field, there are some well-known forbidden areas. The ancestral land of Shadow is one of them. This is an artificially transformed planet. Next to it is a strange black satellite without land or sea water, as if it is a gaseous planet composed of some kind of black gas. The reason why the Shadow's ancestor is the forbidden land of the Abyss is that it is the territory of the super A-level powerhouse, Wanying. Just like the Broken Star Ring, as one of the Central Star Seas, there are also super A-level powerful people entrenched here, and there are more than 4. Among the super A-level of the Star Abyss, Wanying is a recognized alien. No one knows his name, no one has seen his true face, and the traveler who set foot in the ancestral land of Shadow disappeared from then on, which brought Wanying a halo of mysterious and dangerousness, and people can only understand him from the legend of a few words. These legends can be traced back to the end of the Exploration Chronicle, and there were records of Wanying thousands of years ago. There is a city in the ancestral land of Shadow, with buildings and a large number of bases distributed, and countless spacecraft docked at the pier. However, strangely, it is almost uninhabited, exuding a silence and depression. A man ran on the uninhabited street. The sound of footsteps and wind were among the few sounds in this dead city. In the middle of the city is a towering, tower-like palace. He ran into the open palace, ran through the dead corridor, and followed the surrounding stairs to the top of the palace. This is a room very spacious. At the end of the room, a round black mirror with a diameter of 5 meters was embedded. When the man came to the mirror, the dark and smooth mirror shot out the man's face. It was ordinary, with pure white eyes, like 2 pieces of white crystals. The man stared at the mirror and murmured in a low voice, "Sir Wanying, I have no intention of disturbing your sleep." Something happened. Albert failed. The team of Broken Stars was wiped out. Their prey was rescued. We need your guidance. After that, the man waited patiently for the response. After a while, the mirror suddenly rippled, and an indescribable strange sound sounded, ethereal and hoarse, as if some kind of whisper of a high-level existence. Where are the others? The team that captured prey in other star fields did not encounter any trouble. Everything was normal. The new Shadow will convey my will. The next moment, the dark satellite in outer space suddenly shot out a slender black ray, heading straight to the Shadow's ancestral land, hitting the top of the palace accurately, as if turning into a bridge connecting the 2 planets. Crazy, the black mirror in the room made a sound like water waves. The next moment, 10 black figures walked out of the black mirror one after another, as if they were walking into reality from the world in the mirror. These figures were all black, emitting tiny black particles, evaporating and disappearing in the air. I don't know what substance it was. The shape of the figure is still gradually changing, and new limbs continue to grow and disappear one after another. During a few breaths, 10 figures finally settled down, and the black color on the body surface quickly faded away, as if a layer of seborrhea was removed and turned into 10 creatures with different species, including human races and non-human races, with different appearances and physical signs, as if they were all independent living individuals. The leader was a beautiful woman with naked bodies, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. This breath of oxygen seemed to awaken the sleeping body functions. She then slowly opened her eyes, and her dull eyes gradually developed a lively look. She stretched and moaned comfortably. "How long have I slept? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things." The woman raised her eyebrows, revealing her memories, and muttered to herself, "My name is Stefan." The man next to her was used to this scene and nodded and said, "Hello, Stephen. What order does your Excellency Wanying have?" Wanying? Stephen felt intimate about this name, and many memories came to his mind. He said without hesitation, "He asked us to continue Albert's mission, continue to capture the targets on the list, and catch those escaped prey." The man nodded. "Okay, you 10 are the new teams that are breaking the rings. Follow me to collect equipment, and then set off. Remember Albert's lessons. Your actions should be more secret." "I try my best." Stephen did not comment. The schedule of the International Stars Championship is released in full swing, and the opening match is the last championship and runner-up confrontation, with French Tulips versus Huaxia Dynasty. The organizers of the event obviously valued this gimmick to attract more attention to the star competition, shouted the slogan of the runner-up challenge, and inviting the championship and runner-up last season to open the competition in various professional events. It is basically a specific tradition. The effect is indeed very good. This opening match is highly anticipated, and the grand occasion is unprecedented. Especially the Chinese audience attaches great importance to it. The runner-up is an honor, but it also represents a regret. They hope to see the dynasty win the Tulips and give this season a good start. Not only the audience, but all the teams who are determined to enter the International League are paying attention to this opening game, preparing to study the characteristics of the dynasty and Tulips from it, and target them during the formal battle. Only by knowing yourself and the others can you win every battle. Han Xiao was also paying attention to this game. After all, the Guild of the Dynasty bought hundreds of bottles of abilities in batches from him. He had to observe the effect and see if he wanted to provide after-sales service. The Star Tournament still uses the practice of last season's international competition and shoots out specific collection crystals in the mall, like props like dungeon crystals, and pulls participants to the same virtual scene to compete. The official and Shanghai Times broadcast the entire process, and the commentator will force to talk. A few days before the game, the Shanghai Times interviewed the Tulip team and the Dynasty team respectively to ask them about their views on the game. Tulip's captain, the great-level player Wondered Angel, is full of confidence and says he will definitely win this game, defend the honor of the last championship, and carry the championship halo, so most viewers are naturally more optimistic about Tulip. On the Dynasty, kings, princes, generals, and ministers never knew what modesty meant. They said bluntly that they would wash the Tulips clean and wait for the chrysanthemums. They would definitely defeat their opponents. Of course, this is not his original words, but this is what they mean. When we meet on a narrow road, Chinese audiences don't want to see the dynasty being modest and low-key. Only by being a bloody person can we boost morale. They waved flags and shouted strong support on the forum. After all, the dynasty has been advancing rapidly in the regular season of the division, showing the momentum of "I can wear the light of the sky." Chinese players have extremely high expectations for the dynasty, for fear of becoming the temple of last season. The temple suffered a lot of criticism last season, which became a negative example. A typical civil war is as fierce as a tiger, and a foreign war is as meow. Experts from various fields conducted pre-match analysis, and most of them believed that the Tulips were slightly stronger, and the official also put the dynasty as the challenger. Shanghai Times made a summary report. The two captains of the kings, princes, generals, and the Lost Angels spoke from a distance. No one gave in. Both siege-strong teams have the potential to win the championship and are evenly matched. They will present a wonderful battle with climaxes. The suspense will remain until the last moment. Who will win in the end? Please wait and see. With great expectations, the opening match will soon come. countless players flocked to the live broadcast channel. In addition to the official channel, there was also the Shanghai Times broadcast channel, inviting guests to watch the competition together. Many viewers laughed when they saw the list of guests in the Chinese version of Shanghai Times, including some meat buns to beat dogs. The video career of Meat Bao is booming, and he finally turns himself from a name to a celebrity. With a group of diehard fans and black fans, he mixes with the guest lineup of various professional players, and he is quite happy to see the two teams used the gathering crystals to enter the competition early. Under the guidance of the host, the princes, generals, and the lost angels led the team to a formality, had a brief interview and dialogue, and then made preparations. While waiting, the commentator and the guest analyzed it and then started to talk. The female commentator of the Shanghai Times in the Chinese sector asked several guests, "The competition is about to begin. You might as well predict the results and tell me which team I like and give me the reasons." The guests' answers were almost the same, saying that tulips were very strong, but I was optimistic about the dynasty. Balabar raised a bunch of reasons for analysis, mainly because he did not dare to face the Chinese audience, and said he was optimistic about the enemy. Only the meat bag is different from the charming slut next to him. His position is extremely firm and hesitates without hesitation. "I am optimistic about the tulip team. France will win." Many guests looked at him. The commentator couldn't help asking, "Are you sure?" "Why?" This explanation is a bit complicated. The meat bag had a serious tone and serious matter. "Have you heard of milk?" The commentator was amused and laughed. He thought the meat bag was unwise. It turned out that he was just a little bit of a skin. If it weren't for the image, he would have wanted to say that he was showing off. After the meat bag was explained, the barrage changed from a screen full of question marks to a dense France's victory, bringing a wave of mass sex, anti-milk rhythm. After a while, the game officially began. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the audience was highly focused and started to participate in the competition. The first game was a team battle. The broadcast perspective followed the two teams throughout the whole process, and Han Xiao mainly looked at the dynasty. The random venue and the terrain are quite complex. As soon as the dynasty entered the field, it did not rush to find an opponent, but took out one mechanical prop after another to make tactical arrangements. The commentary said in time, the dynasty chose a steady tactic and used mechanical props to create favorable conditions. It is worth mentioning that the props used by the dynasty are all the Black Star series of machinery. The Black Star Legion has a complete set of mechanical commodity systems, which provides the teams in the Broken Star Ring division with a convenience in formulating tactics. In contrast, the Tulip team does not have an advantage in this area. Meatbound nodded and agreed. Indeed, according to my investigation, players in other competition areas lack the Black Star Legion's way to easily obtain complete sets of equipment. Although professional players can still get a set of strong top-level equipment, it will take them more time. When talking about the Black Star Legion, Chinese players instantly seem to have chicken blood, and the barrage floated over the dense Black Star Bowl. "The captain loves me again, and Dragon Cat licking friends will visit here." It was okay in private, but mentioning the Black Star Legion in public and international events made the players of the Broken Star Ring very excited. The Black Star Legion is the bond connecting many players of the Broken Star Ring and has become a common language. Han Xiao was a little surprised and was suddenly mentioned. He was not mentally prepared and inexplicably felt strange that brother is not in the world, but there is my legend in the world. The game continued, and the two teams moved on the map, finally found each other's whereabouts, and quickly approached each other. The audience suddenly became nervous and waited for the battle with their breath. In their opinion, once a strong team confronted, it would definitely be a thunder that would cause fire to the earth, and it would be out of control and could make all the brains. However, fantasies are often very different from reality, and the real situation is contrary to expectations. Without a fierce battle that was evenly matched, the dynasty crushed the Tulips team from beginning to end and fought violently, ending the opponent with all his might. The commentator and the guests were so excited that they were incoherent. The Chinese audience was so excited that they were unbearable, but the audiences from other countries were stunned. They had no tendency to sex. They had originally expected to see the back-and-forth battles, but they did not expect that the last champion would be crushed and easily beaten by the runner-up. In the next ring match, the Dynasty also won the game with an absolute advantage. The official commentator and the referee were both dumbfounded. The organizer wanted to turn the opening match into a wonderful battle, so he arranged the last championship and runner-up match. But he didn't expect that Tulip would be upset and was easily beaten by the Dynasty. The Dynasty won without any suspense. The barrage went wild, and there was a carnival on the forum, and the Chinese audience felt proud and wished they could blow up the Dynasty. Han Xiao was not surprised by this result at all. In his previous life, French Tulips won the first championship, but became an ordinary strong team in the second season. In the end, he almost even reached the quarterfinals of the international competition, and his strength shrank severely. The Dynasty is much better than last season. It seems normal for him to cause such a result. Although Tulip was the last champion, French players lack the unique advantages of Chinese players. That is, there are too few French trolls. There is no urging, no pressure, and unlike Chinese players, living in a difficult environment, in order not to be criticized, they are full of motivation. However, France's style is obviously not related to diligence. After winning a championship, it is simply showing off itself. The Dynasty won the runner-up in the last term, but it is more motivated. He remembered that in the opening match of his previous life, the two sides were the French Tulips team and the American Demon World team, but they were also beaten by the Demon World. Now, the Dynasty replaced the Demon World in the first season and won the runner-up seat. So the one who beat the Tulips became the Dynasty. At the end of the opening match, the trend of experts from all walks of life changed, and they began to praise the Dynasty and fully implemented their status as a hindsight. Teams from other countries regarded the Dynasty as their most powerful competitors, focused on studying the game videos, and tried to find the tactics they targeted. The victory of the Dynasty caused a sensational impact, gained a lot of attention, and crushed the other three giants. The Chinese audience cheered for it and almost regarded the Dynasty as their home team. While excited, the audience also placed high hopes for them. Most of the players of the Dynasty team were more or less nervous. As members of the wealthy family, they know very well that the current situation is a double-edged sword. If they win the end, it goes without saying that they will definitely be praised on the altar. But once you lose, everyone's mistakes will be amplified and will be sprayed to death. The higher the exposure, the greater the pressure. Only the kings and princes have seen strong winds and waves, so they don't care about this. After the opening match was upset, the International Stars Tournament officially began, and the strong teams performed sex competitions, which was considered a warm-up for the international regular season. The champions in the 9 major competition areas have shown their own level and showed off their style. The schedule of this season is tight. The Star Game Carnival has ended, and I have been resting for a few days, and the division finals are seamlessly connected. In the Broken Star Rings division, the 8 strong teams were divided into 4 groups according to their points ranking, including the Dynasty versus 9 Gates, Jiangcheng versus Madman, Chongkong versus Fish Fragrance Eggplant, and Temple versus Torrential Rain, 3 wins in 5 games. The most eye-catching one is Chongkong versus Fish-Flavored Eggplant. The two giants met in the first round because only the semifinals can participate in the international regular season, which means that one giant will miss the international regular season. Last season, Yuxiang Eggplant missed the international regular season. This time, he tried his best to defeat Chongkong and strive to qualify. Unfortunately, Chongkong still won. Yuxiang Eggplant was eliminated again and hid in the corner and drew circles. Soon, the first round of the division final came out, and the Dynasty defeated the 9 Gates without any suspense and maintained its momentum. Jiangcheng fought against the Madman, and the two sides fought to the 2-2 match point. At the critical moment, the Madman sword and the evil sword exploded, and finally defeated the Madman team, led by Yan Ran, and entered the semifinals. The temple was in a state of uproar against the rainstorm, and Jiang Yulaw was like a god helper, pressing Li Gu to the ground to rub it. Finally, the rainstorm eliminated the Temple 3-1 and entered the semifinals. The Temple followed the fish-scented eggplant to draw circles. The list of the semifinals is released in full swing, including Emperor Xiao, Chongkong, Jiangqing, and Heavy Rain. The result is beyond the expectations of many viewers. Two major clubs actually missed the international regular season. The semifinal teams in the division are already qualified to qualify, and next is the competition for the division championship, which is also an honor. The second round of the matchup made Han Xiao suspected that Mad Dagger had also touched 40. The two wealthy dynasties faced Chongkong, and Jiangqing faced the relatively weak Rain. The Guangdao team started to lead the team this time. The Jiangqing team was originally just a team in the second and third tier, but actually qualified for the international regular season and reached the semifinals all the way. The performance of the Dark Horse attracted a lot of attention. As an armed warrior, his combat style is diverse, mature, and steady, and he is more famous than the previous session, and he has begun to consolidate his position in the professional circle. Due to Han Xiao's reasons, Guangdao chose a career different from his previous life, but for now, his career path has been smoother. A few days later, the results of the second round of the division final were released. The dynasty defeated Chongkong steadily, Jiangqing thrilled to eliminate the rainstorm, and the dynasty and Jiangqing met in the last round to compete for the championship. The Crazy Knife no longer continued his previous good luck. The gap in hard power was too big. He failed to lead Jiangqing to win, and finally won the runner-up title. The dynasty won the division championship for the second time. Before the game, the kings, princes, generals, and ministers once boasted that they would win the Grand Slam of the division and international championships. Now, one of the requirements has been completed. The attention of the dynasty continues to rise, and countless players have great expectations, hoping that the dynasty can really fulfill its promise. For Guangdao, he was already quite satisfied with the first time he led the team and won the runner-up in the division. The team still has room for running in and progress. Jiangqing is definitely the dark horse of this class, and has also gained a large number of new fans. Chongkong finally defeated Heavy Rain and got to third place in the division. If he hadn't met the dynasty in the second round, with Hao Yian's team strength, he would have won the runner-up in the division. The 9 major competition areas also decided the championship. The divisional competition came to an end. The schedule was scheduled to rest for more than 10 days, and then the international regular season was held. There are no competitions in each division, and international events cannot be watched on-site, so they can only watch the forum broadcast. So players no longer stay on the competition planet and disperse one after another, doing their own things while paying attention to the forum. Due to the divisional competition, countless players did not do tasks during this period, and they delayed a lot of time. The Black Star Army only had more than 100,000 mercenaries, and a small number of players continued to operate. However, although the business was delayed, Han Xiao not only did not lose money, but also took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. The ability of the warehouse was sold out, and the business of selling machinery and repairing equipment also made a lot of money. Han Xiao made tens of millions of anals, and his deposit almost doubled, emptied out many of the wallets hidden by players. With this money, you can purchase more fleets and recruit a large number of free mercenaries. During the version update, without the help of millions of players, you have to rely on the funds earned from them to develop yourself. 10 years will not be short, so the reserve funds will naturally be more and more. After the player left, Han Xiao returned to base number 1, released the news, recruited personnel from the entire star cluster, and began to prepare for the secret war between Krent and Amethyst. His current focus is on cultivating the favorable feelings of the camp to obtain cutting-edge knowledge. Before obtaining cutting-edge knowledge from the Amethyst civilization, he is not going to do other employment tasks himself. However, Han Xiao received a difficult employment, which was a message from the Tianhuan allied forces. There is a mercenary team in Tianhuan that encounters unsolvable dangers when performing missions in the Feiwen Galaxy. The original mission was an ordinary planet-level rebellion. According to the employer's instructions, The enemy is only of level B at the highest level. However, unexpectedly, a natural disaster-level enemy appeared. The closest ally was the Black Star Army, so the team had to ask Black Star for emergency support. Black Star has long been among the top mercenary groups and has always maintained cooperative relationships with large mercenary groups, such as Tianhuan. It has a wide connection and good popularity. Han Xiao will help this, but it is just a small task. But this time he didn't want to go there in person, so he called Quirky over. Since joining the Black Star Army, the Idle Magic Research Room has become Loki's territory. He stays at home to do research every day. In his words, do something meaningless when he is rotten and old, so that time passes faster. However, Loki's death has a strong professional ability and has increased the level of magical ability of the Black Star Legion. At least the enchanting amplitude of the level A magician is far beyond level B. Han Xiao has asked Loki to re-enchant his mechas and weapons, and his attributes have increased significantly, and they also have many special effects. Han Xiao was preparing to send Quirky to do this mission, and he was at least the only natural disaster-level cadre. After taking his money, he had to share his worries with him, the leader. With Quirky, he doesn't rely on himself. The Black Star Legion has the ability to deal with natural disaster-level mission goals, so he doesn't have to do everything himself. Sivia brought Quirky to Han Xiao's room, and Han Xiao said straight to the point, I have a task to you. I knew that the premonition of misfortune will often come true. Quirky sighed. Han Xiao ignored him and explained, a team from Tianhuan asked us for help. The enemy is a disaster-level Superman. Now in the Legion, except me, you can deal with disaster level. As the regiment commander, I am not suitable to personally deal with such low-level events. You can support them. This is your first mission. I believe in your strength. You can choose any spaceship in the ship depot. Just don't drive my ship. The target information and coordinates will be sent to you. I have a question. Say, can I not go? Guess. Loki asked tentatively. If they were killed by the time I arrived, I wouldn't have to do my mission. Han Xiaoshu looked at it. Do you want to deliberately detour and delay time? I was seen through. Loki's face was bitter. Is this person reliable? A blue veins popped up on Han Xiao's forehead and said helplessly, you go quickly, I don't want to see your first time ending in failure. Quirky sighed with a sad face, looking up at the ceiling of the room, 45 degrees. Oh, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the enemy and sacrificed in my first mission. I didn't expect this was the end of my life. I wanted to write my last words before I set off. Hurry up. Hurry. Let's go. Loki sighed and shook his head to leave. Sivia was holding her laughter and tears came out from her eyes. She pressed her mouth and bulged her face, squeezed her airflow out of her lips, making a hissing and suppressed laughter. Teacher, where did you find such a top-notch? Han Xiao glared. At most, I'm a little pessimistic, at least it can come in handy. It's much better than you. And you still have the face to smile? I'll ask Renard to supervise you. Have you asked someone to ask me for it? Have you finished writing the homework assigned to you? It's been finished. Suiya's expression suddenly collapsed. She snorted unhappily, and she slapped her ponytail, leaving Han Xiao with the back of her head, and ran away angrily. Han Xiao curled his lips. Now there are many cadres in the Black Star Legion. In Han Xiao's eyes, only Melos, Aroshia, Ferdine, Sivia, Harmon, and Reinhard, including Hela and Aurora, who followed Emmys to practice. Reinhard is currently the closest to a level, and the farthest distance from A level is Sivia. Suiya was able to reach A level in her previous life, and is a potential stock. Han Xiao has always had high standards and strict requirements on her. During the off-season, teams qualifying from various countries have released training trends every day. Although the temple was not selected, Li Gu was very smart. He was a volunteer and took the initiative to be a coach at the semifinals of the semifinals to help the semifinals find their status. He had a wave of presence, and his reputation slightly improved. Seeing this, other strong teams who were not selected followed suit. Coincidentally, this situation formed the feeling of the Chinese team is united, has a sense of collective honor, helping the opponent without grudges, and striving to win the World Championship trophy, in the eyes of the audience, which made the enthusiasm of Chinese players even higher. Before the international competition, the reporter interviewed all the strong teams in various countries, including the United States, Sweden, Japan, and South Korea, and shouted a declaration of winning the championship. Due to the outstanding performance of the dynasty in the star competition, the reporter specifically mentioned the dynasty and regarded it as a candidate for the championship and asked them if they had the confidence to deal with the dynasty. The four countries all expressed that they would definitely defeat the dynasty and had strong confidence. The United States and Sweden are not bad, but the Chinese audience responded the most fiercely to the Japanese and Korean teams. They directly turned on the group ridicule mode. They could lose to anyone, but they could not lose to the Japanese and Korean teams. The days of off-season have passed quickly, and the international regular season that audiences from all over the world have been looking forward to has finally arrived. In the 9 major competition areas, all 36 teams entered the arena, and the venue was a larger arena than the previous session. The first day was the opening ceremony of the lottery group. It is still divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. The group is in a loop and the team is ranked in the points. The top 8 enter the international finals. Hong Kong was divided into Group A. Han Xiao and Jiangsheng were divided into Group B, and Heavy Rain entered Group C. The average strength gap between the 3 teams was not big, unlike the previous group, and there was no weak group or death group this time, which meant that there was almost no luck and could only reach the finals with real ability. In his previous life, China only won the semi-finals in the second season. This time, both the dynasty and Hong Kong have the potential to win the championship. Han Xiao was quite curious about what kind of results China could achieve in this class under his influence. The international regular season officially started, and audiences from all over the world waved flags and shouted for their teams, full of enthusiasm and unprecedented grand occasions. As the middle of the schedule was played, the situation gradually became clearer, and the audience had a rough impression of which team was stronger and who was weaker. The dynasty maintained a rapid momentum, firmly ranked first, and the second place was the Swedish battle axe, which also dominated the American demon world. Hong Kong is 5th. How Ian is not showing off in the divisional competition, as if he is conserving his strength. In the international competition, his firepower is fully launched, and his results continue to rise, showing the combat power of a strong seed team. Heavy Rain and Jiangsheng are both in the first half of the rankings and maintain their competitiveness. The average strength of the Chinese team is very strong, which surprised and excited the Chinese audience. For Chinese players, the international competition situation is very good. Han Xiao and Hong Kong have the ability to qualify. Jiangsheng and Heavy Rain compete with each other, and it seems that there is a chance to rush into the top 8. However, in the second half of the schedule, controversial bad things emerged. In the survival match between 4 strong teams, the dynasty repeatedly encountered the dilemma of other teams being grouped together and was often eliminated by the first, unable to get any points from the survival match, resulting in the originally stable first-place position gradually becoming shaken, and there is a tendency to be overtaken by the Swedish Tomahawk and the American Demon World. The dynasty had already locked in the record of being the first in the regular season, and the cooked duck seemed to be about to fly away. Now the Chinese audience was in a panic. Countless audiences spontaneously fought and angrily scolded the teams that were grouped together in various sections of the forum, allowing players from all countries to fully understand the brutal combat effectiveness of the world's no-troll army. Squirting is the basic skill of Chinese players. It is profound in Chinese and has a foundation of over 5,000 years. Every player has experienced countless tragic squirting. Under the influence of the environment, it is not that Chinese players are modest. In terms of spitting people, all other countries are younger brothers. The forum has become another battlefield. Fans of other teams want to protect their own teams and argue with reason, saying that since the survival match is a melee, it is also a reasonable strategy to join forces. However, in front of Chinese players, reasoning is as unworkable as farts, not to mention that there are still those who are damaged in interests. They squirted wildly, killing the enemy to defeat the army, throwing their armor, and retreating step by step, as if fans of the teams of various countries have become the eight-nation alliance. And they are all beaten back, exuding patriotism, and their comrades can't help but appreciate each other. This farce made Han Xiao happy. He liked to watch his compatriots criticize others the most. It was simply pleasing to the eye and could always bear his whole day of joy. In fact, it is understandable that other teams are grouping together in the survival match. They are not targeting the achievements of the dynasty, but the strength of the dynasty is too strong. If they do not join forces, the dynasty will definitely win the final victory. The dynasty is not worried about qualifying for the points, but other teams still have to strive for the qualification to qualify and are eager for points. So, eliminating the dynasty first is indeed a reliable tactic. This public opinion storm affected the organizer and asked the dynasty to stand up and speak and calm the situation. However, the answers of the kings, princes, generals, and ministers not only did not extinguish the enthusiasm of the players, but instead poured another bucket of gasoline on the fire. It's okay. It's a mediocre person who is not jealous of others. No matter how they besiege me, it's just the difference between the rankings of the first place. When it comes to the finals, I will teach them how to behave one by one. The kings, princes, generals, and ministers directly laughed at each other, and the Chinese players were suddenly exploded, excited, and wished they could go to the finals now and see the dynasty kill all their opponents. Han Xiao's hair was standing straight. Such an obvious flag dares to establish. The dynasty is really not afraid of death. But it sounds really hot. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The top 6 seats are basically stable, and Han Xiao and Chong Kong have secured their qualifications to qualify. In the second half of the international regular season, although the dynasty was besieged in the survival competition, it still maintained its unparalleled momentum in the team battles and the arena matches, firmly ranked first, and did not allow the team below to catch up. The competition among the 7th and 8th places is the most fierce. The points gap between the 7th and 13th places is very small. There are only a few games left. The 7 teams have the chance to qualify. Jiangcheng is one of them. It is a pity that the rainstorm is average. Although Jiang Yulua is so beautiful, she does not look at her appearance. She can't continue to take on the role of the qualifying team. Unfortunately, she has lost hope of qualifying. As the chief and deputy captains, Guang Dao and Xie Xiaojian have been stimulated through repeated practical combat, and their potential has been stimulated. The cooperation has become more and more tacit. Fans regard it as the symbol of Jiangcheng team and call it a combination of double-edged ones. There's only one last game left in the regular season. Jiangcheng ranked 10th, only a few points away from the 8th place. And the last game is the last hope of qualifying. The 8th place is Japan's Yaki team, and the opponent in the last game is Chong Kong, while the opponent of Jiangcheng is the Korean Kimchi team. In a room at the Black Star No. 1 base, members of the Jiangxing team were called to a meeting by Guang Dao to analyze the situation. The crazy knife hit the table with a serious tone. Chong Kong ranked 4th and Kimchi ranked 6th. They are both strong teams, and there is no possibility of making up for the points gap between us and Yaki. There's only one situation, that is, we cut a large number of points on Kimchi, and then the Yaki team tied with Chong Kong, and we didn't get many points so that we have a chance to qualify. It's too harsh. At least Yaki is evenly matched with Chong Kong, and Kimchi is also a strong team. It's not certain whether we can beat them. Xie Xiaojian shook his head. In addition to winning team battles, there's another way to get a large number of points. Guang Dao said slowly. The points are calculated based on the number of players on both sides. If Xiaojian and I perform at a super level and kill the opponent, we could get a large number of points. Indeed, if we play well in the ring, we can open a huge gap, but Kimchi is still very powerful. Even the dynasty dare not say that killing Kimchi. Xie Xiaojian said, "This game is our only chance. We must win more points at all costs. I brought out all the abilities of the medicine in the warehouse, and there are still 67 left. I can't make it to the finals, and it's useless to keep it. In the last game, we used all these medications. If we can get one more point, we will get one more point. Don't save it. Everyone was excited. CS Xiaojian's eyes lit up. Boss, so do you also want to use the Black Star character card? That's right. As long as we can reach the finals, we will be successful. If we don't fight it this time, we will not be able to wait. Kwang Dao nodded. Then we might be able to really kill Kimchi. Xie Xiaojian looked gloomy. Because of the sufficient inventory, Han Xiao did not squeeze his own juice, and there was no abilities of his own medicine on the market. However, before the league, Kwang Dao completed a task with a high evaluation and random rewards to draw a blank character card. He still remembers that in the last individual competition, he crushed his opponent with the character card of the Black Star Arrival. Without much hesitation, he used the blank character card to generate Han Xiao's character card. This character card was used as his trump card and has been kept from the start of the game until now. In this critical game, Kwang Dao decided to use this character card. In the last game, Jiangsheng received the key attention of Chinese audiences. Dynasty and Chongkong have already qualified. If Jiangsheng can also qualify, then 3 of the seats in the quarterfinals of the international finals will belong to China, which is a huge hit. In the team battle between Jiangsheng and Kimchi, both sides fought to the death. Kimchi tried all the way and did not let go of the water. This time, Jiangsheng used the ability medicine without any scruples and finally barely won a miserable victory and only got a meager point. Many Chinese audiences were quite discouraged. They only got this point and basically lost the opportunity to surpass Yaki to qualify. Not many people are optimistic about Jiangsheng's performance in the ring match. Jiangsheng team only has Kwang Dao and Xie Xiaojian, and the other teammates are team-type blue-collar workers, and their single-handed strength is average. However, 2 players in the Kimchi team made it into the international individual competition. Jiangsheng may have a chance to win, but it is impossible to score too many points. However, when we arrived at the ring match, Kwang Dao gave all the audience a surprise and scared the Kimchi team. As soon as the Kwang Dao came on stage, he knocked dozens of bottles of abilities without saying a word. The attribute column contained a long list of gain states, and his body was filled with light, which was a perfect special effect warrior. The commentator was excited. Oh, it seems that the player of the crazy knife and angry sword has been desperate, and now the pressure is on the side of the knife team. Each professional team has its own trump card. The ability drug sold by Han Xiao is the symbolic sexual trump card of every Chinese team in the international competition. It left a deep impression on other teams and gave them a headache. The fundamental reason is the randomness of the ability drug, and other teams cannot take targeted measures. However, the amount of ability drug doses is limited, and there are many games. The Chinese team is saving on using it, otherwise it will be useless after using it. After all, in the final circle, each round will be 3 wins in 5 games. Now Kwang Dao no longer cares about future competitions and fights to the forefront. Kwang Dao suddenly burst out with terrifying combat power, breaking through 2 opponents in one fight. The Kimchi team knows that the ability pharmaceuticals have time effectiveness. The 2 people on the field are ordinary players, mainly procrastinating, fighting with the crazy knife to sharpen blood. Kimchi team chose the reasonable delay tactic. Although the Kwai Dao Fury Sword player defeated 2 opponents, part of his buff state has reached time. Let's see the next player to play. Kimchi sent ace player. They want to find out what they want and rely on the 3rd person to end the Kwai Dao's winning streak. The 3rd player on the Kimchi team was the team's ace, one of the players who entered the international individual competition. At this time, Kwai Dao still had more than half of his health left, and the mecha's armor value was still 1/3. Faced with the situation, many Chinese audiences were sweating and nervous. At this time, Kwang Dao took a deep breath and activated the only Black Star character card. Han Xiao's translucent phantom appeared behind Kwang Dao, wearing black clothes, expressionless face, and pressed his hand on Kwang Dao's head. Okay, the player of the crazy sword has used a new ability. This is a while. Have I seen this scene in the last league? The commentator suddenly widened his eyes. A gain state that stunned the commentator, guests, and all viewers appeared. Advanced strong life. Extra health increased endurance transformation. The ratio is 1 hour 60 minutes. Resistance plus 25, and every loss of 40 health. All attributes temporarily plus 10, lasting for 20 minutes. From the character's arrival Han Xiao. Damn, this is cheating. The commentator couldn't help but burst into pieces. Countless viewers were full of shock. The extra health value is more than their own health. Some people remember that Quang Dao used Black Star character card in the last session. Now it's Black Star again. Since this buff comes from the character's arrival card, it proves that this is the ability of the Black Star. For a long time, the attributes of the Black Star have always been countless question marks in the detection information of all players. Players only know that the character Black Star is so powerful that it is perverted, but they have never known the specific ability of the Black Star. At this time, the buff of the Mad Sword once again opened the tip of the Black Star's iceberg, which directly scared countless players. If a mechanic actually has this kind of physical shield type expertise, then isn't his mechanical expertise even more perverted? Or can our mechanical system actually awaken the expertise of the meat shield? With a strong battery life, Crazy Knife continued to fight and defeated 3 opponents in a row, and finally lost. The Xie Xiaojian burst out in form and barely defeated the remaining opponents. The points in a ring match are calculated based on the difference in the number of defeats between the two sides. Jiangcheng only lost 1 person to Quang Dao, and the number of people in the entire team of Kimchi is reduced by 1, which means the points obtained by Jiangcheng, which is a big victory. A Mad Knife penetrates 5 into 5, and you will become famous in 1 battle. Jiangcheng has received high points. Whether he can qualify next depends on how many points Yaki can get from Chongkong. Chongkong did not disappoint everyone's expectations, and he was unreserved. He beat Yaki up and made Yaki team only get very few points. Hao Ian and Quang Dao are familiar with Quang Dao, and everyone is both the Chinese team, so he doesn't mind doing this little favor. After the game, Chongkong received overwhelming praise and was a well-deserved good teammate in China. Under the gaze of the international quarterfinals, the list of the international quarterfinals has been released. The Dynasty was the first, the Sky was the 4th, and Jiangxing successfully defeated the Japanese Yamaki team and qualified thrillingly, only 2 points higher than Yamaki. The Crazy Sword's desperate bet was successful. 4 teams and 3 teams entered the finals, and only Huaxia achieved this achievement. Chinese players only felt excited and extremely excited. Qualifying was a surprise, and replacing the Japanese team's seat was even more joyful. No team in Japan reached the international quarterfinals this year. The forum was like a gong and drum, firecrackers, red flags, and celebrations. Han Xiao was also quite surprised by this result. He knew that the average strength of the Chinese team was higher than that of his previous life, but he didn't expect to play so well. In the international quarterfinals, China held 3 seats. In the previous life, only the United States achieved this achievement. It only appeared once in all seasons in the previous life. Now China has achieved this feat in the 2nd season. Players are roaming on the forum, but many people have not realized that this is a milestone enough to be recorded in the history of the Star Sea League. Han Xiao knew that even in the past many years, in the future version, people would continue to mention the brilliant achievements of China this season and talk about it with relish. The finals are in the battle, with 3 wins in 5 games. According to the points ranking, the 1st-ranked Dynasty will face the 8th-ranked Jiangxing. Although the players feel that the Civil War is a pity, the competition system is like this, and there's nothing to complain about. The good luck of Quang Dao is over, but being able to reach the international quarterfinals is already an impressive result, which is enough for the new team. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The Chinese team performed well, and it was also a disguised look to give the Black Star Army a sense of presence. Chongkong, ranked 4th, faces the 5th Kimchi. Chinese players do not watch the Civil War. Chongkong's opponent is the Korean team, so the audience turns to pay attention to Chongkong's game. However, Han Xiao did not pay attention to the final circle. He threw an eye on Riki and observed Riki's execution of the mission. Although Lockie said he wanted to take a detour, he didn't think he was delaying. He went straight to the mission location and had arrived at the place where the Tianhuan mercenary team asked for help. The new month has begun. Please give me a monthly ticket. There are double monthly tickets at the end of the month. Please ask for a waive in advance. Mamoda X72 Text 3010X9 1X6765X96 X311X5 0FX8 BF4X7 X8 X4F6 0X4F5EX986 FRX65 Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Feiwen Galaxy Capality Star. The power of this planet is called the Vincent Civilization. It is a planet-level regime affiliated to the Black Crow Civilization. The Vincent Civilization is a winged, human-shaped, intelligent species with feathers. It is born with flying ability. The buildings of the Capalodian star are towering into the clouds, with trees in appearance and long-hanging platforms like branches. Vincent was peaceful and lazy and willing to be a vassal of the Black Crow Civilization. Therefore, he was troubled by dissidents and extreme nationalists. New rebellious organizations emerged every now and then and placed in the entire universe. Such examples are as numerous as stars and are very common. A team of the Skywalker Allied forces accepted the invitation to hijack the rebel group called Bullseye. The captain of the team is ice-crying secret artist Gaia, a third-ring cadre, a B-level Superman. She has fought side by side with Black Star and Longtan, and she has been active near the Feiwen Galaxy. According to Vincent's information, the Bull's secret organization is only a B-level combat power. It was originally just a regular combat mission, but Goya did not expect that the Bull's secret organization actually hid a level powerhouse, and it was not an unknown person, but a tribe member named Gordelot, who was expelled many years ago. Now that he has become a natural disaster, he wants to come back and overthrow Vincent's rule. Not only is he the real master of Bullseye, but also the organizer behind the scenes of several other rebel organizations, but the big boss of the Capalodister rebel forces. Somewhere in the wilderness, a small aircraft was running away at high speed. Hundreds of aircraft were chasing behind them, causing raging winds and sand and dust. The people from Bullseye organization have found us again. We have been hiding around for so long, and there is not much fuel. Captain, what should we do? In the cockpit, the surviving members of the Skywalker team were busy circling the aircraft, and someone shouted loudly, "Continue to escape. I have applied for support from the Black Star Legion. Black Star reinforcements will definitely come. We must hold on until that time." Goya gritted her teeth. Her magic robe was covered with blood and dust. After many days of escape, she was in extremely poor condition and extremely exhausted. She only fought with Gordelot once, and was abused to the point of being completely abused. She could not overcome the natural barrier between B and A. If she hadn't had the luck, the team would have been wiped out long ago. The fuel was consumed quickly, and the speed gradually decreased. The pursuers surrounded and blocked the enemy, and the distance continued to shorten. All the Tianhuan mercenaries were in their throats. Goya couldn't help but hold the staff tightly. Just then, a communication request popped up on the screen, and Lockie's depressed face appeared. "Hey, the reinforcements you ordered have arrived. Are there any people alive? If no one is there, I will leave." Everyone was overjoyed, and Goya answered hurriedly, "We are still alive. The situation is very dangerous now. We need help urgently. The coordinates are..." After reporting the coordinates, Riki hung up the communication, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Black Star's reinforcements are finally here. Great, we're saved. Goya suddenly realized a problem. Wait, I tell them, the enemy has a disaster-level strongman. Why isn't Black Star himself the caller? Didn't he come in person? Everyone's faces changed slightly. They all knew the Black Star army quite well, and knew that only Black Star was a disaster-level strongman, and they seemed to have never heard of the Black Star army having other A-level combat power. Goya couldn't help but worry. She just hoped reinforcements were reliable. Suddenly, everyone was standing upright, and a powerful wave of leaving the body shot horizontally hitting their aircraft obliquely. Boom! Violent vibration, violent explosion. The aircraft exploded into pieces all over the sky, and a spherical magic cover was blown out, bounced on the ground for several times before stopping. The magic cover disappeared, revealing Goya's figure. The staff in her hand shone brightly, protecting all the team members at the critical moment, exhausted and panting and depressed. At this time, hundreds of hostile aircraft chased after him, surrounding Goya and others. In the direction where the body fluctuated, a birdman flew at high speed, hovering above everyone. His hawkish eyes looked down at everyone coldly, as sharp as a knife. This bird was the A-level Superman of the rebellion force, Gordelot. Tianhuan people, what I hate the most is the mercenaries. If you want to blame, you will blame you for something that has nothing to do with you. You deserve it. Gorid flapped his wings, and a high-concentration platinum martial arts fluctuation condensed with his palms. The strong sense of crisis made Goya and others feel terrified and stiff. Gorid was about to kill him, and at this time, a spaceship in the sky broke through the clouds and flew in from afar. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at him. The spacecraft stopped outside the encirclement. The cabin door opened with a sneer, and Riki slowly floated out. Seeing the critical situation of Goya and others, he couldn't help but feel sad. "It's early," Gordelot frowned. "Who are you?" Before Lockie could speak, Goya answered first. "You're done. He's our reinforcements from the Black Star Army." "Oh, what's your name?" Goya then remembered that she didn't know the reinforcements' names. Lockie sighed. "Ask me my name again, I'll leave." "Black Star Man." Gerold couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and he thought to himself terrible. He was not afraid of the Tianhuan allied forces because the Tianhuan's base camp was far away from here, but the Gaidon Galaxy was next to the Feiwen Galaxy. He felt it was extremely difficult and was extremely afraid of the Black Star Legion. Especially the name of Black Star. Gordelot has also heard of it. Black Star's status in the Colton cluster is not known how tall he is. Gordelot was in a serious mood and secretly thought about countermeasures. The Black Star Legion has intervened, and my plan cannot continue. I can only kill this Black Star mercenary, and then leave the Colton Star Group to avoid the limelight and stay here. The Black Star Legion will sooner or later send a large number of troops to deal with me. Fortunately, there is only one person in Black Star this time. Kill him, and then kill the Tianhuan people. You can hide the news in a short time and give me time to escape. Thinking of this, Gordelot made a decisive decision and ordered loudly. Everyone fires and kills these Tianhuan mercenaries. Goya and others changed their faces drastically, and they hurriedly used various defense abilities. They were in poor condition. Once they encountered fire, they would either die or be injured. The naval guns of all aircraft were lit up, and the fire was about to be released. Gorthrode turned around and rushed towards Lockie, turning into a meteor entangled with arrogance. And he had all his strength when he tried. At this moment, Riki sighed, and an ancient staff appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he gently tapped the air. Space-time and space secret technique, the seventh dimension. A circle of invisible cover suddenly spread out, covering all the individuals present. At this moment, all the actions in the cover stopped, as if time and space solidified, and everyone's spirit was frozen. However, everyone's thinking still exists, and they can clearly feel the feeling of solidification throughout their body, but they cannot control their body. Gordelot was also stationary in the air, unable to move, and a storm broke out in his heart. The technician Han, who was peeping, almost sprayed out the snacks in his mouth. Isn't this a hit on Voluto? Time and space secret techniques are the most difficult magic school to master, and they are very dangerous. When a caster studies and learns, he will accidentally leave his corpse without any of his own bones, which requires extremely high talent. Not everyone can become the hunting target of Albert's group of people. Lockie is not a member of a major force. He is just a lone man, so there's only one reason why Lockie was targeted. That is strength. In this space-time domain, Only Riki can act freely and cast spells continuously to explode all aircraft. At this time, Gordelot finally broke free from the constraints of the spell, and without saying a word, he turned into a meteor and fled. His confidence was directly defeated by Riki. Lockie did not chase after him. The mission was to rescue the Tianhuan mercenary. He didn't want to waste his energy to chase an opponent of the same level. He floated to Goya and others inside. Go on my boat and leave here. Goya nodded quickly, maintaining respect for the strong, and couldn't help asking, "Are you a new cadre of the Black Star Army? I have never heard of your name before. It's better not to hear it." Lockie's expression collapsed. The other Skywallow mercenaries looked at each other and were frightened. The Black Star Legion finally had the first natural disaster-level cadre, and it was so strong that Black Star no longer took the lead alone. They always felt that their Skywallow allied forces were quickly surpassed by the Black Star Legion. Gaia was in a complicated mood. She still remembered that a few years ago, Black Star was just a small mercenary group. As a captain of Tianhuan, the two of them had similar strengths. She had a background in Tianhuan and had a higher status than Black Star. But now, I'm still the captain of the Sky Ring, and Black Star has become a big shot in the Colton Star cluster. I have a place in the entire Broken Star Ring. The strength and status of the two are already a world apart. There is no harm without comparison. With the example of Black Star, Goya only feels that she has been standing still for the past few years and can't help feeling discouraged. At the same time, looking at the other end of the mark, Han Xiao's eyes lit up, his fingers rubbed his stubble, and he couldn't help but smile subtly. It seems that I have picked up a treasure. A few days later, the carnival of the second season finally came to an end. The 8 teams in the final circle attracted the most attention since the start of the game, and the supporters of each team were enthusiastic and shouted. In the first round, the Dynasty defeated Jiangcheng, and the Dynasty entered the semi-finals, and Jiangcheng stopped in the quarterfinals. This result was basically expected by everyone. Chongqing fought fiercely with Kimchi, defeating Kimchi in the end 3-1, allowing Kimchi to get out of the game, and Chongqing successfully reached the semifinals. The 2 Chinese teams entered the semifinals, and the Chinese audience couldn't help but feel expectant, hoping to see the Chinese team meet in the final. But unfortunately, in the second round of draw, the Dynasty drew Chongqing as its opponent, while the American Demon World competed with the Swedish Battle Axe. Chinese players shouted that it was a pity that the Dynasty was simply unlucky. After entering the finals, all they encountered were Chinese teams in the first and second rounds. The second round was very fierce, with the peak in front of us. No one in the Dynasty or Chongqing could give in. The fight was so bloody that it made countless viewers feel heartbroken. Many people analyzed that the Dynasty had a higher winning rate before the game, but the result was upset. Under the leadership of Hao Ian, Chongqing showed amazing resilience. In the end, he defeated the Dynasty 3-2 and successfully entered the finals. The Dynasty stopped at the semifinals and could only compete for the third place. After the game, many reporters interviewed the Dynasty team, but there were no regrets. We have consumed too much energy in the previous schedule. Hao Ian is my old opponent. He played well this time. I am convinced that I lost. I hope they can win a championship trophy for China. Brother, I won my final qualification. You can't be unsuccessful. Trolls, it depends on your performance. Squirt them to death so that they dare not lose and don't give me face. An ill-intentioned reporter mentioned the bold words made by the kings and princes in the regular season, wanting to embarrass him, but the kings and princes do not care at all and are generous and ridiculed. I originally wanted to educate the teams of other countries, but I didn't expect to be educated by my compatriots. It's okay. Anyway, losing to my own people is not considered breaking my promise. Hao Ian, you have to win the championship. At least the excuse of losing to the championship can make me less criticized. The reporters present laughed, and even the reporters who asked questions couldn't help laughing. I soon interviewed Tai Ertzi. Tai Ertzi's speech implemented a style of discipline and said carelessly, "If you lose the game, it is definitely the captain's fault. This proves that we should replace people and become captains. Except for me, I don't have to consider others. Princes, generals, and prime ministers should retire. A greasy middle-aged man also plays a game of beeping silence. The interview of the dynasty was very happy, slightly diluting the regrets of the Chinese audience. All hopes and pressures reached Hong Kong. Originally, the imperial court was the most likely team to win the championship. Hong Kong defeated them. If he didn't win the championship in the end, the outcome could be imagined. However, Hao Ian was not only not panicked, but was in a high spirit of fighting. Since the start of the competition, the dynasty has taken the limelight, and he led the sky and silently stormed his energy as if he was polishing a sword. In the final, the sword was finally unsheathed. All the members of the Hong Kong team, the accumulated passion and momentum all burst out, and they had the strong confidence to cut off everything. The opponent is the American Demon World, who defeated the Swedish Tomahawk and entered the finals. The Demon World is the second favorite to win the championship after the dynasty. Like the boss at the bottom, it is the last obstacle for China to get from the world champion. Tens of millions of players in the 9 major competition areas watched the final together, and the final carnival was unprecedented. Even Han Xiao put down what he had and watched the finals with all the players. Watching the two teams fighting fiercely, the heart pumped out of hot blood, surging in the blood vessels, and the mood fluctuated with the changes in the game. For a moment, it seemed like I had returned to the youthful years that I finally returned to the disappointed years of the Chinese team. The final score was frozen in 3-2. The last player from the Demon World fell on the ring. The Demon Realm fell. The sky still stands. The final victory belongs to Hong Kong and to the Chinese team, world champion. At this moment, the Chinese players were as excited as if they were crazy. Even if Han Xiao stayed in the room of base number 1, he could hear the cheers and cheers rushing into the sky outside the window. In the past few days, the forum has become a sea of joy, and Chinese players are venting their excitement. After Hong Kong's championship, the dynasty defeated the Swedish Tomahawk and won the honor of 3rd place. In the international quarterfinals, the Chinese team won 3 seats, including the championship and 3rd place. This proud record has made countless people proud. Hong Kong has received the most praises, how he improved himself and ushered in a period of rapid growth in fans. The Minghui Changzhong and Shining Fried Rice, who are in the same team, also have a huge fame. Even fans of the dynasty are sincerely happy. Some people also regretted the dynasty. If they had not encountered Jiangxing and Hong Kong in succession, they might have won the championship and runner-up of this year, and believe that the dynasty lost by luck. Their own team is in a state of great success, and countless players praise this league. Looking at the entire final schedule, they discovered a phenomenon. In the final circle, the Chinese team has no loss. So some people are not satisfied with the conventional praise and find a new way of bragging. Only China itself could defeat our China. Han Xiao did not pay attention to the post-match awards ceremony and various programs. Seeing Hong Kong win the championship, he had a rough guess about the future situation. This Chinese team has achieved amazing results and has a far-reaching impact. He understands the mentality of his compatriots. No matter what the competition is, as long as he wins the championship, it will definitely attract the curiosity of a large number of people who are eating melons, which will lead to the next version that will add many Chinese players, and the number of newcomers will definitely be far beyond that of previous lives. The Broken Star Rings division, which won the championship, is the base camp where major Chinese clubs are located. Most new Chinese players will also choose to be born on the Broken Star Rings novice planet. This group of newcomers is the fresh blood of the next version of the Black Star Legion. The number of players nowadays is far from reaching its peak. The Chinese team's performance is as prosperous as him. Good results can attract a large number of new players to the Black Star Army and expand the scale of high-quality leagues. In this league, the Chinese team used a variety of Black Galaxy mechanical equipment, which has become a common feature, which is equivalent to advertising for Han Xiao's Legion. Just like the American team chose Frost Winter Star, it showed the advantages of the Demon Clan, making many players feel that the Demon is powerful, and the performance of the Chinese team made many people feel that the Black Star Legion is powerful. The machinery used by the Chinese team made Han Xiao feel that Han Xiao has gained a lot of presence in the league. The second Star Sea League came to an end, and the remaining heat lasted for a long time. But after being happy, most players finally focused on other issues. The end of the league means that the 2.0 version will be updated soon. Guessing the plot of the next version has become a new round of hot topics in the forum. In the Broken Star Ring area, the video of the meat bag was once again raised. It was Han Xiao's conversation with Quang Dao and others that revealed the next version of the video related to the Red Empire, which caused discussion among players. The three cosmic civilizations are so powerful. What purpose will the Red Empire break the Star Ring? Who knows? In short, in the next version, we will definitely go deeper into the power struggle of the Star Sea. Maybe like the beginning of 2.0, we will face a huge disaster as soon as we go online. I guess the Red Empire is the boss. I don't care about the plot. I can only be curious about what our Black Star Legion will be like. In the last version update, Black Star became the camp that guided us into the universe. I don't know what changes will happen to the Black Star Legion after this update. It's impossible to disappear. We have worked hard to accumulate so much camp contribution. If the Black Star Legion is gone, wouldn't we do it in vain? Because of several precedents, many players are curious about what the Black Star Legion will look like in version 3.0. The Black Star Legion is basically regarded as the main camp by Chinese players, and is one of the factors that make the Chinese team achieve excellent results. So this issue has received a lot of attention. Han Xiao was also paying attention to the trends of the forum, and he could not give a clear answer to this question. The version update is coming soon. This time the interval is 10 years. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Under the turmoil of the Red Tide, these 10 years will be very difficult. Krent's secret war and the third ring of the Pret mission are all sources of danger. When the third version of the previous life began, the secret war between Krent and Amethyst was in a white-hot stage, which was the entry point for the player's plot, which meant that the secret war between the two sides might run throughout the entire version update period. The Black Star Legion will spend all these 10 years in war, with danger and opportunity coexisting. 10 years later, when the player returns, he doesn't know how far the Black Star Legion can develop. There will be many joint camps in the next version, becoming potential competitors for players. The 3.0 version of the Black Star Legion has lost the halo of guiding the camp. Han Xiao has been considering how to use the next 10 years to enhance the attractiveness of the Black Star Legion. In this regard, the Black Star Legion already has its innate advantages. Players have invested a lot of energy and a whole version of the time in the Black Star Legion. With huge sunk costs, players will not easily change their camps. As long as they operate well during the version update, they can retain old players. The real goal to compete for is the newcomers who are influx of version 3.0. In addition to the impact of winning the championship, the Black Star Army must keep up with the joint camp in terms of resources. The capital that has spent these 10 years is the 2.0 stakes the turmoil that players rely on and harvest the benefits they get. This is all the assets that support themselves in the past 10 years. The professional league is the last opportunity to harvest leaks on a large scale in 2.0. At the end of the version, if it is not for the game, players will keep their wealth and wait for the next version. As long as it lasts until 3.0, the strength of the Black Star Legion will experience a leap-like surge. After all, players in version 3.0 will undergo a qualitative change and can be upgraded to level B. The meaning of millions of B-level superpowers and millions of C-level superpowers is completely different. Didi, at this time, the communicator suddenly vibrated. You have a new message. Han Xiao took out the communicator, and the news from Lever was displayed, asking him to go to the home star of the Amethyst civilization. The Zero Agency has established all cooperative forces, convened every camp leader, and announced that the Zero Agency was officially established. This organization has finally been established. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The home star of the Amethyst civilization, the headquarters of the Number Zero Agency, the Scimitar garrison satellite. The Black Light Lurker was docked at the airport. Han Xiao stepped onto the platform and followed Dordal, a foreign mission commander who came to lead the way, entered the garrison's satellite all the way, and passed the winding passage to the hall. At this moment, more than 200 people who were famous in the Colton Star Group gathered here. The moment Han Xiao walked in, these people turned to look over, showing different expressions such as suddenness, surprise, and long-awaited expectations. Before the official establishment of the Zero Agency, most people in the field did not know the identities of other members. The incident that Black Star caused a lot of controversy a few months ago made many people guess that Black Star had already joined the Zero Agency, and there were not many people at this time. Black Star is good. He is a reliable comrade in arms. Many people had the same thoughts flash through their minds and nodded to Han Xiao. Han Xiao saw some acquaintances in the crowd, the breast-haired monster Jane and the paddling man Gadley, who had fought side by side, and some forces following him to wipe out Albert and others. Among them, the most powerful ones are the leader of the Ark organization of the Severi Galaxy, the leader of the Hero Group of the Skywalker Galaxy, and the commander of the New Faran Rebel Army of the Rhine Galaxy. In addition to them, there are many organizations with more power than Han Xiao, and his Black Star Army ranks in the upper echelon of the middle. Lever stood in front of everyone, with a serious expression and a formal tone. Everyone is here. You all know that the purpose of establishing the Organization Zero is to protect the Colton Cluster and resist the invasion of the Krent Empire. The enemy you're going to face is the war field under the command of the Domineering. For well-known reasons, neither we nor Krent can use the official army. The safety of the Colton Cluster depends on you. We will give you the maximum resource support. The people present are the strong men of the Colton Cluster and the leaders of the private forces. You will be important allies of each other, working together, fighting side by side, uniting the front, and jointly resisting the invasion of the war field. I announce that from now on, the Organization Zero will be officially established. At this moment, a new prompt popped up in Han Xiao's panel. New camp, mechanism number 0, activate. Friendship current relationship, friendly. In the lobby of Black Star 1 base, many players gather here. Today is the day for the version update, and the update will begin in more than an hour. Many players gathered at different bases before they were offline. Players have experience. It is the best choice to gather in the base before the update, and the number 1 base has the most people. Because the 3 teams of Chongkong, Huangqiao, and Jiangsheng all chose to go offline here, a large number of players are excited to contact the honored meritorious players. After dealing with the enthusiastic fans, Hao Ian greeted the princes, generals, and Quang Dao. I'm off the line. The prince, general, and minister laughed and said, Xiao Haozi, have a meal in a few days and call the fish-flavored eggplant group. Yes. Hao Ian nodded. Li Gu, who was standing beside him, rushed over and said, Hey, what about me? If you are shameless, we welcome you to come uninvited. Tai Ertzi curled his lips. Li Gu said righteously, Then let's just say that, see you all. Quang Dao stared at the side. He remembered that Li Gu was very proud before, but why did he become like this now? There is no harm without comparison. Chongkong won the championship in the semi-finals. Dynasty won the runner-up in 3rd place, while the Temple did not achieve results for 2 consecutive seasons. Li Gu was not confident and could not become proud. He didn't want the Temple to play, so he had to choose to put down his face and get along with his peers. At least he could still get the popularity of the championship. By the way, Dao, you can bring the team to have a dinner too. I'll treat you. Hao Ian suddenly remembered his little brother and called Quang Dao. Quang Dao was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He had always wanted to become a top player of great masters. At this time, he personally felt that he had already stepped into the circle of Hao Ian and others with half his foot. Shining Fried Rice's eyes lit up, and she said, Since so many people are here, let's just have a big friendship. Invite all the teams such as Rainstorms, Madmen, and Juman. Let's have fun together for a few days. Li Gu immediately raised his hands to agree. It must be big news for all the strong teams to have dinner together, and he can take advantage of the popularity. Hao Ian thought for a while. Okay, we haven't celebrated enough after we won the championship, So let's take advantage of the opportunity to have a good time. Everyone laughed and chatted for a while, and then went offline one after another. The players around also turned into white light and disappeared one after another. Soon, the base hall became empty. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was rushing back, found a prompt pop up on the panel. 2.0 version update is enabled. Data is being saved. Save it. Player forum is closed. Update time is unknown. Please wait patiently. It started. In the cockpit of the black light lurker, Han Xiao pursed his lips, revealing a hint of melancholy. 10 years. A spaceship sailed away from the desolate universe belt, and the stars in the sky in front shone on the porthole. Stephen looked at the bright sea of stars ahead, and a cynical smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's finally here. Is this the broken star ring? The fastest update is available. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Millions of players disappeared. The scale of the Black Star Army shrank, and new plans needed. In the cockpit of the black light lurker, Han Xiao cleaned up his melancholy mood and cheered up his mind to think about the important things. My body is less than 30 years old. When the 3.0 version is turned on, I will become a 4-year-old. Han Xiao is not worried about lifespan for the time being. After all, he is an A-level superpower plus void species. He has been injected with lifespan potion, so it is still easy to live for 200 or 300 years. 10 years later, he still has a long face and is still so handsome, young and promising. Han Xiao made a simple plan for how the Black Star Legion should develop in the past 10 years. First of all, we must focus on accumulating strength. Without the high-speed bonus period brought by players, we must make steady progress in the past 10 years and convert all the benefits brought by players in version 2.0. Han Xiao felt. The assets accumulated in 2.0 include 20 or 30 bases of the Gardon Galaxy, nearly 2,000 warships, deposits of more than 170 million NARs, and the huge reputation brought to the Black Star Legion by players in countless employment. These are all intangible assets. NPC mercenaries are no less than players, and one less death is to recruit free mercenaries, but more importantly, he cultivates fresh blood by himself. He decided to increase investment in training camps so that he can obtain a steady stream of troops and save costs. In addition to the source of troops at the bottom, senior cadres also need to be trained. With the current level of the Black Star Army, B-level is no longer rare and can only be considered middle-level combat power. What is lacking is the high-level combat power at the A-level. Now there are only 2 people of me and Lockie. Well, keep trying to recruit for an A-level and cultivate potential stocks such as Melos, Verdine, and Renard. I don't know how many A-level combat powers can be added in these 10 years. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. In his previous life, Sivia had become an A-level Superman in version 3.0. This decade should be the rapid growth period of Sivia. It needs more supervision to enable her to turn from an unstoppable female secretary into a capable helper as soon as possible. However, accumulating strength does not mean being low-key. The secret war initiated by Krent is the biggest external conflict, and risks and opportunities coexist, so Han Xiao naturally will not stay out of it. In order to obtain cutting-edge knowledge, Han Xiao joined the Zero Agency and brushed the Amethyst Camp relationship. This is one of the safest ways. Cutting-edge knowledge is indispensable. Even if it is not a requirement for a job change, Han Xiao needs to get it. At the same time, this is also a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as you gain great merit in Secret Wars, you are qualified to become a long-term collaborator of the Star Cluster-level civilization, just like in the war field, thereby promoting the transformation of the Legion. This is an opportunity to take the Black Star Legion to a further step in the Colton Star Cluster. With 2.0 accumulated assets, coupled with Amethyst's strong support for the Zero Agency, it can attract more people and better accumulate strength. To obtain more resource support, we must achieve a higher position in the number 0 agency and make more contributions. Frontline organizations such as the ARC organization, the Hero Group, and the New Felon Rebel Army are both reliable comrades in arms and competitors. They are huge in scale and occupy more share of resource support. If Han Xiao wants to get more resources, he needs better results than them. The two sides have not officially started fighting yet, and there is still time to prepare before the war, so don't be too anxious, Han Xiao said intimately. In addition to the development of power, my strength also needs to be further improved. The experience accumulated by the panel now is enough for me to easily upgrade to level 200 or above. Force is external support, and personal strength is the most core link. Only when a big fist can you suppress people. 10 years have been enough for Han Xiao to convert all the experience accumulated by the panel into combat power. As for whether he can reach the A-level level, Han Xiao is not sure whether he can reach the A-level level. He doesn't know how much level it takes to exceed the A-level level. Referring to the level spans of B and A, as well as the gradually increasing energy level gap between the levels, Han Xiao estimated that the threshold for exceeding a level would be at least about 240. The accumulated experience may not necessarily lead him to reach the A-level, but it is basically a foregone conclusion to reach the A-level level. Find some powerful skills and expertise yourself, and combine them with the original template expertise to beat most A-levels, which should be very promising. Now I am at level 170, and the job transfer task is stuck with me. If you want to get cutting-edge knowledge to complete the job transfer, you need to start with Amethyst and get 6,000 favorability and become a respect relationship. After deciding the development plan, Han Xiao returned to the base and immediately issued a large number of orders. First of all, it reduced its business scope and reduced millions of high-quality labor, and Han Xiao reduced the frequency of Black Star Army's acceptance of employment. At the same time, Han Xiao put out a lot of funds to purchase various materials and parts, allowing military factories in various bases to build small spacecraft. The logistics department led by Renard is different from the past and has expanded its scale many times. It can already build spacecraft independently, but can only build models such as small assault ships, but it also saves a lot of costs. Expanding the fleet is one of the pre-war preparations. Another wave of funds is used to recruit external combat power. Now the Black Star Army has more than 100,000 formal mercenaries. Han Xiao is preparing to increase this number by 40% or 50%. Money is not a problem. The disappearance of millions of players and other Black Star mercenaries also noticed it, and were quite confused, but Han Xiao did not explain to them that even if they had 1,000 guesses, they were just guesses and could not change the established situation. Although some senior executives who knew the special features of Iran were surprised, they were not too shocked. They were basically used to the special features of the players, especially immortality. They were just worried about the situation of the Black Star Legion after Iran disappeared. Han Xiao summoned all senior cadres for this purpose. In the room, cadres arrived one after another from Melos, who joined first to Laki, who had just joined recently, gathered together. Han Xiao said straight to the point. The alien disappeared again. I don't know when it will appear again. This is not the first time. Prince invasion may happen in the near future. Next, we will accept the employment of the Amethyst civilization. As a member of the Zero Agency, you need to be prepared. Everyone looked different and nodded. Laki, you're the only natural disaster level strongman besides me. If the war is tight, we may have to lead the team separately. Han Xiao said, "Oh, it's war again. I have a premonition that I will really sacrifice this time." Laki's face was bitter. Han Xiao's Motuisha. Well, your rebellious wave has at least reduced your probability of death by 50 percentage points. At this moment, Renard suddenly interrupted. His Excellency Black Star, he is not the only natural disaster level. When everyone heard this, they turned to look at Renard. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he stared at him tightly. Are you? Renard nodded, and a rare smile appeared on his meticulous face. Just a few days ago, I successfully entered the threshold of natural disaster level. I am already an A-level Superman, thanks to your selfless teaching. Han Xiao was immediately overjoyed, and Renard also became an A-level combat power. With himself and Loki, the Black Star Legion has 3 natural disaster powers, exceeding many members of the Number Zero mechanism. Good news. Renard joined his command a few years ago. After studying for so long, he finally successfully advanced. Although Han Xiao was surprised, he was not surprised. He had known that with Renard's talent, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become a natural disaster level. The difference was only sooner or later. At the critical moment when the secret war is about to break out, there is another powerful general under my command, which is simply two-time. On the side, Melos couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He first followed Han Xiao, but his status is constantly being surpassed by newcomers. However, he has no choice but to be inadequate. It is not a matter of overnight success to become an A-level strongman. He has not yet reached the threshold of A-level. After the Sineal incident, Melos swears to follow Han Xiao to the death, loyal to him, and he is only worried that he has not been able to help Han Xiao more. Everyone was in different moods. The 3 Volga brothers were as salty as ever. Fording smiled and said nothing. Sivia clenched her fists and secretly tried to be strong. Orochio was wandering in a daze. Han Xiao's eyes fell on Araxia. Her restart mission was still in the second ring. He found the locations displayed by most memory fragments through the players. Occasionally, he took time to take Araxia to run around, and he was still missing the last place to complete the second ring mission. But the final location was too remote, so Han Xiao didn't take her over to complete the second ring. So he was not in a hurry to do this task. Because Reztar has disclosed that the ultimate goal of the restart mission is to deal with the armed country Manison, Han Xiao thought he would not be able to handle it in the short term, so he was not eager for this mission. He doesn't want to be full, and he has nothing to do with a super A-level match. The other party is still a member of the Ancient Man. Not only the Black Star Army, but all members of the Number Zero organization are making preparations before the war and recruiting people. More than 10 days later, a sensational news swept across the entire Broken Star Ring, causing shock in the entire star domain. The War Realm invades the Colton cluster from the Desolate Universe. It indicates that the secret war between Krent and Amethyst has been brewing for a long time, has officially begun. It was like a fuse, and the chaos brought about by the Red Tide finally broke out completely. The friction between the 7-star cluster-level civilizations of the Broken Star Ring has risen to the point of taking action. Many major forces and secret organizations in the entire Broken Star Ring fought each other in the star domain. Broken Star Ring was extremely chaotic, and everyone was in danger. The trend of grouping began to appear. In the past century, the most dangerous era has arrived. All members of the Number Zero agency received a notice of transfer from Amethyst and asked to go to the battlefield. When Han Xiao received the notice, a prompt popped up on the panel. You trigger the S-Class Camp War Mission, Secret War Mechanism Number 0. Task Introduction. The Krent Empire invaded the territory of the Amethyst Civilization. You choose to stand in the Amethyst Civilization Camp. Task Requirements. As a member of the Number 0 agency, follow the instructions and repel all enemies that invade the territory of the Colton cluster. After the mission is over, different rewards will be given according to the task evaluation. Note, this task is a strategic task, and there are 3 ways to improve the task evaluation. 1. Complete the tactical target task, separately released. 2. Kill or capture the troops of the opposing camp. 3. Successfully completed this task. This is one of the main tasks of 3.0. Sure enough, I will trigger this task during the version update. Han Xiao had expected it. This is an S-level main mission. Players can choose Krent or Amethyst Camp. They have joined the Zero mechanism and choose the Amethyst Camp by default. When the 3.0 version of the previous life began, the Secret War was in a critical period of intense heat, and players returned at that time and chose the camp to intervene in the war. This main line is an S-level mission, and all the introductions are relatively simple. No matter who wins the war on both sides, players on the failed side can still receive the reward for task settlement. The difference lies in the level of the mission evaluation. After players explored, there were several ways to lose evaluation. The first was to disobey the camp's orders. The second was to betray the camp. And the third was to lose the war. Before the cosmic civilization intervened, it failed to successfully protect/invade the territory. I triggered this mission in the early stages of the war, 10 years ahead of the players. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This means that the cycle of this mission will become very long here, and the secret battlefield will last for at least 10 years to settle during the entire version update period. On the other hand, it also means that you spend a lot of time on the task evaluation than players. I'm afraid I've spent all 10 years in battle. Well, I've had enough rest after 2 or 3 years of idleness. This time, unlike those short-term employment operations, this is a long-term large-scale war. Han Xiao stood up, put on his coat, and pushed the door out. Philip, gather people and follow me to go to war. The fastest update is available. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The Thor star cluster controlled by Krent is separated from the Amethyst Colton star cluster by a deserted universe. Since the outbreak of conflicts, the teleportation stargates between both sides have been temporarily closed and can only smuggle from the deserted universe belt. A huge war field fleet just passing through the desolate universe belt into Colton's border, the West Wind Galaxy. This is a vanguard army mainly focused on temptation, with 15 main expeditionary-class ships, thousands of frigates and assault ships, plus special ship types. The number of warships exceeded 10,000. There are 26 natural disaster-level strongmen, including 8 vanguard officials under the command of the Domineer. The range commander is Xiao De, the head of the general staff in the war field, and is also an A-level strongman and an old subordinate of the Domineer. According to the intelligence, Amethyst has dispatched troops to intercept the Pioneer Army. Your primary task is to occupy the marked unmanned planet, use the War Fortress expansion package provided by the Red Empire, and create a base. This is a secret war that the official cannot intervene. The civilization of the West Wind Galaxy will not send troops to stop you from building a fortress on the unmanned planet, and they will neither dare nor dare. At this time, the General Staff was convening a long-distance meeting, and the commanders of the various fleets of the Pioneer Army, as well as the 7 Pioneer officers, were listening to Xiao De's instructions. Among them, only the Chief Pioneer Officer was not present, and everyone was not surprised. Under the remote command of the General Staff, the Pioneer Officer only needed to obey orders to fight. The Chief Pioneer Officer had a special identity and awesome strength. He was more willing to stay in the practice room than to hold a meeting. He had this privilege. Jod analyzed the strategy for a while, and then said, "The galaxy-level civilizations of each galaxy in Colton are not all vassals of the Amethyst civilization. Whoever controls the star clusters does not mind. They will remain neutral and will not cause obstacles to us. If necessary, don't conflict with local civilizations. Let them understand what Krent means and make friends. With the restrictions of the peace treaty, star cluster-level civilizations have amulets, and Krent's goal is not to destroy the Amethyst. Krent's ambition is always to expand the field. If you want to seize the territory of several galaxies from Colton and use the war field as a substitute, you will be a separate agent, not provoking wars between civilizations, and limit the conflict to the level of secret wars. As long as the war field has gained a foothold in a few galaxies, Krent behind it can spread influence through the war field, weaken the control of Amethyst in the region, and slowly erode, making the nominal star cluster ruler, the nominal star cluster leader, become a nameless and dead in these areas. This does not conflict with galaxy civilization. The war field will not seize the jurisdiction of galaxy civilization, and will even have good relationships, but only the Amethyst civilization will be harmed. In layman's terms, it's like 2 gangs fighting to collect protection fees. Since they have seized the territory, they naturally have to defend themselves to have a future. The invasion of the war field is not like the Dark Star to change the place. This also means that the war will be very fierce and last for a long time, and the brains will be shot out. The goal of this vanguard army is to build a bridgehead in the West Wind Galaxy and test the counterattack power of the Amethyst civilization. Everyone nodded. They had already understood the strategic plan, and at this time, they just heard Xiao to emphasize it again. The second vanguard, Officer Han, Ren pondered. There are many members of the Number Zero organization, and there should be 100 or 200 natural disaster level. This vanguard army only has more than 20 people. Even if we are 1 vanguard officer, I can be 5, and the chief can fight 10. That is not much combat power. It is better for the large army to keep up quickly. Xiao nodded. Time is in a hurry. Amethyst cannot dispatch many men in a short period of time, and the enemy, like us, is also a test for the first fight. We will not send too many people to attack. The vanguard army entering from other galaxies will also involve Amethyst troops for you. The West Wind Galaxy is only one of the goals in the war field. The war field has this ability to bloom more points and lengthen the front line. As a trading condition for a secret war, the Krent gang has gathered most of the armed forces in the star cluster in the war field. The scale of the war field has now expanded to a new level, and hundreds of natural disaster levels can be fully produced. At this time, a virtual projector suddenly enters the remote meeting. Everyone looked over, and the 7 Pioneer officials nodded and saluted. Chief, this man's skin is dark red, his facial lines are hard, his eyes are sharp, and he has an aggressive, domineering aura. He has fine dragon scales in the corners of his eyes, temples, lips, and jaws. He seems to be a mixed-blooded dragon species, but he cannot tell which kind of dragon race bloodline he has. He is wearing thick armor, but he cannot cover his burly and majestic figure, which is even taller than Mazak's. Frother Slot, the chief vanguard under the command of the Domineer, knows that he is very cruel just by hearing the name. He is nicknamed Dragon of War and the Domineer's left hand, and is Herbert's powerful arm help. Jod said in confusion, "Do you have any objection?" Frother's expressionless face and his words were filled with evil spirits. "The others don't care. Black Star must be mine. He is domineering and has a shadow of Heber." Han Xiao stood in Amethyst camp and had known for a long time that Black Star was an important cadre of Longtan. Because of the festival between the two sides, many people in the war field were looking forward to fighting with him. Among them, Frother's murderous intent was the most firm. Once at the party of the Overlord, Han Xiao turned against Kylo and made a big splash, snatching the Overlord's face. Heber did not take this little thing to heart, but Frother's admiration for the Overlord was almost fanatical, and he could not tolerate anyone damaging the Overlord's reputation. Heber didn't pursue the matter, but Frother's was not good at giving up. Black Star had already been on his list of kills, and this secret war was a good opportunity. Of course, everything is putting the overall situation first, and Frother's will not act without permission for the sake of Black Star. As long as Black Star hits my hand, I will beat him to death on the spot. Frother's tone was iron-like, strong, and determined. Dare to take action in the base camp in the war field and defeat their cadres, seeking death. Spell Master. Austin floated in the palace of the Red Robe Cultivator, explaining the understanding of magic to a group of forbidden witches under his command. Chaos in the Star Domain are frequent, but he lives very leisurely. Anyway, he remains neutral, and no one will mess with him. After talking for a while, Austin suddenly stopped and felt something. He looked at the starry sky outside the palace, his eyes as if he could penetrate the infinite galaxy. Just now, Austin subconsciously got distracted, and suddenly the Colton star cluster and the figure of Black Star appeared in his mind. A master like him who masters secret techniques will always have intuition that is unexplained, which is mostly meaningful. Colton, well, Krent, and Amethyst fight. Why does something that has nothing to do with me arouse my intuition? Austin was a little confused and said to himself. He was not interested in the secret war between the two star cluster civilizations. In his opinion, both sides not only wanted to grab territory, but also had deep reasons for weakening private armed forces in the country. Although Krent was hostile to Amethyst, it should be tacit at this point. So Austin has always been reluctant to cooperate with any star cluster civilization. My intuition should have nothing to do with war, so the reason lies with Black Star. Austin recited a few spells and used the mysterious magic. The light flashed. He divined for a while, and his round and chubby little face suddenly showed a sudden smile. So that's the case. He has my forbidden witch under his command. After thinking for a while, Austin stretched out his finger and pointed a few forbidden witches present. You bring people back. If Black Star obstructs you, just say it's my intention and he will give me a face. The few forbidden witches who were pointed at were taciturn, nodded slightly, and turned around and walked out of the palace. Han Xiao ordered all his troops, responded to the emergency mobilization of the Agency No. 0, and came to the Shifeng Galaxy to find that the large troops of the Agency No. 0 were gathered. He brought 300 modified warships, Loki, and more than a dozen B-level cadres, including Melos and Erosia. Renard was in charge of the base, and Sivia, who was too weak, did not follow him. Joining the battle is to improve the contribution of the camp and to better accumulate strength. Han Xiao will not work straightforwardly. It is a loss-making business to fight the money that he has finally accumulated. Do what you can. Other members of the No. 0 agency have the same idea. No one will go out in full and have selfish intentions. This is a common problem of the joint forces. There is no such concern in the field of war, and the will of the Overlord controls all troops. This is the benefit of having super A-level strongman. Han Xiao sighed. When we arrived at the meeting place, there were already many troops of allies on standby, with a total of nearly 10,000 warships. The ARC organization took out 800 warships, with the most efforts. As the leader of the Black Star Legion, Han Xiao was also invited to participate in the pre-war meeting. The commander is the official Amethyst, and Amethyst also knows the disadvantages of the joint forces, so he sent people to command the troops uniformly to improve efficiency. At the meeting, Han Xiao learned about the situation he was facing. The Pioneer Army in the war field has established a bridgehead on an unmanned planet in the West Wind Galaxy and has arranged various defense measures. The goal of this battle is to tempt the attack, try to destroy the Pioneer Army's base, and expel the enemy. Each force accepted his own responsibilities, and Han Xiao also received tactical tasks. Local campaign contains flanks, task introduction. This is the tactical command given to you by the camp you are in. Complete it. Task requirements. Restrain or defeat the enemy's flank fleet. Note, after the end of this battlefield, the task reward will be given according to the degree of completion. This is a small goal attached to the main S-level mission. In different battles of secret wars, a preliminary tactical target will be given in advance, such as this retaining flank, and during the battle, the tactical target will be randomly changed according to the battlefield changes, and a new tactical task will be temporarily obtained. War is not a person's business. Doing your own responsibilities is the most basic requirement. As long as you strictly implement tactics, even if you lose a local battle, you will receive a high-level task reward. The contribution of the camp depends on this tactical task. Completing tactical tasks for local battles will also improve the task evaluation of the S-level main line, Secret War Organization No. 0. Han Xiao brought 300 warships, which were not suitable for frontal attacks, so he was sent to cover the flanks. Not only his family was carrying out this task, but several other allies also had the task of restraining the flanks. After the meeting, Han Xiao walked out of the camp, and someone from behind called him. Turning around, it was the leader of the Arc Light organization this time, Severet, a senior cadre of the Orphan Light organization, and an A-level strongman. Black Star, I have one thing to ask you. Severet walked up quickly, showing a kind smile and a respectful tone. Han Xiao has a background of long tan, and basically everyone is very polite to him. Everyone is knowledgeable, and naturally, he will not make friends with evil comrades for no reason. You said, Han Xiao nodded. I know you're a very powerful virtual mechanic. When you are involved in the flank forces, I hope you can take your hands and use virtual invasion to help deal with the frontal forces in the war field and relieve our pressure. Severet said earnestly. The ARC organization is responsible for the frontal attack. Severet had heard of Han Xiao's ability, so he came over to ask for help. This is not a problem. If I don't have much pressure here, I'll help you. Han Xiao patted Sevet's shoulder. Okay, thank you. Sevet was delighted. After the two said goodbye, Han Xiao returned to his camp and summoned people to give instructions. Large-scale wars are extremely dangerous, and no one can guarantee that they will escape unstoppable. He asked everyone to pay attention to safety, protect themselves, and not to think about showing off. A day later, the coalition forces of the Organization No. 0 set off and headed straight to the planetary stronghold of the Pioneer Army in the war field. This is the first time the two sides have fought. The fastest updated reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The fleet of the Black Star Army mixed in the coalition forces and marched in a mighty manner, with countless leaps and flowing lights passing through the dark universe, like a meteor shower. The frontal troops attacked hard, chiseled the defensive formation of outer space. Air strikes the enemy's ground base, and cover the troops to attract firepower for them. We are responsible for flanking restraint and obstructing the opponent's formation change and support. In the cockpit, Han Xiao instructed all the captains under his command in the communication channel. The position structure of the Black Star Legion has been stable, with 300 warships divided into multiple fleets, allowing all cadres to manage and tactical adjustments can be more flexible. Loki, the task of charging into battle is left to you. The other several allies who also restrain the flanks have also sent out natural disaster-level powerful men. Your job is to kill the opponent's fleet as much as possible. Of course, the premise is to protect yourself. Han Xiao's tone was calm. In the interstellar war, the natural disaster level is basically based on beheading and assassination, but can also be invested in the front battlefield. Strong individual combat power represents superb flexibility. If there is no same A-level opponent to restrain it, the powerful natural disaster level can cause great damage to the fleet and even have the chance to influence the trend of the local battlefield. For example, Shauna's ability is simply a killer in the interstellar war. In the interstellar battlefield, A-level superpowers have always been a headache for commanders because the uncertainty is too great and it is difficult to deal with, and the natural disaster level with fleet cover is even more dangerous. However, it is still very dangerous to fight head-on with a fleet. If a person accidentally gets hit by dozens or hundreds of warships, it will be very bad. However, Han Xiao is more at ease with Quirky. He is so cowardly, so there is definitely no problem in protecting himself. Quirky sighed, not wanting to speak. Dong dong. The cabin vibrated slightly, and the fleet where he was located left the jump mode. Han Xiao frowned and turned on the radar. A red area appeared in front of him. I've arrived at the local area, and there is the Vanguard Army stronghold in the war field ahead. Han Xiao took a deep breath. After 2 or 3 years, it still matched the war field. In the communication channel, many people paused for a moment. It is not for the members of the Zero organization to be nervous. The figure of the people and the famous tree, and the war field is well known, and no one can underestimate the domineering. Through long-range vision, Han Xiao discovered that the fleet in the war field gathered in outer space to form a formation with each flagship as the core. Alarm, alarm. High-energy reaction is detected. Please avoid the buzz in advance. At this moment, Han Xiao received an alarm from Philip, called him, and took his fleet under his command to avoid it. The next moment, the fleet in the war field suddenly lit up countless light spots, and then countless high-energy particle cannons approached the coalition forces in an instant and disappeared into the distance while rubbing the shields of the spacecraft. A few spacecraft that had not had time to dodge were hit, and the shields were flickering. So decisive, I opened fire as soon as I met. Han Xiao's eyes froze. Fight. At this time, Philip made a boosting sound. Tactical instructions have been accepted. Will they be executed immediately? On the virtual screen, the formation of the fleets of both sides has been three-dimensional, and the situation is clear at a glance. The tactical trends of the fleet of one side have been marked, including feint attacks, breakthroughs, inducement, investigation traps, etc., with a clear division of labor. Han Xiao's troops were also given tactical goals by long-range commanders. The enemy fleet that needs to be restrained has been marked in red, which is the mission target. In the upper left of the screen, various tactical parameters and various timings are also listed. The commander in the rear will adjust his tactics at any time according to the situation and issue new instructions. This kind of command allows each team to perform its own duties without any confusion. Han Xiao took a look at the tactical target, no problem, and nodded. Execute now. The Black Star Army's fleet immediately followed the troops, circled around, charged from the side, and headed straight for the mission target. At the same time, the entire Zero Alliance army also moved and spread out, attacking the planetary strongholds in the war field from all directions up and down. Because the joint camp is essentially a mess, in order to prevent members from fighting on their own, the commander organized the coalition into more than 10 units of the unit. Han Xiao's fleet belonged to a member of the 7th team, mainly to restrain the flanks. The war broke out. The coalition forces of the number 0 mechanism approached the fortress planet from various routes, and light cannons from both sides fired at each other. Spacecraft shuttled through the dense particle cannons, and from time to time exploded into fireworks. With the coalition's multi-front attack, the war field also changed to protect every direction. As soon as the two sides fought, the firepower was fully opened. Team 7 charged in front of artillery fire, and every time they advanced, the pressure would increase sharply. Bang, bang, bang. The Warfield Pioneer Army has used the Red Empire Base expansion package to transform the fortress planet. There is already a large base on the surface. Anti-aircraft guns fired physical missiles into outer space, with fierce firepower almost hitting the fleet of China and South Korea Xiao. The large-scale battlefield is really dangerous. Han Xiao had already replaced it with manual driving and was highly focused. He flew with a thrilling maneuver, barely avoiding more than a dozen shells that were fired. With such a huge battlefield, he didn't dare to be too rude. He followed the large army and flew up and down like a butterfly, avoiding the attack lightly. After taking a look at the tactical screen, the frontal attack troops had already fought with the war field at close range. Han Xiao looked out the window. The entire outer space had turned into a fierce battlefield. The background was the dark universe and the edge arc of the fortress planet. The warships were fighting against each other, and the light of various weapons was dazzling. The battlefield is too vast, and even if you look into the distance, you can't see the overall situation. You can only understand the overall situation of the war from the tactical screen. You have just had a confrontation and are evenly matched. The coalition's offensive involved enemy firepower, indirectly helping Han Xiao's 7 teams approach the enemy, find a target of restraining, and quickly entangle them. Han Xiao's location suddenly became a new local battlefield. As soon as they fought, Han Xiao encountered tremendous pressure. The fleet is centered on an expeditionary class main ship and seems to be going to support the frontal battlefield. The 7 teams restrained and harassed them and were immediately subjected to a fierce counterattack. There were more than 1,000 warships in 7 teams, including Han Xiao's 300, and the casualties rose rapidly. It's not easy to deal with. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Even if Amethyst would give compensation, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the explosion of warships. These were all the inventory accumulated after finally accumulating. Han Xiao launched a virtual invasion and encountered resistance. The fleet in the war field was also equipped with virtual mechanics to protect the fleet's control and invade the coalition spacecraft. There was no other choice. Han Xiao entangled the opponent's virtual mechanic, attacking and defending, and the two sides launched a tug-of-war. At the same time, in the command room of the Fortress Planet ground base, 2 A-level virtual mechanics were immediately intercepted by Han Xiao at the virtual level, and their expressions changed. The enemy's virtual mechanic has also taken action. This guy has a strong virtual technology, and the invasion speed is too fast. Fortunately, he can barely defend the internal firewall. Have you successfully traced the source? Well, he has locked the opponent's position. I saw it. Hey, it turns out that he is Black Star. No wonder he has such a strong ability. Cooperate with my counterattack, and seize his car. The two of them had a tacit understanding, locked Han Xiao, and quickly invaded the Black Light Lurker. In a virtual level, the data torrent controlled by the two people found the intelligent core of the Black Light Lurker. Just as they were about to launch an attack, suddenly a glowing figure appeared, and it was Resta. Two data torrents collided with each other, and Resta reached out and pulled them. The attacks of the two were scattered. The data torrent turned into light chips all over the sky, turning into meaningless, redundant data, which was quickly shattered. Seeing this, the two were shocked. This intelligence level is so high, and there is no way to break it. Oh no, I can't get rid of him. The two sides completed a confrontation, and Han Xiao had a little advantage, but his expression became solemn. He had long expected that virtual mechanics would be sent in the war field, and it would be impossible to leave such obvious shortcomings. But his opponent produced two A-level virtual mechanics, which made Han Xiao feel pressured. If he was not here, his opponent would be able to do whatever he wanted. At this time, both sides restrain each other. Although they cannot open the scene with virtual invasion, the enemy cannot do it either. At this time, the two sides finally met in close combat, and the battle between the boarding broke out. The 7 teams and the enemy fleet used the charge pole to allow their respective superpowers to land on the enemy spacecraft. Han Xiao recalled the surveillance video, and the landed warships were almost slaughtered one-sidedly, and the elite troops in the war field, the wand beasts and soldiers, were very powerful. My spacecraft has been landed. At this moment, Melas' anxious voice came from the communication channel. Han Xiao hurriedly looked over and saw 3 charge cabins biting Melas' spaceship. Melas led the troops on the ship to resist the landing of thousands of beast soldiers, and the stalemate could not stop. At this moment, Loki's spacecraft passed by, quickly supported, easily killing a group of enemies, and resolving Melas' critical situation. Han Xiao was excited and found a breakthrough in the chaotic battle situation. Note that all cover the natural disaster level teams, and let them try to land on the enemy's main ship. In this local battlefield, the core of the enemy is this main ship. Compared with the enemy, the 7 teams have only the number of natural disaster level teams, and the cost-effectiveness of conducting decapitation operations is quite high. Although the tactical goal is to restrain this fleet, the commander only gives the target, and the specific actions can be adapted to the situation. Blasting the opponent's main ship is more useful than simply restraining. Get additional results and more rewards for tactical missions. The 7 teams' natural disaster level assault team, including Loki, had a total of 4 people, and Han Xiao was not among them. When the command was issued, the 7 teams immediately changed their formation and began to cover the disaster level assault team, shuttled through artillery fire, and quickly approached the enemy's main ship. The other party also discovered the tactical targets of Han Xiao and others, surrounded and blocked them, and covered the main ship away. Although the distance between the two sides was shrinking, the speed was too slow. The battlefield was moving instead, gradually leaning towards the more intense frontal battlefield. When Han Xiao saw that he was about to chase the year of the monkey horse month, he felt sure and shouted, "The natural disaster level team, all my giant soldiers are on my giant soldiers. I will take you there." The next moment, Han Xiao popped out of the spaceship, summoned the ship cutter, and sat in the cockpit. Loki and others entered the giant soldiers one after another. Sit firmly. Han Xiao controlled the ship cutter, and all the power surged into the thruster and rushed towards the enemy's main ship at high speed. The giant soldier has stronger mobility and flexibility. Han Xiao's driving level is extremely high. He moves and goes deep into the enemy's formation, attracting a lot of firepower. However, most of the attacks pass by, not only failing to hit him, but also almost hit his comrades. The distance is shortened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is a taboo to go deeper alone, but Han Xiao is at the natural disaster level, and Loki's 4 men are at the natural disaster level, which has become a sharp knife with strong deterrence. The enemy has to divert attention from them, and the 7 teams on the periphery took the opportunity to counterattack and completely restrain the fleet. The ship cutter finally approached the main ship, activated the shield neutralizer, opened the hatch door, and the four of Loki successfully blasted the outer armor of the main ship and broke into the inside. There was only one natural disaster level inside the enemy, and was quickly surrounded and beaten to death by the four people. Han Xiao was not idle either. He controlled the giant soldiers to split the main ship with a knife, and he also chopped more than 20 frigates around him. Not long after, the main ship was overwhelmed and exploded. Loki and the other four had already evacuated, took advantage of Han Xiao's giant troops, broke through together, and fought in and out of the enemy's formation for a round. Han Xiao suffered losses after successfully blasting the main ship. The ship cutters almost broke up, and their armor value almost hit the bottom. If the 7 teams were not responding, the ship cutters would probably be burned by the enemy's fire. However, this loss reversed the disadvantages of the local battlefield. Under the pursuit of the 7 teams, the enemy fleet began to retreat step by step. Han Xiao was about to take advantage of the victory, but at this moment, he suddenly received a new tactical mission. Local campaign retreat. Task requirements. Queue immediately and save the vitality as much as possible. Why did you retreat suddenly? Han Xiao was shocked and looked at the tactical screen. His pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that in all local battlefields, only my own front gained an advantage. The situation on the front battlefield deteriorated rapidly. The large unit of the No. 0 agency was broken through by the war field, and more than 2,000 warships were destroyed. 15 major units of the national disaster level were killed and 7 injured. All the 8 pioneer officials in the war field have been put into the front battlefield. No wonder I didn't meet any of them. Han Xiao's heart sank. The large army was destroyed, and even if he had an advantage in the situation and battlefield, it would be useless. The first time the No. 0 mechanism fought with the war field, it was defeated. Frontal battlefield. The burning Arc Light organization main ship was filled with corpses and blood flowed into a river. Pucci, the hunting blade, pulled out his own sword. Saverd's body fell heavily. There was a huge hole in the torso. Almost all of his internal organs were hollowed out, and the blood was almost dried up, and he could not die anymore. This should be the last one. This ship is about to explode. Let's retreat quickly. The hunting blade wiped the sword and said to Frothers next to the hole in the hole through the armor. Frothers was looking at the battlefield in the distance through the hole. The terrifying vacuum suction failed to shake his body. Black Star is not on the front battlefield. He is lucky. A cold light flashed in Frothers' eyes. The fastest update reading is available. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. So many casualties? After retreating, according to the command of a long-range command, and away from the fortress planet in the warfield, Han Xiao learned about the casualties on the front battlefield. After defeating the coalition forces in the warfield, he returned to the defense bridgehead and symbolically chased the frontal troops of the defeated No. 0 office, which had been defeated for a while, and Han Xiao had the advantage in some of the battlefields. He led his people to retreat easily, but the enemy did not pursue them. Han Xiao won a small-scale victory, but unfortunately, this small advantage cannot control the situation. Although the war failed, Han Xiao's tactical mission was completed, rewarding millions of experience, as well as the contribution of the No. 0 mechanism and the Amethyst civilization of more than 200 points. The defeated coalition stopped on an unmanned planet for rest. The atmosphere was so sad and misty. All the allies had gloomy faces and counted their casualties. The dead A-level powerful men basically exploded with the battleship, and the Ark organization lost Sevet, and the surviving members looked sad. 2 days ago, Severut smiled and asked for his help, but now the bones remained. Thinking of this, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh, not disturbing them, and summoned cadres to count the losses of his own fleet, and soon came up with the result. We only lost 34 warships, and there were no high-level combat power casualties, and the situation was fine. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Amethyst civilization will compensate for the losses of various forces and provide resource support. Otherwise, no one is willing to cooperate. Han Xiao's lost warships can also be compensated, and there will be rewards for local victory. Melas was still scared and said, I just asked about it. We are one of the forces with the least losses among all the members of the Zero Agency. The other allies actually sacrificed several natural disaster-level powerhouses. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. It's indeed a bit unexpected. Han Xiao did. He was experiencing a situation where version 3.0 has taken shape and the direction of the secret war during the version update. He has only seen the plot background and is not clear about the specific details. Han Xiao was not surprised by the victory in the war field. If Amethyst could expel the war field, it would not have been fought until version 3.0. During the 3.0 period, many bases have been established in several galaxies, and they have started a tug-of-war with the Zero mechanism. So Han Xiao guessed that during the version update, the Zero mechanism must be at a disadvantage. What surprised him was that the first time the two sides fought, a total of more than 10 A-level strong men died in total, and the intensity was incredibly high. If so many people died in every war, it would take less than a few months. The strong men on the number 0 organization will definitely die, and the war area will inevitably suffer heavy casualties, and both sides will suffer losses. Didi. Han Xiao suddenly received a communication invitation from Lever. When a voice was connected, Lever's voice was hoarse, and he said in a deep voice, Black Star, how bad is the situation? After receiving the news of his defeat, Lever sat in pain and couldn't help but contact Han Xiao to ask about the details of the battle. Very bad. Han Xiao said it truthfully and emphasized that his local battlefield has advantages. Upon hearing this, Lever was worried. This is the only good news I have heard in the past half hour, but you can't decide the entire battle situation alone. Han Xiao shrugged and didn't care. Anyway, he won the reward of the tactical mission, so he would not lose. The goal of the war field is to kill the A-level superpowers on our side. They are establishing their authority. Lever said. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood Herber's thoughts and said intimately, the war field has grasped the weakness of the number 0 mechanism. Uneven people's hearts are common problems in the joint forces. Every A-level strongman is an important combat power of different organizations. 8 Vanguard officials all come out to kill these advanced combat powers, and all members of the number 0 mechanism can be thrown into the trap. Every collaborator of the number 0 agency does not actually care whether Amethyst has defended its territory. There is no territorial consciousness like Amethyst. They participate in secret wars for the sake of their interests and are driven by the Amethyst civilization. The loss of war is irrelevant. The only thing they care about is whether interests can make up for the losses. If the warship is lost, the Amethyst civilization can compensate, and even rewards can be given to them to receive support from the star cluster-level civilization resources. However, if the natural disaster-level powerful man died, there's nothing we can do about it. The Amethyst civilization cannot compensate for the loss of advanced combat power of the members of the number 0 organization. This is the difference between a loose mechanism of 0 and an ironclad war field, and it is also an invariable weakness. No wonder the war field was so fierce. Han Xiao pondered secretly. He didn't care whether the secret war was victorious. Amethyst was defeated in his previous life. Only when the Red Empire and the Glorious Federation reached a consensus on the issue of the Shining World would they stop the storm everywhere. Before the two cosmic civilizations completed the exchange of interests, no one would care about the secret war between Krent and Amethyst. The Red Empire is the backer behind Krent. As long as the war field is not driven away, the Red Empire will dare to assign part of the territory of Amethyst to Krent. This is Krent's strategy and the result of his previous life. Han Xiao joined the number 0 agency, not to help Amethyst win the war, but mainly to make contributions in exchange for cutting-edge knowledge. If his losses have been very small, he doesn't mind keeping playing soybeans, completing tactical tasks step by step, and slowly getting to the relationship of reverence. Even if the market collapses, my stock will still receive more attention. There are not many people who die, so how can you get the chance to take office? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Unfortunately, it would be great if the player was still there, so there was no need to care about casualties. After putting away all kinds of thoughts, Han Xiao asked, "The war field is gaining a foothold in the Shifeng galaxy. What do we need to do next? Stay rest and wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then attack again?" Lever said in a deep voice. The collaborators of the Agency Zero are distributed in various areas of the Colton cluster, and the distance is short and long. The coalition forces where Han Xiao is located are only the first batch, which are considered the vanguard troops of the Agency Zero, and there are large troops behind them. The defeat of their vanguard troops does not mean that all the Agency Zero defeats. What Lever is worried about is the tactics used in the war field. The enemy attacks advanced combat forces. This is a conspiracy, and there is no way to prevent it. He is worried that the Zero Agency will be slanderous in order to reduce losses and will not work hard. The worst result is even the collapse of the organization. Han Xiao pondered for a while and suddenly said, "I have a suggestion. Let me participate in the frontal battlefield next time I attack." Lever was stunned. The Black Star knew it was dangerous and actually asked to join the frontal battlefield. "You mean, maybe I can withstand the vanguard in the war field?" Han Xiao touched his chin. Lever was overjoyed and was so moved that he burst into tears. Just now, the forces such as the Arclight organization, who participated in the front battlefield, demanded that they no longer take on the task of taking on the strong attack. They were all afraid to face the strong people in the war field. Only Black Star faced the difficulties and took the initiative to take on this work with great risks. This is the reliable collaborator. Lever almost burst into tears, suppressed his excitement, and asked, "How many pioneer officers can you stand?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "All." Lever's eyes widened, his face frozen in astonishment. "You're not kidding, are you? It will die. Don't be so surprised. I didn't say I beat them. What I said was to hold them." Han Xiao waved his hand. He just estimated that his chance of winning against the 8 Vanguard officials was not as optimistic as Riki, but he still had a chance to hold 8 A-level muscles with his flesh. How many more can Aurora's character card be used? And it's basically enough to maintain a battle. By holding on to the Pioneer officer yourself, you can reduce the risk of other allies' advanced combat power and show such strength, which can gain a wave of reputation and make Amethyst pay more attention to it. The more important reason is that Han Xiao decided to make a deal with it. It's not free to let me take such a big risk. What do you want? Lever asked hurriedly. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I want cutting-edge knowledge in the mechanical department." "Okay." Lever agreed decisively. At this time, he did not hesitate. He Xing was willing to take the risk of death. As long as he survived, Amethyst would never be stingy with resources. Han Xiao remained calm and became secretly excited. Although he could slowly make contributions, it would take a lot of time. If he could quickly gain cutting-edge knowledge in one step, he would not miss this opportunity. The sooner he completes the transfer task, the faster he can break through the 170th level boundary, turn the accumulated experience into actual combat power, and dragging the 8 Pioneer officials is an incident that can make a fortune by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Xiao couldn't help but have a bad idea. He would rather the Amethyst civilization lose more than it wins. If the situation is not critical, then he will not have such an opportunity to quickly obtain resources. Sure enough, there is an opportunity in troubled times. The ancients did not deceive me. Han Xiao smiled secretly in his heart. Lockie, who was standing aside, witnessed the conversation between the two and couldn't help but interrupt. "Do you need me to help you collect the body?" Han Xiao was unhappy and happy. Now he was stable. Lockie's anti-breasting has never failed. Stay breastfeeding, don't stop. No wonder I'm going to commit suicide. It turns out to be crazy. Riki sighed, and he had to find a new job. Partition the outline of the plot during the update period. The number of words is a little less. P.S. I haven't had a good rest in the past 2 days. After watching it for a long time, the screen will be dazzled. Some typos may not be found. Brother, I'll change it. I'll update it as soon as possible. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. At the same time, The vanguard army in the field of war summarized and digested the results of this battle. We repelled the first wave of attacks. You did a good job and killed many natural disaster-level powerful people. Amethyst's cooperative forces will inevitably be afraid. Xiao praised the vanguard's results. Hunting Blade nodded. The enemy is also in a hurry to fight and has not sent too much advanced combat power. You can guess it right. The Pioneer Army has many tactical plans. The original tactics were mainly defense. Seeing that the first wave of attack by the Zero Agency did not have an overwhelming lineup, Xiao temporarily changed the tactics and asked the 8 Vanguard officials to dispatch together to destroy the advanced combat power of the Zero Agency and achieve the effect of killing the chicken and warning the monkey. We have about 10 days to buffer, and the enemy will carry out the next round of attacks. You will continue to deal with advanced combat forces. This is the weakness of the joint forces. Xiao was full of confidence. Hunting Blade frowned. With this example, the enemy's advanced combat power will not underestimate the enemy, and may not even fight with us. We may not have the same chance as we are today. Then create opportunities. Frothers, who was silent on the side, spoke slowly. If the enemy does not send advanced combat power to deal with us, then watch us tear down their fleet. Jod nodded. In short, try to find opportunities to kill the enemy's advanced combat power. If the enemy is afraid of the enemy, the difficulty of our expansion will be reduced. Frothers suddenly said, Black Star should continue to participate in the next attack. I have a requirement that everyone report the position of the Black Star to me at any time. If I don't need me on the front battlefield for the time being, I will rush over and kill Black Star. Jod pondered. Yes, the premise is not to let your personal grudges affect the situation. You don't need to teach this, and it's not just a personal grudge. Frothers said coldly. Black Star is a cadre of the dragon. Kill him. Maybe you can force him out of the dragon. In that case, Your Excellency Herbert can take action legitimately and intervene in the secret war. The existence of Super A-level is a deterrent and rarely acts at will. Even if the Overlord is the leader in the war field, he still has not personally intervened in the secret war. But if Emmers takes action first, Heber has a reason. In their eyes, the Domineer is obviously stronger than the dragon. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jod nodded and said, It makes some sense, so I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. I can find him wherever he hides. Frothers nodded with satisfaction. While waiting for reinforcements, several riots occurred. Headed by the Arclight organization, the members involved in the attack applied for replacement tasks on the grounds of heavy losses and were unwilling to participate in the frontal battlefield attack again. Severed's death shocked the Arclight organization inexplicably, and the leader of the organization regretted it. Severet was his right-hand man and trusted him very much. He led his troops to participate in the battle, but he did not expect to be killed in the first battle, and the leader immediately felt retrenched. Other organizations participating in frontal attacks also had advanced combat power to varying degrees of casualties. Such a high intensity of battle was beyond their expectations, and the 8 vanguards in the field of war were frightened. Perhaps they can defeat the vanguard officers together, but no one wants to lose their own natural disaster-level powerhouses, so they tacitly avoided the battle. This is an unsolvable contradiction. The remote command of the No. 0 agency can only readjust the offensive tactics and replace the candidates on the front battlefield, hoping that reinforcements will assume the responsibility of a strong attack. However, the allies who came to support also learned about the front line's death statistics and did not want to participate in the strong attack, and were unwilling to let their advanced combat power follow in the footsteps. The Amethyst civilization was helpless and didn't know what kind of consultations had been conducted in private, which made some reluctant forces compromise. The tactics in the field of war are effective, fully exposing the drawbacks of the No. 0 agency. Even if the members are famous and surnamed armed forces of the Colton Star Group, they could be combined together and are simply a group of mobs, perfectly interpreting what it means to smile in the wind and hide in the wind. However, Han Xiao was not disappointed. Only at a disadvantaged camp have more opportunities to show himself. When almost everyone was shirking, Only Han Xiao took the initiative to ask for participation in the strong attack. The news quickly spread throughout the camp, causing an uproar. Han Xiao was suffering from strange eyes from others every day, full of surprise, confusion, shock, and other emotions. Knowing that there is a risk in a strong attack, Black Star actually rushed to do it. Is this a loss of wisdom? The Arclight organization, these comrades who had suffered losses, watched coldly. Black Star's behavior made them misunderstand. In their opinion, Black Star wanted to take the opportunity to act, step on them to show a greater role, and get the attention of Amethyst. There is no problem with this itself. What criticized forces such as the Arclight organization is that Black Star has the right idea, but it does not have the corresponding strength, so is purely seeking death. Even their advanced combat power is seriously damaged. Does Black Star have no B-point numbers? Many allies have reached a consensus that Black Star is desperate to improve its status. However, no force took the initiative to remind Black Star that they needed someone to stand in front. Since Black Star wanted to die, they would not stop them. Han Xiao was taking on such a dangerous task, and Lever almost responded to his requests. Han Xiao did not let his troops participate in the strong attack together, but instead let Riki, Melas, and others participate in the low-intensity battle. Lever agreed. A few days later, the second batch of reinforcements finally arrived, and the number 0 Allied forces once again attacked the first stronghold in the Shifeng Galaxy in the warfield. Han Xiao asked Melas to temporarily command the fleet, while he drove the Blacklight Lurker and mingled alone in the frontal forces. The tactical task this time is to restrain 8 pioneer officers, and the reward is cutting-edge knowledge, a large amount of experience and faction contribution, which is comparable to more than 10 ordinary tactical tasks. Due to the last failure, the second attack of the Zero Agency received attention from the entire star domain. The other 5-star cluster-level civilizations of the Broken Star Ring, as well as some large organizations with respect for their status in the star domain, all turned their attention to Colton's West Wind Galaxy. The result of the second fight between the two sides can basically represent the future direction of the Secret War. This is the second battle. The war field and the Zero mechanism are prepared, and there is no need for play. The battle has entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. Fireworks lit up the dark universe, burning warships, bursting projectiles, and shining light cannons, spreading the interstellar battlefield with crises, like a wanton picture with strong colors. The battle on the front battlefield was fierce, and the 8 Vanguard officials led by Frothers defeated one warship after another, as if they had entered a no-man's land. The advanced combat forces should have taken action to stop it, but almost all the natural disaster-level powerful men in the number 0 mechanism chose to avoid the battle and waited for the Vanguard to destroy the warship. What are you doing when you stand in a stand? Stop them. The remote commander roared. I know, I'll do it later. It's not the time. Wait until they consume some energy. The A-level strong men made perfunctory excuses and were slow to go. The long-range commander was furious and extremely helpless. He could not solve the problem of these advanced combat forces. Even the fleet belonged to these people. They relied on the Amethyst to compensate after the war, and would rather watch their troops be defeated than take action. The long-range commander had no temper. Lever couldn't sit still. He knew the situation was not good, but he didn't expect the situation to be so bad, so he couldn't help contacting Han Xiao. Black Star, no one else can rely on it. When you take action, we will definitely lose if you drag it down. In the cockpit, Han Xiao stared at the 8 Vanguard officials marked on the tactical screen, raised his eyebrows slightly. Give me a battlefield. Understand. Lever was overjoyed. He was skeptical about whether Black Star could withstand the 8 pioneer officials, but he could only treat dead horses as living horses. Now only Black Star can rely on them. In the center of the battlefield, Frothers was leading 7 Vanguard officials to rise up like 8 meteors, smashing through one warship after another of the number 0 mechanisms. The offensive was like a tsunami, directly disrupting the formation of the number 0 mechanisms. The 8 Vanguard officials are like leopards, while the warships are like sheep. Without the high-level combat power to restrain each other, the warships have become prey completely. Once they are targeted, there is no possibility of escape. Haha, the enemy's natural disaster level has not taken action. Do they really don't care about the fleet? In the communication channel, Mazax laughed wildly. What a group of people who are afraid of death. They don't even have the courage to fight. Henry said disdainful. Dong. Inside a warship, Frothers shattered half of the spaceship with a punch, boarded the assault ship to the response before the explosion. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout, "Why no one has reported the location of Black Star? Where is he?" I don't know, no trace of Black Star was found in all local battlefields, but the troops of the Black Star Army were found, but Black Star was not among them, and there was only an A-level magician to support the formation. Frothers looked at the battle situation and said coldly, "The enemy's advanced combat power is a group of cowards. I don't need my help on the front battlefield for the time being. I'll go find the Black Star Army, and he must be hiding in that local battlefield." "Okay, go. Let's leave it to us here." Hunting nodded and replied. Frothers was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, the surrounding battleship array suddenly dispersed, forming a guarding momentum, revealing a passage, and a black light lurker flew out from the depths of the formation. "That's Black Star." Frothers stopped suddenly and stared at the black light lurker. Even the other 7 Vanguard officials couldn't help but look over. Han Xiao, wearing a mad ape, left the cockpit and floated in the universe. He stretched out his hand to the 8 Vanguard officials in the distance and made a provocative gesture of "come here." Although a person is too small in the huge interstellar battlefield, no one nearby ignores Han Xiao's existence. He let go of his strength, and the high-energy reaction he produces was enough to make the radar of any warship mark him with danger. Although the distance was far, Frothers and others could still see Han Xiao's actions clearly, and they all showed strange looks on their faces. "He provoked us?" Hunrin was surprised and couldn't understand who gave Black Star the courage. Frothers couldn't help but be surprised. He thought Black Star was hiding like other natural disaster levels, but he didn't expect to show up on his own initiative. "No, at least it's more courageous than others, and saves me time looking for someone." Frothers narrowed his eyes and let the assault ship rush towards Han Xiao, then jumped out of the spacecraft. His whole body was full of aura, like a dark red meteor, slamming straight into Han Xiao. Han Xiao stretched out his arm, and the mechanical component quickly unfolded along the arm, turning into a mechanical giant fist of 100 meters. The mechanical force jumped in lightning, and the giant fist hit the meteor. There's no sound in the vacuum environment combat, but the collision between the two sides has made many people subconsciously make up for the sound. Bang! The giant fist was instantly penetrated by a meteor, revealing a human-shaped hole. Frothers' remaining momentum was still strong, and he hit Han Xiao in the chest with a punch. Han Xiao retreated straight, then shook his whole body, stabilized his body in the air, and threw away the broken mechanical giant hand. "Use any means to make me happy." Frothers sent a voice to Han Xiao through the armor's communication system. When they were in a fight, they actually made a voice. This person is a real talkative person. Han Xiao couldn't help but complain. With a wave of his hand, the warehouse of the black light lurker opened, and all the mechanical legions came out in full swing, like a swarm of locusts. Soon, a large army suddenly appeared, and hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors surrounded Han Xiao, which immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. This scale cannot be underestimated. Because the Amethyst civilization will overcompensate the losses, Han Xiao has no reservation this time, and uses all the machinery and goes all out. 8 are together. Just by what you want to deal with me. It's far from it. Han Xiao, Li Sang contacted and sent a message to Frothers. Frothers laughed silently and was too lazy to answer. In his eyes, He Xing was already a dead person, and he was enough to kill him alone. The natural disaster level, powerful men who avoided the battle in the number 0 mechanism were paddling around, and no one wanted to help. So far, Han Xiao is the only natural disaster level player in the front battlefield in which he is fighting. The fastest update reading is available. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Fight quickly and decide quickly. Frother's thoughts flashed, and a strong aura gushed out, like a small star. Facing hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors in the sky, he pushed his palms, and the thick fluctuations of the body turned into a dark red beam ray, attacking Han Xiao, who was guarding the mechanical army. Several layers of mechanical warriors on the periphery were blown away directly, and debris splashed everywhere, like sand sweeping away by waves. The cannon fodder-type machinery could not stop the fluctuating attacks of A-plus martial artists. The four Oath Guardians moved their bodies and blocked the fluctuations from leaving the body, and released their shields together, forcibly resisting Frother's fluctuations so that they could not make any progress. Han Xiao's eyes flashed with lightning, and the mechanical force swept out, covering all the mechanical warriors under the splash of the mechanical force field. The next moment, he waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors fired at the same time, forming various formations, attacking Frothers in different tactical modes. The fierce battle started. The huge mechanical legion flooded Frothers. In the center of the front battlefield, this small battlefield appeared. The fleets around them were still fighting each other. They didn't care about single-handed fights in the war field. The fleet opened fire from time to time, hoping to help Frothers defeat the Black Star's mechanical legion. However, the Zero Machine was not a vegetarian. Although other natural disaster levels are watching the show, they still have the courage to provide cover for Han Xiao. Moreover, the peripheral machinery is all floating shields, and attacks are attacked from time to time, and they are blocked. A natural disaster level mechanic who goes all out can compete with a fleet of people. However, Han Xiao focused all his energy on Frothers. Millions of ion cannons crisscrossed like a large airtight net, constantly attacking Frothers. He sometimes dodged and sometimes carried it. With the driving force of the high concentration of martial arts aura, he rushed around and tore apart a series of mechanical warriors. The armor of most conventional mechanical warriors is like paper in front of Frothers. In A-level battles, the role of the conventional legion is to provide firepower and tactical restraint, constantly grinding blood and energy. With Han Xiao Peng Pai's mechanical force bonus, Frothers had to dodge, and being gathered by hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors is not a joke. Although he is confident in physical strength, a man must be better to himself. The main combat force is a few A-level elite machinery, such as the improved version of the Oath Guardian, the Illusionist, etc. The single body's strength naturally cannot exceed the natural disaster level itself, but when they cooperate with each other, they can pose a threat to the natural disaster level. Even the Chief Pioneer under the renowned Star Domain cannot blow up an Oath Guardian with shields, sufficient energy, and thick armor in just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Han Xiao wandered in the Mechanical Legion at a very fast speed and constantly changing directions, making it difficult for Frothers to lock the position. Frothers dared not stop, kept moving at high speed, avoiding a series of attacks, and quickly analyzed the situation in his heart. We must find an opportunity to advance and behead, otherwise I will be killed by the sea of people. Frothers has fought with the leg ionic mechanics. He knew very well that once he was trapped in the siege of the Mechanical Legion, he would be consumed to death sooner or later, and he could not underestimate the attack power of hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors. The weakness of the Legion mechanic is to advance and behead, and the body is the breakthrough. The Black Star has the nickname of a mortal body. However, it is impossible for him to deal with in the Mechanical Legion. Frothers' eyes narrowed, and his arrogance burst out. He used some skill, and the charge speed increased many times, turning into a dark red lightning, breaking the encirclement of layers of mechanical warriors, quickly approaching Han Xiao's side. The fierce fist containing endless power suddenly hit Han Xiao's neck. Just as the fist was about to hit, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in the other direction of the Mechanical Legion, which was the High Void Shuttle. Then, Frothers launched a charge towards Han Xiao again and again, all of which were easily escaped by Han Xiao. The Void Shuttle, the Chaos Body Release, the Mad Ape's short-range jump module, and other abilities took turns to fight. Frothers could not touch the corner of his clothes, and the long-range off-body fluctuations were easily flashed by. Frothers' face became increasingly ugly. According to the information in the war field, he thought that Han Xiao would rush up to fight him head-on by relying on his strong body, so that he could teach him how to be a human being. He didn't expect that he would be so slippery. Han Xiao's idea was quite clear. After all, he was a mechanic. Before the Mechanical Legion was completely defeated, there was no need to rush up and be beaten with his flesh. The meat level is the trump card, so it was naturally open at the end. My task was to restrain the 8 Vanguard officials and entangle Frothers with the Mechanical Legion. He couldn't stand it. He could attract other Vanguard officials to come and dismantle his Mechanical Legion together, and he could hold more Vanguard officials. Otherwise, although Frothers could not kill himself by relying solely on his flesh, he would definitely be beaten and could not fight back, so he would not be able to be free. Han Xiao has a longer-term consideration. As long as he completes this tactical task, he can obtain cutting-edge knowledge to complete his position and complete his position transfer. He uses this as an excuse to withdraw from the battle for the next period of time, go back to take a rest, and use his new and improved abilities to create a brand new Mechanical Legion. Amethyst civilization will overcompensate losses. He knew that the expansion of the war field was unstoppable. With the current performance of the No. 0 agency, he would definitely retreat step by step in the early stage. He did not want to fight a battle that would definitely be defeated, so he might as well retreat bravely and go home to catch up. The situation is bad at that time. Mei Jing is anxious. When he thinks of his performance, he will take the initiative to ask him to go to fight, which will only knock on the big dog's robbers. Although Han Xiao has always used Legionist style to play, he also likes to play hand-to-hand combat in person. However, at this time, he chose serious tactics, used amazing dodging ability, and resolved Frothers' advancement again and again. The strength of Legionist mechanics was immediately fully demonstrated. Although the loss figure of the Mechanical Legion has been expanding, Frothers' power consumption is even more intense. The quantitative change of hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors has long been qualitative. Such dense and frequent attack frequency is beyond level A. Unless there is a special meat shield ability, no one dares to stand firmly. The damaged machinery was pulled up by Han Xiao again and again with discarded modification and mechanical continuous travel, as if endless. Both sides of the war saw that Frothers was like a bug trapped in the net and rushing left and right, completely falling into the battle rhythm of Black Star. The Legion blessed Han Xiao's high-intensity mechanical power bonus, and the 42% attack power increase provided by Extraordinary Power level 170. Frothers' individual strength advantage was offset a lot. He dragged the Chief Pioneer Officer. Many A-level powerhouses in the No. 0 agency were all excited. Black Star ability Enemy Chief Pioneer Officer. This is good news. However, everyone was not too surprised. Black Star is no longer an unknown person, and many deeds are circulating among the stars. Moreover, he is also the strongest member of the Dragon Boat, and it seems that it is not surprising that he is evenly matched with the Chief Pioneer of the Domineering Master. Lever was a little impatient, and Black Star promised him to restrain the 8 Vanguard officials. At this time, only Frothers was restrained, and the other Vanguard officials were still destroying the fleet. If Black Star had not been fighting fiercely, he would have wanted to urge him. After dodging hundreds of ion cannons again, Frothers looked at Han Xiao, who was wandering, feeling extremely unhappy. Black Star's difficulty was beyond his expectations. Frothers still didn't think that Black Star was his opponent. In his opinion, as long as he was allowed to seize the opportunity, victory would be his. However, the two of them had been delayed for a long time, contrary to his original intention of a quick battle, and he couldn't help but become angry, and his patience was completely exhausted. Shablade, Mazax, come and help me remove Black Star's Mechanical Legion. I see where else can he hide. Frothers shouted. The other 7 Vanguard officials who were dealing with the fleet around him received the order and were quite surprised. They knew that Frothers had said that he would deal with the Black Star alone, so why do they need help now? The 7 people naturally gave the chief face, not to mention that Black Star had provoked them just now, and they all let their cars turn around and rush towards the small battlefield between Black Star and Frothers, turning into 7 meteors and crashing into the Mechanical Legion. 8 Vanguard officials joined forces, and the situation deteriorated instantly, and the Mechanical Legion was greatly damaged. Black Star can't hold it anymore. The A-level strongman from the onlookers of the number 0 mechanism was shocked, but facing the 8 Vanguard officials, they did not want to take risks to support them. Before the Mechanical Legion fought, Black Star still had a chance to retreat. Frothers stared at Han Xiao. Once the Black Star had a tendency to evacuate, he would immediately rush up to interrupt, not preparing to let Han Xiao escape. However, to his surprise, even though the situation was declining, Han Xiao was always wandering and fighting without any intention of escaping, which made Frothers' vigilance work. What is Black Star doing? Why doesn't he retreat yet? Don't he know if he continues to fight, he will die? The onlookers were shocked, and his face was full of surprise. Black Star is crazy. He wants to fight 8. Mechanical fragments were floating all over the sky, and there were only 1 out of 10 mechanical legions. Frothers and the 8 men finally stopped. Looking at Han Xiao, who also stopped, they were eyeing him and ready to move. After taking a look at the few mechanical warriors left, Han Xiao remained indifferent. His opponent was at least 8 Vanguard officials. This result was as expected by him. It was difficult for the mechanical army to face the siege of 8 people. However, with insurance claims, Han Xiao didn't feel sorry for him at all. Instead, he smiled and sent a voice to the 8 pioneer officials. In the end, 8 people have to go together. Frothers' face was as deep as water and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and solve him. See if he can still smile." "I really go together?" Mazax was surprised. "Since you have started a siege, let's do it to the end," Frothers said coldly. The other 7 people were not reluctant. They just watched them fight one-on-one because of Frothers' face. Now Frothers stopped playing and took the initiative to ask them to help, and they would not stop halfway. The war field does not pay attention to single-on-one fights, and concentrating the strong to fight quickly is the king. The 8 Vanguard officials rushed up suddenly. Han Xiao breathed out and went forward to it. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Black Star's back was inexplicably impressed with the aura of looking at death. Everyone was moved. They don't understand why Black Star works so hard and sacrifices his life. 8 meteors hit Han Xiao's body again and again, and the heavy punches burst out with arrogance brought out countless afterimages, bombarding every inch of his body. Did Black Star win several thousand or tens of thousands of punches? There are no numbers of bystanders. Everyone felt a sense of desolation of a rabbit and a fox. They couldn't bear to look at it again. The fate of the Black Star was definitely torn apart by 8 Vanguard officials, just like a sheep entering a group of tigers. But the next moment, they suddenly rubbed their eyes, unable to believe everything they saw. After being hit hard like a storm, although Han Xiao was beaten, very embarrassed, and flew around, even a mecha shattered, his body was still firm, and he had to withstand countless heavy punches, and he was still so lively. Frothers and the 8 men stopped suddenly, looking at Han Xiao in the middle in surprise. If the power I just exerted was evenly separated, it would be enough to destroy the surface of half of the medium-sized planet. Is a Black Star still alive? The blood blue conversion is indeed reliable, and it has a tough body, which offsets a lot of real damage. However, the damage these guys are really a bit terrifying, and they almost have to use Aurora's character card. Although he was pressed and beaten, Han Xiao kept analyzing the situation calmly. Seeing the 8 people stop, Han Xiao exhaled, rubbed his shoulders and neck, showing an indifferent smile, but it was easier to use than any provocation. Frothers' face turned pale. He only felt that this smile was full of ridicule and sarcasm for him, as if saying, "Why don't you continue?" At this moment, everyone's expression seemed to be frozen. Lever looked ecstatic. He was serious. Many A-level powerhouses in the number zero mechanism were shocked. Those 8 enemies were not ordinary natural disaster levels, but the 8 vanguard officials in the war field, and their fame resounded throughout the star field. Frothers and others were full of shock and anger. The 8 of them joined forces and lost to the domineering Heber. They couldn't believe that Han Xiao actually withstood their offensive. It seemed as if the ever-moving waves had slapped the cliffs and exploded into shattered waves. A name for Black Star came to everyone's minds and formed an indelible idea. This is the rumored immortal body. Please be asked for monthly tickets. The fastest update is available. Please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels.